Chapter 66 AQI Region Zorua Mastering the Illusory Priesthood. EV wants to learn to become a human. Please customize. Please subscribe. Lin Chen was also surprised that this Pokemon egg, which was always silent on weekdays, was suddenly about to hatch. I thought it would take some time to hatch, and I even thought about finding a Pokemon with the flame body trait to hatch eggs in the future. However, Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately took out the hatching machine from his backpack. He had always been curious about what kind of Pokemon would hatch from this Pokemon egg obtained from the saffron treasure chest. Looking at the hatching machine, the nutrient solution quickly disappeared. Lin Chen quickly searched his backpack and took out the spare nutrient solution to add in. The transparent nutrient solution was poured into the inlet on the top of the incubator, but he didn't expect that it was all sucked into the egg within a few seconds after it was poured in. It was like entering the dark void and being swallowed up in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen kept moving his hands and continued to add nutrient solution, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Generally speaking, only one nutrient solution is enough to hatch a Pokemon egg. Even most Pokemon eggs will have some leftovers after hatching. After all, the incubator was originally designed to allow trainers to hatch Pokemon most conveniently and efficiently. There must be a surplus for the successfully born Pokemon to take and supplement nutrition. Otherwise, if the Pokemon needs the trainer to keep adding nutrient solution on the side when hatching, wouldn't it increase the chance of hatching failure? However, Lin Chen had also heard that when powerful Pokemon or Quasi-God cubs are hatched, they need much more nutrient solution than ordinary Pokemon. Could it be that the Pokemon egg contains a Quasi-God? With a curious mood, the third nutrient solution has been emptied in a blink of an eye, but the momentum of nutrient solution absorption in the hatching machine has not slowed down. The speed of nutrient solution absorption is still very fast, and it looks like it is being emptied quickly like a siphon. After absorbing the SITH bottle of nutrient solution opened from the treasure chest, the absorption speed of the Pokemon egg slowed down. At this time, Lin Chen, holding the highest quality general poke blocks in his hand, was also a little hesitant. If these nutrient solutions are not enough, then you can only dilute the poke blocks with the purest attributes and pour them into it to supplement the nutrient. The Pokemon egg shook slightly, and the little thing inside began to tackle the eggshell as if it had supplemented enough nutrient. Now that it has eaten and drunk enough, it can't wait to come out. Fortunately, it finally full. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and was a little shocked by the appetite of this little guy. This movement is almost as loud as some Quasi-God cub. If he hadn't opened a lot of nutrient solution when he collected treasure chests before, he almost planned to add perfect quality general poke block. Of course, if there is enough nutrient solution, Lin Chen naturally doesn't want to add poke blocks in advance to nourish the Pokemon in the Pokemon egg. It's not that he is reluctant, but before the Pokemon egg is hatched, Lin Chen has no way to determine the attributes of this Pokemon. Adding poke blocks rashly can easily affect the talent of the Pokemon itself. Even the purest general poke blocks are not a good thing for some Pokemon with special attributes, and it is easy to affect the talent of the little guy. That would be more trouble than gain. It's a big loss. However, if it comes to the most critical situation, then you can only bite the bullet and use it. After all, if the talent is affected, you can use the life gem to slowly nourish it. If it dies due to lack of nutrition, then there will be nothing. Fortunately, everything went well. However, although it was successfully hatched this time, Lin Chen has made up his mind that if he hatches eggs again any time, he must be fully prepared and prepare more nutrient solution for emergencies. Looking at the shaking eggshell, Lin Chen's eyes showed a trace of expectation. There are extremely high expectations for this Pokemon that has not yet appeared. After all, although this little guy was opened from the saffron treasure chest, he was nourished by the energy of the life gem from the beginning, which is better than Aaron's treatment. In addition, now a large amount of nutrient solution is poured in. What kind of talent can it have? It's just that we don't know what Pokemon it is yet. Lin Chen took a deep breath and relaxed himself, but all he can do now is wait. According to the rules summarized from the items that have been opened in the treasure chest, the saffron treasure chest should not have two amazing Pokemon, but Lin Chen still has a little expectation. After all, you have to have dream. Maybe you will see a ghost, or you may see a Quasi-06 god. After all, compared with many mythical beasts, Quasi-gods are really not amazing. Even if you give a Gudra cub at the bottom, it will be fine. Lin Chen looked at the Pokemon egg that was shaking slightly, and he had already started to build the team he wanted in his heart. May the European Emperor Tajipai bless you. I hope there will be a Quasi-God cub. Gible or Larvitar are good, especially Gible, a god in each version and a dragon in each version. After evolving into Garchomp, not only is he handsome in appearance, but his race value is also as high as 600, and he is also the Quasi-God with the highest health, which is enough to look down on the world. And the strength of Garchomp is the absolutely reasonable race distribution. The disgusting 102 speed makes many any Pokemon with 100 speed hopeless and has a high HP. Garchomp still has reliable durability while ensuring a high physical attack level. Even if you encounter a restrained Ice-type Pokemon you still have the power to fight. But later the Dragon type fell from the altar because of its encounter with the Fairy type. Larvitar is also a top-way Sagot. After evolving into Tyranitar's he has his own Sandstorm field and a power bonus. He is the absolute core of the Sandstorm team. Its unique attribute combination of brings a unique strike surface. In Sandstorm the Rock-type Pokemon will have 1/5 times the special defense and its already superior defense is even more impressive. After Mega Evolution you can even fight against the mythical beast. But it's a pity that Tyranitar, who is famous for his size, will probably turn into a little boy in front of his Laren. After all, if Laren evolves again her size will expand to a terrifying level. In nature huge size often symbolizes absolute power. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt that it was a bit unrealistic. After all, he had not sensed the energy fluctuations of the dragon or rock system. As for the rest of the quasi-gods, the possibilities should not be enough, but there should be Royal 3 in the Saffron treasure chest. For Ample Incineroar, the first roaring tiger in the universe, a born king with intimidating characteristics unrivaled in the world. Although there are many people who can master the intimidation trait such as Arcanine Gyarados etc., only Roaring Tiger can use it to the extreme. A surprise clap attack to show friendship, a U-turn and repeated intimidation allowed the Roaring Tiger to kill a batch of enemies while still dealing high damage. Of course it would also be great to have a Froakie in Greninja's first form. It would be best to bring another Monty who can change freely and then he can be trained directly in the direction of Ash Greninja. No matter what happens, a Serperior can catch the enemy by surprise. When I met the buff team I was absolutely restrained, and Lin Chen thought of Shen Yu's domineering attitude with the steel-armored crow before and couldn't help but think it seems that a flying Pokemon like Charizard wouldn't be bad either. On the other side, Eevee and the others had already gathered around as the owner stared nervously at the Pokemon egg and continued to take out nutrient solution from his backpack. The sudden shaking of the Pokemon egg just now attracted the attention of other Pokemon. Eevee poked her head curiously. She was also curious about what Pokemon this new egg would hatch. Of course it doesn't matter what Pokemon it is. I hope it's a male and doesn't compete with you as the owner. There have been too many people coming to snatch the owner recently. Thinking of this, a deep grudge appeared on Eevee's face. I only see the new ones smiling but not the old ones crying. My status is getting lower and lower. Recently my master has hugged Tijipai more often than me. It seems that the only way to win back the victory is for evolution to become the Sylveon the master said he was. Become a dragon-slaying warrior. Eevee shook his head, imagining that after his evolution he would teach many dragon-type Pokemon, sweeping through his master's enemies and defeating the rest of the FO masters along the way. This kind of future is the future that Eevee wants. There's so much. Laren was also standing on the other side, but she didn't dare to approach the egg hatching machine. After all, it knew how much its owner treasured the egg. If my past was accidentally shattered, it would be the end of me. It will definitely be repaired severely by the owner. He will also deduct his own food. This is simply the biggest punishment for a foodie. Thinking of this, Laren only dared to crane his neck and peek aside. Looking at the Pokemon eggs surrounded by other Pokemon, Laren couldn't help but recall the scene of his own birth in his mind. It was also born from an egg, but it saw its parents when it was just born. I didn't expect that this time I would be able to watch other eggs being born. It's quite novel. As he thought about Laren, his mind wandered far away. I don't know if this egg is delicious or not. There is also a steamed egg tutorial on TV, but I don't know if the owner has learned it. Thinking of this, Laren felt a little guilty. This egg was about to become their partner. How could they eat it so easily? At least let the owner process it. Thinking of this, Laren quickly pulled back his thought. Will you also lay eggs in the future? Laren was thinking in his mind, but he felt a little disdainful. After all, she doesn't like ordinary Laren at all. They are all a bunch of little ones, so who should she give birth to? In other words, it will be difficult for her to find a partner in the future. Although it felt like a very serious matter, Laren didn't care at all and even insisted that living with other Larens was a very stupid thing. Following them, how can it be interesting to be around the master? Forget it, I'm too lazy to think about it. Anyway, when you really want to have a child, the master will help you solve it. Tijipai on the side was waving his arms lying on the glass of the egg hatching machine. Icebaddy looked at the Pokemon eggs in the incubator. Shijikaji, her current form is equivalent to carrying half an egg, so she has a natural liking for this kind of egg-laying Pokemon. She waved her little hands as if she couldn't wait to meet this new partner. Phoebus in the water saw this scene and spit bubbles. He looked like he didn't care, but he was actually a little curious. It's a pity that the incubator was surrounded by other Pokemon and Phoebus couldn't see what was going on inside, so she could only wag her tail and pretend to be indifferent. After all, no matter what Pokemon comes turns out it can't be as beautiful as her after evolution. Even if there is another stupid FO, it's nothing to be afraid of. Just as she was thinking this, a crack suddenly appeared on the eggshell. Crack! Suddenly Lin Chen's face showed anticipation and he almost didn't dare to blink for fear that he would miss this moment. All Pokemon also took a deep breath. Tijipai leaned on the glass of the incubator looking like he was about to get in. Although Phoebus in the water couldn't see the situation inside clearly, he still stretched his head to look here. Crack! With a loud sound, the cracks on the eggshell quickly spread from the top to the bottom and then the whole egg broke into two halves. From the crack a white FO-like Pokemon showed its little head. The white head had orange-eared hair like flames and a red scarf surrounded its cheeks which looked extremely cute. In an instant 3 Pokemon screamed at the same time, their voices full of surprise. Huh! The Phoebus on the side kept swimming in the water trying to find an angle to see the incubator, and it was so uneasy that it kept circling. Lin Chen looked at the Pokemon that stuck its head out and was a little confused. A white FO? Is it Ninetales in the form of Alola? Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Alola Ninetales of Ice attribute. Although it is not as good as a Quasigot, it is much better than the General Royal 3. After all, the Ice attribute is one of the few attributes that can restrain the Dragon attribute except for the Fairy attribute. It can be used as one of the alternative Dragon Slayers. I also have multiple bonuses for Grass-type Pokemon and my strength is strong. In particular, Alola Ninetales has the ability to control the formation of ice particles from the hair all over the body and can also use ice particles to resist attack. It is a Pokemon with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The most important thing, it is really beautiful. Lin Chen looked at this cute little head and showed his love from the bottom of his heart. He said lightly, "Little guy, welcome to this new world. Don't think that Alola Ninetales can capture people's hearts only by being cute because of her cute appearance. You should know that Ninetales lives on a snowy mountain in Alola region that is dedicated to the sacred mountain. People worship it as a messenger of God." While Lin Chen was still sighing, he seemed to notice something and looked at the red scarf of the new Pokemon with some confusion. Are there any red variants of Alola Ninetales? Could it be a shiny Pokemon? Yay! Eevee, who was watching from the side, was stunned when she saw the cute FO head. The curiosity on her face gradually disappeared. It turned out to be a FO. It was a female FO. Damn, it's the same setting. Damn, and it looks so cute. A dark aura appeared in Eevee's eyes and her eyes were full of hostility. She wanted to have a decisive battle with this little FO right now. How much? Originally Laren was just a little curious. She didn't care much about what was hatched. Just as Laren was about to catch 2 more fish and prepare to continue the grilled fish feast, just now she seemed to suddenly sense something. The net second Laren turned around and stared at the little FO. Laren felt a hint of danger on it. This breath made people feel extremely weird, as if the ancient abyss opened and swallowed evil. It was like a weird life formed by the fear of countless creatures, which made it feel creepy. Laren put down the barbecue grill he had just picked up, narrowed his eyes, and the overlordful terrifying breath began to spread, making the air stagnant, and subconsciously entered the battle state. This newborn little guy in front of him is very dangerous. Cheji, ding. A crisp sound. Tijipai, who looked like a curious baby, stretched her head and lay on the glass of the incubator. Unexpectedly, the little FO suddenly flashed and came in front of her with only the glass between them. The sudden change scared Tijipai so much that she almost fell backward, but she quickly stabilized her body, not caring about being scared at all. She put her 2 chubby hands on her face and made a grimace which looked a little funny. Seems to be a joke, newly born little fellow. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Tijipai himself is still just a little kid. He looked very funny. As for Phoebus, who seemed to be unconcerned in the water, she had naturally seen the shell smash of Pokemon a long time ago. At this moment she was a little skeptical about life. How could there be such a cute Pokemon cub? Damn, it's only a little bit worse than the form after her evolution. Her future position is a bit dangerous. She must evolve as soon as possible, otherwise she will be bullied by them for the rest of her life. Just as Lin Chen was thinking about whether the Pokemon in front of him was the Alola Ninetales shiny form, the newborn little FO suddenly began to look up and around, and his eyes quickly locked on Lin Chen. Woo woo. The little FO felt a kind of intimacy from him, just like a father. Lin Chen also felt the sight, lowered his head and looked into the eyes of the little FO. It can be felt that this little fellow has regarded himself as a parent. Ming Ming. The little FO stretched out its white forelimbs and made a hugging gesture. However, before Lin Chen could reach out to open the glass on the top of the incubator, the little FO jumped up and actually penetrated the glass of the incubator directly. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he was stunned. Damn, isn't this an ice attribute? How can it pass through the wall? Isn't this a characteristic of the ghost system? Could it be that this little guy died in the egg and turned into a ghost again? Did he have a reincarnation? Woo woo. Before Lin Chen could sort out his thoughts, a white figure had already thrown himself into his arms. The soft and warm embrace made Lin Chen feel a strange emotion. It has temperature, it should be alive. Woo woo. The little FO in his arms cried softly and rubbed his head against Lin Chen's arm. He looked very happy and had a strong sense of dependence. You really treat me like your mother. Lin Chen sighed and then began to observe closely, realizing that this Pokemon seemed to be different from Alola Ninetales. Ninetales, as its name suggests, has a cluster of 9 tails, while this little guy only has a red tail. And like Will-O-Wisp, it keeps jumping, looking extremely mysterious. Although they both have white fur, the color of Alola Ninetales' fur is more like the transparent white of ice, while the little guy in front of him is more like the soft white of White Cloud. Lin Chen thought in his heart, always feeling that he had seen this little guy somewhere, but it couldn't be the real world. He had never seen such a beautiful Pokemon, unless it was in the previous life. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mind was like a flash of lightning and the dusty memories began to unravel. A large number of pictures flowed and soon he found the source of this familiar feeling. This appearance seems to be Zorua. Lin Chen was shocked when he came to the conclusion. The more he compared, the more he felt that this appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Zorua. Lin Chen thought back in his memory. Zorua was a Pokemon that looked like a FO cub. Its body should be gray-black, its pupils were light blue, its neck hair was black, and its limbs, eyes and the flame-like hair on its head were all dark red. What the hell? Isn't Zorua a dark Pokemon? And this Zorua in front of him is more like a ghost type. Although it is almost exactly the same as Zorua, its hair is pure white, the front of the red scarf around its neck is also white, and its pupils are light yellow. Could it be a shiny Zorua? Lin Chen thought of this possibility, but then he thought shiny Zorua only has dark blue hair on its head and neck, not pure white. This white Zorua is a ghost type. I haven't heard that shiny can flash away attribute. At most it is because of the different region forms and different genetic abilities have evolved. This is also the difference between Ninetales and Alola Ninetales. Although they look similar in appearance, they have evolved in different directions in essence. Like different branches on a tree, they have the same source but different root. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, there is no way to compare. Aha! The little guy saw that his master was in a daze and couldn't help but act coquettishly in Lin Chen's arms, hoping to attract his attention. Lin Chen looked at the cute little guy who was in charm. He could feel the deep attachment of the other party and said gently, "Little guy, are you Zorua?" Lin Chen naturally couldn't get the other party's answer. After all, the little guy was just born and was in a confused state. He didn't even understand what Zorua was. Lin Chen looked at the cute little Zorua and couldn't help laughing and gently stroked its head. And Zorua closed his eyes in enjoyment and could feel a great sense of security. As long as he stayed by his master's side, he would be very happy, just like in the egg. However, Zorua was happy, but the EV behind him was about to run away. This damn Pokemon not only looks similar to it but also has the same settings. I didn't expect it to monopolize its owner's favor. This is simply too much. Aha! Zorua seemed to sense something and glanced at Eevee, who was already full of black air and almost non-instant with evil attributes evolution. A hint of mischief and cunning flashed in his eyes and his body suddenly changed. In just a breath, a Pokemon that looked exactly like Eevee appeared in Lin Chen's arms, and its little head kept rubbing against his collar to press its intimacy. Eevee on the side widened his eyes and was so shocked that he didn't react at first. How could there be another me? Wait, it must be the trick of the new guy. Not only did he stay in his master's arms, but he also turned into himself to compete for his master's favor. It really made Eevee jealous. Lin Chen saw the Eevee brand explosive barrel that was about to explode, reached out and touched its head and said softly, "Eevee, it's just a naughty child. You are the elder sister." Hearing the master's words, Eevee restrained the desire to pounce on it, enjoying the touch of the master. Lin Chen was helpless to see this scene. Eevee is really becoming more and more like a Yandere, which is not a good tendency. It must be corrected as soon as possible. However, Zorua is naughty enough and even turned into Eevee's appearance charm. This is no longer wearing Pinru's clothes. This is directly carrying Pinru's wardrobe and walking away. It is worthy of being the overlord of illusion. He has mastered the characteristics of illusion just after birth. Born to eat this bowl of rice. Aha! Zorua on the side saw Eevee angry like this as if he had found fun. His eyes rolled around and he seemed to be searching for the net target. Tijipai, who had not yet recovered from the shock, shook her finger after seeing this gaze. She had not figured out what was going on. How come there are two Eevees? The naughty Zorua stared at Tijipai and changed his shape again, and this time it was Tijipai's appearance. Sheiji. Seeing Zorua turn into her own appearance, Tijipai panicked. How come there is another me? Who are you? Are you here to replace me? But Zorua didn't even listen to Tijipai's words, jumped out of the owner's arms, came to Tijipai, waved her little hands and reacted the same as Tijipai. It was like looking in the mirror. Damn guy, dare to pretend to be me. Tijipai's eyes were filled with black air. She always thought that she was unique in front of her master, and the long-term traffic made her feel insecure. But Lin Chen's appearance made her feel the warmth of home. So when it saw Zorua Zorua become exactly the same as itself. Its first reaction was, does this guy in front of it want to replace itself? Let itself wander again? Damn, I will definitely punish you. Sheiji. Tijipai looked gloomy and the huge spiritual power moved. His hands kept shaking and white light quickly condensed on his fingers. Whoosh. A powerful energy spread directly set off a violent whistling sound, blowing the whole grass rustling, and in the stream beside the waves followed the wind to pound the river bank. It was like a storm coming. Frightened Phoebus even hid behind the reef and trembled. I didn't expect that besides that big guy this egg-like pet was so strong. There are too many hidden dragons and crouching tigers under the master's command, right? In other words, I am the last one? Just when Phoebus was doubting his life, Tijipai began to release. Hearing the master's command, Tijipai felt aggrieved and reluctantly stopped the skill slowly. The light on his hand gradually dissipated, but his eyes were still staring at Zorua fiercely. The net moment the whole sky began to change color and the terrifying energy fluctuations spread. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly stopped him and said to Jipai, stop. Sheiji looked very angry. Aha! The naughty Solo 843 also felt the danger, made a face at Tijipai and then fired his eyes on Laren not far away. Laren just felt the power in Zorua's body and squinted slightly at this time. I want to see if you can become my appearance. Aha! This time Zorua growl was weak and Shija became Laren's appearance, huge in size and blue dread armor like a demon from hell. Another Laren appeared in front of Lin Chen, looking as majestic and shocking as Laren and full of deterrent. Roar! Zorua's Laren roared and the flock of birds in the water not far away fled. Zorua was so domineering that he was very happy. He looked down at himself with amber eyes, somewhat surprised that this huge body could contain such a deterrent power. Zorua wanted to roar again. Roar woo! But this roar turned from a mighty roar to a kitten's whimper without any momentum at all. But the net second, Zorua's body shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon and all the illusions shattered in an instant, turning into a light store and dissipating. Woo woo! Zorua called out a little listlessly and floated to Lin Chen's shoulder, looking out of breath, and it can be seen that he has exhausted all his physical strength. It seems that its illusion abilities are not random, they also require physical effort. The successive changes are still too much for a newborn. Laren, who was originally staring at Zorua, was suddenly very proud and roared. This roar resounded through the mountains and forests, and several echoes could be heard in the entire Celadon Rainbow Forest. Countless flying Pokemon were almost scared and fell and hurriedly flew away proudly, all afraid of the power of this overlord that seemed to come from the ancient time. The power of a roar shook the sky and the earth. After showing off his strength, Laren showed a proud presence. A stream of hot air blew out of his nose and cast a contemptuous look at Zorua again. Dare to become my appearance? Pirated copies can't beat the genuine one. Aha! Zorua saw the deterrence shown by Laren and he probably didn't get scared, but his eyes lit up. It kept running back and forth on Lin Chen's shoulder, looking very excited, but it had exhausted its physical strength and it collapsed on its owner's shoulder after running a few steps. Okay, stop making trouble and have a good rest. Lin Chen gently tapped the head of this little naughty boy, and seeing its weak appearance he had to hold it in his arms. But although this little guy didn't move, his eyes were still moving, searching for the net target to transform. Although the color is different, the naughty nature has not changed. It can be seen that it has just been born into this world and is full of curiosity about everything. After transforming into 3 Pokemon, Zorua looked into the stream again. It saw Phoebus, who was spitting bubbles in the river at a glance. Then, look away. Puff 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 puff. Phoebus was immediately furious, spitting out a large string of bubbles in a row, and the water splashed by the fishtail splashed everywhere. Originally she had already taken a position and waited for Zorua's transformation, ready to fight to the death with the opponent. After all seeing the transformation of the previous 3 Pokemon, Phoebus had already figured out the transformation of this Zorua, so she was not so surprised and was ready to fight this white 6N. But what does it mean to skip it directly? Phoebus felt offended. What does it mean everyone else has changed but not me? Who are you looking down on? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Looking at Zorua, ignoring her, Phoebus was so angry that she puffed up her mouth and almost turned into a fathead fish. If she hadn't promised her master not to have conflict with the Pokemon in the team, she really wanted to PK with this new little guy. Teach it a lesson. Eevee. Seeing the transformation technique displayed by Zorua, although Eevee snorted and pressed her fullness, she felt a little envious in her heart. This transformation ability is too useful. If I also have this ability, I can become a human. Then I can walk with my master. Thinking of this, Eevee suddenly felt that the new Zorua was not so annoying, and the black air in his eyes began to recede, replaced by a longing look. I don't know if I can learn such an ability. Sheiji. Tijipai on the other side also came back to his senses and calmed down. He knew that no one wanted to replace him, so he was not so angry. Just waved his little hand saying that Zorua was too much. Lin Chen looked at the angry Phoebus and couldn't help laughing. anything. He sighed, what a troublemaker. Woo woo. Zorua heard the voice, raised his head in confusion and looked at his master eagerly. Is this a compliment to himself? What do you think? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and suddenly froze. White Zorua, a special combination of attributes, a ghost type that is completely opposite to dark and this terrifying illusion ability. This Zorua, it seems to be the Zorua in the region Washi form that I have seen before, which appeared in the trailer of the game Pokemon Legends Arceus that has not been released yet. If that's the case, then I wonder if its abilities have changed. Lin Chen thought of the information about this Pokemon in his previous life and he was ecstatic. He quickly opened the Eye of All-Knowing and looked at Zorua, saying in shock, sure enough, no matter how many times I see it, this data is too buggy. P.S. The second chapter is also a chapter of nearly 10,000 words. The region Washi Zorua is out. The picture is placed in the chapter. I promise that you will not be disappointed in appearance. The attributes are ridiculously strong. The ghost type is available. What suggestions are there for Psychic Net, Gardevoir or others? Eevee is also preparing to become Zorua's apprentice. Funny, please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 67, a magic comparable to Aizen, a desert tyrant who turned into a natural disaster, and a dragon-slaying warrior Sylveon. Please subscribe. Although Lin Chen already knew the attributes of ZQI region Zorua, there was still a trace of shock in his eyes that was difficult to retreat. As Epected of the ZQI region Zorua, a precious Pokemon from ancient times, it has not only terrifying skills but also the power to control illusion. It is a blue talent. It has great potential. As long as it grows steadily in the future, it will definitely become an elite and even has the potential to impact the champion level. Such a starting point is not inferior to some Topway Sigod Cub. Logically speaking, judging from the rarity of the saffron treasure chest, the qualifications of the Pokemon that can be opened cannot reach blue, and it is considered good luck to be able to open a Cyan talent. Before this Zorua was hatched, Lin Chen embedded the life gem in the incubator to nourish it day and night and integrated the power of the Supreme Law into it. In addition, Zorua's own talent is not bad, otherwise it would not have become the protagonist of a theater version. Therefore, the combination of the two allowed this newborn Zorua to directly reach the blue talent. It can be said that it hit the jackpot. From this it can be seen that before the Pokemon is formed, the nourishing effect of the life gem is obviously better than after it is born. After all, the other Pokemon are also illuminated and radiated by the life gem every day, and the effect is indeed much worse. Although it can be seen that the potential is indeed steadily increasing, there has not been too obvious mutations so far. There is no example of a large increase in size like Laren. Therefore, Lin Chen estimated that it was probably because of the power of the life gem that awakened the genes of some ancient ancestors in Laren. After all, he had seen some theatrical versions and knew about the existence of the fossil resurrection machine. He knew that in the most ancient times the same Pokemon was much larger and more brutal than it is now. It was just that due to the changes of the times it slowly went to extinction, or according to different regions it evolved different attributes and appearances. At least this size Dynama is also a special case. I don't know if I can increase its size if I can get Tyranitar in the future. If I can do it, I will be holding two Godzillas in my hands. It's so cool just thinking about it. Especially Tyranitar has its own sandstorm feature. The larger the reminder, the wider the coverage area. It directly transforms into a mobile natural disaster. Wherever it goes it will be swallowed by yellow sand. It deserves the name of the Desert Tyrant. But if there is a Desert Tyrant, what is he? Desert Emperor? Cameo in the story of the return of the Shurima Empire. Lin Chen played a joke in his mind for a while, looked down at the somewhat tired Zorua in his arms, and the images of Zorua in his previous life suddenly came to his mind like a tide. As a senior and hardcore Pokemon player, Lin Chen has already been familiar with the previous work. He has watched the anime dozens of times, and as for the latest theatrical version and the Sword and Shield series of anime, he will naturally not miss any of them. Before crossing, he often revisits the first generation of unprinted anime, Orange Islands, and other work. Therefore, Lin Chen is familiar with the knowledge and information of Pokemon cultivation. Among game players, although he is not the most advanced level, he is also a high-level player. All tactical commands, skill combinations, and coordinated operations between Pokemon have been mastered, and he can even write strategy guides by himself and is called a tactical master by many players. Of course, it is because of his love for Pokemon that he can understand the story settings and training method behind Pokemon and even the fighting skills. In particular, his hobby of collecting all Poke made him capture all Pokemon as soon as the game was released. However, when it came to the Sword and Shield series, Lin Chen became busy with work and did not play too much in the latter ranking, but he still pays attention to the latest game information, looking forward to seeing new and excellent Pokemon Pokemon appear in the new work one day. Before the time travel, the latest Pokemon game Pokemon Legend Arceus is about to be released, and the story background is the ancient Zqi region, which is the Sinnoh region. Lin Chen vaguely remembers that when the official news was released he watched the promotional video dozens of times over and over again. The 8th generation, the first role play. There is no concept of Pokemon Trainer and Alliance, which are all concepts that attract him. These elements instantly aroused Lin Chen's interest. Unlike the number of Pokemon in Sword and Shield, the Zqi region in the expansion pack. In addition to the known Pokemon, a large number of extinct Pokemon also appeared. The unique Pokemon. Lin Chen was so excited that he wanted to kill the official to force the game to release the early version immediately. The most eye-catching thing in that expansion pack is naturally the white Zorua. While its appearance has soared, it has also obtained a more terrifying attribute combination. The original Zorua should be a dark Pokemon, but the Zorua in the Zqi region is a normal plus ghost type, which is an unprecedented attribute combination. It doesn't feel anything when you just look at it, but this attribute combination is actually immune to 3 attribute skills: normal type, ghost type, and fighting type. The normal type is restrained by the fighting type, but it can be immune to the ghost type. The ghost type is restrained by the ghost type and dark, but it is immune to the fighting type. This attribute combination makes the Zqi region Zorua reach an almost invincible level. In addition, whether in the game or in the real world, the ghost type is a floating e-instance without a physical body, so it cannot invade the normal type, and the fighting type needs to attack with fist and flesh, so naturally it cannot attack the e-instance without a physical body. After all, physical e-orcism doesn't work. Only magic can defeat magic. In this way, the attributes of this Zorua have reached a terrifying height. Although the 3 Pokemon can not only learn skills of their own system but also use the abilities of other systems, but the power is not that great. It directly forms a natural restraint barrier, which can be called a weak identifier, and the only weakness that restrains region Zorua is dark. That's right, it is only twice as weak as dark. All other attribute skills cannot restrain it, and at most they can only deal normal damage. Not only is the racial value high enough, it masters illusion and it has no natural enemies. This is the most terrifying thing about Zorua. Even when Zorua grows to the champion level, if it can completely control the illusion ability, it can drag several cities into the environment at will, absorbing the fear and grudge growth of millions of people. Under the massive emotional power, Zorua may be able to reach the level of those mythical beasts, a truly bug Pokemon. However, only Zorua in the Washi region can absorb these grudges, which is probably related to its own ghost system. Lin Chen was excited when he watched the expansion pack, and he was ready to get it directly on the day of release and personally capture a Zorua in the Washi region. In the end, he didn't play the game, but he traveled through time first. A real-life version of the Pokemon Life game. Here you can only pass the level with 1 life and there is no chance to restart. But it didn't scare Lin Chen, but ignited his passion. Covet can explore more mysterious scenery, collect more powerful Pokemon, and become a top powerhouse. I thought I had no chance to drink the Washi region Zorua, and I almost forgot about it. In the end, it was destined to be opened in the saffron treasure chest. By the way, the original Zorua seems to be evil attribute. Lin Chen frowned and suddenly thought that the only dark that restrained the washing Zorua happened to be the attribute of the ordinary Zorua. This is fighting itself. Lin Chen had a bold idea. It is said that the Zorua in the washing region will make the opponent see strange phantoms, so it was tabooed and driven out of its habitat in other lands in the past and migrated to the washing region. However, they could not withstand the competition with other Pokemon and the harsh natural environment and eventually lost their life. The soul left by Zorua was reincarnated into a ghost attribute under the strong spite energy on humans and Pokemon, and its appearance became like this. Could it be that there was another evil thought that was transformed into the dark Zorua, causing the two to devour and fight each other and become a complete individual? After all, the latter dark not only restrained the Zorua in the washing region but also had a living entity. Only those who survived are the winners. Of course, all of this is just Lin Chen's guess. After all, he had not come into contact with the latest game before crossing, and there is no way to verify the authenticity of this guess. Maybe some kind of change occurred in it, causing Zorua's wronged soul to resurrect and become the current Dark Zorua, and the name of this game is named after Arceus. It may also be the fault of this old alpaca in the game. However, no matter how the attributes change, Zorua's strongest feature is still illusion, and the ghost system has no entity. Its own mental power is strong and it has a certain bonus for illusion. It is precisely because of this that Zorua, who has just hatched from a Pokemon egg, has extremely high talent. Otherwise it would not be possible to continuously transform into the appearance of 3 other Pokemon in such a young state, and even a huge overlord Laren. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. But speaking of Zorua, it seems that it can become a beautiful woman. Although the current Zorua may have a white tale it seems. It's more interesting. A Bios-tiered girl. If you are a little bolder you will have all the wives in the second dimension such as Tokisaki Kurumi and Hatsune Miku. Ahem. It's a bit indecent and it's a bit dangerous to think about it further. This is a Zorua. Although it looks like a FO, it is not the FO spirit in Liao's eye. At least people can't be too devilish. Lin Chen complained in his heart, put aside some strange thoughts and began to seriously think about the real combat value of Zorua. In the battle through Zorua's transformation ability it can be fake and real, forcing the opponent to make mistakes or be indecisive to interfere with decision making so as to achieve unpected result. Lin Chen's thoughts turned and he had come up with a lot of tactics in an instant, especially if the region Zorua is the first to appear on the field, then the target of the transformation can be a Pokemon that makes the opponent extremely uncomfortable, which is an effective choice to force the opponent to retreat and enter a dilemma. It is an extremely effective psychological suppression tactic. You can also let Zorua transform into a Pokemon that is afraid of ghost or dark so that Zorua can be more deceptive to a certain extent. If the opponent can be forced to retreat, Zorua can even be continuously strengthened during this period so as to serve as a dealer. After all, Zoroark is a being that can learn Swords Dance. So you think you are on the 3rd floor? In fact you are on the 1st floor and my 5th floor. If you stack up Sword Dance, even the professional level will have to kneel. If you encounter a very strong opponent, even if you take out a fighting Pokemon that can break Laren's defense, using Zorua's transformation skills will be an extremely cunning tactic. It seems that the fighting Pokemon is restraining Laren to the limit, but in fact he encountered Zorua's disguise and the ghost type can be directly immune to fighting skills. By the time the opponent finds out, the battle is over. If they encounter this situation, the opponent will probably be desperate, right? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling that there are too many tactics suitable for Zorua, which greatly improves the overall strength of the entire team. The value is immeasurable. Moreover, Zorua, this cute little FO, is a FO of extreme resentment. Every time he abuses someone he can also absorb a wave of grudge and squeeze out the opponent's surplus value. When it evolves to become Zoroark, its racial value is as high as 510, which is not worse than the general Royal 3 in terms of the numerical panel. But if it comes to attribute restraint, then the Washing Kui Zoroark is countless times better than them. You know, the attributes of Royal 3 are mutually restrained, so they are more suitable for targeted attack. Often when encountering restraining and restrained Pokemon of the same level, the balance of victory and defeat is often difficult to turn around, and there are few cases where you can defeat the opponent with attribute restraint. The speed of most ghost Pokemon is above the average, and the speed racial value of Zoroark after evolution can reach an astonishing 105. It is also an extremely powerful speed attacker. At this high speed, Zoroark is almost unstoppable. Even if it meets a Topway Sagat, it has the power to fight. The most important thing is that Lin Chen's Zorua has a blue talent since the first stage of birth. After evolution becomes Zoroark, it has the opportunity to become a Pokemon with a purple talent. Even under the radiation and nourishment of the life gem, it is not impossible to reach the highest gold talent. There is hope to be on par with the legendary beast, and Zorua fills the gap of the scout in the team. Its ability to obtain intelligence is almost unsolvable, especially Zorua in the region form of Zorua is a ghost Pokemon. The biggest feature of ghost Pokemon is that it can freely shuttle through space and nothing can stop them. And unlike ordinary ghost, Zorua not only has the advantage of ghost talents but can also transform into various Pokemon and even humans, and can bring some of the power of the transformed object. For example, Zorua can transform into Pidgeys, so it can rise high into the sky and look down at the ground, gaining a strong vision bonus. Therefore, compared with the floating of ghost-type Pokemon, high-altitude reconnaissance can better control the entire situation, has stronger concealment, and can also transform into a life like a mouse to get into narrow corners. This is why after Zorua transformed into Laren, the power of a roar can still shake the mountains and forests. In addition to its best concealment, Zorua can also release illusion. The scenery or scenes in the memory of the brain are sent to the brain of others through powerful thought waves, allowing the other party to see the phantom, causing many travelers to lose their way on the journey because of the phantom and become a piece of yellow earth in the wild. Because of this, Zorua itself is a Pokemon full of mysteries, and there is not much recorded information. In a certain movie version, even Zoroark can imitate the appearance of the 3 sacred beasts to cause huge chaos. Even though he was almost beaten in the end, it can also be seen how strong his ability to create illusion is, how powerful. If I had Zorua when I came to Celadon Rainbow Forest a few days ago, I could have completely avoided the tracking of the 12 red moons through Zorua's transformation and illusion. Directly use illusions to confuse them for a moment when Aaron uses Rock Tomb for the first time, and then I can eliminate more enemies at once. In this way I can create a more favorable battle environment. After all, at that time time Lin Chen's main purpose was to use the 12 red moons as a stepping stone for Aaron evolution. But it's not too late to get it now. When the bait plan starts to be implemented, I will be like a light bulb attracting countless moth and poisonous insect to swarm in. At that time illusion and transformation skills will be my first line of security, making my safety in soar several times in an instant. Even I can cause Aizen the final boss come to a feast of mirror flowers and water moon. Thinking of this, Lin Chen touched Zorua's head, which was a little tired in his arms, and made the other Pokemon particularly envious. But he didn't bother his master. He still guarded his master quietly. Unconsciously, the first team is almost complete. Lin Chen glanced at the Pokemon. Including Zorua, there are already 5 Pokemon. The arrival of the Ghost-type Pokemon instantly filled a huge gap. In terms of attribute restraint, it can counter the fighting type that originally restrained him extremely, and there are more choices in battle. Now the only thing missing is the flying type and psychic. Of course, the choice of the last Pokemon needs to be carefully considered. Originally he also needed a water-type Pokemon which could create clean water sources in the wild to ensure endurance in the wild. Otherwise just getting water would be a big trouble, not to mention that it is easy to be poisoned. However, during this trip he unexpectedly captured this Phoebus with amazing potential. After it evolved into Melodic, all these problems were solved. After all, what water-type Pokemon can compare to the overlord of the Rainy Day team? Even Blastoise is not as good, right? Who would choose a silly turtle when they can choose Melodic? And the flying system is also an important part. After all, long distances are required in the wild. The weak flying system is not considered by Lin Chen at all because it does not have enough physical strength to support long-distance flight. But he is not going to choose casually. At least it must be at the level of Shen Yu's Steel Crow before. If it is like Pidgey, even if it evolves into Pidgeot, it can carry itself to fly, but it is easy to be smacked down and its strength is still not dog. Thinking of this, Lin Chen even thought about carrying Laren so that justice can be directly delivered from the sky in the first battle. Of course Lin Chen was just thinking about it. Even the best vehicle Pokemon in the game, Charizard, couldn't carry Laren. But the NET second, Lin Chen suddenly reacted. Even if he couldn't carry Laren, as long as he could carry himself, he could summon Laren from the Pokeball. Then justice will come from the sky. Once this weight falls from the sky, it is like a meteorite falling, causing damage comparable to a natural disaster. Even the top professional Pokemon may not be able to withstand the pressure. In addition to these, flying Pokemon can also avoid dangerous areas such as many jungles with poisonous miasma and corrosive regions, which can be perfectly avoided by the flying ability of flying Pokemon. But in summary, it just an EQs. The main reason is handsome. The last time I saw Shen Yu sitting on Steel Crow and the other inspectors could only squeeze on the off-road vehicle, it was instantly not cool enough. A flying Pokemon, besides being practical, must also be handsome. Appearance is justice. So according to Lin Chen's idea, the team's nurse Pokemon has reached a cooperation with the Zyuguo Alliance. As long as the bait task is completed, a healing type Sealing Chansey can be obtained. The acquisition of other attribute Pokemon can start from the Hangzhou Youth League. As long as you can enter the top 3, you can also get a Royal 3 selection opportunity, and you can also choose a suitable Pokemon. As for the flying type, if there is a very qualified Charmander when selecting Royal 3 in this league, it can also be considered. After all, in the late potential, the old Spray Charizard is the only Royal 3 that can have 2 Mega Evolution forms. Of course, all this has to wait until the Hangzhou Youth League is won before considering it. As for the last psychic Pokemon, although it is powerful, it is difficult to obtain. At present, the weak psychic Pokemon can only be predicted. EV in the team has its own danger foresight. As for the healing ability, nothing can compare to Chansey. However, if you change to a powerful psychic Pokemon, it will be different. Skills such as Confusion and Dream alone can deal AoE damage and control to the entire field. If it can be cultivated to the elite level, it is no exaggeration to say that it is powerful enough to fill mountains and move seas. After all, psychic often produces mythical beasts. Mutuo in the first era, the subsequent 3 sacred mushrooms etc. are simply the ones who are responsible for the appearance. As for the choice of psychic Pokemon, you can consider choosing the original form of the Psychic Queen Gardevoir Ralt. Not only is it gentle, loyal and powerful, but the Pokemon in human form is also very beautiful. It has strong attributes in all aspects, and it can also Mega Evolution. The racial value after evolution is also very high. I'm afraid no one can resist this kind of Queen Pokemon. After all, in the past life, whether in anime or in reality, there were a lot of guys who called Gardevoir wife. Of course, this also included Lin Chen. However, he was smarter and knew that the gender of Gardevoir was 1-1, so he called the female Gardevoir wife. As for the other warriors, they often rushed to the male Gardevoir. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The others, such as Delpho, were also very good. Like Mublim, she was one of the cores of the space team. If you have her, you can also start to form a space team, which is also a very strong special attack team. The only psychic who is excellent is Mutuo and the little Nebula who has 2 evolution type Bs that has the ability to destroy the world. However, with his current strength it is almost impossible to subdue it. Unless you can pick up a high-level treasure chest there is still some chance, but that is a level that Tijapai's luck cannot affect. However, after getting such an excellent Pokemon as Zorua, Lin Chen's team of SI Pokemon is almost complete. It also makes him more confident about the NET Hangzhou League and the top 3 in the college entrance examination. Yaha. Just when Lin Chen was still thinking, Zorua in his arms raised his head and his big amber eyes looked watery, which made Lin Chen touch his little head again. Zorua felt the warmth in his master's hand and was very happy. Eevee, who was on the side, was finally completely overturned by the jealousy and jumped into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen did not expect this jump, but he still reacted quickly to catch Eevee. The 2 little FOES looked at each other in Lin Chen's arms and Eevee rubbed Lin Chen's arm with his head. Don't think about monopolizing the owner. Yaha. Zorua was not to be outdone and made a face at Eevee indicating that he would not admit defeat. At this time Tijapai, who was standing by, saw that Eevee and Zorua were both in the arms of their owner and suddenly became unhappy. She held onto the eggshell and tried her best to jump up, but her short legs could not jump high at all, so she could only stretch out her fat hands on the ground. Shaji. After hearing Tijapai's growl, Lin Chen squatted down helplessly and said softly, I really can't do anything about you. Then he leaned forward so that Tijapai could reach him. Shaji. Seeing this, Tijapai was very happy and jumped into the arms of his owner, shaking his finger. At this time Lin Chen was hugged by 3 Pokemon and you couldn't even see Lin Chen's face from the front. Kato. Just when Lin Chen positioned Tijapai in his arms and half of his face was posed, he suddenly heard a shy growl. Lin Chen looked at Laren, who was aggrieved helplessly, and said unhappily, don't think about something unrealistic, I will be crushed to death by you. It's still stuck to the ground and you can't dig it out, money or not. Laren smiled awkwardly, then picked up a fish and looked at Lin Chen eagerly. Lin Chen remembered that they were originally planning to eat grilled fish here. Looking at Laren's eager look, he knew that she had been hungry for a long time and whispered, if you don't come down you won't be able to eat grilled fish. Lin Chen slowly wanted to put down the other Pokemon, and just when he moved lightly, Shaji. 3 reluctant growls stopped Lin Chen's actions and he could only look at Laren with a helpless press Zion. How much? At this moment Laren looked aggrieved and her desire to eat grilled fish made her roar. The NET moment 3 hostile eyes shot straight at Laren and Laren was immediately deflated, recalling that she had been taught a lesson by Eevee in the Celadon Rainbow Forest and was driven out of the cave by Tijapai, and now she sensed danger from Zorua. Why is it always me who get hurt? I really want to create a world where Laren is not hurt. Laren felt that his status had plummeted. Although he was powerful now, he could only bow his head in front of the big sisters. Laren angrily bit the fish that was originally prepared for grilling, viciously ate it fiercely. Although the taste was extremely bad, he continued to chew it to relieve his hunger. Phoebus in the water saw this scene. Although he also wanted his master to hug him, he had no choice but to watch. When she learned that she couldn't even eat grilled fish, she was immediately furious. Phoebus patted the fish's tail, took a deep breath, and a water gun was about to shoot out more. Laren glared at Phoebus and Phoebus immediately took back the water gun and hid in the reed. He has actually understood the secret of guerrilla warfare. You run away, I fight, you fight, I retreat. More. Laren didn't dare to let Phoebus disturb them because the anger of the big guys would probably burn on her head. Lin Chen was a little amused when he saw this scene. He had to appease them one by one and put them down one by one when several Pokemon were satisfied. At this time it was already late. Lin Chen sighed and said, I really can't do anything about you. It's so late, in the blink of an eye. We have to go home quickly. K-Duo. Laren was very aggrieved and could only call softly. Lin Chen touched Laren's head and said softly, okay, I'll make you grilled fish again when we get back. Hearing this, Laren immediately recovered his spirit and took the initiative to carry Lin Chen. Lin Chen put away his proud Phoebus and set off on his way home. This time he went back. He wanted to win the champion of the Hangzhou Youth League. On the one hand it was for Royal 3, and on the other hand he wanted to complete the league's confidential plan, and he also needed a huge reputation as bait. The greater the fame, the easier it is to complete the task, and then he might be able to choose Chansey with excellent qualifications. As for failure, Lin Chen never thought about it. With the treasure system and so many excellent Pokemon, the strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If this can't win the champion, it's better to go home and farm early. If Laren the alien overlord is not enough, then what about Sylveon, a dragon slayer warrior who is about to evolve? P.S. It's a big chapter of 9000 words. It's a bit difficult to pass the lands crossing chapter. The Youth League will start soon. There will be exciting duels and it will soon go to the world stage. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give event. evaluation ticket. CC. Chapter 68 Stealing the Supreme Priesthood, Distorting the Laws of Reality and the Ambition of Artificial Bees. Please collect, please subscribe. As soon as I got home, the familiar warmth came to me. Lin Chen gently pushed open the door. The afterglow of the sunset made the dust in the air fly up, and the silhouette formed by the sunlight shining in from the window looked particularly warm. The house was still empty, with only the sound of pushing the door, which was surprisingly quiet. Lin Chen was not surprised at all. Although his parents got a raise last time, they were still as busy as usual, leaving early and returning late, working day and night, working hard to run this family. Although Lin Chen told his parents before leaving that he would go out for a few days to gain experience so that they would not have to work and he could support them, he was rejected. They said they did not want to be a burden to him and even told him to be safe before leaving. Looking around, Lin Chen saw a note on the dining table at a glance. He slowly picked up the note, which read, Xiao Chen, if you go home, send a message to your mother to tell me the food is in the refrigerator with your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, all made every day, eat more. Your father and I will be back later. At the bottom of the note there was a hand-drawn smiley face with different handwriting and a little crooked. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes were slightly sour. He could imagine it. When Dad was about to leave and urge Mom to go to work, he would say something when he saw this note. Chenner is already so old and he still worries all day long. He said so, but this crooked smiley face was obviously added later, and even the color is different from the one above. It can be seen that Dad picked up the pen again after Mom left, thinking about leaving a few words, but he was embarrassed to say anything, so he could only draw such a smiley face. Tangled and silent fatherly love like a mountain. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise his mouth, and a little warmth rose in his heart. Such warmth is also the meaning of my hard work, but only strong strength can protect all this from being destroyed. Lin Chen put down the note and opened the refrigerator. There were several dishes lying in it, and a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs was on the top. They are all his favorite dishes. With the love of his parents, the company of Pokemon, and the helping hand of the treasure bow system, he will take these bonds and move forward step by step until he reaches the top of the world. Lin Chen calmed down and walked to the yard. After all, although the Pokeballs were changed, it was not suitable for them to grow in it for a long time, and they had to make some food. They couldn't let the little guys starve. After Lin Chen simply sorted out the debris in the yard, he took out all the Pokeballs and said softly, come out everyone. Click. With a light sound, 5 white light flashed and all the Pokemon appeared in front of Lin Chen, making the originally small courtyard seem a little crowded. Especially Laren's huge. The body of Zorua almost occupied half of the courtyard by itself, just like a small mountain. It would be fine if it was placed in a villa, but it would be a nightmare if it was placed in an ordinary courtyard like this. Aha! A soft growl came and Zorua naturally floated to Lin Chen's left shoulder, rubbing his head against his master's cheek. Clingy and cute. Yi. Seeing this scene, Evie on the side was naturally unwilling to be outdone. She immediately jumped and landed on Lin Chen's right shoulder lightly and childishly hugged her master's neck. Evie was extremely wary of Zorua, who was a FO like herself and whose fur was red and white and very beautiful. She didn't want her master to be fascinated by this little FO. Since the other party was just born, she knew how dangerous such a guy was. Aha! Seeing this scene, Zorua snorted, then narrowed his eyes lightly and a white light flashed. In an instant another identical Eevee appeared on Lin Chen's left shoulder. This Eevee also imitated Eevee's appearance, and its 2 front legs competed to wrap around Lin Chen's neck. Facing such a taunt, Eevee's eyes were filled with black air and the hair on his body plotted, especially raging. It wanted to tear this little FO to pieces. Aha! Zorua didn't care at all. She knew that with her master around, the Eevee in front of her didn't dare to do anything to her casually, but continued to rub her master's neck with her head. Sheiji. Tijipai on the side hit yawn, not as noisy as before. It seemed that it was completely tired after playing around for too long. Sheiji. Tijipai supported the eggshell and staggered towards the master. When he leaned on Lin Chen's calf, he seemed to have found a safe place and narrowed his eyes. It was just that the eggshell was a bit slippery, and when it leaned down it almost rolled over, and Tijipai was so scared that it waved its chubby hands, which looked quite funny. What a confused little ghost. Lin Chen smiled when he saw this scene and tilted a little so that Tijipai could lean on it more comfortably. The latter also waved its little hands to express its love for its owner. Looking at all this peaceful thing, Lin Chen always felt a little strange in his heart, as if he had forgotten something important. Puff huff. Lin Chen didn't react until he heard the fluttering sound behind him. Looking back, he found that Phoebus was constantly jumping in the weeds, hoping to attract the attention of his owner. It was sleeping soundly in the Pokeball, but it was suddenly released and there was no water at all. Damn it. Huff huff. Lin Chen wiped his sweat and was embarrassed. I was wondering why I forgot something. I almost forgot to bring a fish. There seems to be no water in my yard. After saying that, Lin Chen hurriedly found something that Phoebus could put in the resentful eyes of Phoebus and prepared to find a fish tank. But just when he was about to go home, he wanted to go back. He didn't raise fish at home, so where did the fish tank come from? And it seemed that there were not many containers around that could hold water. After thinking about it, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he thought of a perfect container. He hurriedly opened his backpack and took out a big pot. This is what you need to prepare every time you go on an adventure in the wild. After all, it is impossible to grill fish every time you encounter a stream. Most of the time when you need to spend the night in the wild, you need such a big pot. It is used to cook the trainer's own food. Some trainers will also use it to make Pokemon food. Although it looks a bit strange, it can only make do with it now. So Lin Chen quickly took over the faucet in the yard, filled it with water and put Phoebus in it. Phoebus kept flapping his tail. He couldn't move freely in the pot, but he was finally able to breathe. Seeing Phoebus breathing heavily, Lin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. A lot. Laren, who had just been released, was still thinking about the grilled fish promised by his master. Seeing the big pot, he rushed over. Are you going to cook Phoebus? It has long disliked Phoebus because he is so naive and loves to jump. In addition, the fish soup made by the master is also delicious. It's just right to drink a few more bowls. Although he knew that the master would not really cook, Laren had learned a lot of evil things during this period. Phoebus was so scared that he kept jumping around. He almost thought he was really going to be cooked. Luckily, Lin Chen comforted him in time, otherwise the big pot might have been smashed. This was bought at a high price, so it can't be wasted. After finally calming Phoebus down, Laren saw that the situation was not good, so she prepared to run back to her nest and hide. But when she turned around, she looked at the door frame that was a head shorter than her, and she was a little silent. Although she wanted to go back upstairs, she couldn't even get through the door with her current size. In addition, her body length was more than 4 meters and her weight increased by ton. If she entered the room, she would definitely collapse the house. In short, she couldn't go back to her nest now. But money, Laren called out somewhat depressedly and could only lie on the ground waiting pitifully for his master to come to help. Lin Chen also knew this, so he released them in the yard and said helplessly, we can only bide for the time being. I'll give you a new bigger home in a few days. Laren nodded eagerly, looking extremely aggrieved like a homeless wanderer. Phoebus on the side couldn't stand the narrow space and couldn't help but spit bubbles. Is this too small? I could only barely move around inside, and even turning around was a bit difficult. Phoebus could only look at Lin Chen aggrievedly, his eyes full of resentment as if he was speaking. Is this how you treat this princess? Lin Chen also felt a little headache and said, I will definitely change you to a larger swimming pool in the future so that you can swim as much as you want in it. However, seeing the plight of Laren and Phoebus, Lin Chen also realized that as the number of Pokemon increased and Laren's size increased dramatically, it was indeed necessary to get a huge villa with a swimming pool. In this way, on the one hand, it can accommodate more Pokemon, and on the other hand, it is time for parents to enjoy their life. Furthermore, the security in the wealthy areas will be better and there will be a large number of powerful trainers patrolling, so you can feel more at ease when you go out. After all, because of the existence of the alien overlord Laren, more and more people are targeting him now. Although you are not afraid, you must take precautions. Otherwise, it's like the protagonist of some weird novels who didn't prepare in advance and started going crazy only after the people around him died. What's the point? You still have to plan ahead. However, since he wanted to change to a bigger house, Lin Chen also started to think about the money on hand. The housing prices here in Hangzhou are not as good as in other cities, but they are not cheap either. If you want to buy a large enough villa, it will cost at least 5 million yuan. Lin Chen thought about ways to get money, and in the final analysis, he was still a nurturing family. A mid-level poke block can be sold for $50,000, and he can easily create large amounts of poke block for monetization. It looks like I have to go to the Pokemon breeding center again to find Anshin and sell some poke block. Lin Chen was thinking about how much he should sell so as not to cause a sensation, and at the same time he began to prepare poke block for a few little ones as dinner. At this time, the Pokemon all became quiet. Everyone hugged poke block and started eating. Everyone is a fan. Phoebus in the fish tank kept lapping the fish tail with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Seeing that Phoebus and Laren were indeed unable to move around, Lin Chen said apologetically, okay, I'll give you 2 more poke blocks today and I'll give you a big villa in 2 days. Phoebus, who was still complaining non-stop, stopped complaining and started eating happily while holding poke blocks in his arms. There are so many. Laren also lowered his head in satisfaction. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. In fact, Laren is not stupid. She has known for a long time that she can't get in. Living in the wild is actually not an unacceptable thing for her. After all, she has been wandering for a long time before following her owner and has long liked it. The grievances of sleeping in the open air at this time are mainly to get more delicious food from the master, to get more delicious food for myself, and to satisfy my appetite. If you can eat so many delicious poke block all the time, it doesn't matter if you stay in the hospital hospital. Thinking of this, Laren happily started to enjoy her dinner. Aha! On the other side, Zorua was a little curious, staring straight at the poke blocks with her amber eyes, gently sniffing the scent with her pointed nose, and was directly attracted by the aroma contained in the poke block. My stomach is growling. Aha! This is too fragrant. Zorua hugged the poke block and ate them happily. He looked like a greedy little cat. No, it was a FO. Aha! If anyone hears Zorua's cute growl while eating, they may be turned into cute characters. No one can resist a cute squishy white FO except Eevee. It's really not easy to support such a family. Lin Chen looked at the Pokemon feasting, then glanced at the few poke blocks of each type and sighed helplessly. I thought I could eat it for several months, but I didn't expect that it's only been half a month and I've almost eaten half of it. Especially since Zorua also has normal type attributes, the perfectly crafted normal type poke blocks can also be used. Now both Eevee and Zorua need to eat, so the consumption is huge. It's almost bottomed out. Moreover, although Lin Chen also had water type poke blocks in his hand, the ordinary quality block found in the treasure chest could not compare to the perfect quality he made. It can be used in the short term, but in the long term it is not conducive to the growth of Phoebus. After all, his goal is to train Phoebus to become a top man who can integrate with the god of creation Slate and obtain the priesthood Pokemon. And a tall building starts from the ground, so the foundation must be laid firmly. Therefore he still had to make some general type water type ghost type poke blocks and some flying type poke block as backup. Time passed by. Little by little the afterglow of the sunset slowly dissipated in the play of Pokemons, and the sky gradually darkened. The clear light at night illuminated the world and also illuminated the way for night returnees. After the Pokemons finished eating poke blocks, Lin Chen simply cleaned up the courtyard and let them play in the yard by themselves, and then began to prepare his own dinner. After Lin Chen finished eating, he calculated the time and his parents should be home soon. Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice came from the courtyard, claiming, "What kind of Pokemon is this? How can it be so huge?" Then his father's voice came, "This color and this look seem a little familiar. Isn't this Ioken's Aaron? It's only been a week and it has evolved." As the voices were talking, Lin's father and mother also walked around the door to the courtyard. After seeing Lin Chen, his mother hurried over to greet him. "Xiao Chen, you are back. Did you encounter any danger outside? Why do you feel a little thin?" Lin Chen was also a little helpless. Obviously his meals outside were not bad and he should have gained a little weight, but in his mother's eyes he was still thin. There is a kind of thinness which is called "your mother thinks you are thin." Father Lin was also excited. Looking at the huge Laren, he praised it so fast to let Aaron evolution become Laren. It seems that its strength has improved significantly. It should be able to get a good ranking in the college entrance examination. When his mother heard this, she interrupted and said, "Don't put so much pressure on your son." Then she turned her head and looked at Lin Chen with concern and said softly, "Son, don't listen to your father. Just try your best in the college entrance examination. No matter what, Mom will support you." Lin Chen nodded. When he thought about everything he saw at home after returning, a warm current surged in his heart. He replied softly, "Dad, Mom, I will work hard and won't let you down." Lin Chen knew that their greatest wish in life was to see him pass the college entrance examination, get a good score and have a bright future in the future. For this they have worked hard for most of their lives. So now it's time for him to take on the responsibility of the family. While Lin Chen was thinking, his parents had noticed that there were several other Pokemon in the yard. They saw Zorua licking his white fur at a glance. Seeing Zorua's white and soft fur, long red scarf and amber eyes, his almost perfect cute appearance immediately attracted the attention of Lin's mother. While touching Zorua, the mother asked, "What kind of Pokemon is this? Dad, aren't you known as the Human Shea Pokemon Encyclopedia? Do you know this is?" Father Lin looked at this little FO-like Pokemon and hesitated. He couldn't recognize it for a while. After all, Zorua in the QI region is probably the only one in this world. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and rescued his father. "Zorua, say hello to Mom and Dad." Aha! After all, Pokemon are extremely smart. Of course they can tell who the two people are. Knowing that they are the owner's parents, they hurriedly shook their heads and called out in a baby voice. Zorua raised its two pointed ears, looked at its father with its big watery eyes, and rubbed its mother's hand with its soft little head. Eevee was not envious at all this time and took the opportunity to jump into the arms of its owner, happily shaking its furry tail. It's time for me to enjoy the master's love alone. After all, in her eyes the master is its whole world. Only the master is the most important and all other people and things are nothing. Even its life J is not as important as the master. Lin Chen touched Eevee's little head and it can be seen that his parents like the white Zorua very much. However, it is estimated that no one can imagine that Zorua looks cute, but it is actually a grudge FO Pokemon, and after evolving into Zoroark it is also a curse FO. They are all evil Pokemon. After all, cursed FO and grudge FO together are cursed. A special Pokemon that grows by devouring the fear of all living beings. It is bound to go to Etrem, especially Zorua in the region form, which is somewhat similar to Darkrai the nightmare god. One devours fear and the other devours nightmares. However, Zorua in the region form has a wider range and can devour the fear and even the soul of all living beings. Let fear cover everything in the world. The growth limit is wider. The only difference is that there is no priesthood like the nightmare god. The priesthood is a treasure condensed by the laws of the world, and it is an e-instance that transcends the racial value. If you want to give an e-ample, compare the world to a system, and the priesthood is to have administrator privileges which can modify everything within a certain range or even delete everything. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly became curious. If you can get the creator god's late with ghost attribute, can Zorua in the region obtain the ghost priesthood or become a priesthood like the underworld? Become the master of the underworld. You must know that the information he has, it can be seen that the strength of all the divine beasts is rooted in the strength of their priesthood, and a divine beast can only master one priesthood. For example, the three sacred birds Articuno, Zapdos and Moltres master the three priesthoods of ice, electricity and fire. Although they are often beaten in the theater version and look low, in fact the three sacred birds are not just one but a whole tribe. They can reproduce, but most of them are only at the elite level. Among the three sacred birds there will only be one most powerful leader who masters the priesthood. That is to say, they have the power of a third level god, and the holy bird with the priesthood has the power to destroy the world. That is the true god ignited, the divinity which can increase its own power to the extreme and even dominate a world, and this is the power of the priesthood. For example, the three sacred beasts Raikou, Entei and Suicune. Legend has it that they were originally three unknown Pokemon that were burned to death when the burned tower caught fire. There are rumors that they might be three Eevees, but there is no way to find out the details, and Ho-Oh the mobile camera resurrected them through its own power and gave them a small part of its own divine beauties, becoming the messenger of Ho-Oh to patrol the world. Since then the three Pokemon have ascended to the sky in one step and directly jumped to become the third level god. Among them Suicune has even become the cover beast of the game. After all, the beasts that can become the cover of the game cartridge are often the first level god, and Suicune is among them as the third level god, which shows its appearance. It's a pity that because of the broadcast of the new original Suicune meta dog, which caused Suicune's fame to completely collapse and he was almost kicked out of the ranks of the beast. And to become a first level god you often have to master the divine beauties of a very strong concept. For example, Rayquaza is the god of the sky and can control the weather, while Kyogre controls the ocean and can cause a tsunami that destroys the world. As for the last Groudon, who can't fly, it is not magma that controls the power of the earth. In the original Pokemon mythology, Arceus created the world, and then Arceus created Dialga, Pocky and possibly Giratina. He gave Dialga and Pocky the power of the earth respectively. From this time on the priesthood began to appear. Then at the beginning of the world Arceus created Azelfui and Mesprit, representing the will, knowledge and feelings that coexist in modern humans and Pokemon. They are also called legendary Pokemon in the lake. During this period Mew was born in the Pokemon world and contained the genetic genes of all Pokemon that exist at that time and in the future. So Mew is the ancestor of Pokemon. A long time later Groudon was born from the magma underground and Kyogre appeared in the deep sea trench. Groudon and Kyogre ponded the continent and the ocean respectively. The two super ancient Pokemon finally met and fought fiercely for the territory at the beginning of the Pokemon world. As a result, the battle between the two led to the birth of land, and thus a large number of lives were born. But later, because of the big fuss, it was stopped by Rayquaza in the ozone layer. It can be said that those who represent the will of the god of creation are all the holders of one side priesthood. After all, Lin Chen was able to get the life gem from the diamond treasure chest before. With the existence of the treasure chest system, it is not a foolish dream to obtain the ghost stone tablet. He also wanted to know whether Zorua could master the special priesthood, especially the ability to turn illusion into reality. If this is true, any fantasy existence can be reproduced in the world. Turn the fantasy of immortality, which is out of reach of human beings, into reality. At that time you can steal the power of God. After all, the first level gods are immortal and coexist with the world. Thinking of this, Lin Chen had a little more ambition in his heart. That is immortality, the ultimate dream pursued by countless emperors and generals. And Lin Chen is also a layman, so naturally he can't avoid this covet. However, these are not achievable now. After all, with the life gem in hand, he still has to worry about Arceus the alpaca running back to take it back, not to mention the stone tablets of other attribute. But it is also possible that Arceus could not come to this world before he died. After all, there are very few legends of these first level gods in this world, which can also explain some problem. It is very likely that they can't come at all, or they are restricted. No matter which one it is a good thing for Lin Chen now. After all, these guys are not ordinary people who can make trouble, and they need to develop for a while if they choose to. With this idea in mind, Lin Chen went back to the room to rest. The next day Lin Chen woke up when the sun rose and the sun fell. It's really more comfortable at home. Lin Chen sighed. After all, he had spent the past 7 days in a cave in the wild and had to be on guard against dangers from the wild at all time. Only at home could he. It was enough to let down his guard for a short time. After Lin Chen packed up simply, he rode his bicycle to the Pokemon breeding center again. Then he went to Anshan to buy 1 million Pokeblocks materials and added the fruit he picked up to make 300 Pokeblocks of water type, general type, ghost type and flying type. Unfortunately, the quantity this time was a bit large and it was impossible to sell it all at once, otherwise it would easily cause a sensation. So Lin Chen spent 3 days studying tactics with Pokemon in the Pokeblocks room, and then he came out of it when it was almost time and sold intermediate Pokeblock. In this way SI medium quality primary Pokeblocks were sold one after another, an average of 20 Pokeblocks a day, which made Anshan extremely excited. He wished that he could give the intermediate Pokeblocks room directly to Lin Chen and let him stay in it every day, but he was just thinking about it. After all, in addition to being a genius breeder, Lin Chen was also a tactical genius. His future cannot be limited to a small breeding room, and Lin Chen didn't know that Anshan wanted to lock himself up in a small black room. He just sold these 60 Pokeblocks and earned 3 million directly. Including the cost of purchasing materials, the net profit is 2 million. Adding the previous competition prize, the bounty of the 12 red moons, and selling some miscellaneous things, the deposit is almost SI million. After having this money, Lin Chen immediately began to plan to buy real estate, but he was also a novice in this area and didn't know much. If you buy it directly, you will inevitably be slaughtered. Lin Chen didn't want the money he worked hard to earn to be easily earned by others, so he had to ask someone who knew the business. After thinking about it, Lin Chen directly called Shen Yu. After all, this female prosecutor obviously has a strong background and he has reached a cooperative relationship with her, so it should be okay to rub it occasionally, as long as it doesn't get involved too much. What's more, he has money but lacks a suitable network of relationships. When the call was connected, Shen Yu was a little surprised and obviously could not recognize Lin Chen's voice. "Excuse me, who are you?" Lin Chen deliberately kept it a secret and deliberately did not speak until Shen Yu was about to hang up the phone. "You baby!" After shouting, both parties on the phone were silent. 5 seconds later, the other end of the phone erupted like a volcano. "Lin Chen, you wait, I will deal with you." It must be said that after this sentence, Shen Yu will probably never forget Lin Chen's voice in this life, and Lin Chen did not continue to provoke the other party. He said a few nice words to coa her. After she calmed down, he talked to Shen Yu about purchasing a house. Shen Yu was also a little surprised when he heard about the protagonist's ability to make money. "I didn't expect that you have the ability to make Pokeblock." "Wait, those high-quality intermediate Pokeblocks released by the Hangzhou Cultivation Center recently were made by you." "I didn't get them several times and almost plotted." "Then you have to find a dark account to settle the score." Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and told the prosecutor of the Xiaoguo Alliance about his way of making money with confidence. After all, Shen Yu's family background is not simple, so he would not target a mere junior cultivator. Of course, it was just a brief mention. Lin Chen didn't dare to tell the other party that he could mass-produce thousands of Pokeblocks a day and they were all of perfect quality. Once this news spread, it would easily cause a big earthquake. For Shen Yu, the purchase of real estate can be easily done by simply giving orders. However, he also made a request, that is to let Lin Chen help make some medium-quality Pokeblocks of steel and flying types. She prepared the materials herself and the price was also 50,000 per piece. The protagonist naturally nodded in agreement. It would be a waste not to do such a white girl business. Moreover, human relations come and go and there is a give and take. Only when you show enough value will you be valued by others. Shen Yu needs his Pokeblock and he also needs the huge network of relationships represented by Shen Yu. That is the real upper world of Xia country. Shen Yu was also very efficient for the reward. The next day news came that there was a villa with a swimming pool and a large yard for sale in the southeast of a wealthy area. The original price was SI million, but when the other party heard that it was the prosecutor of the Xia Country Alliance who wanted to buy it, he took the initiative to say that 5 million would be enough. Directly saved 1 million. And these are actually the invisible benefits of the upper class network. Power and wealth are the core of this world. With Shen Yu's helping hand, Lin Chen got everything done and told his parent. The prescience of the two also changed from disbelief at the beginning to shock later. Their son is so rich, especially Lin's father, who worked hard all his life and may not earn even 1/5 of the money his son spent on the villa. The gap between them made him bitter and proud at the same time. This is his son. As for his son's request, Lin's father and mother did not hesitate and agreed directly. After all, it was his son's intention and the new address was closer to the company where he worked, so they agreed. Later, because because he arrived at work too early. His colleagues asked him what happened. As a result, when Lin's father showed an indifferent attitude, he learned that their son had bought a villa, and instantly everyone has become a sourpuss. When Lin Chen found out, he couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to invisible pretense, you still have to look at your parent. This intentional early arrival and then the Versailles remarks are simply superb. My realm is still far away. And after moving into the villa, all the Pokemon were very happy and had their own private space, especially Phoebus, who stayed in the swimming pool every day and had a lot of fun. However, peaceful days always pass quickly. After registering for the competition according to the process and spending a week in peace, Lin Chen also received a call from the principal. Hangzhou Youth League has finally begun. PSA 10,000 word chapter. Please support. It turns out that writing a chapter is the most painful. Today it is still about 18,000 word. The author is still working hard to write words. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please flowers. Please comment. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 69. The power of the peak of the profession, the shock of the alliance, the sensation of the overlord Laren. Subscribe. The East District of Hangzhou is also the most prosperous area of Hangzhou. Surrounding it is the most famous Qi High School in Hangzhou, Hangzhou No. 1 Middle School. Together with other colleges and universities, they are lined up in order surrounding this circular building like a star-studded moon. And this is the famous Hangzhou Alliance Arena. It is said that it was built by the Xiaoguo Alliance at a cost of 2 billion yuan. It is the facade building of Hangzhou. Only some heavyweight competitions will be held here. Every time it is held, it will attract many Pokemon battle enthusiasts to come and watch the game. Even in the dark night at an altitude of 10,000 meters, you can see this circular building like a pearl embedded in the city's bond, emitting a dazzling light. The main body of the arena is circular and its length is like a bird's nest in the previous life. The building area reaches an astonishing 150,000 square meters. It is said to be able to accommodate 10,000 people to watch the game at the same time. From the outside, it is also an extremely magnificent building. On the front you can see a powerful fist holding a huge golden poke ball from top to bottom, just like a god stretching out his hand and throwing a poke ball to the ground. The signal light of the poke ball is inlaid with the Pyro ENE mark of the Xia Country Pokemon League. It is said that the league mark can be seen flashing at any time. Looking inward from the main gate that is more than 10 meters wide through the depth, a huge red competition arena stands in the center. On weekdays, only elite level competitions can apply to be held here. And today the Hangzhou Youth League, a competition representing the new generation of Hangzhou City in the Xia Country Alliance, officially opened here. At this time there are already people coming and going here, and the passable gate is now surrounded by water, and there are long queues in front of the 3 entrance passages. Among them, the right side is the spectator group organized by various schools and alliances. Teachers of the school and the families of the contestants will enter from here, as well as some groups from schools in surrounding cities who come to watch. On the left are the audience from Hangzhou and the surrounding small cities, and this is also the longest line. The fenced area in the center is for the contestants, including strong people from small cities and towns around Hangzhou who bring their Pokemon to watch this grand competition. Everyone's eyes are focused on the entrance to the competition, and countless powerful Pokemon follow the trainers, including Royal 3 Pokemon, all of which have shiny hair and look very well cultivated. However, the rarer Pokemon such as Dragon Pokemon are not seen at all. On the one hand, the trainers who may have Dragon Pokemon have long been accustomed to the amazement and envy of others, and on the other hand, no one wants to pose their trump cards so early. The competition actually starts from entering the competition area. In particular, the truth that a tree stands out in the forest and the wind will destroy it is very clear to everyone. In addition to the trainers, countless media drove here, all wanting to find the players they have been paying attention to and who are topical in order to increase the popularity. As soon as they got off the car, they began to look far away holding the microphone, and the cameraman behind them followed desperately with the big gun barrel, wishing to catch those popular trainers to shoot. And Lin Chen was naturally one of the media's most concerned. After all, the huge blue dread Aaron was the second most searched in Hangzhou. Many reporters were very excited. If they could find him for an interview before the game, there would be a big hot search directly. However, after searching for a long time, they finally found Lin Chen's figure, but looking at the long queue like a tide. Not to mention the interview, it was extremely difficult to squeeze in. Especially there were a large number of security personnel who were watching covetously. If they dared to make trouble, they might be kicked out. A group of reporters couldn't help but sigh and could only find 2 contestants nearby to interview. At this time, Lin Chen was wearing the white school uniform of No. 8 Middle School as usual, looking clean and fresh. He wore a simple t-shirt underneath which could not cover his abdominal muscle. His body curves clearly showed the health and strength hidden in this body. He naturally felt the hot gazes of those reporters. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was somewhat relieved in his heart. Fortunately, Zorua had a brief disguise of illusion, otherwise he might have been blocked outside the door for half a day. These guys are more terrifying than hyenas in the wilderness. Once they stick to you, you can't get rid of them. However, as the team entered the venue, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder, didn't the principal say that someone from the school would come to take him to the competition and cheer for him? Where are they? Just as the protagonist was looking around, he soon saw a familiar figure. His class teacher Lin Qingguan came over in a fashionable outfit. Unlike her usual solemn and majestic appearance, this time she wore sunglasses and a light touch of red was painted on her lips under her high nose bridge. Unlike the solemn professional attire of the school teachers, she wore black silk stockings which made her look a little more charming. Black silk stockings, yyds. Lin Chen was amazed by her outfit and looked at it openly for a while. LSP also needs to be upright. No, it should be to appreciate beauty. After all, teacher Lin Qingguan's appearance is really good. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many male students who regard her as their dream lover. Even Lin Chen himself has had the idea of turning against his teacher. Ahem, this is not good. But since it was teacher Lin Qingguan, Lin Chen was relieved. Originally he thought that the old man who came was some kind of dean of teaching, but he didn't expect it to be teacher Qingguan. But it's not bad to think about it. It's better than the old man of the principal. At least it's pleasing to the eye. After seeing Lin Chen, Lin Qingguan took off her sunglasses and greeted him. Lin Chen, you're finally here. Lin Chen nodded and replied, teacher Qingguan is here so early. It can be seen that teacher Lin Qingguan has been waiting for him here for a long time. Lin Qingguan smiled and then asked curiously, this time the strongest young trainers in the city are here. Are you confident? While talking, Lin Qingguan looked behind Lin Chen and asked in confusion, hey, why don't you release your Aaron? In her opinion, although Lin Chen is usually very calm, releasing Aaron at this time will definitely attract a lot of attention and become the focus of everyone's attention. For young people who love to show off, this is simply an irresistible captivate. I didn't expect Lin Chen to get rid of vulgarity so early. He is as mature as ever, just like an adult man. Thinking of this, Lin Qingguan glanced at the handsome Lin Chen and suddenly found that he seemed to be really charming. It is estimated that he will fascinate many little girls. It's a pity he is her student. Poo Lin Qingguan, what are you thinking about? Lin Chen naturally didn't notice the emotional changes in his teacher's heart and smiled. The top 3 should be no problem. As for Aaron, this guy is too big. It's not suitable to appear here. It's easy to cause a commotion. A middle-aged man in the audience passage passed by and happened to hear Lin Chen's answer. He looked up at Lin Chen's young appearance and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, he looks pretty handsome, but it's a pity that he can only talk nonsense and brag in front of girls to pick up girls. Aaron is too big. Why don't you say word is big? Can you bear it? It's so funny. Aaron is only 0.4 meters. Even the evolution type Laren is just a little over 1 meter. How big can it be? Could it be a grin? Just kidding, that can impact professional level strongmen. How could it appear in the youth league? It's really bragging without thinking. Although Lin Chen's Aaron rushed to the hot list, it was only popular in a small range and many people knew about the existence of the alien Aaron. But even an elite level warrior wouldn't be known to everyone, not to mention that Lin Chen was only a short-lived hit on the Hangzhou internet. In addition, Lin Chen didn't accept any interviews, so for the internet world his popularity quickly decreased like a meteor flashing by. Therefore not many people knew his appearance and no one knew him, and the middle-aged man didn't recognize that he was the trainer of the alien overlord Aaron. Lin Chen naturally didn't know that his casual words directly became a big talker in the eyes of passers-by. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. Is that so? Then you have to work hard. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Qingguan was a little confused, but she didn't ask much. After all, she knew that Lin Chen was always calm and would not easily say things he couldn't do, and she also believed that Lin Chen could achieve a good result. Top 3. Has Aaron grown up again? Or has it evolved into Laren? If it evolves into Laren, how big would it be? It said that this huge venue is not suitable for release. Just when Lin Qingguan was wondering, a voice came from the radio and the team began to move forward slowly. The audience and players had begun to enter the venue one after another. The game is about to start, let's go in. Seeing this, Lin Qingguan had no time to wonder and hurriedly took Lin Chen to catch up with the team. Soon they arrived at the entrance gate of the arena. The staff wearing a hat smiled professionally and asked softly, please show your registration form and enter the electronic information. After Lin Chen pressed his fingerprint, the other party handed over a special electronic watch and the competition information would be notified by the electronic watch. After receiving the watch, it was time to enter the arena. From the outside of the arena, although this building is magnificent, you can only truly feel its hugeness when you step into the arena. From the entrance you can't even see the PvE it on the opposite side. It's worthy of being an arena that can accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. It's worthy of being the Xiaoguo Alliance. It's really rich. NET to the central arena of the arena there is a referee in red uniform standing in each corner. They are the referees in charge of this game and they will watch the game and make manual decisions from different angles. In addition there are 16 dynamic capture cameras, all of which are doing the final software debugging on the mobile hanging platform. When necessary the video can be analyzed and replayed frame by frame, striving to achieve the most fair and just game. After all the contestants entered the venue and lined up in a row, a red-haired middle-aged man strode and walked onto the summit opposite the audience. From the moment he stepped on the stage his facial expression was originally gentle, but now his eyes were sharp like a falcon full of deterrent. That was Su Hu, sent by the Xiaoguo Alliance as the chief referee and general person in charge of the Hangzhou Youth League. After a simple microphone test the red-haired man began to introduce himself and the rules of the game. The audience in Hangzhou City naturally knew Su Hu. Basically the Alliance would send him to be the chief referee for larger events. Su Hu was originally a professional high-level strongman. He was the supervisor of this youth league and one of the high-level combat forces to maintain order and fairness. After all, as the high-level league of the league second only to the college entrance examination and national level competitions, the Hangzhou Youth League naturally attracted everyone's attention. Behind Su Hu there were some big figures in Hangzhou City such as the senior prosecutor of Hangzhou City and even the 4 referees NET to the central arena, all of whom were superior level strongmen. They all brought the strongest Pokemon to ensure the safety and order of the entire game. For such a highly anticipated game, who knows if there will be any evil organizations targeting it. Even if the Xiaoguo Alliance is strong enough, it can't stand encountering a lunatic. If there is a real disturbance, it will be the face of the Xiaoguo Alliance. Buzz 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 buzz. As the sound of 4 mechanical gears rang out, even the audience seats suddenly became quiet and everyone went to the center of the venue. 4 huge ultra-clear screens rose in front of the audience stand. From any angle in the audience seats, the situation in the center ring can be directly seen and the live broadcast is broadcast to the entire network. Hangzhou Youth League has attracted much attention in Hangzhou and the main attention is in Hangzhou and some surrounding town. After all, there are similar competitions in other cities. Even so, this attention immediately rushed to the hot search list of Xiaoguo League. Buzz. The 4 screens lit up at the same time, reflecting the scene of the ring. In an instant the whole arena was filled with cheers. Fight, fight, fight. The entire arena can accommodate 10,000 people, but it is already full. The cheers surged like a tide, sweeping in all directions, and the sound can be heard even if it is several kilometers away. It is enough to see that the people of this world admire Pokemon battles. At this time on the internet all major video platforms are broadcasting the Youth League and the number of viewers has begun to rise sharply. And the live broadcast room of the official platform of the Xiaoguo League has more than 10 million viewers at this time. Although I couldn't hear the conversation of the audience, the comments in the live broadcast room had already started rolling out, pouring in with a righteous attitude. It's a pity that in an instant he was drowned in the barrage of barrages. In a villa in a wealthy area, Chu Zener was wearing bare pajamas and blowing her hair, but her eyes were fixed on the TV not far away. Watching the screen sweeping over the contestants, she saw a flash of Lin Chen and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. There were too few pictures, why not more? Lin Chen, you have to cheer up. Chu Zener silently pinched the corner of her cloth and cheered him up. On the other side, in the forest ranger's hut at the entrance of Celadon Rainbow Forest, the ranger Lao Dai also watched the video on his phone. A glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes and he said softly, I hope you can win the championship. After all, it also needs to see a wider world. While speaking, a shadow flashed behind Lao Dai and a terrifying aura spread as if to swallow the world. On the online forum, posts began to increase rapidly, all discussing the players of this youth league. Lin Chen heard that the competition system was no different from what he knew before the game, but the following rules should be to ensure the safety of the trainer's Pokemon. After all, the purpose of the alliance is to select talents, not to reduce talents, which is also different from outdoor battles. That is, there is more order and morality. However, judging from the rule that the normal progress of evolution cannot be interfered with in the competition rules, it is estimated that many people will make a fuss about this. After all, as long as you can use evolution to take a breath in continuous battles, you can also pause the game to think about the NET tactical command and maybe you can reverse the occupation. However, most people will not do this. After all, evolution is uncontrollable in the eyes of most people. Not to mention that rash evolution is also likely to leave sequelae. After reading out all the rules, Su Hu saluted and then announced into the microphone, I declare that the Hangzhou Youth League has officially begun. Oh 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 oh. The whole audience cheered in an instant and the 4 large screens began to rotate wildly, flashing the avatars of each contestant and began to select the initial contestant. After flashing for 10 seconds it suddenly stopped. The names and photos on each screen were frozen and the two players of the first game appeared. Number 1 Lin Chen, Number 2 Tang Yu. Looking at the avatars of the two players on the screen everyone frowned. Tang Yu is a little famous, the top genius of the experimental class of number 1 middle school. Who is the other one? Is he a little known little character? He looks pretty handsome. But soon some of them saw Lin Chen's photo and recognized him instantly and immediately claimed, isn't this Lin Chen, the trainer of the alien overlord Eren? What? Is that the handsome super huge blood-colored Shin Eren? Damn, is it true? The voices of the three people instantly attracted the attention of the people around them, and then they checked some information which immediately caused a sensation. You know, the alien overlord Eren has been on the hot search, which has amazed countless people. Especially the trainer's command ability and tactical level are extremely terrifying, and even many well-known tactical big vs have forwarded it, which shows how strong his ability is. On the other side, the audience of number 1 middle school was also shocked. Tang Yu is the first game. This is the genius of the experimental class of number 1 middle school. Let's see a crushing battle, crushing that Eren. However, in this carnival some people kept their sanity and said hesitantly, the opponent is the alien overlord Eren. The victory or defeat is not good, but before he finished speaking he was interrupted. Don't compare the second-rate schools like number 7 and number 8 middle schools with our number 1 middle school. Even if they have a good Pokemon, so what? While they are still selecting Pokemon, we have already been learning real tactical command. Tang Yu is different from that. Hu Tian, his main Pokemon, has already entered the superior level. The scene was boiling like a frying pan with water added. No one expected that the first game would be so exciting. They are all hot figures. They are all top talent. Many media outlets were immediately excited. In previous years the final battle was between number 1 and number 2 middle schools, but this year there is a big hot spot like Lin Chen. Write a press release quickly, otherwise the hot spot will be snatched by these guys. Lin Chen, I thought it was the finale, but I didn't expect it to come out in the first round. Great, this year's KPI is saved. Before it started, various media outlets had already asked the stage clerks to start writing in advance and began to promote a wave of heat. And with the release of a large number of news, it also instantly ignited the hot spots on the internet. The comments came like a tide. At this time the principal of number 8 middle school was sitting in the principal's office holding his mobile phone in both hands. His hands were sweating and he was silently saying in his heart, "Come on, your legendary road has just begun." In an ordinary company, Lin's mother saw this scene and excitedly grabbed Lin's father's arm and shouted, "Dad, look at Yao Chen." She was so excited that her voice was subconsciously amplified, but she quickly realized halfway through that she was still at work. It is against the company's rules to watch the live broadcast secretly. They are not afraid of being fired. After all, with Lin Chen around they can enjoy the upgrade of wealth even if they don't work. But they did not agree. Instead they wanted to continue working hard. They did not want to be a burden to their son, and they also wanted to burn the remaining fire of their own lives. Perhaps this is also the last insistence of many parents. Father Lin on the side also, he consciously looked up at the supervisor. It turned out that the supervisor was staring at the phone, his face flushed, and he didn't notice the exclamation of Lin's mother. Lin's father and mother couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just when they were about to continue watching, the supervisor not far away suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck, the first game is so exciting." The voice of the supervisor immediately attracted everyone's attention. He also realized that people around him were looking at him, so he coughed lightly and said everyone should work seriously. As he said, he pretended to be serious and patrolled around, and the others also turned back to continue working. Only Lin's father recalled the words of the first game in the supervisor's words and seemed to have thought of something. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a proud smile, and lowered his head to continue watching. The supervisor made sure that no one was looking at him, and then he quickly picked up the phone with a fanatical look and said excitedly, "The first game is so attractive, come on, Overlord Eren." At this moment on his mobile phone screen the live broadcast of the Youth League was playing, and he is also a loyal Pokemon battle fanatic. He is also the deputy leader of the support group of the alien overlord Eren. PSA 9000 word chapter. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. Chapter 70 New Shiny Pokemon Terrifying Mental Pollution. Laren who silences the world. From the opening ceremony's fire feast to the announcement of the list of the first battle, the trainer of the alien overlord Eren, the top genius of the experimental class of number 1 middle school. The confrontation between the two brought its own heat and instantly raised the heat of the live broadcast platform on the entire network. A carnival has begun. Almost all the friends circles on social platforms in Hangzhou are discussing this matter, and they have set flags for the players they support. Some platforms have even started to guess and bet. The official website even has the information of all the contestants, and there is a detailed information introduction below after clicking. It has to be said that the energy is huge. The most aggravated thing is the official live broadcast platform of the league. The number of viewers skyrocketed instantly. The original 3 million online viewers had skyrocketed to 10 million under the promotion of other media platforms. What is the concept of 10 million online viewers? You should know that the total population of the entire Hangzhou city is about 20 million. In other words, even if half of the people in Hangzhou city are watching, you should know that at this time most people are still working and most people have to support their families. Even if some people who are slacking off and viewers from other cities are counted, this number is extremely terrifying. It is no less than the qualifiers of some top league, and this is just a city level league. How aggregated! It can be said that thousands of people are empty. The object discussed in most barrages is still Lin Chen's errand, which is comparable to a Quasi-God Cub or even rarer than a Quasi-God Cub. The pre-winning guess about whether Aaron evolution will return to mediocrity was also pushed out again, and a large amount of capital poured into it, starting to promote the start of the gambling. Countless posts were also posted. The internet began to polarize, and the controversy also brought a lot of heat, so that before this game even started, it has already rushed into the first place in Hangzhou City's live broadcast. Even in the entire Xiaoguo Alliance network, it can be ranked in the top 100. Even the video of the last campus-friendly match was pushed to the top 30 of Hangzhou City's hot search list again. The whole network is paying attention to how terrifying Lin Chen's overlord Aaron is. The value of this Aaron is much higher than we imagine. In the black market, seeing the bet pouring in, it has already reached hundreds of millions, which makes many evil organizations greedy. Such Aaron is simply a cash cow. If you can get it, even if you are hunted down by the prosecutors of the Xiaoguo Alliance, it seems that it is not unacceptable. When the benefits reach a certain level, greed will automatically cover the emotions of fear. Maybe this is the case of blinding the mind with profit. It is an instinct firmly engraved in the 847 DNA of human. After explaining the rules of the game, Su Hu returned to the commentary seat. He pretended to check the time and glanced at his watch, but it was not a clock but a large amount of data. Looking at this data that is still soaring, his Zion is calm, but he is laughing in his heart. The initiator of all this is naturally him. Before the game started, Su Hu had already started to arrange the list of all registered players. The so-called random selection of opponents actually has a backstage pusher, and Su Hu did this for the NET plan. After all, as the top referee of the league, he is also the core backbone of the league and has been assigned by the upper echelons of the league. Complete this attack, the snake hunting operation. By creating momentum at the beginning, Lin Chen's fame will be pushed to an unparalleled height. All these venomous snakes hiding in the gutter will be drawn out, and then they will be caught in one fell swoop. Thoroughly hit these evil organizations. Therefore, after discussing with Shen Yu, he was ready to let Lin Chen appear at the beginning, let him show his strength and turn the heat up. In addition, he also wanted to see what the trainer of the rumored alien overlord Aaron really was capable of, and he got the news that a terrifying guy came to the youth league this time. A genius from the imperial capital. Above the top genius there is a genius. If Lin Chen did not have enough strength, he would definitely be crushed, or even his confidence would be shattered and he would be completely devastated and become a waste. After all, such a monster, even Su Hu couldn't help but be amazed. Fortunately, he was not of the same generation as himself. However, he would not arrange it in the first round but chose Tang Yu, who was also a favorite to win the championship. A genius from number 1 middle school. A strong enough touchstone. If even Tang Yu could not be defeated, he would not agree to a weak guy to participate in the plan, and the ending would most likely be death. He did not want such a little guy to lose his life because of greed. On the other hand, if Lin Chen can defeat Tang Yu, then his strength should be enough to enter the top 3. At that time, facing that monster, even if he loses, it won't be too ugly. And losing to that kind of genius is not a shame. It can even be said to be a special honor. It can even be used to hype more popularity and fame, and then under the promotion of the media controlled by the Alliance, whether it is the 12 Red Moon poaching group or other evil gangs in the distance, they must all know it. At that time, these guys will be like seeing a dead rat luring them into the trap and falling into the trap completely. However, if Lin Chen loses the first game, then all this is just talk on paper. The top of the Alliance will even consider whether to relaunch the plan. Su Hu stared at the ring, thinking silently in his heart, I hope you won't let me down. Beep. During the break, with a burst of electronic sound prompts, Lin Chen in the lounge turned off the vibration of his watch and saw the information displayed on it, and was also a little surprised. Hundreds of players, he was the first to appear. This luck is unmatched. Could it be that Tajapai's luck is still going on? Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked down at the poke ball on his waist. The poke ball was lying there waiting for his call. But even if it was so, what? The order of the opponents is not important. Anyway, the victory is definitely his. Lin Qingguan, who was accompanying him, also saw the message and was extremely surprised, but found that Lin Chen was thinking with his head down and thought that Lin Chen was nervous. As a teacher, it is natural to help students solve their problems. So Lin Qingguan showed a gentle smile, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and encouraged, "Don't worry too much, you are very strong, just lay normally." "Thank you for the encouragement, teacher, I will work hard." Hearing Lin Qingguan's words, Lin Chen smiled, nodded and said nothing more. He was not nervous but just curious about the strength of the top genius of number 1 middle school. So Lin Chen stood up and said goodbye to Lin Qingguan and entered the ring under the guidance of the staff. Lin Chen, Tang Yu will win." Before passing through the long player channel, he could already hear the cheers from the audience. Lin Chen was also surprised that he actually had fans. "This card is really good. It's not like the protagonist in some novels who was despised throughout the whole process. My starting point is much higher." Lin Chen pondered in his heart, and then the staff took away all the communication tools and they would not be distributed again until the end of the game. It is to make the game more fair and prevent other tactical masters from conducting off-field commands. After all, a powerful tactical master is enough to reverse a balanced game, but in essence it is cheating, especially since there have been several such examples before. The control in this regard is particularly strict. But Lin Chen didn't mind and walked straight out of the player channel. The sun shone directly down, drawing a clear dividing line at the entrance of the channel. It's like the gate to heaven. Once he walks through it, his life will usher in a new future, but if he loses, he will also go to hell. It's really interesting. Lin Chen smiled without any hesitation, stepped over and appeared in the eyes of countless people. The calm posture, handsome appearance and the title of Aaron Trainer made countless people cheer. Lin Chen, come on, I'm a fan of Aaron. Go play the style of our civilian players. Come on Lin Chen, kill this guy from number 1 middle school. Ah, it's so handsome. Lin Chen, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Really enthusiastic. The scene was warm and this grand occasion made Lin Chen feel a little flattered. He didn't expect that he could cause such a big sensation, and all this was just because he made a name for himself in the campus-friendly match and he could gain so much attention. For the first time, Lin Chen felt the world's admiration for strong trainers. Strength is the confidence to speak. These are the makers of rules. This was also the first time that Lin Chen felt what it was like to stand under spotlight. Everything will be magnified. There will be countless eyes looking at you, telling you with their voices, in the arena you are the protagonist. Lin Chen, who felt this, had the young blood burning in his heart. Lin Chen's eyes were boiling with fighting spirit, but he still walked onto the ring calmly without any stage fright. Just standing there, he became the center of the world. This is not Lin Chen pretending to be calm, but the confidence brought by his strong strength. The psychological quality is very good. In the distance, the chief referee Su Hu in the commentary seat saw this scene. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes and he nodded secretly. Now he has the important elements to become a strong man, calm and composed. No wonder the girl from the Shen family came to tell me specifically. I don't know which alien species Aaron has evolved. If it has evolved, will it become stronger or will it be lost in the crowd and return to the average size of the group? But I feel that the latter is more likely. Because of the confidentiality regulations, Shen Yu did not tell Su Hu that Aaron had evolved into the more terrifying blood-colored Laren. In his opinion, this change is likely because Aaron ate some special treasure which his body could not bear, resulting in a sudden increase in size. Once evolved, this power will be integrated into the body and return to its original appearance. While Su Hu was thinking, Lin Chen also saw his opponent, this time a dark-skinned young man with a short hair wearing a black suit, and jumped onto the ring with a nimble figure. As soon as he came on stage, he immediately caused cheers from the audience of number 1 middle school. Tang Yu, beat him. After the short-haired young man came on stage, he looked at Lin Chen and smiled. Hello, I am the first from the experimental class of number 1 middle school. My name is Tang Yu. I have seen your game video. You have a strong tactical command ability. The attitude is gentle and polite, but it hides a sharp edge. I can feel the arrogance hidden in the other person's body, but it's normal. How can a genius not be arrogant? Even Lin Chen seems gentle, but in fact he has an arrogance that despises the world in his bones, which comes from the pride of a time traveler. This is also because he knows that the life gem is the core authority of Arceus, but he still dares to cultivate Melodic, the god of rainstorms, reverse the illusory Zorua, and other ideas to steal the supreme priesthood. After all, people die and face the sky, and they will not die for thousands of years. Everyone who comes to this world has died once, so why should they be timid? So he is not afraid of a strong opponent, but he is afraid that the opponent is not strong enough and cannot inspire his fighting spirit. Lin Chen nodded calmly and introduced himself. My name is Lin Chen from the ordinary class of number 8 middle school. You are also very strong. That's natural. I thought it was just a business match, but I didn't expect Tang Yu to not play by the rules and agreed shamelessly intensity, and even the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger. I was just being polite and you took it seriously? Lin Chen was speechless and felt in his heart I might have met a weirdo again. Tang Yu didn't care about Lin Chen's weird look and continued, in fact, after watching your video, if it was me before I might not be sure, but now my Pokemon has advanced, you can't be my opponent, I advise you to surrender. Lin Chen frowned and finally knew the source of this bad premonition. Did he poke a hole in the nest of Xiao Beiwen? Why are there always these weird destiny protagonists? Did he get the template of the villain? The last person who said this Scyther is still being rescued in the Pokemon Center. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Tang Yu continued, I know you don't believe it, but your Aaron, even if it is an alien overlord, can't be my opponent because my Pokemon has broken through to the superior beginner level. Come out, Macho. After speaking, Tang Yu threw out the Pokemon in his hand. Ball. Click. A white light flashed and a powerful aura instantly swept the ring. A green Machoke appeared on the ring with strong muscles all over the body and a green pattern similar to briefs on the waist. Its hands and feet have 5 fingers like humans, and its muscles are like flowing magma containing energy that can burst at any time and can easily crush a small mountain. Just one look at it shows that it has been cultivated very carefully. A lot of high-level props have also been used to improve its talent. Seeing this green shiny Machoke, Lin Chen's originally calm Zion suddenly became strange. It's not that he was afraid, but his mind suddenly emerged with a shiny Mother Macamp book that he accidentally opened on a pink app software in his previous life. And Macamp, it just happened to be the final evolution of the Machopi, and this Machopi is also the same color as in the book, both green. Thinking back to that scene, Lin Chen suddenly felt a little sick. That scene, it was simply mental pollution. I had almost forgotten it, but suddenly a shiny green Machopi appeared in this world, instantly making Lin Chen recall it again. It was simply torture. I really want to learn from Obito and create a world where no one has ever seen the Macamp book. However, compared to Lin Chen's speechlessness, the entire audience in the venue saw this scene and immediately boiled over, and cheers instantly drowned the entire venue. Tang Yu's Pokemon is also a shiny Pokemon. Although the color is a bit hot to the eyes after looking at it for a long time, it is actually, of course, it has a unique flavor. It's actually a fighting Pokemon. Lin Chen's Aaron seems to be 4 times weaker than fighting. This time he's in trouble. The attribute is restrained and it has reached the superior level. This time Lin Chen is a little dangerous. The students sitting in the audience of number 1 middle school showed a proud Zion. They had known about Tang Yu's shiny Machoke for a long time and were waiting for this moment. After all, there are not many opportunities to show off. You have seen the strength of our number 1 middle school experimental class. Let me tell you, this shiny Machoke has reached the superior level. Even if it is that alien Aaron evolution, it will be beaten. The strength of number 1 middle school, how can an ordinary school like number 8 middle school challenge it? To be able to defeat number 7 middle school, Lin Chen's strength is not bad, but in front of a top genius like Tang Yu, it is still not enough. This time it is definitely our number 1 middle school's Tang Yu who has the chance to win. Hearing these words, many viewers who supported Lin Chen could not help but frown and sighed. Lin Chen's Aaron is a rock and steel type Aaron, 4 times weak to fighting, which is completely countered by nature. It's over, it's restrained. It's worthy of being the number 1 middle school in Hangzhou, the top school. The quality of students is really terrifying. It seems that this year's champion is likely to be taken away by Tang Yu. The first game has a superior level Pokemon which is too exciting. It's even a fighting type Pokemon like Machoke with infinite Macam. In this way Aaron's power advantage may not be obvious. Once close, it's a crushing. In the ring competition, it's simply invincible. Look at the muscles of this Machoke, it's really terrifying. But it also suffered some losses in the ring. If it was in the wild, that Aaron could still use Dig to hide. No one thinks that Dig can hide. A man's romance is to punch his opponent in the flesh. As soon as Tang Yu's Machoke was summoned, almost everyone felt that Lin Chen was in danger this time. After all, even if the alien Aaron evolved into Laren, it could not overcome the weakness of its attribute. I said before that Lin Chen's alien Aaron might just be the first stage of mutation, and it is very likely to return to its original form in the subsequent evolution. 0 Look, Machoke is out, but he hasn't released Pokemon yet. I guess he's scared. I think so too. Now they remembered this guess, and Lin Chen hadn't released the alien Aaron, which was very inconsistent with the mentality of young people who love to show off, so they could only draw one conclusion. The Aaron may have evolved, but it returned to mediocrity. After all, Lin Chen was in the limelight some time ago, and there will always be people who like to watch others fall from the altar. There were many people who were jealous of Lin Chen, and now they finally got the chance, so they naturally wouldn't give up. This moment of sarcasm and said that Laren must have become mediocre a long time ago. I think he is just pretending to be mysterious to keep the heat. After all, he directly abandoned Eevee, a villain who only knows how to use Pokemon. I thought the first one to go on stage was was a test of how long he could last, but he didn't expect it to become a magic mirror. Interesting. It seems that I have to pack up and go home. Originally he was just a lucky guy, but now he meets a real strong man and his true colors are exposed. Go home early. You are going too far. Why do you say he will definitely lose? Even if the attribute is restrained with Lin Chen's command ability, he may have a chance. The scene was chaotic for a while and the audience who supported and criticized him were directly polarized. In the commentary, Sitsu, whose eyes were deep and his mood was a bit bad. In the previous information, this guy's main Pokemon Machoke was only the peak of the entry level, but there was no specific inspection. I didn't expect that in just a few days he actually broke through to the superior level. As expected of a wealthy family, he can get a lot of resources. If Tang Yu was a strong opponent for Lin Chen before, then now he is a trouble. Aaron with a 4 times weak fighting attribute can withstand the attack of this Machoke even if it evolves into Laren. This time the situation is a bit bad. Do we have to set up a resurrection match? Otherwise this plan is likely to fail. Su Hu frowned, thinking about whether to do something behind the scene. After all, Lin Chen did make a mistake in his arrangement this time. If it really caused the opponent to lose, it would hurt his confidence. Su Hu planned to wait until after the game to apologize and then compensate the opponent after telling the truth. As for Lin Chen's victory, in his opinion it is unlikely. The attribute restraint is too serious. It is impossible that this alien Aaron directly exceed the racial limit, right? On the other side, Lin's father, who was watching the live broadcast in the company, was frowning and said nothing. Lin's mother saw that everyone on the field was talking, but she couldn't hear what they were saying and she didn't understand the battle between Pokemon. Just from their impressions, the situation was not favorable to her son. She asked nervously, "Dad, how is the situation? Is the Pokemon of the child on the opposite side strong? Will Chen lose?" But Lin's father came back to his senses and said in a hoarse voice, "The situation is not good now, Xiao Chen. The attributes of the Pokemon are completely countered by the opponent's Pokemon. It will be a disadvantage in the fight, and it is likely that at this point Father Lin did not continue to speak and his expression was a little depressed. It was really unlucky to encounter a natural counter Pokemon in the first game." When Mother Lin heard this, she pursed her lips and said softly, "I believe in Chen. Even if he loses, it doesn't matter. After all, he has brought us enough surprises, right?" Father Lin glanced at his wife and then there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Yes, you have to believe in Chen. No matter whether they win or lose, they will support their children." Damn, this is too unlucky. On the other side, Li Feng, who was staring at the computer screen, couldn't help but curse. His nemesis is so unlucky. There are so many players, but the first Pokemon he met was the fighting type Machoke, which is his natural enemy. He immediately thought, will he be killed 3 in a row? After all, apart from Laren, Lin Chen doesn't seem to have any powerful Pokemon, just a lame EV. Even if he is cured now, he will probably be killed instantly. Li Feng looked at Lin Chen's still calm face and recalled the battles with Lin Chen in the past 3 years. Every time Lin Chen's Pokemon is weaker than his, but he can always reverse the situation. This time he also feels that Lin Chen can win. That is his protagonist, and it is also a kind of blind confidence. How could his nemesis fall in the first game of the district? On the other side, Chu Zener looked at the picture on the screen with a shocked expression and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "If it were you, what would you do? If this alien Aaron is restrained, can you see your EV? It should be your trump card, right?" Chu Zener was not so worried. She always felt that Lin Chen's trump card was the EV. No matter which of the 3 forms EV evolved into, it had no attribute restraint and could fight against Machoke. The barrage on the official live broadcast platform of the Alliance was also one-sided at this time, and the small amount of cheering was instantly drowned out. Some people cheer for Lin Chen, and naturally some people will cheer for Tang Yu. Tang Yu on the ring ignored the noisy cheers but looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, "Your teacher should have said in the tactics class that choosing to give up at the right time is not a failure." He didn't mean to taunt, but he knew the command ability of the alien Aaron and Lin Chen, and he knew that the other party was a strong opponent, so he didn't want Machoke to consume too much physical strength. After all, his goal was to win the championship and he had to prepare for the NET battle. He also heard that a mysterious guy came to participate in this youth league. Therefore he never thought that he would be defeated by Lin Chen, so the best way was to win without fighting. What's more, he was also a young man with the ambition to become famous, and if you want to become famous, the fastest way is to step on the famous Lin Chen to get to the top. But Lin Chen seemed not to have heard what Tang Yu said, just looking at the Machoke with a strange look. To be honest, since seeing this shiny green Machoke, Tang Yu's voice has been automatically filtered by him. He took a look with his all-seeing eyes and the gender was actually female. Wow, this is perfect, in line with the character setting. Now the style of Tang Yu's eyes has completely changed. I always feel like a certain black beast has shifted, and the character Tang Yu is comparing with is not the pig-headed man but but those poor female Pokemon that were caught. After all, the female Macamp in that book is still quite strong. To her trainer almost opened a reverse harem. Therefore, no matter how Tang Yu taunts, Lin Chen always feels like laughing, but he can only hold it back and said with a strange look, "Don't talk, let's start the battle." Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned. He didn't expect Lin Chen to be so stubborn. He said coldly, "You will regret this stupid decision. The attribute of the fighting system is a natural nemesis. It's not just Coco. Before he finished speaking, Tang Yu looked at Lin Chen's Pokeball. The Pokemon that appeared in the game opened its eyes wide and wrapped in fear. Seeing this huge and terrifying bloody figure, the audience seats that were originally upbeat suddenly became quiet. Countless people lost their voices. P.S. This is a big chapter of 8,500 words and 17,000 words will be updated today. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. Chapter 71. The whole network was shocked. The people of the Alliance were shocked and the extreme violence crushed them. Please subscribe. Roar. Laren roared and the gale formed by the sound waves swept the venue, deafening. The audience couldn't help but cover their ears as if they were in the ancient times. A terrifying demon god was roaring at the sky, killing all gods and ruling the endless earth. Their eyes were fixed on the ring for fear that they would miss the wonderful duel in a blink of an eye. After the smoke and dust cleared, Laren's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. The blue dread armor shone with luster, guarding the strong body under the armor as solid as a rock, like a walking war fortress. The sturdy limbs looked strong and powerful, and the sharp rings on the feet were extremely sharp, and a slight scratch could crush a hill. The 2 rows of fangs on the huge jaws seemed to be able to smell the blood on them, and it looked like they could devour all living things in one bite. He stood on the ring like an ancient Plura, and behind him seemed to be a sea of blood and corpses, cruel and violent. The body length of more than 4 meters was like a mountain turning into a terrifying war fortress. Everything that stood in front of it would be ruthlessly crushed. The dark void on both sides of the back was breathtaking, and in the hole on the left side of the top there was an invisible ink-colored light flowing. It continuously communicated all the rock power spreading across the ring in an instant, feeling the rhythm of the earth. Laren's eyes were all around, and the pressure from the top predator descended, making the air heavy. Machoke, which was nearly 2 meters tall, looked extremely strong and full of power, but at this moment it stood in front of Laren like a child, making this duel look like a weak and ignorant brave challenging the terrifying Demon King. Originally, Machoke crossed his arms and was extremely confident about this battle, but when he saw the huge terrifying figure, the smile on his face froze instantly and he subconsciously took a step back. When it realized that it was afraid, it gritted its teeth and prepared to take a step forward. As a fighter who has fought for many years, the fighting spirit cannot be lost, but it couldn't take this step because it felt that if it moved it might die. What it had to face this time was actually this kind of monster. This was the first time Machoke encountered this kind of monster. A huge sense of crisis spread in its heart. Even though it knew that its fighting attribute was restraining the opponent, its keen fighting instincts still made it feel a huge fear in its heart, especially the opponent's sweeping eyes like a tiger sizing up its prey rabbit and deciding which part to bite. Life and death are in the hands of the opponent. Pokemon will die. What about Aaron, who was said to become mediocre? Such a huge Laren is simply a mountain. Machoke's emotions changed and his expression was extremely ugly, and the audience, who were as confused as Machoke, were silent for a while. After a long silence, one person couldn't help but speak, muttering, "What the hell is this monster? Is it a new species? Isn't I under an illusion? Aaron evolution? Is this Aaron or Laren? Are you sure it's not a Grin painted red and then lying down to disguise it? This is too fucking big. I feel like I'm going to be eaten by him. Help, this is too cool." One after another exclamations rang out. With their cognitive abilities, they couldn't accept everything in front of them, including the referee. Everyone's expression was extremely horrified. It felt like a hungry shark suddenly rushed into a small pond and scared all the fish to death. No, even the pond was smashed. Some people who were looking forward to the alien overlord Aaron evolution were also scared. This size is too scary. Even if it stands still, it looks like an eternal war machine that can't be knocked down. If it runs wildly, wouldn't it be a chariot that crushes everything? The destructive power is simply indestructible. However, after being shocked, they quickly reacted. After all, being able to support Aaron 06 means that many of them bought the online betting. Looking at this terrifying overlord Laren, several people stood up and cheered excitedly. "I guessed right. This time I'm rich." "Me too, I bet right." "Thank you, Aaron." "Thank you, Lin Chen." "Ah, why did I choose to return to mediocrity?" I cried. "This time the bicycle directly turned into a motorcycle. I'm going to take off." Compared to the carnival of some people look pale. Before this, most people thought that after the alien Aaron evolution it would return to mediocrity, so that the online betting odds were extremely high, and once the guess was right, it would be the moment to change your destiny. At that time, even the people behind the betting didn't believe believe that Eren would continue to grow. In addition, in order to manipulate the odds, they deliberately found some tactical big vs and seriously analyzed the reason why Eren had changed, because the general meaning is that this special Eren may have accidentally taken some special natural treasures which led to its sudden increase in size, but after evolution it will consume a lot of energy. Some strange impulse were even cited. So under the brainwashing of a large number of posts, most people think that this Eren will evolve before other similar ones, but will definitely consume that energy and return to the appearance of ordinary tribe. As a result, now everyone has been slapped in the face. Eren not only did not become mediocre but became even bigger. With the emergence of a large number of prize redemption information, it was like a heavy bomb fell on the internet and the barrage plotted instantly. Damn, my eyes are okay. What do I see? A bloody hill? No, a giant peak. Laren YYDS. This is the Overlord evolution I'm looking forward to. Crush this shiny macho. It's so cool. From today on, Tyranitar is no longer my idol. Overlord Laren is. I decided to establish the Overlord Laren cult. Is the person above stupid? Just establish the Overlord Agrin cult. This will definitely go down in history. Such momentum even Quasagod Pokemon may not have it. We haven't seen Quasagod or not, but it's definitely not the momentum that an ordinary Laren can have. Those who say that after Eren evolution it will return to mediocrity, get out of here quickly. You see, is this called mediocrity? This fucking Laren is almost bigger than the final form of Agrin. I'm sure that when it becomes Agrin it will definitely become a moving dragon mountain. This is longer than the average Agrin. How can a fully formed Agrin be 4 meters long? Lin Chen is so lucky that he can pick up such a terrifying alien Overlord Eren. I have decided that I will also go to Celadon Rainbow Forest for adventure starting tomorrow. Don't even think about it. I have caught dozens of Erens and none of them are longer than half a meter. Maybe this is the only one in the world. No one still believes that Lin Chen is just lucky. Even if you meet the Overlord Eren you can collect it. Are you convinced? Don't you know how arrogant the Laren family is? What the above person said is right, and this Overlord Laren is a big eater. Can ordinary people afford it? In my opinion, Lin Chen is a hidden talent. I guessed right and I'm going to make a fortune this time. Such a passionate discussion about the game. Gamblers get out. Not only was the internet boiling, but Li Feng, who was watching the game at home, saw Laren on the screen, and even though he was at an infinite distance he could still feel the terrifying pressure spreading from it. It made him stunned for a moment, speechless, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. This is too aggravated. The last time he fought against Overlord Eren, although there was no hope of victory, at least his Bulbasaur dared to fight forward. But if it is now? Thinking of this, Li Feng summoned Bulbasaur and let it look at the Overlord Laren in the video. Just across the screen, Bulbasaur also sensed the spreading deterrent. For a moment he dared not move and lay on the ground trembling. I wish I could be an ostrich from now on and never show my head again. It's so embarrassing. Li Feng couldn't help but feel desperate when he saw this scene. Lin Chen is improving too fast. How can I catch up with him? Especially this Laren. I feel that all my Pokemon are not enough for him to have a full meal, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, let alone fight with it. Li Feng was a little discouraged. He thought that he could catch up with Lin Chen's back with his efforts, but now he can hardly see the dust on the road where Lin Chen walked. You know, before going to the breeding house I was his biggest opponent. A trace of loneliness flashed in Li Feng's eyes and he thought without confidence, the biggest opponent? Probably. In the past few years I have never defeated Lin Chen. Maybe the other party doesn't regard me as an opponent at all. I originally thought that after getting Royal 3 I would be able to defeat him, but now the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Is this the real genius? Even family background and origin cannot limit him. After getting Pokemon he will change into a dragon, but it is precisely because of this that he admires Lin Chen. The so-called unwillingness to admit defeat is actually just because he admires him but wants to surpass him because of the youthful spirit, right? Thinking of this, Li Feng stood up suddenly, picked up his clothes and rushed to the arena. He wants to go to the scene. Such a handsome duel, it would be a loss if he didn't go to the scene to watch it. As for embarrassment, what's there to be afraid of? I am Lin Chen's former enemy. Li Feng thought, shamelessly ready to wait until Lin Chen became successful so that he can brag about it for the rest of his life. On the other side, Chu Zener also saw this scene and was shocked by Laren's appearance. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wrong as pecked of you. Originally she thought that this shiny Machoke might force out Lin Chen's Eevee or other Pokemon, but unexpectedly this Eren actually evolved into the more terrifying Overlord Laren, turning into a war fortress. Chu Zener's eyes flashed with a trace of thought and she whispered, but it is obviously a tribute restraint, but you still choose Laren to play. This does not seem to fit your tactical style unless you know Laren's attributes are steel and rock, and these two attributes combined are 4 times restrained by the fighting type Machoke, and the venue of the ring competition is limited. For a Pokemon like Laren who is not good at at speed it is difficult to avoid the attack of Ma Choke, which is born for ring battles. But even if the gap in paper strength is so large, Lin Chen still did not choose to avoid it and summoned the mysterious EV first to consume it. In other words, he felt that there was no need to use that EV and he was absolutely confident in Laren. So what if it's restrained? What about the speed difference and the disadvantage of the venue? Just crush it head on. Thinking of this, Chu Zener looked at Lin Chen's calm figure on TV. Just like before, indifferent and calm, peaceful but out of reach. People can only look up to his back. He is a true genius destined to reach the top. It's really terrifying. The young are formidable. On the field, the chief referee Su Hu widened his eyes and couldn't help but claimed, "This is too big." After this alien Aaron evolution, Laren, its size is directly comparable to the final form of a Gren, and as a strong man close to the quasi-elite level, he can feel that the Laren in front of him is not just for show. The terrifying energy contained in the hard armor and muscles and even the rock energy in the air began to boil. This is definitely a terrifying guy, and this is just the second form. Then when it really evolves to the final form of a Gren, won't it be able to beat the quasi-god? Thinking of this, Su Hu's mouth corners slightly raised and a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. This guy is really a bit outrageous. This alien Laren is really rare in 1,000 years. Although I heard Shen Yu praise Lin Chen a few times before and mentioned his Aaron, and then I watched the previous video repeatedly, but you can only feel it when you see it with your own eyes. This Aaron is really powerful. Thinking of this, Su Hu's face was a little solemn and he immediately planned to call Shen Yu. Su Hu took off the earphone beside his ear, turned it off and made a call. The housekeeper of the Shen family answered the phone. After a short wait, Shen Yu's voice came. "It's me. What's the matter with Prosecutor Su?" Su Hu asked solemnly. "Prosecutor Shen, are you watching the Hangzhou Youth League?" Shen Yu replied calmly. "You want to talk about Lin Chen's Laren?" Hearing Shen Yu's voice, Su Hu immediately understood that Shen Yu should have known that Lin Chen's Aaron had evolved before participating in the game. So when he was asked to manipulate the Li secretly, the other party did not stop him, which seemed to have known this for a long time. Thinking of this, Su Hu suppressed his excitement. It seems that this plan can be carried out perfectly. Shen Yu said seriously, "If Lin Chen can get the champion, it is likely to attract big figures in the dark world. That's too difficult. This time the top genius of the imperial capital has appeared. I believe in Lin Chen." Shen Yu's voice was calm and there was a hint of trust, and then he hung up the phone. After all, the plan is very important. Excessive communication can easily arouse others' vigilance, and it is also easy to be eavesdropped on the phone, affecting the subsequent layout. Even the two people talked with aliases. Su Hu hung up the phone, looked at Lin Chen's calm posture and silently recited what Shen Yu had just said in his heart. Win the championship. He didn't expect Shen Yu to have such expectations for Lin Chen, but he was not as confident as Shen Yu and even a little pessimistic. Even if this overlord Aaron is indeed shocking, it is still a long way to defeat that person. However, because of Aaron's appearance, no matter how Lin Chen ranks this time, Su Hu knows that there will definitely be a big snake in the net. After all, such a special overlord Laren is really amazing. It is estimated that there will be many evil organizations who want to get it. If they can study the secret of Laren's body mutation and widely use it on their own Pokemon, they can definitely recruit more strong people and even strengthen the strength of the organization's own strong people and spread the influence of the organization. After all, this involves a secret that exceeds the upper limit of the race. If other alliances know about it, they may send people to compete in secret. However, no matter how many people dare to tend their tentacles and dare to have greedy hearts, they will be completely cut off. Let them know the majesty of the Xia Kingdom Alliance. Those who offend our Xia Kingdom will be punished even if they are far away. Suppressing his emotions, Su Hu shook his head and sighed. From the current point of view, this kid has a chance to make it into the top 10. But the first Pokemon he encountered was a fighting type Pokemon, which is really a disadvantage, and it is easy to affect the subsequent state. He simulated the battle in his mind and drew a conclusion based on the comparison of the attributes and strength of both sides. It is likely to be a fierce battle, affect the state of subsequent battles. However, there is no possibility of winning this time, but there is not much difference. As long as you can enter the top 3, it will be enough to gain a lot of fame. This is not that Su Hu looks down on Lin Chen, but he has already obtained the list of all the contestants and knows the identity of the proud son of heaven from the imperial capital, especially the terrifying record behind it. It is not just a Hangzhou Youth League champion, but being able to confront such a genius in advance is also a good life experience. It just happened to let Lin Chen suffer a little setback so that he can go further. On the ring, Tang Yu's rap was also swallowed back by him. He looked at Laren's huge figure and was shocked. Who said that Aaron evolution will return to mediocrity in the future? Who said that the other party was from a civilian family and could never raise this Laren? He wanted to strangle the person sent to investigate, and the gap between shiny Pokemon and shiny Pokemon is too big. Why does my shiny feel so different from the Pank frequency model? Especially the gleaming luster in Laren's blue dread armor. You can see the terrifying defense contained in it. Especially the blood-colored armor has a layer of metallic luster. It seems that a special prop is used. Tang Yu frowned, thought carefully, and soon thought of something. Metal film. It can enhance the power of steel skills and enhance the defense of armor-type Pokemon. In the market a small can is worth millions, and if you want to paint the Laren in front of you, you need at least 4 cans, which is 4 million. Even for his family it is a huge e-pence, enough to buy a Royal 3 with good talent. I didn't expect it to appear in the hands of a civilian from an ordinary family. Is there someone behind Lin Chen, or did he get an adventure in Celadon Rainbow Forest? But no matter how hard Tang Yu thought, he couldn't think that there were things on Lin Chen that were countless times more precious than adventures. The supreme treasure bow system. It was enough to allow him to transcend the laws of the world and transcend the world. A real bug against heaven. Although Tang Yu was shocked, he did not forget to observe his opponent. Looking at Laren's bloodthirsty eyes, he felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying demon god, as if he would be torn apart by the opponent in the NET second. The murderous intent contained in it was completely different from those Pokemon that he had only trained and fought in school in the past. It was obvious that he was bloodthirsty and had already experienced life and death crises. After all, he was still a top genius in number 1 middle school and quickly calmed down. Tang Yu put away the contempt in his eyes and showed a vigilant expression on his face. From this moment on he had regarded Lin Chen as his real opponent and had not lost his fighting spirit. Although the opponent era in evolution and the size was also terrifying, but he had a fighting Pokemon Machoke. Laren's attributes 4 times weak fighting. Under the absolute suppression of attributes, no matter how big the body is, it will be broken by me, not to mention that I am not a rookie like Hu Tian, and I will not be easily knocked down by the opponent's tactic. In terms of tactical command ability, Tang Yu said that he has never been afraid of anyone. What he has to do is to defeat this Laren with absolute suppression. Defeat Lin Chen. So Tang Yu slowly said, "You are indeed a very strong opponent. I am happy to fight with you." "Don't hit a smiling person." Lin Chen also nodded and said, "I am also happy to fight with you." As soon as the voice fell, the audience cheered. "Start the war! Start the war! Start the war!" The uniform cheers came from the audience again and instantly spread throughout the venue, and the atmosphere was suddenly extremely high. Everyone covet saw the fisto-flesh fight. On the internet, several tactical big vs also began to analyze the situation on the scene. Although Aaron evolution becomes Laren, his strength will definitely improve by leap and bounds, but Tang Yu's Machoke also has a natural fighting attribute and the outcome is still unpredictable. Yes, shiny Machoke facing shiny Laren. This is definitely a hardy battle. In my opinion, Machoke is likely to defeat Laren by consuming physical strength. Yes, this is the best way to face such a behemoth. I don't think so. Although this alien Laren looks very strong, its large size must mean slow speed. With 4 times the attribute restraint, can it rely on strong defense to get beaten? Yes, Tang Yu's chance of winning is also very high. The opinions of several parties have been deadlocked. Finally he said, coaching Zhao, "Who do you think will win between the two of them?" Zhao Jin, a tactical big V who spoke out online before, looked at the bloody Laren on the ring and did not answer. "It has been more than a month since I last saw Aaron in the video. This time I specially came to see his style now, and it is really deterrent." However, after comparing the strength of both sides, Zhao Jin frowned. As a tactical master, he was not optimistic about Laren. After all, no matter how he analyzed the tactics, the gap of 4 times attribute restraint was difficult to cross. Besides, both sides were at most at the beginner level of superior. With similar tactical command levels, even he could not figure out how Lin Chen could win. He had a vague feeling that since he broke the routine once, today's game is likely to break his cognition. After thinking it over again and again, he wrote down the prediction results on his personal channel. Lin Chen win. For the first time he did not analyze the tactic and wrote down the prediction results based on his intuition. Although it might ruin his reputation, he expected Lin Chen to create a miracle. The support of Zhao Jin, an excellent tactical master, made the heat rise again. People started to tear each other apart online and cheered for the players they supported. However, they all knew that no matter what the outcome was, this was definitely the most exciting city-level youth league match in the past 10 years. The middle-aged referee on the ring also had this good quality. He took a deep breath, calmed down and said loudly, "Are both players ready?" After 847, Lin Chen and Tang Yu nodded. A whistle sounded and the referee suddenly recycled. The game begin. After the voice fell, neither side launched an attack at the first time. Tang Yu smiled and said loudly, "You are a very strong opponent. In this case I will also go all out." Machoke's dynamic punch. Tang Yu's idea is very simple. First, use fighting skills to test Laren's defense limit. If the opponent is hurt, then there is no need to think so much, just break it directly. If it doesn't work, use skill skills such as focus energy or bulk up to increase Machoke's attack power, or use kite tactics to kill this terrifying Laren bit by bit. In this way, no matter whether the opponent can resist Machoke's attack, he should be able to advance or retreat. Howl. Machoke's muscles are coiled, blood is rushing in his body, and he roars and attacks suddenly. As the power rises, the blood in Machoke's heart begins to burn, dispelling the haze of fear. It's Machoke. It will smash all obstacles in front of it. Defeat the opponent with the most powerful attitude. Boom. Machoke stomped his leg hard and the ground under his feet was crushed instantly. As the gravel flew, his figure splashed high as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he had already flown to the top of Laren. Since this blue dread armor has strong defensive power, then just avoid it. The eyes in front will always be a weakness. Then Machoke put away his right elbow and concentrated his strength on his right arm. The lines on his muscles began to stand out like a roaring gathering, coming with an unstoppable momentum. Dynamic punch. This punch suppressed the fear in Machoke's heart, and with the pride of a fighter it came from the air from top to bottom, facing Laren's face smack down. Once it hits, even a small mountain will be instantly crushed and turned into powder. The whole audience was silent and everyone looked at the scene in front of them, holding their breath. It's getting closer. Seeing Machoke's fist shooting at him, the battle is about to begin. Just when everyone thought he was going to hit, Laren suddenly moved. Before all the audience could see clearly, Laren's figure had disappeared from the spot. The huge body suddenly disappeared and the puff rose up, covering even the high-speed dynamic camera, and only smoke and dust could be seen. Machoke punched and fell to the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, the terrifying power surged on the ground, and a terrifying shock force with the point of dynamic punch as the center of the circle spread instantly. The shock spread in all directions, forming spider web-like cracks. On the ring, a huge deep pit appeared under Machoke's fist. The power of a punch, so terrifying. However, Machoke as the attacker looked extremely horrified because Laren disappeared. He was there in the last second but suddenly disappeared in the net second. It was so fast that it felt frightened. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. Tang Yu was equally terrified and quickly reminded him, Machoke, get out of the way. Roar. Machoke did not stand there after discovering that the attack on SmackDown was empty. The fighter's instinct made it subconsciously want to pull back, but when it turned around it met a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. The cold eyes, like a demon king who devoured everything, frightened Machoke so much that his mind was suppressed and stagnated for a moment. When the strong clash, the victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Laren appeared behind Machoke at some point, looking down at the female beast who dared to taunt him, opened his bloody mouth and showed a hideous smile. The terrifying giant claws were raised, blocking all of Machoke's sight. In its despair and fear, it was wrapped in endless power and slapped it down suddenly. Boom. The terrifying shock sound echoed and the terrifying airflow swept as if it could tear the space apart and crush everything. Roar. At the last moment, Machoke reacted subconsciously and crossed his arms above his head to try to dissipate the huge force. But the net moment, the moment of contact, Machoke understood how stupid was this idea of mine. The claw, as powerful as a huge wave, landed on Machoke's arm. Crack, crack, crack. Machoke's muscles were broken, his tendons were broken, his skin was instantly cracked, blood was splattered, and the intense pain made his face distorted and he staggered to the ground with one foot. Roar. Laren saw this scene. Not only did he not have the slightest mercy, but his desire to kill was further magnified. All those who blocked his master would be torn apart by it, so it increased its strength again. One claw flashed. Boom, boom, boom. Machoke's other foot also knelt down and spider web-like cracks slowly radiated under his knees. Only half of his body was left on the ring and his arms were twisted at a weird angle. The fighter's most proud fist, his pride, his spine, were all completely shattered at this moment. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and opened their mouths, not knowing what to say, because the battle in front of him was not a fierce battle. There was no difficult match. With just one strike, Machoke was killed by Laren in seconds. PSA 9 500-word chapter. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 72. Step into the realm of Tianjiao and suppress the great devil of an era. Please subscribe. My Machoke was defeated in one encounter. Tang Yu stood there blankly stunned and could hardly believe what he saw. His proud main Pokemon, the superior level shiny Machoke, was actually beaten by the opponent and lost its combat ability in an instant. One move, just one move, without even using any skills, just a claw of brute force. Machoke was directly slapped into the ground, severely injured in an instant, and lost its combat ability. You know, this is a relationship with 4 times the attribute restraint. Tang Yu felt that his life was suddenly dark. When he was watching the video on the hot search before, he was still laughing at Hu Tian's stupidity and had no idea of tactical command. Although Lin Chen got a Pokemon of the alien overlord, he could be on the hot search just by defeating a genius from a low-level school like number 7 middle school. If he took action, he could easily easily defeat him. Although Eren was huge, his own strength seemed to be at the 9th level, and at that time, although his Machop had not yet evolved, it was already close to the superior level. If Machop took action, he would definitely be able to defeat Eren, and such a person could actually become famous at a young age. Although he didn't care on the surface, he also had a kind of dissatisfaction and a hint of jealousy in his heart. Even if he became the first in the experimental class of Hangzhou No. 1 middle school, he had never had such a great reputation. Why could Lin Chen easily surpass his effort for so many years? Just a huge Eren. As for Lin Chen's tactical command ability, he thought it was indeed good, but that was all. After the post-match video analysis, he would also come up with similar tactic. Moreover, in the face of absolute power, all tactics are meaningless. Especially in order to participate in the Hangzhou Youth League, Tang Yu trained Shiny Machop hard again and spent a lot of money to buy rare medium quality poke blocks from the Hangzhou Pokemon Cultivation Center. It is said that it was made by a mysterious breeder and the effect is stronger than the general medium quality poke block. One piece costs 90,000 alliance coin. Although the price is high, it also makes countless people snatch. I still bought some through my relationship. With such careful cultivation, Machop successfully evolved into Machop, and I met Lin Chen in the first game and I can show my strength. It is obviously double happiness. Why did it turn out like this? The difference in strength between the two is indeed a world of difference, but it is a little different from what he imagined. The ending is that he was crushed. There is no balance at all, and all the pride was directly shattered. Tang Yu looked at the tall and handsome young man in front of him, and an inexplicable sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. It seems that no matter how hard he tries, he can't keep up with his pace, and it seems that he can't keep up with the other party's interaction. You must know that when he was young, he had the ambition to be the best in the world. Lin Chen is the sky that cannot be broken and is high above. His Zion is indifferent, overlooking all living beings. Click. With an invisible sound, Tang Yu felt that his pride for many years had a crack. At the same time, fear came to him like a mountain falling, and there was no escape. Is this man a monster? The whole audience was silent except for the heartbeats of each other. Even the breathing sound was frozen. The eyes of tens of thousands of people in the venue were staring at the stage at the same time. The figure standing with his hands behind his back looked extremely indifferent. It was like this from the beginning. Even if he defeated his opponent, he couldn't be moved. It seemed that everything was under control. All the audience were stunned, thinking it was a fight between dragons and tigers. At the worst, even if Shiny Machop would be defeated, Laren would be seriously injured and both sides would suffer losses. But no one expected that within the first few seconds of the battle the outcome was decided. Superior level Machop was unilaterally crushed, and seeing that Eren's violent killing intent was still subsiding, it was obvious that he didn't use his full strength. The audience was silent for a long time, and after a moment, cheers like a tidal wave broke out. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Lin Chen! The audience shouted the man's name. This name left a mark in their heart. Perhaps many years later they can still remember the figure of the young man who was as tall as a cloud. A large number of audiences were excited and shouted excitedly, too strong. This is the real violent aesthetic. Crushing the alien overlord Laren is invincible. Ignoring the 4 times attribute and crushing directly, it's really cool. Although it ended very quickly and I didn't see it clearly, this game is really wonderful. Crushing in the strength that Machop is most proud of, killing people and breaking their heart. This game alone is worth the ticket price. What a tactical genius. In the face of absolute power, all tactics are useless. In the audience seats of No. 1 middle school there was silence, and many people even lowered their heads, unable to refute these voices. Is this still Tang Yu, who they usually call a tactical genius? You know, Tang Yu has always been the first in the experimental class of No. 1 middle school in the past 3 years, and now he has been crushed, and it's the No. 8 middle school that they look down on, and even a student in an ordinary class. That boy with his own strength suppressed them so much that they couldn't raise their head. Senior Tang Yu, you actually lost so thoroughly. This overlord Laren is so terrifying. Can anyone really defeat this monster? In the audience the atmosphere of failure spread among them. This unparalleled power was like a mountain pressing on the hearts of each of them. It even made people lose the courage to say that they would defeat it. This is only the first game. There are 2 more to come. Let's cheer for Senior Tang Yu. Yes, it's only the first game. Tang Yu, cheer up. I don't know who was the first to shout, but even if they were cheering for Tang Yu, they seemed a little weak at this time. On the internet many tactical big vs were stunned. This is completely different from the tactic they have learned. Obviously this overlord Laren has not reached the professional level yet. How can he be invincible at the same level? This F***ing Pokemon is not affected by the disguise of the Quasi-God. Is there any quasi-body that can use illusion? Such a powerful Pokemon, can it really appear in the Youth League? If it wasn't for the lack of power, I almost thought it was a professional level crushing a superior level. By the way, were your predictions correct? shocked. I didn't. Who would have thought that this alien overlord Laren could resist the attribute restraint more than resisting? This is a fucking hammer. Slapped in the face. All of them were slapped in the face. Their faces were swollen. Damn. Although I guessed wrong, it was so cool to watch. Many tactical big vs laughed at themselves. Anyway, everyone guessed wrong. Resisting it would only make others feel that they couldn't afford it. It's better to play the joke yourself. Some people also remembered Zhao Jin's tactical predictions and looked at those simple 3 words. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked, and they also admired him. He is worthy of being a top tactical master. He saw the result of the battle directly and he didn't even bother to e-plane it. What confidence, what tactical vision. Zhao Jin is too strong. He made such a decisive conclusion before the game. I thought he was a fool before. Oh my god, before the game I thought he was a clown, but I didn't expect that the clown was actually me. Sure enough, the level gap between tactical command masters is too big. Zhao Jin's decisive prediction has exceeded our imagination. Maybe he has reached the tactical level of elite. From today on I will only follow Zhao Jin. The other tactical masters were jealous of the surge in popularity, but they were also amazed at Zhao Jin's strong vision. He actually sneaked away and learned so much. Zhao Jin, who was praised by countless people, was also confused at this time. The result of this battle also exceeded his expectation. Crush. Overwhelming crush. It was obviously an impulsive prediction, but it brought back unparalleled popularity. And Zhao Jin looked at Lin Chen on the stage and had a feeling in his heart that he would definitely bring him more surprises. At this point Zhao Jin posted a post and pinned it. In the audience everyone was still immersed in the violent crushing just now. Although there was no fist-to-fist fight, this absolute crushing was more in line with the audience's perception of the strong, sweeping everything. And Lin Chen is a rising star in Hangzhou and will even step onto the national stage. In the commentary booth, the chief referee Su Hu saw this scene and the shock in his eyes was beyond word. Looking at the extreme crushing, he couldn't help but sigh. The young are formidable. He knew that even if Ma Choke's fighting type dynamic punch hit, Laren would not be injured. It is very likely that the defense could not be broken and the end result would still be suppressed and defeated in an instant, because he had already felt that this Aaron had reached a terrifying level in terms of strength, speed and defense. It is almost impossible to break its defense below the professional level. Most people might only think that the alien Laren's racial talent is strong, but Su Hu knows that this must be inseparable from Lin Chen's training. This Lin Chen is not only a tactical genius but also a genius in training Pokemon. It seems that the second place in this game has been booked. As for the champion, there is still little hope. After all, the one coming to the imperial capital this time is a fierce dragon from across the river. However, this time a dragon from across the river from the imperial capital came. As far as he knows, the opponent's Pokemon is just stuck at the upper limit of the level that can participate in the competition. It is just a little bit away from not being able to participate in the competition, and when the strength of Pokemon is infinitely tied, the remaining competition is tactical ability. What's more, that Pokemon is beyond this level and truly represents the top level genius Pokemon. And this time Aaron killed Machoke in 1 second. Part of the reason was Tang Yu's wrong decision. Although Tang Yu's tactical idea is very good, if it is against a Pokemon with strong defense, it is indeed possible to use a tentative way to attack. At that time, for this Laren, he had clearly felt the opponent's strength, so he couldn't easily make a move, because the battle between the strong often takes place in an instant and there is no room for any temptation, because all the temptations have already ended in the invisible confrontation before the battle. If he were to command this shiny Machoke on the ring, then Su Hu was doing tactical analysis and strength comparison in his mind at a high speed. After a moment he shook his head. Even if he was there, this Machoke could not defeat this Laren. At most it would prolong the battle time, allowing Laren to consume more physical strength and strive to find weaknesses in the NET2 games to defeat it. But such a winning rate is also extremely low. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any tactics are a joke. Su Hu looked at Tang Yu, who was doubting his life, and couldn't help shaking his head and said, if this game fails, Tang Yu will be devastated, and then there is no need to continue the remaining 2 games. The cheers at the competition venue are a bit dwarfed by those on the internet. The whole network was in an uproar. Even in the black market, the bounty for Overlord Laren directly increased from 3 million to 10 million. It made countless bounty hunters' eyes red. If they did this, they would all have no worries about food and clothing. Is this Overlord Laren? This is too scary. I took a look at my Laren now. Why do I feel that they are not the same species? The difference is too big. I can't wait to see what he will look like when he evolves into a Grin. I wonder if anyone will open a guessing event this time. I guess the size of the evolved Grin will be bigger. Is there anyone following the bet? You really take me for a fool. This is clearly giving away money. There is no point in playing without odds. But this time it seems that Laren took the initiative to attack. Although it was a crushing victory, it also indirectly shows that his defense may not be able to withstand a blow from a fighting Pokemon. What are you talking about? Overlord Laren is the strongest. The internet was in an uproar and the number of viewers on the official online platform soared. At this time it has reached 50 million popularity, even as good as the Youth League in the Imperial capital. Everyone came for Overlord Laren and Lin Chen. Everyone wanted to see the grand occasion created by Lin Chen again. Before the game was over, someone had already edited the screen recording and put it online, which instantly attracted countless people to save it. Looking at the frame-by-frame playback, the extremely domineering posture made everyone extremely amazed. This Laren is too terrifying. It is completely no less than a quasi-god. This Lin Chen is just a dog shit. Luck Overlord Laren invincible posture. Countless people were amazed and pressed pity for Lin Chen's first opponent. Obviously the opponent was a little worse than the high school opponent, and he was obviously holding a fighting system that restrained the opponent, but he was instantly crushed. It was a tragedy. Many people took screenshots of Tang Yun's press Zion on the ring and instantly made a large number of emoticons. As soon as they were uploaded to the internet, they began to spread. If Tang Yu knew that he would be treated as a passerby one day, he would probably regret participating in this game. Lost the game and lost his life. If he knew, he would probably want to escape from this planet overnight. It's over. On the ring, the referee was also extremely shocked. The battle that he had expected and even the scene that required careful observation to determine the winner did not come. This crushing momentum is easy to judge, but this blow is too shocking. However, their good professionalism did not make them stunned, and they quickly asked the medical staff to take Ma Choke down for treatment. A team of medical staff and a Chinsi who had been waiting here for a long time hurriedly went to the ring and directly carried the wounded and fainted Ma Choke down and started emergency treatment. The ruptured tendons and dislocated bones all over the body made the medical staff frown. Although this Ma Choke can be cured, it needs to stay in the Pokemon Treatment Center for at least 10 days and a half month. This Aaron is really terrifying. One blow is a serious injury. In fact, this is because Lin Chen and Tang Yu have no hatred or resentment, so this time Laren followed the master's dream and did not use too powerful skill. He just used his own physique and swung his claws to attack. Unfortunately, Ma Choke was also severely injured when he met him. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is no disability waste. After a large number of staff members came on stage and cleaned up the venue, the referee looked at Tang Yu and continued to ask Tang Yu, do you want to continue fighting? Although Tang Yu was a little pitiful for being beaten and doubting his life, the referee did not say anything to persuade him to surrender. After all, this is a 3v3 competition system. As long as one side does not surrender, they must continue to fight. The game will not end until all three Pokemon lose their fighting ability. Hearing the referee's sighs, Tang Yu suddenly woke up as if he had an electric shock in his heart, and his E-Press Zion was a little hesitant. It's not that he has no Pokemon. In fact, he still has another superior level Pokemon of the fighting type. It's only slightly inferior to Ma Choke. But what if I lose again? Thinking of this, Tang Yu suddenly woke up and cold sweat oozed from his back. He actually developed a fear of Lin Chen. He was afraid, but if he admitted defeat like this, it would be too unwilling. At least in the future he will always look up to Lin Chen's back, and he will never be able to defeat his inner demons in his life. What's more, the only move that his Ma Choke made just now didn't even hit the opponent. No, I can't give up. Tang Yu took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and started to analyze again. If this Laren can withstand that dynamic punch without any injury, then the opponent doesn't need to dodge. In other words, he doesn't have much confidence in his defense. If he can hit Laren, maybe he can successfully defeat the opponent. Thinking of this, Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, I choose to continue. Even if he loses, he must lose with dignity. This is his dignity as the first in the first middle school. The referee nodded after listening and then announced, it is the second game between Lin Chen and Tang Yu. The rules of the game remain unchanged. Pokemon must not be killed intentionally. The last sentence was that the referee was afraid that this was a different Laren who was too heavy-handed, so he reminded him specially. Tang Yu frowned, patted his face, Ed himself, then threw out the Pokeball and shouted, come out. Poliwrath. Whack. A flash of white light passed by and Poliwrath appeared on the stage, beating his belly. Poliwrath with water and fighting attributes, the final evolution form of Poliwag. Although his overall strength is not as good as the previous Ma Choke, his attributes perfectly restrain Laren. Both attributes restrain Laren. Water type restrains rock type and fighting type restrains rock type and steel type. Under multiple restraints, it can be said that they are natural enemies. When Poliwrath appeared on the stage, the audience cheered in an instant. Whether Poliwrath can fight Laren in a shocking battle or Laren kills the opponent in one hit, again they are all looking forward to it. Can Poliwrath with its water and fighting attribute contend with this terrifying Laren? Tang Yu's psychological quality is really good. If it were me, I would have doubted my life. Poliwrath is nothing. It's just an ant in front of Laren. A proud proud army will be defeated. I believe Tang Yu must have a trump card. Tang Yu ignored the voices of the audience. The fear in his eyes faded, replaced by a strong desire to fight. He said seriously, this time I won't lose so badly. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and said lightly, come on. In fact, after experiencing the wild fight, Lin Chen felt that this kind of game was just like playing house. Even Laren hasn't taken it seriously yet and is still at the level of warming up, but he won't take it lightly. He will only despise his opponent tactically, but every attack will be like a lion fighting a rabbit with all his strength. The referee on the side began to signal to the players on both sides and spoke after getting confirmation. I declare the match begins. As soon as the match started, Tang Yu gave the order directly. Polyrath, use bubble beam. He had already thought about it and would attack with bubble beam first because Laren was twice as weak as water, so he would definitely choose to dodge the attack. When Laren dodged, bubble beam hit the ring and the ground would definitely raise dust and block his vision. At that time he could use this as a cover to use dynamic punch. When using bubble beam, Polyrath does not need to get close to the opponent and will not be approached in a short time. And this move is exactly what he learned from the video of Lin Chen's battle before. The teacher uses his strengths to defeat the enemy. He wants to use this method to regain his face. Goo. After hearing the order, Polyrath knocked on his chest and then a beam of white light from his mouth shot out towards Laren. When Lin Chen saw this, he just said calmly, Laren, use rock tomb in front of you. Roar. Laren roared, kicked his front limbs hard and a huge piece of rock suddenly appeared on the ground. The stone slab flew up, but this attack was not for attack but for defense. Bang bang bang. 4 huge stone slabs were fired in front of Laren, and at this time bubble beam attacked, suddenly all hitting the stone slabs lifted by rock tomb. Even the stone slabs were not penetrated and they were completely dissipated. Therefore there was no smoke and dust. Tang Yu was stunned and was a little confused for a moment. Rock tomb can be used like this. Isn't this an offensive skill? His tactics were strangled before they even started. For the first time he felt the deep malice which came from the IQ crushing between him and Lin Chen. The opponent's tactical command level also crushed himself. This scene made countless audiences cheer. Lin Chen, awesome. What a great rock tomb. 2 awesome attack skills can be used like this. In the commentary booth, the chief referee Su, whose eyes flashed with admiration, and he claimed, well done. This Lin Chen has a strong grasp of skill. He doesn't look like a young man at all but more like a mercenary who has experienced many battles. No wonder he was chosen to be the core of the snake hunting plan. In this way, with his strength, as long as he can resist the attack of the poaching group in the first time and not be killed instantly, then the chance of successfully catching a big fish is very high. On the ring, Tang Yu looked gloomy. This attack did not go according to plan and the bubble beam completely dissipated on the stone slab without stirring up any smoke and dust at all, so the following dynamic punch could not be released. If dynamic punch is used forcibly, then the opportunity will be given in vain, just like being crushed by macho. Although Tang Yu was an ES, he did not lose his composure. He gave another order, Polyrath, attack from high altitude. Quack. After hearing Tang Yu's order, Polyrath kicked his leg. As a Pokemon with extremely strong bounce power, Polyrath jumped to a height of dozens of meters in an instant. Seeing this, Tang Yu continued to shout, Polyrath, that's it, use bubble beam directly and bomb at a 5 point. Quack. Polyrath in the air hit his belly again and bubble beam began to condense. A hint of pride flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. He didn't believe that Lin Chen could always use rock tomb. Even if he could temporarily resist with rock tomb for a while, the attacker would never have the possibility of failure. Long-term bombing would also accumulate enough smoke and dust. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Chen, wanting to see the change in Lin Chen's expression, but the man in front of him had no fluctuations on his face and he still looked indifferent, like an ancient sacred mountain suppressing everything. Tang Yu suddenly felt a sense of danger, and at this time Lin Chen spoke, do you think rock tomb is just to block attack? What? Tang Yu's ominous premonition became stronger, but he didn't know what to do, and Lin Chen continued, everything we did before was actually to force you into the air. Hearing this, Tang Yu's heart suddenly tightened as if he understood something. It's over. Boom. With a loud bang, 4 huge stone slabs suddenly broke from the ground, accompanied by endless dust, and one of the stone slabs flew out at high speed. And Laren also moved. It suddenly splashed its body about and stepped on the stone slab, just like the previous battle with Scyther, but this time it was more fierce, and the target was Polyrath in the air. It was just because it was in the air because of the bubble beam sweep it couldn't change its body shape at all, and its body was temporarily stiff. Looking at the terrifying huge blood-colored demon-like figure, the frog's eyes were full of fear. Tang Yu saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst and he shouted loudly, Polyrath, use hydro pump. Since you can't dodge, just go straight. The power of hydro pump is much stronger than bubble beam. If it hits directly, it will definitely hit Laren hard. Goo goo. Hearing the master's command, the struggle in Polyrath's eyes disappeared. He took a deep breath breath all the water in his belly condensed and used the recoil of hydro pump to pull away. A hydro pump as wide as a person shot down from top to bottom, powerful enough to break a building and dissipate. Bang! Hydro pump shot away violently. Tang Yu's face rose with a trace of excitement and he said loudly, Qian Ma Zhao, indeed when in the air Polyrath can't avoid the attack, but similarly your Laren can't avoid hydro pump. Bang! With a loud bang, hydro pump hit Laren directly. Tang Yu couldn't help but clench his fist and said excitedly, beautiful. But the net second his face suddenly changed and water splashed in the air and the mist stirred up made the venue a little cool. But Laren's upward splash was not affected at all, as if he was just showered by hydro pump. There was not even a trace left. It makes people wonder if this is really the dominance of twice weak water. Is it Laren? There was a hint of sarcasm in Laren's violent eyes. Was this attack on hydro pump a scraping attack? Laren resisted hydro pump head and his terrifying body swept through like a chariot, instantly crushing hydro pump. Countless water splashed and under the refraction of the sun it turned into a beautiful celadone rainbow. And under this celadone rainbow Tang Yu's despair was reflected. What kind of terrifying defense is this? This is not a battle at all. It's a game like cat and mouse. Thinking of this, Tang Yu gave up commanding quack. However, Laren jumped into the air and the terrifying pressure swept over, making Polyrath, who had no way to escape, extremely frightened. Roar! Laren's eyes were brutal and he roared, shaking the sky. If it were in the wild, perhaps he would have bitten it at this time and Polyrath would have become his meal. But Laren did not forget the master's order. He stretched out his claws in the air and clenched his fist. He went straight to Polyrath's belly and punched him hard. Bang! With a muffled sound the punch hit directly. Polyrath's Zion was distorted and his body was like a meteor, instantly smashing into the underground ring. Boom! Polyrath fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, and was smashed into the ground fiercely. A big pit appeared again, blood oozing out of his body, and he fainted directly. Just like the previous Machoke, he was killed in one blow and lost his ability to fight directly. At the same time Laren fell from the sky and his huge body made the whole venue tremble slightly. It stood on the ring with bloodthirsty eyes, proudly raised his head and did not look down like a demon of war. This gaze hit the eyes of all the audience and the whole venue was silent. Fortunately the referee who had ejected it saw this scene, waved his hand and quickly called the medical team. It was a few minutes ago since the last time the medical team came on stage. The referee showed a trace of pity in his eyes and asked softly, Tang Yu, do you want to continue the game? Generally speaking, you have to wait until the status of Polyrath is confirmed before calling the medical team and then ask the player whether to continue the game. But there is no need. When in the air, Polyrath has already lost its ability to fight. Absolute strength crushing, you can't fool it by playing trick. Tang Yu's eyes were lonely and he had no fighting spirit at this time. His hand slowly dropped and sighed, I admit defeat. The remaining one was just an entry-level Pokemon. Even if he was crushed and injured in vain, it would be better to surrender. At the moment when Tang Yu admitted defeat, someone in the audience suddenly stood up excitedly and shouted Lin Chen's nickname in school. Big Devil Cabinet. Big Devil. The voice spread like a virus. Countless people followed suit and shouted out the title of the great Demon King. The handsome boy under the gaze of countless people was like a Demon King, sweeping and crushing everything. PS 9600 words 19000 updated today. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 73, The Power of the Supreme Bloodline, the Advent of the Quasi-God Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. With Tang Yu's surrender, the wonderful first game ended. It lasted less than half an hour minus the time for the introduction of the rules and the halftime break. Each battle ended in just a moment. 2 kills in a second. The whole audience was silent and after a moment there was a huge cheer. The momentum was like thousands of thunders. Even a few kilometers away you can hear the huge cheers. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, Lin Chen. They shouted Lin Chen's name together. No one noticed the gloomy Tang Yu, the top student from the best experimental class in the city, who had lost all his strength and stood there quietly. No one would pay attention to the loser. Only the strong are the peaks in people's eyes, and the weeds at the foot of the mountain, no matter how well they grow, are just weed. No one would pay attention. On the stage the referee quickly arranged the treatment and looked at Lin Chen with burning eyes. He didn't expect that today's first game would be so exciting. He had hosted so many youth league and for the first time the event was so eye-catching, but because he was always on the stage the referee didn't know what kind of sensation had been caused on the internet at this time. In his eyes, Hangzhou City has gained another peerless genius. Lin Chen's future is far more than just the professional level but the elite level known as the mobile disaster, and even he didn't dare to think about it any further, but he was the referee of this rookie's first battle and he would definitely be able to brag about it in the future. Just this one game will add some glory to his resume. The referee cleared his throat, looked at Lin Chen, walked to the center of the ring and announced loudly, I declare declare the winner of the first game, Lin Chen. After the voice fell, the whole audience burst into cheers even more enthusiastically than before, and everyone was still immersed in the two battles just now. It was a one-shot kill. Who said there is no opportunities come in threes? This is a string of three. Overlord Laren, invincible appearance. Everyone was talking. They hadn't seen such a hearty battle for a long time. Resist a blow from hydro pump. This time is a battle between men. You hit hydro pump and I will take it, but you may die with my claw. Overlord Laren's defense is too strong. What a tactical wizard you have to sit down when you meet the big devil. As expected of the big devil, whether it is in terms of hard power or tactical command, Lin Chen is at a crushing level. He is so strong. In the audience, Lin Qingguan covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't expect that her student would be so strong. Originally she only knew that Lin Chen was very strong, and the most shocking thing before was only the friendly match between number 7 and number 8 middle school. And now, without realizing it, this student of his has grown to this point. Lin Qingguan looked at the ring from a distance. Lin Chen's still calm expression seemed as if he had just done a very simple thing. He was as calm as when he defeated Li Feng in the class before. There was no sense of enjoyment at all. Even the endless glory is not looked down upon by him. In other words, he knew he could get it all. That is an absolute confidence, unparalleled confidence. I have to say that Lin Chen like this is really full of charm. Originally Lin Chen was just a child in her heart, but at this moment, looking at that tall and indifferent back, it coincided with the figure in her dream. She couldn't help but become a little crazy. But then Lin Qingguan came to her senses and couldn't help complaining in her heart. Lin Qingguan, what are you thinking about? This is your student. Although she stopped her strange thoughts in time, there was a blush on her face, making her look particularly charming. On the other side, Li Feng pushed open the car door and held his mobile phone in the other hand, which was playing the league's official game live broadcast. Then he strode towards the venue without looking back. At this time, listening to the cheers of the audience, Li Feng looked at the big screen in front of the auditorium. The screen was still playing back the wonderful scene of Laren killing 47 Polyrath with one blow, and he was horrified. I thought it was a big battle and I could arrive in time to watch the game, but I didn't expect that the first game was already over and it was still a one-hit kill. Looking at Lin Chen's tall figure on the stage, the gap between him and himself had been widened unconsciously. What a difference! Li Feng no longer even felt frustrated in his heart because he knew that there was no hope of catching up. He showed a wry smile, but then the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he reacted. As his former enemy, he is almost equal to an old enemy. Doesn't this rounding up mean that you are awesome? Li Feng suddenly became happy. Instead of worrying about how to catch up with Lin Chen every day, he would rather move forward step by step with his feet on the ground. After all, too much is never enough. My goal is to become a professional trainer. On the other side, in a villa in a wealthy area, Chu Zener smiled when she saw the scene on the live broadcast screen of the game. Such crushing is really not like his style. On weekdays I keep a line, but maybe this is the real him. Isn't Jinlin just a thing in the pond? It turns into a dragon when it encounters a storm. But actually at the last moment Laren had already held back, otherwise the best way to attack while rushing into the air would be to bite. But if so, Polyrath might have been seriously injured, and even if he was treated on the spot there might be sequelae. In that case this genius from Hangzhou may be lost to everyone in the future. Although Lin Chen is decisive in killing, he is by no means a bloodthirsty person. He and Tang Yu have no enmity, they just have to decide the winner. In the company of Father Lin and Mother Lin, when the two elders saw this scene, Mother Lin was so excited that she finally couldn't help but claimed, "My son has won." His father looked. Father Lin also clenched his fist. You must know that Polyrath's hydro pump hit even through the screen. You can see that its power cannot be underestimated. Until the battle was over and the dust settled, Father Lin's nails dug deeply into the palms of his hands, leaving a white mark, and the sweat made his palms wet and greasy. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cheer. Beautiful. Only then did they notice that there were already people standing around. Both of them felt the odd looks from around them, and many colleagues congratulated them with a hint of flattery. Only then did Lin's father realize that they were all secretly watching the video. Everyone else also understood that Father Lin and Mother Lin had made it through this life. Their son was really too strong. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be a professional powerhouse and even have the potential to become a quasi-elite. That's a real big shot. If you don't please me now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to meet in the future. At this time the supervisor was also among the crowd with a close look, turning a blind eye to the employees' inactivity and even the upright commotion. After all, he knew that if he offended Father Lin and Mother Lin here at this time, the boss would be the first to deal with him. Not to mention, I am also an avid battle fan, leader of Overlord Laren's support team. This battle is so bloody. 4 times the attribute restraint. Ignore the opponent's attack and kill instantly. Overlord Laren YYDS. In the official live broadcast room of the Alliance Alliance Youth League. The barrage was rolling in like a tide. If the speed was not doubled, the content of the barrage could not even be seen clearly. Everyone is discussing this competition. All have not yet come out of this shocking battle. J. On the other hand, the online forums are polarized, each with its own joy. The other part of the losers kept cursing. On the field, Su-Hu saw this scene in the commentary booth and his shock was beyond word. This Lin Chen was really beyond his imagination. It was obvious that during the campus-friendly match before, Aaron was only at the entry level of the 7th level and was far behind other schools in terms of level. Not to mention number 1 middle school, even a random student from the experimental class of number 2 middle school Laren was far inferior to their Pokemon. But now from Su-Hu's professional perspective, this Laren may not have just crossed the initial level of Pokemon but has already reached the intermediate level of superior, or even close to the advanced level of superior. In just 1.5 months he was able to go straight to the advanced level of superior, completing 2 consecutive jumps. I am afraid that only the top monsters in the Imperial capital can match this speed of strength improvement, which is terrifying. He recalled how long he had spent on the superior beginner level. He was also a genius in that year, but it took him half a year. Of course, Su-Hu improved his strength step by step, not like Tang Yu, who squeezed some of Ma Choke's potential for the competition. Lin Chen's calm command was also beyond imagination. At the beginning of the battle, he had already anticipated that the opponent would use long-range attack skills and then set up traps step by step, letting Polyrath jump into the air and entering a space where he could not dodge skill. Facing the multiple restraints of the Mosquito Frog Warrior, he was not panicked at all and had already calculated that the Hydro Pump, which was trying hard, could not hurt Laren. Achieve this one-hit kill. This kind of calm tactical command ability, if it were himself. Su-Hu once again put himself in the shoes of Lin Chen's imaginary enemy. This professional high-level strongman actually put himself in the shoes of a student who had not yet taken the college entrance examination twice on the same day. Su-Hu frowned and unconsciously began to simulate the drill again in his mind. After a moment he shook his head again. If it was my past self fighting with Pokemon of the same stage, I couldn't find any weakness of Lin Chen. Even with my current self, Su-Hu felt a little tricky. Su-Hu suddenly thought of something. Until now Lin Chen has only used one Laren to face the world. From my own observation, Lin Chen is not the kind of young man who only uses one Pokemon to show off. So what about his other Pokemon? Of course Su-Hu's basic judgment was correct, but he didn't know that Lin Chen had beaten the superior intermediate Primeape before, and Primeape desperate attack with Burning Life could not break Aaron's defense, not to mention the superior beginner Machoke and Polyrath. It's just that in order to make a quick decision and not reveal too much information, I chose to kill instantly. Unexpectedly in Su-Hu's eyes it turned into calmness and absolute confidence in Pokemon. On the ring, Lin Chen took out the Pokeball. A red light flashed and Laren returned to the Pokeball. He looked at the silent Tang Yu, shook his head and was not interested in comforting him, which would only be regarded as the arrogance of the winner. Then he slowly turned around and walked off the stage. Tang Yu still lowered his head and hung his arm. He heard the footsteps in front of him and sighed in his heart. Is it over? All the pride in the past was shattered today. Originally I was thinking of quickly solving Lin Chen and then facing the guy from the Imperial capital, but now it seems a bit ridiculous. Lin Chen's steps were very light. Tang Yu couldn't help but look up and look at the tall back full of doubt. This guy was obviously born in an ordinary family, but he seemed to have seen a big scene and was calm. Tang Yu suddenly remembered Laren's bloodthirsty eyes during the battle, eyes that had experienced life and death battle. Thinking of this, Tang Yu felt somewhat relieved. His face regained its spirit and he shouted loudly, Lin Chen. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit again and he said seriously, "Net time I will definitely surpass you." After all, he was also a genius in the number 1 middle school and he couldn't let a single failure in a competition make him lose heart. In that case he doesn't deserve to be called a genius. After hearing this, Lin Chen paused and said without looking back, "Come on. As for surpassing yourself," Lin Chen didn't take it seriously. He never cared about all his defeated general. That was the case in the past and it will be even more so in the future. Whether it is the major universities in Hangzhou or the top monsters in the Imperial capital, he will always be far behind. Although they have the support of their family and can obtain even quasi-god Pokemon eggs, so what? Lin Chen possesses not only the treasure bow system but also the profound knowledge of Pokemon cultivation from his previous life, and his growth rate will exceed everyone's imagination. Lin Chen's goal is to surpass those professional level players of the older generation and even elite level EPERT. He wants to do it step by step with everyone's attention, until you stand on top of the world. After the first battle, the arena was briefly cleared and the arena was given over to the second group of contestants. At this time Lin Chen can also watch the game in the player viewing room. After all, unlike the first game, after each group of duels is completed they will not immediately meet the NET opponent and they will be divided into groups again according to the winner. NET Lin Chen looked at the NET few consecutive battles. The gold content of this youth league is still relatively high. Most of the players' Pokemon have reached entry level 8 or 9 and a small number can even have the strength of a superior entry level. Many powerful Pokemon appeared in the arena and there was even a battle between the Royal Three. Lin Chen looked around the battles but there was no opponent who could compare with Tang Yu. It seemed that Tang Yu, the number 1 in the experimental class of number 1 middle school, had some gold content. The audience was not as enthusiastic as when they watched his game before and they all lacked interest. After all, we had a big dish at the beginning and then looking at the subsequent appetizers the taste was always a bit off. Lin Chen, who had been watching the game, had some doubts in his heart. The reason why he kept watching the subsequent games was because he was thinking, first of all, it was definitely not an accident that he met Tang Yu from number 1 middle school in the first round of the competition. It could only be someone operating behind the scenes. After all, on the one hand the probability is too small and on the other hand there must be some purpose for allocating it this way. Of course the results are ready to come out. Then this arrangement can only be made by one person, Shen Yu. Lin Chen felt that he was not wrong about this. It was just that the match between him and Tang Yu attracted a lot of spectators. The gimmick was there. If he continued to suppress the match in the following matches, the popularity would drop rapidly. After all, no one wants to watch a game without suspense. They only like to fight hard even for SI game. If the popularity drops, then it is better to put the game between himself and Tang Yu at the end unless. Suddenly Lin Chen realized a possibility. Unless Tang Yu is not the person they like the most. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with anticipation. In the venue, since they had never seen a sufficiently exciting game, the audience at this time were all looking forward to the appearance of the Overlord Laren, and some people had even begun to shout, "Let Lin Chen come on stage. We want to see Overlord Laren." That's right, what's the point of such a game? It's better to go directly to the second round. It must be said that the audience was blind. As soon as they heard someone protesting, they immediately started shouting, "He doesn't care about the rules of the competition at all, he just wants to enjoy himself." It seems that the champion this time has basically been confirmed. Let's just give it to Lin Chen. After all, the first place in number 1 middle school wins the champion every time. This time he was eliminated in the first round, just when everyone thought Lin Chen would win. In the last round of the first round of screening, a beautiful girl with black hair and black clothes appeared on the stage. The eyes of all the spectators suddenly brightened and even the previous protest there subsided. The referee took one look at the black-haired girl who came on stage and became much more energetic. His years of experience as a referee allowed him to sense the aura of this girl who came on stage. He glanced at the data card and announced loudly, "Net Long Yuking will play against Xiao Hengfei from the number 2 middle school. The rules of the competition are..." This stunning girl named Long Yuking appeared on the stage and instantly became the subject of heated discussion among the audience. After all, beauties and strong men are the mainstream. Lin Chen, who was in the lounge, was already a little tired. When he saw Long Yuking coming on stage, he sat up straighter. He repeated what the referee had just said. Long Yuking versus Xiao Hengfei from number 2 middle school. Lin Chen discovered a blind spot. Every time the referee introduced the players from both sides, they would mention their school or origin. For example, when I compete with Tang Yu, I will add number 8 middle school and number 1 middle school. On the one hand, it is to add gimmick, and on the other hand, it can also enhance the reputation of each school. After all, if there are students like myself who are from a slightly worse school and defeat the students of number 1 and number 2 middle school, it will definitely increase the popularity of the school. When the referee introduced Long Yuking, he did not add any preface. Such a mysterious origin. Is he an unparalleled strong man in the towns around Hangzhou, or a descendant of a certain family in the alliance, or from the imperial capital? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with curiosity. Lin Chen knew that he might be waiting for the mysterious figure, and he continued to look at the ring. After Long Yuking came on stage, she always looked indifferent and without any emotion. It was not that she was arrogant, but her opponent could not get into her eyes. The greatest arrogance in the world is not being insulted, but the other party does not look at you at all and his eyes sweep over you. It is no different from seeing a house or a stone. There is no ripple. And this young man named Xiao Hengfei is from the experimental class of the 2nd middle school. Like Tang Yu, he is the first in the experimental class. Seeing that his opponent is such a beautiful woman, Xiao Hengfei's eyes suddenly brightened, and then he slowly said, "Hello, I am Xiao Hengfei from the 2nd middle school. I guess you should have heard of my name." But the other party just nodded to show that he heard it. Xiao Hengfei frowned a little unhappy. He felt that he was very elegant and easygoing today, but the other party was still so cold. He said lightly, "Come out, Bulbasaur." After a white light, Bulbasaur appeared on the ring. Xiao Hengfei looked at the girl in front of him and the other party's eyes were calm without showing a trace of disgust. This suddenly made him feel inexplicably nervous. Xiao Hongfei hailed lightly and thought to himself, I must have thought too much. What else can such a lovely girl do? I will let her go a little later so that she won't lose so badly and then lose a game in the third game to save her face. In this way maybe we can add a contact method after the game and it may develop into a romantic relationship in the future. It's wonderful to think about it. Then Xiao Hongfei looked at the center of the ring. The deep pit left by the battle between Laren and Shiny Machoke was still there. It was not repaired after a short rest, and how could the battles of other people leave traces on this special ring? After all this time Lin Chen's overlord Laren was too powerful and even Tang Yu from number 1 middle school was defeated. I hope I won't meet Lin Chen in the NET game in advance. If that's the case then I will accept this runner-up with a smile. While Xiao Hongfei was still fantasizing about the future, Long Qingye threw out a pokeball and a white light condensed on the ring. In an instant the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began to gather as if there would be a downpour soon, and there was a feeling of impending storm. Before the white light dissipated, a powerful breath burst out and swept the entire ring. Xiao Hongfei's pupils suddenly shrank. This was a breath he had never felt before. This is a dragon? A thought flashed through Xiao Hongfei's mind and he felt that his whole body was trembling. This was an instinctive tremor. For a person who had never experienced life and death and only trained and fought every day in school, the sense of pressure made Xiao Hongfei feel that there was a ferocious beast from ancient times staring into his eyes. Bulbasaur crouched on the ground in an instant with all the muscles in his body tense, ready to fight at any time. This was the first time Xiao Hongfei saw Bulbasaur so nervous, and it was about to evolve to the superior level. If they were weaker, wouldn't they be frightened by this pressure and dare not move? A moment later the wind howled and smoke and dust instantly rolled up on the ring as if a storm skill was used. The wind had not yet subsided and the rain curtain suddenly rose. In the venue the drizzle fell like a needle tip. Just a moment ago it was still noon and the sun was in the sky. No one thought that the appearance of a Pokemon could actually cause changes in the celestial phenomena in a small area. Everyone stared at the ring, afraid of missing the appearance of this Pokemon. The NET moment, a snake-like figure soared into the sky like a dragon, turning its body lightly in the rain curtain like a green snake. Her whole body was covered with sapphire scales and her abdomen was bright white. A pair of black eyes, a small white horn on the forehead like a snake-like unicorn. There are two small feather wings on both sides of the head which looks particularly beautiful. In addition there are three crystal-like blue beads on its body, one at the bottom of its neck and the other two at the end of its tail. A beautiful dragonair descended here. In an instant the eyes of the entire venue were focused on this, and the audience closer to the ring could even feel the pressure from it. During the live broadcast of the game even the barrage paused for a moment. Everyone was shocked by this beautiful Pokemon. Even across the screen they could feel its oppression. Under the dragon-type Pokemon all living beings bow down. For other Pokemon perhaps when the difference in strength is too great there will be a sense of oppression caused by the crushing of strength, and the dragon-type, even if it is just a newborn cub, has a strong pressure. That is the bloodline from the ancient time, the bloodline of the dragon. In the lounge Lin Chen, who was originally thinking, saw this dragonair and narrowed his eyes slightly. The confusion in his heart just now was solved, but his frown did not relieve. Then a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He wanted to see who this person who was officially designated to surpass Tang Yu was. However, this opening was a king bomb. You know, this dragonair is a Quasagod Pokemon. PS 7000 words long chapter. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please comment. Chapter 74, manipulating the power of celestial phenomena. Her target is Lin Chen. The finals have begun. Please collect. Please subscribe. Quasagod Pokemon. In the Pokemon world there is such a class of members. They are all non-mythical Pokemon with two stages of evolution Mon, but the final evolution form has a racial value of up to 600 without exception. At the same time it does not have characteristics that may cause negative effects such as laziness, slow start, fish school, etc. Its strength is not inferior to some legendary Pokemon. Every Quasagod is extremely powerful. You should know that in Lin Chen's previous life, in addition to the two Quasagods Alamins and Metagross who appeared at the same time in the third generation, every Quasagod Pokemon and its pre-evolution form is the only evolution family in their respective generations that meets the Quasagod classification standard. This unique feature can show the rarity of Quasagod. In the real world even Royal 3 is pensive and controlled by the Alliance. Quasagods are military supply strategic Pokemon stored by an alliance or even an entire country, representing the strength of a country's top combat power. Speaking of Quasagods, they have an inseparable origin with the dragon system. Most of the Quasagods have dragon attributes and only a few such as Larvitar and Metagross are not dragon attributes, but they are are also extremely powerful, and the supreme status of the dragon type is also established because of this. After all, most Weisai gods are dragon types. As long as they have dragon attributes, their racial value and qualifications are far superior to ordinary Pokemon. In this world before the fairy type was summarized, the dragon type Pokemon was the strongest ruler. However, since the appearance of the fairy type, especially Azumarill, who is called water rat, it is called water rat, but it is actually a fairy type that restrains the dragon type, and it is an extremely powerful dual type Pokemon. Compared with other water types, the biggest feature of Azumarill is that it can belly drum. Although Poliwag and Slowpoke can also do it, it has a hidden level feature which can increase the belly drum gain by nearly 10 times. Azumarill's common fighting method is to strengthen the belly drum, add potions or tree fruits to increase blood, and cooperate with the strongman to hit high output equivalent to *8 output, which can directly press the dragon tribe to the ground and pound. And the fairy type is immune to dragon skills, which is the most buggy. Fortunately, most dragon Pokemon can learn other attribute skills, so they will not be directly scrapped on the spot. As dragon Pokemon, unlike many weak Pokemon, they have a strong affinity for skills. If a dragon Pokemon learns fighting skills, the strong body that it has since birth can also use fighting skills very smoothly. And dragon Pokemon is also a natural magician. Most dragon Pokemon are no less effective than their own Pokemon when using remote skills of various attribute. Unlike other Pokemon such as Machoke, let it use skills such as Water Gun. Not to mention that there is no talent for learning, even if it can be forced to learn the effect that can be earned maybe only 1/10 or 1/12. It is precisely because of this that even though dragon Pokemon is suppressed by fairy and ice Pokemon, it still stands firm at the top. After all, fairy Pokemon are extremely rare and have not been classified. Ice Pokemon are only common in the far northern continent and are extremely rare in Xia country. Even if some can survive in Xia country, they cannot grow into powerful mature bodies due to the influence of the natural environment and the struggle between Pokemon. The first form of the Dragonair on the ring is Dratini, and the final evolution type is Hypertrophy. Dragonite, known as the fastest flying dragon Pokemon, it can circle the planet in 16 hours and speed is only the lowest of its SI ability values. In addition, Dragonite has always had a wide range of moves to learn. It is a Quasi-God Pokemon that focuses on both special attack and physical attack. In terms of special attack, it has classic Fire, Electricity, Ice, Urgent, as well as Draco, Meteor, and Storm. It can be said that it is comprehensive in terms of attack, and in terms of physical attack it has Dragon Claw, Outrage, Flying Rightward Arrow, Flying Z, and other dragon-type output methods, as well as various other high-quality learnable skills. However, although there are many skills that can be learned except for the dragon-type skills, it requires trainers to spend a lot of money to buy them. Of course, many of them cannot be purchased even if they have money, and they need to go to the Alliance store of the Xiaoguo Alliance to buy them. That requires reaching a sufficient grade. Even if it is a professional strongman, it will cost a lot to cultivate a Dragonite and cultivate it to adulthood. And if it is an adult Quasi-God Dragonite, a Hyper Beam alone is enough to destroy a city, and its strength is extremely strong. After all, an adult is a quasi-elite Pokemon, a true top instant. It can be said that it looks down on all living things and everything is small. And Dragonite, even among the Quasi-God Pokemon, it belongs to the first echelon. In the previous life animation there was even an ancient Dragonite which was the same size as Laren in Lin Chen's hand, far exceeding the same race, and was powerful enough to compete with the third level god. And the ancient Dragonite has lived for many years since its birth to such a large size. In addition to its powerful attributes and combat capabilities, another advantage of dragon-type Pokemon is its long lifespan, which is only longer than that of turtles. A dragon-type Quasi-God is enough to send off 5 generations. In other words, dragon-type Quasi-God can be inherited from the family. If the trainer's lifespan reaches the end, the Pokemon has actually just reached adulthood. At this time, if it is passed on to the excellent trainers in the family, the dragon-type Quasi-God can keep the family strong. Of course, it is for this reason that an adult dragon-type Quasi-God has actually been cultivated by several generations. Its strength can be said to be able to fill mountains and move seas and shock all directions. Lin Chen recalled the knowledge he had learned. According to legend, the Dragon Clan also has this dragon family which has a champion-level Dragonite. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and his eyes were cast on the ring. At this time, Long Yuking still had that indifferent presence, and he immediately thought, is this Long Yuking from this family? If so, it can explain why he can get the dragon-type Quasi-God at such a young age. In this way it is terrifying. There was a hint of expectation in Lin Chen's eyes. It seemed that the other party was coming for him. At the same time, the moment Dragonair landed on the ring, the entire venue was almost overturned. A Quasi-God appeared on the Hangzhou Teachers Youth League. In the audience, all the audience widened their eyes and took out their mobile phones to record. Although the battle just now could not be recorded clearly, Dragonair at this time must not be missed. After all, if you miss it you may never see a Quasagod Pokemon again in this life. It's actually a Quasagod Pokemon. Quasagod Pokemon. This is the first time I've seen one. I didn't expect that there would be such a surprise in this youth league. Can Hongzhou have such a genius? No, a Quasagod Pokemon this long looking must be from the Imperial capital. The discussion in the entire audience drowned the entire venue and everyone's eyes were fixed on this Dragonair. In addition, the official live broadcast platform of the league has also plotted and the barrage is as turbulent as a tide. At this time it has to be paused to see the barrage clearly. When Xiao Hongfei saw the Pokemon in front of him, the horror on his face was hard to hide and there was no elegant and easygoing just now. At this time it has become the elegant and easygoing of the West 8 version. However, Xiao Hongfei is the first in the experimental class of number 2 middle school after all. He took a deep breath and whispered, Bulbasaur, cheer up. Bulbasaur tried his best to stand firm but he couldn't help but have a trace of fear in his eyes. Xiao Hongfei patted his face to sober himself up a bit and began to observe the Dragonair on the opposite side carefully. Dragonair was surrounded by a stream of water which looked like a series of small snakes connected head to tail and seemed to be able to resist attacks from all directions. Xiao Hongfei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Since the opponent's main skill was water flow, did it have water attribute? Even he knew very little about Quasagod Pokemon. After all, as military supply strategic Pokemon, there was very little information available to the outside world. Xiao Hongfei glanced at his Bulbasaur. The grass-type Bulbasaur might be able to restrain the opponent. He mustered up his courage and gave a direct order, Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf. Bulbasaur suddenly sank after hearing the order and countless flying leaves flew out like sharp knives and the target was Dragonair floating in the air. Seeing this scene, all the audience cheered. After all, the long-awaited battle finally began. Maybe we can restrain Dragonair. Someone in the audience spoke but his tone was a little weak and he didn't sound confident. Lin Chen looked at the scene on the ring, shook his head and said softly, too stupid. In this way perhaps the winner has been decided. Although Dragonair can change the weather and control the water flow and look like a dragon swimming in the water, it is actually not a water type but a pure dragon type. And as a dragon type Pokemon, even grass type skills are only 0.5 times the damage to it. A purple light flashed in front of Lin Chen's eyes and the eye of all knowing has been opened. After reading the attributes, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect it to have reached the superior level. It seems that it has been cultivated very well and there is no hidden injury. Then Lin Chen looked at Xiao Hongfei and shook his head. You must know that the superior high-level Quasi-gods, even the superior peak, are not his opponent. Even the professional level can fight without losing. There is no attribute advantage coupled with the extreme gap in strength which has determined the defeat, and it is a crushing. On the ring, Long Yuking looked at the oncoming Razor Leaf calmly and did not issue any instructions allowing the Razor Leaf to cut. Xiao Hongfei showed a happy expression and couldn't help saying hit, but the net second his face changed instantly. The water flowing around Dragonair seemed to be flowing fast and the flying leaves from Sucker Punch were instantly caught in it and then fell to the ground without causing any damage. Dragonair used Twister. Dragonair made a cry and a faint blue light bloomed in his eyes. The airflow rate above the ring increased instantly and in the blink of an eye it turned into a terrifying Twister sweeping away. Seeing this, Xiao Hongfei immediately gave an order, Bulbasaur, get out of the way. Bulbasaur began to run quickly but even at its speed it could not escape Twister's pursuit. The net moment Bulbasaur was caught in it like a small animal caught in a hurricane. The terrifying cutting power contained in Twister was like countless knives shining with silver light. Bulbasaur wailed in it and was covered with wounds in an instant. Then the wind dissipated and Bulbasaur was smashed to the ground, instantly losing his ability to fight. And all this was done with just one move, and a Bulbasaur who was at the peak of the entry level and was about to enter the superior level was killed instantly. Crush. It was also a crush. There was no attribute suppression, just proudly floating in the air, defeating the opponent elegantly. When Long Yuking saw this scene in front of her, her eyes were filled with there was no fluctuation, as if he just picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water. Xiao Hongfei saw this scene and then looked at Long Yuking with indifferent eyes and a trace of struggle flashed across his face. He felt an incomparable sense of oppression on Long Yuking, a feeling that even Tang Yu from number 1 middle school could not bring him. Although he was the strongest person in number 2 middle school, he did not regard the black-eyed girl in front of him as his opponent at first, and he still had a superior level beginner Pokemon in his hand. But just with that blow just now, Xiao Hongfei already understood the girl in front of him was a monster. At this time Xiao Hongfei's face was ashen, his eyes were full of fear, his hands were shaking and he didn't know whether to continue fighting. The referee came to ask as usual usual Xiao Hongfei, do you want to continue fighting? But he didn't wait for Xiao Hongfei's answer, so he asked again, do you want to continue the game? If you exceed the time limit you will be judged as a loser. After a long silence, Xiao Hongfei shook his head, sighed and answered hoarsely, I give up. After he finished speaking, the whole audience was silent again, and then the audience immediately began to curse. Fuck, this is the first place in the experimental class of number 2 middle school. So cowardly. We haven't seen enough. Surrender. Don't you have a superior level? Take it out. Amid the audience's scolding, Xiao Hongfei never raised his head and walked down the stage step by step. The whole audience started cheering again only when he disappeared into the contestant channel. Lin Chen, who was far away, walked out of the lounge and saw Xiao Hongfei walking down the stage. He thought to himself, compared with Tang Yu from number 1 middle school, Xiao Hongfei from number 2 middle school has a lot of psychological quality gap. As the top student of number 2 middle school, he must have a superior beginner Pokemon on hand. In this kind of competition where Pokemon's life will not be harmed, if you lose the courage to fight, you will definitely not be able to achieve great things in the future. You must know that in a battle in the wild no one will give you the opportunity to hesitate. If without the courage to fight there is only death. Xiao Hongfei entered the lounge and Lin Chen didn't think much about it. After all, such a person was not worth his effort. At this time the cheers in the audience continued. Quasi-God Dragonair, so beautiful. Long Yuking, I want to pursue you. Is this a Quasi-God? Does anyone know what attributes it has? This proud posture and unparalleled beauty are so gorgeous together. I wonder who is stronger compared to Lin Chen's overlord Laren. After just one battle all the viewers knew that Long Yuking was the favorite to win this match. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Long Yuking just looked indifferent as if nothing could attract her attention. She turned around and walked slowly down the ring as if walking in a deserted wilderness, her figure silent. When she was about to walk off the ring, Long Yuking suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Chen, who was leaning by the contestants' tunnel. There was a hint of sparkle in her originally cold eyes, and then came a strong fighting spirit. Lin Chen also looked at him and he understood with just one glance. Her goal is herself. Zero, please give me flowers. Neither party said anything. Lin Chen still leaned on the player tunnel with indifferent eyes. Although the opponent has a Quasi-God Hakron, Lin Chen is not afraid. The Pokemon in his hand is no worse than a Quasi-God. A trace of fighting spirit flashed in Long Yuking's eyes, and finally she said calmly, you are very strong. Her voice is soft and pleasant, not shrill, with a ladylike quality, and it sounds like she has some background in music. Lin Chen just looked at the other person. He didn't reply to such a challenge, he just nodded lightly. He knew that Long Yuking had locked herself in her heart. Well, see you in the final. Seeing this scene, the chief referee Su Hu in the commentary bow in the distance receded from the shock of the previous battle and sighed softly. What a pity. If he hadn't met Long Yuking, Lin Chen might actually have a chance to win the championship. It's just that facing Dragonair, who can control the weather, he can easily set off heavy rain and water type attack, and Laren the Overlord is currently only at the intermediate level of superior. Even if you improve extreme speed facing such a genius from the imperial capital, the slightest difference in strength will be infinitely magnified, and attribute restraint is the most difficult gap to cross. Su Hu looked at Lin Chen with some regret, recalled Lin Chen's previous battles, compared his strength and shook his head. Although there is a possibility of winning this strength comparison, Long Yuking may not be worse than Lin Chen in terms of tactical command, therefore the probability of winning is too low. Su Hu sighed and planned to contact Shen Yu as planned and ask her to start building momentum for Lin Chen. After all, the runner-up in the youth league this time was even more valuable than the previous champion. Being able to get second place is enough to start the snake hunting plan. Su Hu was just about to take out his cell phone, but suddenly he saw Lin Chen leaning on the contestant's tunnel. At this time Lin Chen looked at the ring silently without any nervousness in his eyes. Looking at this indifferent figure, Su Hu paused and put the phone back into his pocket. After all, I've already made mistakes twice and maybe I will make mistakes again this time. By this time the first round of the youth league has ended. The players entering the NET round are all more powerful trainers, but at this time the forum is plotting. One article was titled the number 1 middle school and the number 2 middle school in Hangzhou both lost in the first round. The post went straight to the hot search and below is a series of replies. Although the title of the post is about Tang Yu and Xiao Hongfei, few people in the comment area mentioned them. What's the origin of this Long Yuking? Looking at that elegant behavior I feel like I'm in love. Zero, you are just a nymphomaniac. Don't you look at this Quasi-God Dragonair? That's the dragon family. Who do you think is stronger, Long Yuking's Dragonair or Lin Chen's overlord Laren? I think it's Dragonair. Didn't you see that the level of that Quasi-God posted online is at least superior? I also think Long Yuking is stronger. After all, the previous Laren was crushed by Pokemon, so he was able to resist that hydro pump and ignore restraint. In fact, it is not ignored. The correct answer upstairs. stairs. I watched it in detail. The hydro pump shot hit Laren's head, and when he could bite in the air, Overlord Laren attacked with his claws. But I just said that I want to defeat Lin Chen. I have almost lost my underwear after losing the previous 2 times. If I lose again, betting on dogs is not allowed in the house. No matter what, I want to restart the betting. I bet on Long Yuking. At this time several tactician masters were also talking in the audience. Although Laren the alien overlord is rare, he is huge in size and stronger in brute strength. I think Long Yuking's Dragonair is at least superior. Yes, besides that, the biggest problem is the gap in racial values. Quasi-god by it's actually a quasi-god. I'm more optimistic about Long Yuking. The remaining few people didn't speak too early this time, and they all looked at Zhao Jin in the center position in front silently. Coaching Zhao, what do you think? At this time Zhao Jin frowned and said nothing. Seeing this, the others teased. It seems that coaching Zhao is also difficult to judge. Zhao Jin didn't look back but took out his mobile phone again, opened his personal channel and silently typed a few words. Let me see what coaching Zhao wrote first. You are not kind, you are not allowed to read it. Wait until the game is over. Okay, I don't know if coaching Zhao will be different from us this time and fill in Lin Chen. I think there is no suspense about the outcome. Zhao Jin didn't speak but just shrugged his shoulders. In the prediction of the outcome in his personal channel there are only a few big words. Lin Chen win. The short first round of the game ended and the referee Su Hu came on stage again to give a thank you speech and announced the start of the second round. In the following games Lin Chen and Long Yuking both swept their opponents, and each time they were a one-hit kill. There was no drag at all. Everyone's attention was on the two of them and both sides knew that the other was conserving their energy. After all, even if there is a half-time break, continuous fighting will reduce the physical strength of Pokemon. How to ensure the physical strength of Pokemon is also one of the difficulties that trainers need to overcome. In the past few competitions there have been 3 middle school students who were extremely lucky. Every time they met opponents who had experienced battles they won easily. In the end his opponent was the top student of the number 1 experimental school. He had just experienced several consecutive battles and was hosted. In the last battle the champion was actually won by a student from number 3 middle school. That was also the only youth league in which a student from number 1 middle school did not win the champion. However, when the strength reaches a certain level all luck factors will be infinitely reduced to 0. In the game with Long Yuking and Lin Chen some people even saw the Overlord Laren or Dragonair surrender directly. These two monsters, even in the battle they were abused one-sidedly. The others were naturally not stupid. Rather than being killed in one move and letting the Pokemon be treated for half a month, it is better to admit defeat and not lose the game face. After all, as long as I didn't fight you can't think that I can't beat you. This is Schrodinger's battle. Soon after 4 hours of fighting plus Long Yuking's by, there were only 4 people left in the entire venue. After Su Hu announced the start of the semifinals he began to draw lot. Of course, under Su Hu's secret operation Lin Chen and Long Yuking didn't meet until the finals. After all, Su Hu also wanted to save this most exciting battle for the last. Naturally no one surrendered in the semifinals. You have to try anyway, maybe you will succeed. After all, the Pokemon that can get here have reached the superior initial stage. Lin Chen's opponent is a grass-type Sceptile. Relying on Laren's invincible defense after enjoying Sceptile's grass massage when Lin Chen was about to launch an attack, the opponent chose to surrender. It was wise to try to penetrate the defense first and then surrender. Lin Chen gave the order to let Sceptile go. In the NET battle, Long Yuking's Dragonair encountered a Haunter close to the intermediate level of the superior level. With the attribute talent of the Go system, this Haunter has been hiding in the corner. Finally, with a Psy-Wave move by Dragonair, the Haunter was forced out of the shadows and defeated. In the spotlight, Su Hu walked onto the stage and slowly raised his right hand. I declare, the finals of the Hangzhou Youth League are about to begin. In an instant the entire venue began to cheer. Begin the war! Begin the war! Begin the war! In the uniform shouting. Everyone knows the final moment has come. PS 7600 word 15000 words updated. Please bookmark. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation vote. Chapter 75 Fighting against the Dragon. Quasi-God, the dragon slaying EV appears. Please collect. Please subscribe. Listening to the audience's cheers like waves, Su Hu standing on the stage raised his mouth slightly. He knew that this final would be extremely exciting and perhaps this battle would be recorded in the wonderful duel in Hangzhou and even added to the TET book. At this time the staff was repairing the venue. For the masters, fighting every bit may affect the final result, so this wonderful game must not be affected by any objective factors. Buzz. Su Hu picked up the microphone, tried the microphone and began to comment on the speech in accordance with the practice of previous youth league. I believe everyone has been looking forward to this duel for a long time. Unlike previous years, the two unknown new faces standing on the stage of the final of this year's Youth League B. At this time both players are making final preparation. Let us sing the battle song. Dong dong dong. Accompanied by a series of 850 drum beats, the Battle of the Youth League is about to begin. As the battle song started, the atmosphere of the whole stadium was aroused and the audience in the back row even stood up to watch the game. Su-Hu is worthy of being the referee and person in charge of each session. His commentary level of mobilizing the atmosphere is also very high. He looked around the whole stadium and began introducing the information of the two finalists. Although they are new faces, they are not unfamiliar to the audience compared to the two opponents. He waved his hand and photos of Lin Chen and wonderful moments of past battles appeared on 4 large screens. Judging from the level of detail of this information, it was already produced before entering the finals. The player on our left who is about to appear is Lin Chen from Hangzhou No. 8 Middle School. I believe everyone already knows that 1.5 months ago the trainer of Aaron the Overlord, who made a sensation in Hangzhou, was still young and many people still doubted his strength. But today, standing here at the highest level of the youth class in Hangzhou, he proved himself. In an instant the whole audience was shouting Lin Chen's name. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! All the media held their cameras and pointed them at the big screen. The official live broadcast room was also full of expectation. The principal sitting in the office of No. 8 Middle School was already holding his mobile phone and smiling. Su-Hu's introduction is really awesome. Originally most people only knew that there was a genius Lin Chen in Hangzhou, but they didn't know which school he came from. Just like the most eye-catching one before was the Overlord Aaron, but there were still people who didn't know Lin Chen. With this publicity, the principal of No. 8 Middle School felt that countless students had already poured into the school. There is no need to say more about the resources tilted at that time. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting hot, Su-Hu stretched out his hand and pressed the void, signaling to continue speaking. Of course, the one on our right is a player named Long Yuking from the imperial capital. I believe everyone is more unfamiliar with this player, but the mysterious person who challenged 7 city youth leagues in a row on the hot search of the Xiaoguo League is this player Long Yuking, and she has a very strong Pokemon partner Dragonair. I wonder if Long Yuking can win her a consecutive victory in this game. As soon as this was said, the whole audience cheered again. As happy as the principal of No. 8 Middle School, there were also forums that opened guessing games online. After the introduction, the number of bets rose sharply and everyone was betting. The organizer took a look at the odds. Most people were more optimistic about the Quasi-God trainer from the imperial capital. After all, it couldn't be luck that he could challenge the strong men of 7 cities in a row. Most of Lin Chen's supporters came from Hangzhou City. Several familiar accounts seemed to have failed to win the previous bets, but they finally gave up this time. Because the betting was particularly hot this time, there were several more subdivisions in the betting option. In addition to guessing the win or loss, there were also detailed scores and game duration. However, except for the end of the big score, there should not be a situation where SI games were fought. Generally speaking, after the strongest main force failed, there was basically no way to bring out other Pokemon that could defeat the opponent. At this time in the competition venue, the ring had been repaired. This kind of special ring material was very easy to repair using bionic technology to simulate the dusty ground in the wild. At the same time, the bonuses for each type of Pokemon are extremely balanced, and there will be no bonuses to the rock type energy or reductions in other energies because of the ring. Su-Hu raised the microphone and announced loudly, "Well, without further ado, we invite our 2 players to come on stage." Beep. Lin Chen's watch in the lounge sounded a reminder again. He raised his head and looked at the player channel, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He stepped into the player channel and looked far away from this side of the ring. Long Yuking, who was dressed in black and had black hair, was already standing at the entrance of the channel with a still indifferent expression on his face. Lin Chen noticed that the other party raised his head and looked over. The two walked forward all the way, stepped onto the steps of the ring, and finally met in the center of the ring. Su-Hu did not speak at the first time but waited for the two to communicate. Still, Long Yuking's eyes were full of fighting spirit and she was the first to speak. "Overlord Laren, I'm still quite interested." Lin Chen smiled calmly and replied, "I also want to see the power of the Quasi-God." After the two sides finished speaking, there was no other dialogue, but they turned around and fought to the battle distance. Su-Hu picked up the microphone and began to announce the rules. "It seems that both sides are ready. I will announce the details of the competition rules again. In line with the concept of friendship first and competition second, you cannot launch a fatal attack on the other party's Pokemon during the battle. Second, if one party's Pokemon has evolution, the other party cannot interfere." After the announcement, Su-Hu raised his hand to signal, and after both parties nodded to confirm, he officially announced, "Then I declare that the final of this youth league start." The audience cheered the names of the players they supported and the long-awaited battle finally began. "Overlord Laren, crush her. Come on Dragonair." Before the shouts ended, Long Yuking threw out the Pokeball first. A white light flashed flashed and the sky suddenly changed. Dragonair appeared in front of everyone again. The beautiful Dragonair was suspended in the air and the water flow around it was still lingering like a snake. However, from the previous game we know that this seemingly decorative water flow is actually a reliable defensive water curtain that can easily resist some long-range attack. Lin Chen looked at the Dragonair in front of him and reached for his waist. At this time the Pokeball were all shaking slightly. Laren had already heard the discussion outside and was shaking unconvinced. Lin Chen patted the Pokeball gently and said, Laren, you should rest this time. Then Lin Chen's right hand suddenly passed from his waist and the Pokeball rolled into his hand along his wrist. Then he roared and threw the Pokeball. A white light lit up in the center of the ring, dazzling. Come out, Eevee. Chapter 76. The collision between Dragon and Fairy Evolution. Sylveon. Please subscribe. The white light dissipated in an instant and in front of everyone was not the epected Overlord Laren but a smaller and cuter Eevee. Eevee looked back at Lin Chen and before he made any move he suddenly turned his head and stared at the Dragonair hanging in the air. The danger foreknowledge made it vaguely aware of the danger level of this Pokemon. This kind of pressure had not been felt even when Laren evolution was in progress, and this feeling was not a matter of strength. It felt an extremely disgusting aura on its body, and everyone in the audience was stunned. Why is it an Eevee? We are going to see Overlord Laren. Is Lin Chen afraid? Even if he is restrained, at least he should fight a fair battle. Although Eevee also cost hundreds of thousands on the market, even Xiao Hongfei's Bulbasaur was defeated. Is this Eevee here to die? What qualifications does an Eevee have to fight against a Quasigod? The tactical Big VS also frowned and discussed. Did Lin Chen give up? I don't think so. He should want to use his other 06 Pokemon to consume Dragonair's physical strength first and then use Overlord Laren to fight when the opponent is exhausted. This can increase the chance of winning. Although it's a bit ungenerous, it is indeed the most effective tactic at present. But avoiding the fight like this means losing your temper. Looking at Coach Zhao's E-Press Zion, it seems that Lin Chen is still the winner. Zhao Jin did not answer but just looked at the ring quietly. With his personality, would he really avoid the fight, or does he have other plan? But no matter how you look at it, this Eevee can't beat Dragonair. Zhao Jin didn't know why even now he still had an inapplicable confidence in Lin Chen. That guy always gives people some unexpected surprises, and this time he must have one too. Chu Zener looked at the ring from the side. Although she could hear the audience's abuse, she had a natural confidence in Lin Chen. Isn't this Eevee Lame? It seems that it has been cured after the last friendly match. Judging from Eevee's hair and luster, its strength has improved rapidly. Lin Chen is not a person who will give up on himself. He must have his own reasons for doing this. On the ring, Long Yuking frowned when she saw this scene. She wanted to defeat the alien Laren, but Long Yuking didn't say anything. For her, what is the enemy? Just beat it down. Lin Chen looked at Dragonair opposite calmly and said to Eevee softly, Eevee Rella, feel its dragon energy. Eevee, who was a little uneasy, heard the words of his master Rella Ed and then closed his eyes and began to feel it. Lin Chen continued to instruct, yes, that's it, but be careful. Long Yuking saw that Eevee actually closed his eyes and then gave an order, Dragonair, use Dragon Tail. Dragonair cried out upon hearing the command and then moved its body quickly, rising into the air. At the same time, a powerful dragon energy gathered at its tail and then shot towards Eevee. Eevee, quick attack, avoid it. Eevee did not open his eyes, and the powerful dragon energy had already descended on his head, and the dragon tail with the might of a giant dragon slashed from top to bottom. Boom! With a loud bang, a nearly 10-meter long belt-shaped deep pit appeared on the entire ring, and countless smoke and dust were immediately stirred up. The power of this attack was enough to slash a small mountain, but at this time Eevee had already splashed high, avoiding this shocking attack at the moment when Dragon Tail hit him. Well done! Lin Chen couldn't help but praise the all-seeing eyes, and his eyes had already opened, and at this time Eevee's aura was gathering and constantly improving. Generally speaking, Eevee needs enough intimacy and fairy skills to evolve into Sylveon. Eevee has already achieved these 2 points, and Lin Chen has never been in a hurry to promote Eevee's evolution. Just like Aaron, evolution requires gravity training and actual combat crisis. If you promote evolution directly, you can indeed make Eevee evolve into Sylveon, but in that case Eevee can't evolve in the strongest state and will not be able to EERT its potential to the E-Dream. Only dragon energy can stimulate the Fa that is about to awaken IRY energy. What Lin Chen wants is to take all the Pokemon with him to the top of the world. Lin Chen looked at Eevee, who had landed on the ground, and asked Eevee, do you feel it? Eevee, on the dragon tail just now. Eevee felt powerful dragon energy, and energy that made it extremely disgusted. Tear it apart. Flame, blood. Countless dim pictures flashed vaguely in front of Eevee's eyes. In the long history, the shocking battle between two Pokemon. Eevee felt a stream of heat flowing through her body, which had the same origin as the fairy wand she used to use on a daily basis. This stream of heat flowed from the tail to the top of her head. After all, the opponent was Dragonair, and Eevee immediately felt a dangerous aura on her body. Yeah! Dragonair let out a fierce cry which was different from its usual arrogant and soft cry. There was a hint of hysteria in this cry, as if something that frightened it was about to be born. Long Yuking immediately sensed Dragonair's emotional changes and asked Dragonair, "What's wrong with you?" "Awoo." Dragonair glanced at Long Yuking. The fear in its eyes dissipated and it looked at the Eevee in front of it warily. Long Yuking frowned. Dragonair's mood was obviously fluctuating just now, and this Eevee didn't even have evolution. Why did it make Dragonair so scared? You must know that the dragon energy in Dragonair's body makes it born with dragon power. Even when facing peak professional level and even quasi-elite level Pokemon, it is not afraid at all. For the first time, Long Yuking felt a little uneasy, and then she quickly gave the order. Dragonair, use Twister. Yahoo! 850. With a cry, Hakron vibrated the two small wings on his head while a twister began to condense in front of him, and it took shape in an instant. Blockade. Twister dispersed into three, swept the ring in a triangle shape and gradually pushed forward after landing. Although the power was weakened, it greatly reduced the space for Eevee to dodge. Yi Fairy Wind. The Cyan Wind gathered behind Eevee. If it had been before, it would have been unable to calm Twister, but Dragonair's Twister had already divided into three. Two completely opposite hurricanes collided with each other, formed and died in the sky, finally disappeared into the invisible. But even so, Dragonair's Twister is obviously stronger. Two shunts shred Fairy's Wind, and the last Twister has already forced Eevee into the corner. A trace of pride flashed in Long Yuking's eyes, and then he gave the order again. Dragonair. Dragon Tail. Lin Chen stood there quietly without a trace of panic in his eyes, and then he said calmly, "Yi, do you feel it?" Eevee nodded, and countless images became clear in her mind. Two figures gradually became clear, which was the battle between the ancient Dragonite and Sylveon. Eevee slowly opened her eyes. Everything in the world can be traced to the smallest detail. In an evolution, it lights up on Eevee. Eevee evolution. PS, please collect it. Please subscribe. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Asking for rating vote. Chapter 77. The Alliance is shocked. The power of Sylveon. Please collect it. Please subscribe. The light of evolution condensed on Eevee's body, and the originally light yellow hair now oozed white light. Powerful energy particles began to linger around it and merged into Eevee's body bit by bit like water droplet. At this time, Dragonair's dragon tail has been activated and is about to fall on Eevee. If it hits the deep hole on the ground of the ring just now, will be Eevee's fate. Charizard, use Protect. Seeing this, Suhu summoned Charizard immediately. A huge figure appeared on the ring. Before he could stand still, Charizard vibrated his wings and shot out. Boom! There was a loud noise stirring up countless smoke and dust, and no one knew whether Dragon Tail hit it. Suhu breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from his many years of combat experience, Charizard caught up with the attack. The smoke and dust dispersed. Charizard's two thick forelimbs resisted Dragonair's dragon tail with only the residual power. Eevee's hair behind him seemed to stand up backwards in the strong wind, but Eevee still closed her eyes. The energy particles, the color has a hint of purple, spinning like a protective shield. Charizard glanced at Eevee in surprise, then flapped his wings and slowly flew back to Suhu. Suhu wiped his cold sweat, picked up the microphone and began to announce, "Dear viewers, a small situation occurred in our game. According to the rules, we need to wait for Eevee evolution to be completed before the game can continue. It was originally extremely exciting, but there were many dangers in a battle. Although it was not Overlord Laren, this Eevee was able to fight with Dragonair for a few moves, so the anger that had just been calmed down now all of a sudden came up. It was like just taking off your pants and preparing for the battle, but you were suddenly told that you could only watch and not touch, and just when you saw the exciting part, a commercial came. It's fine if there is no Overlord Laren, but you specially found an Eevee that is about to evolve. Isn't this just delaying time?" But it has indeed consumed a lot of Dragonair's physical strength. It seems that when Overlord Laren appears, the winning rate will increase by a few points. Admittedly, although they were a little annoyed when they saw half of the game, most people still understood Lin Chen's behavior. It's okay to win against a strong enemy. Long Yuking frowned and gave an order, "Dragonair, come back first." But Dragonair was stunned there, staring at the Eevee in the light. "Dragonair?" It was not until Long Yuking called out again that Dragonair woke up and reluctantly returned to his master's side. The fighting instinct in its genes made it naturally afraid of Eevee's evolution. Suhu patted Charizard's head and praised, "Well done." Roar! Charizard raised his neck and roared. He didn't feel anything about Eevee's evolution. After all, although Charizard's name has dragon in it, it is actually a fire and flying Eparian. Unless Mega Evolutionary Stoneite and Keystone are used, there is a chance to appear dragon. However, Suhu suddenly realized a problem. This Eevee did not use Evolutionary Stoneite at all when it was evolving. Suhu looked far away. At this time, Eevee was shrouded in a ball of white light, and energy particles were absorbed into her body bit by bit. A powerful energy was swirling in her body. body. Su Hu's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. I originally thought that Lin Chen was just killing time, but now it seems maybe not. He didn't think about it anymore. Everything will be revealed after EV evolution. In the audience, I don't know who was the first to say this. EV didn't use the evolutionary stone eye. It triggered countless debates in an instant. It's impossible. How can EV evolve without using the evolutionary stone eye? I saw it with my own eyes. EV didn't use the evolutionary stone eye. Is it hidden there? After all, the evolutionary stone eye is not big. It can be hidden anywhere. It's too despicable using evolution when you can't beat it. While they were discussing, 4 large screens began to loop the battle scene just now. In the slow motion playback, every detail of EV was analyzed. Evolutionary stone eye is useless. Even if it evolves into water, fire or thunder, it is only the initial stage of the superior level. It is no match for Dragonair. After all, even Royal 3 is no match for Dragonair. Can an EV that evolved still make a difference? Isn't this the lame EV? Wasn't it said that EV was abandoned by Lin Chen before? How come it is about to evolve now? Although there were a lot of discussions, everyone was still waiting for EV's evolution to be completed. Time passed little by little and everyone wanted to see Lin Chen anxiously thinking about tactics, but it didn't happen. Lin Chen just waited calmly for EV's evolution, even though the dragon tail attack just now was not blocked by Charizard. In Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes, the moment Dragon Tail descended, perhaps because of the resistance from the fairy bloodline, the automatic rejection of dragon energy, fairy energy suddenly burst out around EV so EV would not be hurt. When Li Feng in the audience saw EV, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that Lin Chen had already abandoned EV, but he did not expect that this EV had not only recovered but was actually about to evolve. You know, his Bulbasaur has just entered the 8th level and he was almost not at a disadvantage in the battle with Dragonair just now. This alone is far better than Bulbasaur. What kind of growth rate is this? It's simply a bug. At this time, Chu Xener sat up straight with a slight smile on her lips. Yang, showing a smile, murmured, this your trump card? Her eyes were full of Qian Li's curiosity. If choosing EV was not accidental, then did you already know that this day would come? EV who can evolve without evolutionary stone eye, you really brought me a lot of surprises. On the ring, after Dragonair returned to Long Yuking, he still stared at the front. The instinct from his genes made him want to tear the EV apart, accompanied by a strong sense of fear. Long Yuking felt that Dragonair's state had been wrong since the beginning. She looked at the EV in evolution solemnly. Time passed bit by bit and finally the last energy particle returned to EV's body with the last drop of energy needed for evolution. The white light shone again and wrapped EV's body. In the eyes of everyone watching, the white light slowly dissipated. EV evolution. Sylvian E. Chapter 78. Elegant Fairy. Fairy Moon is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. As the white light completely dissipated, a powerful fairy energy suddenly erupted, instantly sweeping the entire ring. It was not until this time that Lin Chen's mouth slightly raised. He knew that the long-awaited evolution was finally completed. The posture of the Dragon Slayer Sylvian on the ring, a beautiful Pokemon appeared in front of everyone. The originally yellow fluffy EV had turned snow white at this time. Its head, ears, tail and lower part of the legs are pink and the inside of the ears are blue, which look very cute. Its eyes are light blue and there is a bow on the left ear and neck. There are 2 ribbons on the bow. The colors of the ends of the ribbons are pink, dark blue and light blue respectively, just like a girl with a bow, which makes people feel pity. If you go to participate in the Pokemon Gorgeous competition, you will definitely be able to become famous in the competition. Someone in the audience screamed, "This is so beautiful. Love it." Is this EV? Although EV is already very beautiful, this form is like a fairy from the mortal world. What form is this EV? It obviously didn't use the evolutionary stone eye, but it evolved into an 850 new form. It was not until this time that Long Yuking knew why Dragonair suddenly became so abnormal. At this time, Dragonair stared at the front, but its body was shaking slightly. It is a dragon. The dragon Pokemon at the top of the food chain among Pokemon, and the culprit of its shaking was actually this extremely cute Pokemon in front of it. What exactly is it? At this time on the internet, with 4 large screens broadcasting continuously, the picture has given a close-up of Sylvian and the barrage is like a tide. Back on the field, after noticing Dragonair's fear, Long Yuking's ice presence finally melted. She looked at Lin Chen and slowly said, "What Pokemon is this?" EV glanced at her, smiled calmly and whispered, "EV." Su Hu, who was in the center of the ring, saw that EV had finally completed the evolution and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but at this time there was something important to do. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, "According to the rules, the evolution has been completed. Can we continue to fight?" After Lin Chen nodded, Su Hu signaled to Long Yuking at the same time and the battle started again. Before the voice fell, Long Yuking seemed to be irritated by Lin Chen's understated answer and shouted, "What if it has evolved?" Dragonair used Twister. Dragonair's eyes returned to normal and then a strong murderous intent swept over. It cried and a twister formed behind it. This time the wind was stronger than every time before and only the narrowest bottom was thick enough for two people to hug. Then the twister swept over and headed straight for Sylvian. Lin Chen saw this and quickly gave the order. Yi use fairy wind. Yi. The bow on Sylvian's ear trembled, looking very elegant, and behind her was a fairy wind that was even more powerful than the last time, a much stronger blue hurricane. Whoosh, whoosh. The two hurricanes instantly entangled with each other, and the dust that was rolled up made the originally translucent hurricane tangible. The hat of a spectator sitting in the front row was attracted by the strong wind and sucked into it. The hat was torn into pieces almost instantly, and its fragments continued to spiral upward and finally dissipated completely. Under the shooting of the high-speed motion camera at the venue, it can be seen that after the hat was torn into pieces there were still countless invisible forces stirring it, and it was finally torn into fragments that were almost invisible to the naked eye. The power of this blow was so strong. Whoosh! The clothes of the two people on the ring were bulging as if they were standing in the eye of a typhoon, and neither of them took the net step. Until the end the wind finally subsided and this blow was evenly matched. Su Hu was secretly shocked. Fortunately no other referees were invited to this last match like in previous sessions, otherwise this one careless move would have caused an accident. He did not take Charizard back but patted Charizard's head again, signaling it to be alert and ready to attack at any time. After experimenting with the energy of Sylvian after evolution, Lin Chen smiled. You know, fairy type is completely immune to dragon type skills. Now that the experiment is over, the battle can also be over. Seeing that this attack had no effect, Long Yuking took a deep breath and issued another order: solve it in one go. Dragonair, use the strongest attack, Dragon Rush. Hearing the master's order, Dragonair's momentum instantly increased and all the Pokemon present in the entire venue trembled. Charizard, who was originally lazy, also turned his head to look at Dragonair. Then the water around Dragonair stopped flowing and returned to its body. Then Dragonair slowly rose into the air. Every inch it rose, its momentum soared. Whoosh! Before it started to release, the fine sand and stones on the ground began to vibrate and the sky began to darken. It was only dusk tomorrow, but the surrounding scenery was already unclear. Everyone knew that a shocking battle was about to begin. Even the cheers had subsided and everyone's eyes were focused on the two Pokemon on the stage. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen smiled and whispered, in this case, Yi, let's also use the strongest attack. Use the mysterious power. Yi. As soon as the voice fell, Dragonair in the distance had risen to the highest peak. At this time its figure was almost invisible on the ground. Only the high-speed motion camera could see it through magnification, and the body of Dragonair in the air was shrouded by a golden light like a dazzling star. The bow on Sylvian's ear trembled, and at the same time the powerful fairy energy on his head condensed and a bright moonlight illuminated the world of the ring, and then a full moon appeared behind Sylvian. The net moment. The final blow came. Chapter 79. The Overlord of the Sky. Dragon Rush is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Dragon Rush. Mysterious power. The two voices sounded almost at the same time. Everyone knew that this attack would determine the final winner of this game. Everyone almost didn't dare to blink for fear that they would miss this earth-shaking battle. In the dim sky, Dragonair was like a dragon. The orb on its head emitted a faint blue light and the dragon's momentum filled the air. It coming with a circular blue halo. It was produced when the speed reached a certain level and the heat caused by the friction of wind resistance evaporated the water vapor in the mist. Dragonair swooped down like lightning, like an arrow, and at such a high speed that even the high-speed camera could not clearly capture its figure. Only a golden light wave could be seen swooping down and come. On the ground, Sylvian looked proudly at the figure above his head. The full moon behind him was like a substance and the posture was extremely elegant. At this time no one dared to underestimate this cute Pokemon. The momentum it used was not weaker than Dragonair in the sky. You must know that it had just broken through to the superior level. An indescribable coldness lingered in everyone's heart like a drop of water dripping under the moon falling on the lake, and a mysterious colorful light condensed and formed above Sylvian's head. Not solemn, not fierce, there is only that pure and clear. The net second. Dragonair's Dragon Rush is approaching. Almost at the same time Sylvian's mysterious power also gushed out. Su Hu was shocked at this moment and he had unconsciously brought himself into the battle, becoming a member of the two sides. But even he couldn't judge which side had higher energy at this time, but he knew that even he couldn't easily take this move. A thought flashed through Su Hu's mind: should I call a halt? If this attack is a loss to both sides, it may leave them both with hidden injuries. If the two geniuses are disabled here, I'm afraid I can't plane it. But the net second, he shook his head. Even if Charizard went up, it would not be able to stop the battle between the two sides. If it is hit, Charizard will be seriously injured with his strong body. Charizard on the side feels the powerful force of both sides and his lazy posture has long disappeared. He also looks at the sky solemnly. It's getting closer. Dragonair has reappeared in everyone's sight, sweeping over with the vast dragon's might. and the mysterious power has soared into the sky and the target is Dragonair in the sky. At this time Tang Yu, who was in the lounge, looked at this scene in astonishment, and the horror in his eyes was beyond description. I didn't expect them to have reached this point. Long Yuking also held her breath at this time, calculating at high speed in her heart. Mysterious power, Dragonair, get out of the way! The two Pokemon roared at the same time. Ah, ye! After all, the mysterious power is a long-range attack, and the light rushed up like a rocket, and the target has been locked on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! There was a whirring sound in Dragonair's ears, and a silver light came straight at him from the front. Under the direct attack of Dragon Rush, it was almost unable to move. Ah, must avoid it! Dragonair's whole body seemed to be torn apart, and the mysterious fairy energy made it extremely scared. Ah, it came, and everyone saw that the light collided with Dragonair. It hit. Su-hui claimed, but the net second he realized, no, almost. Dragon Rush was still rushing at high speed, and this mysterious power was only a millimeter away. Even so, the moisture on Dragonair's body was instantly evaporated. Su-hu sighed. It seemed that the game was over, and Dragonair, who avoided the light, faced an unguarded EV. Just a little bit. Seeing this, Long Yuking's eyes flashed with surprise, and she shouted, "Well done, Dragonair!" But before she finished speaking, her Zion froze. The audience stared with eyes wide open. Their hearts were already slowly falling, but the net second something strange happened. Suddenly someone in the audience pointed to the sky. "Look, it's back!" After the mysterious light passed by Dragonair, it did not dissipate into the sky, but turned a big corner in the air and came back again. At this time there were two rays of light in the sky, a golden Dragon Rush light in front and Sylvian's mysterious power following closely behind. The bow on Sylvian's ear was dancing, and she was also concentrating on looking at Dragonair in the sky. The mysterious power should have dissipated, but with the support of her powerful fairy energy coupled with her huge mental power and delicate operation, it turned back again. The target was still Dragonair in the air. Whoosh! Dragonair's body was already charred in several places. Just at that moment it used all its strength to move its body several centimeters in the air. Even so, it felt that all the bones in its body were in great pain, and the huge wind pressure made it a little breathless. This was the first time it faced such a powerful enemy. Even the powerful opponents of the professional level in the past did not give it such pressure. Long Yuking looked at the sky, and the worry on her face was beyond words. She shouted to the sky, "Zero, hold on, Dragonair!" Ah! Under the huge wind pressure, Dragonair could no longer hear the voice of his master. He only saw the familiar figure on the ground waving his hands and seemed to be saying something. Ah! Dragon Rush was extremely fast, and the mysterious power followed closely. For a moment no one knew whether Dragonair's Dragon Rush hit Sylvian first or the mysterious power caught up with Dragonair first. "Yi, hold on!" Lin Chen stood behind Yi and said firmly, "You have to know that Yi has just evolved into Sylvian. After all, she has just reached the initial stage of the superior level. Compared with Dragonair, who is at the high level of the superior level and is about to reach the peak of the superior level, there is still a certain gap in energy. But if you don't use this trick when the opponent reacts and uses other skills to fight, you will still be at a disadvantage." Whoosh whoosh! Getting closer, Dragonair's figure is getting closer and closer. Not only the audience but also the entire live broadcast platform, all the audience held their breath and watched the two lights chasing each other. At this time Dragonair's figure can be seen clearly, and the victory or defeat is in this moment. Instantly Long Yuking slowly smiled, looked at Sylvian, who was still controlling the light, and slowly said, "It seems that I am faster." The net moment the pressure of the dragon swept in. Dragon Rush, it coming. Chapter 80. Lin Chen won the championship, the EV form that shocked the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Boom! With a loud bang, countless smoke and dust were stirred up. It rose to a height of 5 meters, blocking out the sun and the sky. The audience was staring at the smoke, but no one knew who was faster. At the last moment, the two rays of light landed almost at the same time, one in front of the other. The first voice in the audience rang out, "Who won? It seems to land at the same time." "No, I think it seems that the mysterious light is faster." "No, it's Dragonair that faster." But before the smoke and dust cleared, no one could see what the final result would be. Su-hu looked at the ring with some regret, muttering, "In the end Dragonair is still faster. It seems that the winner has been decided." Just a little bit, really just a little bit, to defeat Dragonair. This EV evolution relied on the superior level initial energy 850, almost defeated the quasi-god Pokemon that was 2 stages higher than her. If they were at the same level, perhaps the winner would still be unknown. Long Yuking took a deep breath and relaxed a little. Maybe the audience couldn't see clearly, but with her keen eyes she could still see clearly on the stage that Dragonair was faster. She looked at Lin Chen, who was standing quietly opposite. At this time Lin Chen was still calm and didn't seem to be worried at all. This made Long Yuking panic inexplicably. She looked far away but still couldn't see what was happening in the smoke. Charizard looked at the smoke that had not dissipated for a long time on the stage and wanted to flash his wings to disperse the smoke. It glanced at Suhu, but Suhu shook his head. Charizard could only stand aside silently. You know, at this stage of the battle a little interference may affect the final outcome. The smoke touched the hearts of the audience, and even the audience in the live broadcast room of the game that soared to 60 million gradually dissipated as if taking away the hustle and bustle of the world, and it was silent. The NET second a scene that no one expected happened. A huge pit appeared in the ring. Dragonair was in the center of the pit. His body was charred and blood was flowing out of his wound. He had lost his fighting ability. At the edge of the pit the mysterious Eevee looked at Dragonair indifferently. The bow on his head was shaking like a fairy. Long Yuking looked at this scene with disbelief on her face and asked loudly, "This is impossible." In the end Dragonair arrived first. Even Suhu was stunned. He thought he couldn't stop the fight and both sides would suffer losses, but he didn't expect this scene. However, he reacted immediately and called the medical team to carry away Dragonair, who had lost his fighting ability in the pit. He looked up at Lin Chen and nodded. At the last moment Lin Chen still showed mercy. Lin Chen looked at the pit in front of him quietly. Everything was almost the same as he expected. It seemed to be a big victory, but in fact every step was dangerous. You know, he almost spent a lot of effort for this victory. Before Eevee evolved, when preparing for the evolution, he kept commanding Eevee to dodge attack and took advantage of Dragonair's contempt for Eevee so that he would not use the most powerful skills to kill Eevee immediately, and dragged Eevee to evolve. And when Eevee evolved it could be directly immune to the dragon-type twister, but Sylveon still chose to release the fairy wind. On the one hand it was to test the strength of Sylveon's fairy energy, and on the other hand it was to cover up the information that Sylveon could be directly immune to dragon-type skills. If the opponent had tried it out in the last attack of Twister, then with Long Yuking's intelligence she would immediately judge this information and would use various other skills to attack. Then with the strength of Dragonair superior, even if she didn't use dragon-type skills, her chances of winning would still be greater. After using fairy wind to resist Twister, Dragonair will inevitably be angered and Long Yuking will successfully use the most powerful move. Generally speaking, the most powerful skills of Pokemon are basically skills of this system, not skills of other systems, and the victory or defeat depends on this attack. This series of commands has long transcended the scope of tactical command but has reached the height of attacking the heart. Know yourself and the enemy and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. The way to use troops is to attack the heart. Long Yuking stared blankly at Dragonair in the deep pit and then looked at the still calm figure in the distance. She knew that at the last moment Lin Chen still showed mercy, otherwise with the power of the mysterious light in the air this attack would be enough to kill Dragonair. She slowly lowered her head and whispered, "I lost." As soon as this was said the whole audience was shocked. Long Yuking from the Imperial capital lost? Is this still Eevee? Damn, this is too exciting. I want to watch this battle 10 more times. Long Yuking slowly raised her head, looked at Lin Chen and asked loudly, "Lin Chen, is this Pokemon Eevee?" Lin Chen looked at Long Yuking. At this time the girl who had always had an indifferent expression on her face actually had a relieved smile on her face. He slowly replied, "Yes, it's Eevee." Long Yuking smiled. It turns out that it's really like Grandpa said, like the Pokemon. Pokemon is full of infinite possibilities. She paused and continued, "Thank you, and what is the name of this new form of Eevee?" Lin Chen smiled faintly and replied, "She is very beautiful like a fairy, so let's call her Sylveon." Through the close-up of 4 large screens this sentence was heard by countless people. Everyone was murmured repeating this name. Sylveon, what a beautiful name. Out of this world, like a fairy, so beautiful. Lin Chen's Sylveon is powerful and beautiful. I'm so jealous. It seems that this new form of Eevee and this name will definitely go down in history. On the stage Suhu came with a microphone as usual. Long Yuking, do you want to continue the NET battle? The audience just remembered that this was the first battle and it was like watching a battle between 1-9 and 1-9, which was comparable to the battle between elite level warriors. No one knew if this mysterious girl from the Imperial capital had any other tricks up her sleeve, and they all started to cheer. "One more fight. Keep going. It's too exciting." On the stage Long Yuking shook her head and said softly, "I give up." There was not much sense of loss in that voice. Then Long Yuking slowly walked off the stage. When she was about to walk to the player channel she suddenly turned around and glanced at Lin Chen. She smiled faintly. The finals were over, and in a place unknown to everyone a black shadow quietly jumped over the wall and left the Hangzhou Alliance arena. PSSI updates today 14,000 word. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please vote for the evaluation. Chapter 81, Immune to Dragon Skills. The title of Dragon Slayer Warrior. Please collect. Please subscribe. Long Yuking walked into the player channel. This powerful player from the Imperial capital had given too many surprises to the audience. However, she had challenged the youth leagues of 7 cities in a row, but this time she failed in Hangzhou, and the winner was the young man who stayed on the stage with a tall figure and a handsome face. Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Lin Chen. For a full quarter of an hour the whole audience was cheering his name. 17 high-definition sports cameras were facing Lin Chen at this time, and his close-up was transmitted to the entire Xiaoguo Alliance through the internet. If you say that he is lucky to have a dominant Laren but in front of nearly 100,000 spectators, EV evolution has a new form which is not accidental. Su Hu never spoke, just waiting for the cheers of the audience to fade away, and then he stood in the center of the ring again and his deep voice spread through the microphone throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Youth League can be said to be a gathering of strong players. There are student players from major universities and strong players from town. They have brought us one exciting game after another. Let's give them applause. It must be said that Su Hu's ability to control the field is extremely strong. His deep and powerful voice coupled with extremely strong strength makes everyone's attention in 06 always focus on him. Unlike previous years, this time there are two dark horses in the competition, and at the same time they brought a wonderful battle. I believe this will be a game that will go down in history. He paused, then said, then let us invite the winner of this competition, the champion of the Hangzhou Youth League. The whole venue was shouting Lin Chen's name. Lin Chen slowly stepped onto the podium. The steps were full of spotlights illuminating every step he took, and on the podium a silver trophy that had been prepared long ago was shining at this time. The silver trophy was embroidered with the phantoms of Pokemon, and the top of the front of the trophy was engraved with the league's Pyro ENE mark. Congratulations, Lin Chen. Su Hu looked at Lin Chen. Even he was not optimistic about Lin Chen's ability to win the championship from the beginning. He didn't expect that this young man that Shen Yu valued, since he really stood in front of him, deservedly took the league trophy. Lin Chen took the trophy with both hands, nodded slightly and said modestly, good luck, a narrow victory. But no one thought so. He commanded calmly in the battle and was so humble when accepting the award. No one present thought that Lin Chen was pretending. This world is always like this. When you have enough strength, everything you say is the truth. If you don't have strength, being humble and low-key will also be regarded as a soft persimmon. Su Hu and Lin Chen looked at each other, and Lin Chen immediately understood what the other party meant and nodded slightly. At the same time, Su Hu smiled cunningly and pointed to the big screen surrounding the venue. At his instruction, the details of the last decisive battle were replayed on the big screen, and then he said, what kind of secret does this new form of EV which you call Sylvian have? Through our slow motion playback, in the last moment it was obviously Dragonair's Dragon Rush that hit your Sylvian first, but the result was completely the opposite. Lin Chen understood that Su Hu was creating momentum for himself in order to make the last part of the interview the most popular summary on the internet, and at the same time leave a suspense. The biggest feature of the information age is that everyone has curiosity, and it is precisely because they can satisfy their own curiosity through the internet curiosity. This is why there are many headline parties or programs that are aimed at decryption. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he answered softly, I can't tell you about this at the moment. After all EV's new form, he deliberately paused and then said, I still need a little time to announce the answer to everyone. Su Hu showed a satisfied smile. Lin Chen and his cooperation in this wave were seamless. He was talking about the key point, but it stopped abruptly. Then Su Hu nodded and said, since Lin Chen said so, let's wait for him to give us the answer. Finally, let's announce that. Let's congratulate Lin Chen with the most enthusiastic applause. The whole audience applauded. Everyone looked at the head stage. At the same time, the last interview and the duel between Sylvian and Dragonair were edited into a video and almost instantly became the #1 hot search in Hangzhou. The number of comments below continued to increase. The title looked like a headline, and when I clicked on it, it looked like fake news. If I hadn't watched the game, I wouldn't have believed it was real. But this EV doesn't have an evolutionary stone, so how can it evolve? And what skill is that mysterious light? Who knows? Anyway, it's awesome to win. But I saw the details in the replay, and it was Dragonair who hit first. Why did he lose? This Lin Chen, I said before that he is a genius, and now he has really come to the fore. Do you have any shame? I saw you said in the comments before that Lin Chen is a person who seeks fame. As the internet developed rapidly, this video was quickly studied frame by frame, and a hypothesis was put forward. EV's new form Sylvian seems to be immune to dragon skills. This hypothesis was first proposed by several tactical vs 850, and it caused a sensation instantly after it was put forward several times. The content of the post is as follows. According to our frame-by-frame analysis, when Sylvian fought Dragonair, the skills used were different from the common psychic skills and seemed to have some restraint on the dragon type, so that when both sides used Hurricane there was a cancellation. In fact, Long Yuking's Dragonair has reached the high level of superior, and the Sylvian that just evolved must be only the initial level of superior. At the same time, it was confirmed that Dragonair's Dragon Rush hit Sylvian first, and finally confirmed that this Sylvian should be immune to dragon skills. Of course, we still still need further research and wait for Lin Chen's announcement. Can the skills of the quasi-dragon type be immune? What is the attribute of this Sylvian? I think the skills are psychic. If this fucking can really be immune to dragon skills, then it is a dragon slayer. Just as people were still discussing it, an official post from the National Pokemon Research Institute was targeted on the hot search. For a while, not only the whole city of Hangzhou but even the whole country knew about this game. The animated pictures and interviews spread rapidly on the internet and the popularity grew exponentially. P.S. A new day. Continue to collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please vote for evaluation. Chapter 82. The shock of the big figures of the Alliance. The dark world with undercurrent. Please collect. Please subscribe. At this time Lin Chen had not even come down from the summit and all forces had already set their sights on this future pride. The birth of two different Pokemon could not be just a coincidence. After the award ceremony, the closing ceremony began, but at this time everyone had no intention of watching the closing performance. They watched the battle replay on the big screen and recalled it over and over again. After all, the battle just now was too shocking. Countless reporters stood under the summit with microphones. They wanted to go on stage, but because of Su Hu's face they could only ask Lin Chen questions from a distance. Hello Lin Chen, may I ask why your Sylvian can evolve? Lin Chen, is it a tactic that you have prepared for this last battle without using the Overlord Laren? Su Hu did not speak on the side. After all, Lin Chen became famous at a young age. He is at the age of being in the limelight. It is unreasonable for him to remain mysterious. Of course, since he is here, these media will not come on stage to ask some sharp questions which has no impact on the plan, so it depends on how Lin Chen chooses. In any case, this shocking battle has attracted everyone's attention. Lin Chen cast a grateful look at Su Hu and then refused all interviews, saying softly, for your questions I can't answer them for the time being, but I will give you a conclusion after studying them clearly in the near future. After that he returned to the players' lounge alone. Looking at Lin Chen's tall back, Su Hu's eyes flashed with appreciation. The winner is not arrogant but humble. If he can grow up, perhaps his future achievements will not be inferior to his own. No, maybe it is not impossible to achieve the elite level or even the champion level. Thinking of this, Su Hu knew that the biggest hurdle net was the snake hunting operation. Originally it was thought that Lin Chen could not get the champion, but now it seems that his champion is not only not watered but also has a victory over the Imperial Capital Dragon. The high quality game of the family is definitely worth enough. I think the Dark Organization has already set its sights on him at this moment, waiting for this proud child of heaven to reveal his flaws, and the inspection team only needs to wait a little longer and the poisonous snakes will soon take the bait. On the other hand, on the hot search of Xiaoguo, a post with the official logo of the National Pokemon Research Institute is gaining popularity rapidly. As soon as this post came out, it was directly ranked first in the hot search of Hangzhou City and 10th in the hot search of the Xiaoguo Alliance. You should know that some of the top 10 of the Xiaoguo Alliance are recent elite level teaching matches and some are about some laws and regulations issued by the Alliance. The Hangzhou Youth League, like a dark horse, has made it into the top 10 and is only a little bit away from the 9th place. It seems that it is only a matter of time before it surpasses Imperial Capital National Pokemon Research Institute. In this institute full of high-tech products, electronic prom keep ringing. Iris recognition has been passed the password access control. The last person to enter was a middle-aged man wearing a white coat with slightly messy hair and looking unkempt. As soon as he entered the door, the white-haired old man sitting in the center looked at the visitor with a smile and whispered, Professor Zhou, is there any result? Did Lin Chen contact you? Zhou Zheng sighed, found a seat and sat down and said a little frustratedly, not yet, Dean. How about I go there in person? The Dean shook his head and slowly said, not yet, but I received news that there may be some changes in the plan. It happened that the leader of the inspection team also came today, so I asked you to come and talk. On the left side of the Dean sat an old man wearing a suit and with meticulous hair. Unlike the scientific research temperament of the Dean, he had more of an aristocratic temperament. The Dean smiled politely and said, Mr. Shen, how do you need us to cooperate with the work this time? He said it very politely. Although he was the Dean of the National Pokemon Research Institute, the man in front of him was one of the founders of the Xiaoguo Alliance and also an elite-level strongman, Shen Juling. Shen Juling nodded and smiled. There is no work to be done. I am here to discuss the Hangzhou Youth League with you. The other two people listened attentively and waited for Shen Juling to continue. Shen Juling said in a deep voice, I heard that the girl from the Long family also participated in this competition and lost. What is the origin of this Lin Chen? Zhou Zhengdin did not answer. They knew that Shen Juling was not asking them. The other party probably had already investigated Lin Chen's identity. Then Shen Juling said, I am quite interested in him. A new form of EV, it seems to be quite restraining to dragon-type Pokemon. The Dean nodded, yes, after our analysis this is a Pokemon that is completely immune to Dragon-type skills, but it is not immune to other types of skills. Shen Zhuling nodded and said, you are more professional in scientific research. He paused and continued, I want to accept a disciple recently. What do you think of Lin Chen? The other two looked at each other and were stunned. Shen Zhuling has never accepted a disciple for many years. Now he is interested in a kid who has not yet taken the college entrance examination. You know, many professional level geniuses have not been able to worship Shen Lao. The dean nodded and told Zhou Zhendao, it seems that it is not only about studying Sylvian. You have to go there when you find an opportunity. Zhou Zheng nodded. Shen Zhuling smiled and said, my granddaughter has been in close contact with him Qian Lihao recently. I just want to see which genius has attracted her. Zhou Zheng and the dean immediately understood that perhaps on the one hand he was attracted by talent and on the other hand he was looking at his granddaughter. After Shen Zhuling finished speaking, he regained his seriousness and said, although this matter has little to do with you, there is one thing I need to mention. Recently there are always some rats chirping in the shadows of Xiaoguo. Maybe there are some movement. At that time some things may be confiscated. Please help me pay more attention to see if there is anything special. Both of them nodded and they were shocked. On the one hand, such a little guy from Hangzhou City can be appreciated by Mr. Shen, and on the other hand he also felt a sense of crisis, that a storm is coming. On the dark side of the world, the 12 Red Moon poaching group has also gathered this time. A storm is coming. Chapter 83. 12 Red Moons gather and the elite level is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. In a church, as the fan slowly rotates, the blades roll up and cut the incoming light into countless pieces. The broken light is diluted in the church. This is the only natural light in the church. If you look inside from the entrance of the church, you can notice the object of worship on the front at a glance. It is not God or an angel but a stone crescent moon, which makes the church a little more weird. Under the crescent moon is a 10-meter long black conference table, and at this time both sides are full of people. The people sitting upright are all wearing red hooded clothes. You can't see their faces clearly at a glance, only the mouths under the bridge of the nose can be seen. Some have beards, some have flaming red lips, and some have their mouths sewn with white silk thread, which makes people a little scared. There are a total of 12 people sitting on both sides of the conference table. They are 10 to Red Moon. At the end of the speaker's seat a bronze chair was placed on which were carved the shadows of various Pokemon, and in the center of the back of the chair was a red moon-shaped gem inlaid. After a long time a hoarse voice came from the second seat on the left. Will he not come this year? Everyone's eyes were focused on the first person on the right who was closest to the speaker's seat. A voice that could not be distinguished between male and female came. Yes, there are still 12 of us this year. Of course there should not be anyone among you who has been replaced by the following my old friends. No one answered. The members of the 12 Red Moons poaching group were all over Xia country. In this world where strength is respected, if the strength is not enough they will soon be cleared out by their subordinate, just like the Wolf King whose status is challenged in the Wolf Pack. Even if they are cleared out, the new 12 Red Moons will still come to participate in this Red Moon conference at this time. It is precisely because of this that the strength of the leader of the 12 Red Moons is getting stronger and stronger. The number 1 seat slowly spoke. It seems that everyone is still the same, more reserved. Since that person didn't come, then I will tell you straight to the point the reason for calling everyone this time. It was still the hoarse voice of the second seat on the left. It's about the Hangzhou Youth League. Hearing this he looked at the others and it was obvious that they already knew what happened in this game. The number 1 seat knocked on the table and continued, Old 8, why didn't you tell me about what happened in your Hangzhou city earlier? In an instant the big man in the number 8 seat, a drop of cold sweat slowly fell on the table, and it took a long time before he slowly spoke. The last time our 3 members saw Lin Chen he had just entered the entry level, but I didn't expect it to be just 1.5 months. Before he finished speaking the number 1 voice became even colder. Oh, are you saying that our reaction was too slow? Suddenly the No 3's face turned pale, opened his mouth, wanted to say something but didn't dare to speak. He knew that if he continued to argue he might not be able to walk out of this door alive. The 12 moons might have been replaced many times in the meetings over the years. Number 1 said in a deep voice, however, I believe you all know the 2 Pokemon in the hands of that boy named Lin Chen. Before anyone answered he continued, the first one is a different species of Laren. According to the current situation, if it evolves to a Grin, its size will continue to grow and it may surpass Tyranitar by then. Everyone nodded and waited for number 1 to continue. I don't care how strong it will be in the end, but the secret hidden in this Laren. Lao Ba has sent 3 superior level members to go there before. They said that they were interfered by the Alliance Procuratorate. 1 died and 2 were arrested. He paused and continued, but according to my intelligence, before the Procuratorate arrived there was a battle energy fluctuation in the Celadone Rainbow Forest. It was also at that time that Lin Chen's Aaron evolution became Laren. Then maybe it was not the prosecutor prosecutors' credit, but Lin Chen fought 3 people alone and won in the end. Yes. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a breath of cold air. An entry-level Pokemon faced 3 superior-level opponents and was able to retreat unscathed and even formed a kill. What on earth is going on? They naturally believed what number 1 said. Before anyone else could react, number 1 continued. In addition, in the Youth League his EV did not use the evolutionary Stonite and evolved a new form known as Sylveon, and this Sylveon is immune to dragon skills. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They understood why number 1 had gathered everyone here. If they could catch Lin Chen and get those 2 Pokemon, if they could find out the 2 secrets on them, Pokemon that can grow to giant size and Pokemon that are immune to dragon skills. You should know that the reason why the 12 red moons have been hiding in the territory of Xia for many years is that powerful quasi-dragon Pokemon, and now there are Pokemon that are immune to dragon skills, and there are also giant sizes that can increase combat power by multiples, which can increase the strength of all of them by multiples. By then, if they can advance to the elite level, how terrifying will the existence of 12 elites and that person be? It may even be possible to succeed and become the 9th largest alliance. Number 1 stretched out his right hand and pressed the void, and everyone fell silent. So I will investigate the whereabouts of this kid and take action before the Xia Alliance can form a protection for him. So Lao Ba, can you make amends for your crime this time? His voice was not loud, but it made Lao Ba feel like he was in the bitter cold of winter, freezing cold. Lao Ba was sweating profusely and hurriedly replied, understood. I will complete the task. Then number 1 continued calmly, this time the operation must be foolproof. Those prosecutors are like dogs that have smelled the scent and can always catch up, so you have to do it yourself. If something like last time happens again, you don't have to come back. Lao Ba nodded again and replied yes. Even though Lao Ba was already a quasi-elite at this time, he knew very well that if he took action or ran away, number 1 might. I can't hold on for more than 10 minutes. After all, he is the 12 moons who is said to be the closest to that person. A long-standing secret struggle has begun, and what Lin Chen, who is at the center of the storm, will face is a quasi-elite level fighter. Chapter 84, Selecting Royal 3 Unpected Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. The NET day. Lin Chen, who refused the interview, lay on the bed and stretched comfortably. Even he was a little overwhelmed by the continuous battles yesterday. Beep beep. Turning on the phone, the message notification sound began to pour in like a death spell. Lin Chen did not open them immediately, but took a simple look at the hot searches first. At this time, the hot searches about the Hangzhou Youth League had just begun to ferment. The hot searches on the Xiaoguo League have reached the 7th place at this time, and the posts below have reached countless 999 plus. It must be said that compared with the previous friendly match between number 7 middle school and number 8 middle school, at this moment I was really famous. Everyone was discussing this game, and I could see the highlights of my game almost everywhere. Lin Chen shook his arms and opened the TET messages. The first one was from the principal. Student Lin Chen, this league is so wonderful. When you have time, come to my office at any time. I know you are busy now, so I won't bother you. Lin Chen saw this TET message and his mouth corners slightly raised. He simply replied with 2 words, okay. I still have to go to the principal for tea. After all, it was he who recommended me to participate in the youth league before. Now that I have won the championship, the biggest beneficiary is still the entire number 8 middle school. It's okay to go around and make some money. Scrolling down, in addition to some classmates, Lin Chen saw an unfamiliar number which surprised him a little. I'm Zhou Sheng from the National Research Institute. I'm sorry that I used a little trick to find your information, but I really had no choice. As I posted, I have always wanted to invite Mr. Lin to the Research Institute in the Imperial Capital. If you agree, we will have a special plane to pick you up. Lin Chen naturally knew this researcher, but there was no need to contact them for the time being. Besides, the snake hunting plan was about to begin. If he set off for the Imperial Capital now, he would scare away the group of venomous snakes that had been lured out of the cave with great difficulty. Lin Chen scrolled down again, deleted those useless messages, and saw the TET message from Su Hu. Contestant Lin Chen, congratulations on winning the champion of this Hangzhou Youth League. After a good rest, you can come to the Hangzhou Pokemon Cultivation Center tomorrow. Seeing this, Lin Chen sobered up a little. The Hangzhou Pokemon Cultivation Center is the largest cultivation base in Hangzhou. Unlike the cultivation house where Earl Dervish Pokemon was selected, the Hangzhou Pokemon Cultivation Center is a territory directly controlled by the Xiaoguo Alliance. Although this message looked like a scam message, it is actually let yourself choose Royal 3. Immediately Lin Chen jumped out of bed, washed up simply, and rode his bicycle out. Before leaving, Lin Chen instantly sent several powerful auras around his home. After a glance, he immediately understood. This was Shen Yu's promise to send someone to protect his parents, and it seemed to have been implemented. This means that the snake hunting operation has already started. nodded silently. It quite efficient. While riding a bicycle, Lin Chen was thinking about which Royal 3 he should choose. Every time he rode he had the urge to choose a flying Pokemon. The water-type Royal that was considered before 3 is not bad, but the grass-type Pokemon will be more functional. With these hesitations, Lin Chen arrived at the Hangzhou Pokemon Cultivation Center. As soon as he stopped at the door and looked at this oval building, he felt like he had seen it somewhere. Yes, it was the same breeding house he went to when he first selected Eevee. The overall shape was like a Pokemon egg being hatched, and a huge hand gently pressed on the Pokemon egg. The center of the Pokemon egg was inlaid with Pyro ENE, which represented the Zyuguo Alliance. The Alliance logo was glittering at this time. Lin Chen approached the door and the electric glass door opened automatically. This layer of glass was translucent. From the outside it was a layer of blurry frosted glass, but when you look at it from the inside it is clear. At this time Su Hu was standing at the main entrance. It was obvious that he had been waiting here for a long time. Tang Yu, the third place, was standing there with a somewhat ugly face. Su Hu smiled when he saw Lin Chen. See you again, Lin Chen. According to the rules, the top 3 players in the Youth League will have a chance to choose a Royal 3, and Tang Yu defeated other opponents in the subsequent E-Tra game and ranked third. 0. Aster Flowers. Seeing that Lin Chen's eyes were a little confused, Su Hu explained, as the second place player Long Yuking has informed me that she gave up the opportunity to choose Royal 3 this time and returned to the Imperial capital first. Lin Chen nodded, looked at Tang Yu and smiled politely again. Although Tang Yu was a little angry, he still nodded to Lin Chen. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to meet here, but he still had to take the Royal 3 that was handed to him. Although he was also rich, he couldn't just give up a Royal 3. After all, not everyone was Long Yuking from the Imperial capital. Su Hu smiled at the two of them and said softly, then I will take you to our Pokemon activity area. Every year when I come here I will sigh a little. After all, my Charizard was taken away here. Following Su Hu's footsteps, I soon felt that there were many kinds of energy, big or small, right in front of me. Looking around, the 3 areas were cut very naturally. The leftmost area was the fire Pokemon area, where various fire Royal 3s were playing, including Charmander and Cyndaquil. On the far right is a huge water park where water-type Royal 3 are playing rough in the water, shooting at each other with water guns and look very happy. In the middle is the grass-type Royal 3, which is an extremely subtle combination of temperature and humidity. It is hard to imagine that such a grass-type venue can be isolated between the water field and the fire field. Although it is indoors, the temperature of the fire type and the humidity of the water type make various fruit trees grow very tall here, and grass-type Pokemon jump in the wood. I don't know why these 3 Pokemon with mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining attributes can live so harmoniously in the same space and can be selected together. I have to say that it is worthy of being the official Pokemon breeding center of Hangzhou. Lin Chen immediately opened the Eye of All-Knowing and observed the attributes and qualifications of each Pokemon. Unlike Tang Yu, who was a little dazzled, Lin Chen's Eye of All-Knowing is simply a bug. It's like being able to see the prize inside when smashing a golden egg. Suddenly Lin Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 85, Mew-type Grass Lord, the strongest superior. Please collect. Please subscribe. Under the sweep of the Eye of All-Knowing, countless data quickly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Just at that moment, Lin Chen saw a Charmander with hidden characteristics on the fire field. This Charmander was obviously more energetic than the other Charmanders, and the flame on its tail was burning fiercely, almost catching up with the flame of a Charmeleon. After seeing this Charmander, a trace of covet flashed in Tang Yu's eyes, but he understood that Lin Chen also saw this Charmander. According to the rules, the order of ranking determines the order of Pokemon selection. In other words, only after Lin Chen has made his selection can he make another selection. After all, who made him get beaten up? The aptitude of Charmander is indeed the easiest to see. Just from the flame on the tail one can tell which Charmander of 853 has stronger vitality and aptitude. Su Hu also noticed this Charmander and praised it's a very good Charmander. It's almost as good as the one I chose back then. Lin Chen recalled the performance of Su Hu's Charizard at the opening ceremony of the Youth League. That scene was so cool, but Lin Chen planned to take another look. His eyes continued to scan. When he saw Lin Chen continue to look elsewhere, Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen approached the water-type venue. As soon as he approached, a water gun came towards him. A Squirtle showed its white teeth and then jumped into the water. The attributes of this Squirtle immediately appeared in front of him. It was also a Squirtle with hidden characteristics, and it had reached the blue talent. It has to be said that the official Pokemon breeding center takes very good care of Pokemon. Perhaps because the genes of the Pokemon born here are relatively excellent, most of the Royal 3 have reached the green to cyan qualification. If this qualification is not evolved in the first stage, there will be a chance to improve the qualification again after the subsequent evolution, and then it can even reach blue and even have the opportunity to touch purple. And this kind of Royal 3 trainer will definitely be able to reach the professional level. Even for a family with a certain amount of wealth, it is not easy to have a professional trainer. And there are nearly 100 Royal 3 here, and these Pokemon will be the backbone of the future Zyuguo Alliance. At first Lin Chen planned to choose a water-type Royal 3, but after obtaining Phoebus after evolving into Melodic in the future, the status of the water-type Pokemon in the team will be relatively overlapping. That's not necessary. After all, good steel should be used on the blade. And Lin Chen has been hesitating whether to choose the Charmander with hidden characteristic. On the one hand, it can be used as a means of transportation. On the other hand, after Charmander's final evolution form Charizard, there will be 2 Mega Evolution forms and there will be more choices in battle. After all, in the battle after reaching the elite level, a little difference will affect the entire battle, not to mention 2 different evolution forms. In other words, Charmander's potential will be higher than the Royal 3 with the other 2 attributes. But Lin Chen hesitated for 2 reasons. On the one hand, no one can prove that the other 2 attributes will not have other evolution forms in the future. Maybe they can be opened in the treasure chest. On the other hand, the strongest combat power in the current team is the Overlord Laren, and what Lin Chen wants to form most in the future is a Sandstorm weather team. After all, Sandstorm YYDS. Then Charmander's hidden characteristic is the power of the sun. In the case of strong Sunshine and Sunshine, the special attack increases to 1/5 times, but the minimum HP is lost every round 1A. In fact, it is not so compatible with Lin Chen's team, but Charizard is so handsome. Handsome is the king. Just when Lin Chen was a little hesitant, he suddenly saw a green shadow in front of him. The all-seeing eye immediately scanned the data. A grass snake with the characteristic of singing a different tune. If it weren't for the scanning of the all-seeing eye, perhaps this grass snake would be regarded as a whole leaf. After all, it has already merged with the surrounding bushes when it is hidden in the bushes. A grass snake that sings a different tune. You should know that the character of the grass snake is compared with the naughty Squirtle and the irritable Charmander. The grass snake has a high level of intelligence and a calm attitude. This can make it have a better performance in battle, and more importantly, singing a different tune is a magical skill. After all, the ability changes of the Pokemon with this characteristic can reverse the original changes. That is to say, the originally improved characteristics will be changed to decline, and the skills that decline can be changed to increase. On the one hand, basically no Pokemon will use the amplification skills on the enemy Pokemon, and most amplifications cannot be used on the opponent. It is equivalent to being born with a debuff that is not afraid of it. If there is a trainer who does not know this characteristic, it will also increase the combat effectiveness of the grasshopper. On the other hand, you can also learn moves such as skill swap, so that the characteristics of the Pokemon that can learn this move will become the opposite, such as the Big Daddy Marill of the Dragon Pokemon. Originally with the characteristics of a strongman, after using the belly drum it can reach 8 times the strength blessing. If you encounter this grasshopper, you can use skill swap to completely destroy its belly drum. Once used, it will not only reduce the power by 8 times but also directly cause damage. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not hesitate anymore and pointed at the grass snake and said, "That's it." Su Hu nodded, looked at the grass snake and released Charizard. In an instant all the Royal 3 were so scared that they dared not move, but the grass snake relied on a camouflage and actually wanted to escape. Lin Chen threw the Pokeball directly and a white light flashed and the grass snake was sucked into it. Pokemon are extremely smart. Under the strong pressure of Charizard, these Pokemon naturally dare not resist. So the grass snake did not struggle in vain. Lin Chen picked up the Pokeball, released the grass snake and looked at it carefully. Most of the body of this grass snake is green, but there is a large area of cream color which look very cute. There is a yellow stripe on its back to the tail, and there are also yellow parts around its eyes. The yellow part beside the neck is like a small wing and it looks like a lily ornament from behind. It even looks a bit like the Dragonair we saw before, equally elegant and dignified. Although the grass snake has the appearance of a snake, it also has limbs. Its arms are green like its body with 3 fingers, and the end of its tail is a piece of flint with 3 forks. Don't look at how cute it is now. It will be an extremely powerful and invincible grass lord in the future. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 86, Crazy Breathing 1. Type. Please collect. Please subscribe. Jia Qiang. A flash of white light passed by and the grass tang snake appeared in front of everyone. She looked at Lin Chen, turned her head and seemed to be a little angry that her lazy life was disturbed. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and directly opened the eye of all-knowing. At the bottom is still a smiley face drawn by Dad. Since Dad finished drawing like this last time, he seemed to feel that the paintings that he couldn't say were all in this smiley face. Every time he went out he would always quietly add a smiley face for fear that his mother would see it. Lin Chen showed a knowing smile. After reading the note he lowered his head and found found a lighter in the drawer and slowly lit the note. This is to ensure that his parents' whereabouts are not discovered. When he raised his head again, there was only coldness and killing in his eyes. Chapter 91, Poking the Mother Beast. Den Yandere Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. In the past, Lin Chen knew that the two scouts lurking in the dark would not act rashly, and he had to follow a normal lifestyle to avoid revealing flaws. If there is a mistake, the venomous snake that slowly tends its tongue and swims out of the cave may escape again. At that time it will be even more difficult to hunt them. Lin Chen walked into the yard, and after changing to a new environment, it was indeed much more spacious. The yard of this private villa is 5 times the size of the original small yard, with a length and width of 30 meters each. It is indeed worth his transfer fee. The original price is 6 million and the initial cost must be at least 10 million. However, after using some connections and the transferer is really in a hurry to pay, he would not be able to get it for 5 million. Even Laren, a 4-meter-long overlord, is big enough to run, so every day Laren will run around the pool in the yard to vent his unused energy. In the center of the yard is a large swimming pool where Phoebus swim. Although it is not as good as the big lake before, 06 has no worries about food and drink now, and his life is much more comfortable than before. Lin Chen glanced at the dark and then threw the pokeball as if no one was around. Come out, everyone. K-Duo, Yi, Cha-Chi, Huff. In an instant all the Pokemon jumped out, of course except for the poor Zorua and Snake. After all, Zorua is the Pokemon that will be used as a killer later, so it naturally cannot be posed in advance. As for the other one, Lin Chen plans to let Snake come out to say hello to everyone. As soon as Laren came out, she looked at Lin Chen eagerly. Knowing that it was time to eat, Lin Chen could only touch her head and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll prepare it for you right away." Every time she ate, Laren was always very active. Also active were Phoebus, who happily blew bubbles in the water and splashed water every time they ate Pokeblock. Tijipai was still wagging his fingers happily, riding on Laren's head for a while and then floating on the water to play with Phoebus. As soon as Sylveon came out of the Pokeball, he immediately jumped into the arms of his master. The scene of fighting for the embrace with Zorua that was originally prepared did not appear. Yee. Sylveon was very happy and rolled several times in Lin Chen's arms. Sure enough, the master loves me the most. How can that little FO compare with me after evolution? That little FO should stay in the Pokeball. Lin Chen felt the Pokeball on his waist swaying gently, so he had to pat Zorua's Pokeball with his hand to comfort her. Lin Chen touched Sylveon's head, clapped his hands and said softly, "Everyone come over, a new partner has joined us." All Pokemon immediately gathered around curiously. "Come out, Snake." Gaga. A white light flashed and Snake turned its back to Lin Chen, looking unhappy, and it seemed that it was still brooding over what happened in the morning. Evie saw that Snake was not close to its owner and didn't care about her joining as long as she didn't come to compete with him for the owner. Gaga. Tijipai shook his finger friendly, pressing his welcome to the new partner. Enter. Laren had seen the grass snake in the morning, but she didn't look at her much and continued to run wildly. Lin Chen looked at the grass snake and whispered, "Grass snake, say hello to everyone." But the grass snake still didn't move but attacked Lin Chen the net moment. Jia Qiang. The razor leaf rushed towards Lin Chen with a whistling sound. Yi. Before it got close, a strong fairy wind swept in and the razor leaf fell one after another. At the same time, the strong fairy wind blew directly towards the grass snake with great force. The grass snake was full of astonishment. She didn't expect that the guy who was just in Lin Chen's arms was so powerful. Lin Chen immediately understood that the grass snake was only willing to submit to the strong and the weak could not be her master. Lin Chen raised his mouth lightly and whispered, "I like this character." When the grass snake splashed on the ground again, Lin Chen whispered, "Yi, step down first." Then Lin Chen moved. Years of exercise have made his body far superior to ordinary people. He exerted force on his leg and kicked the ground. The net moment he appeared above the grass snake, a glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of the grass snake, followed by a strong desire to fight. She quickly retreated and dodged, and Lin Chen's hand swiftly slashed, and the net moment he had already pressed the grass snake's tail. The action was as fast as lightning. Jia Qiang. The grass snake's eyes were full of surprise. She bowed lightly like a girl dancing a social dance and lowered her head to show her submission. Lin Chen didn't even have a disordered breathing. He stretched out his right hand and whispered, "Welcome to join our big family." Jia Qiang. The grass snake cried softly, put her slender hand in Lin Chen's hand and smiled faintly. The other Pokemon naturally understood. Only Sylveon turned his head away, obviously holding a grudge, and Phoebus in the water swam very unhappy and could only spit bubbles helplessly. A new partner joined and it was obvious that his status was going to decline again. Wait until I evolve into the most beautiful Pokemon in the world and then you will all be my guard. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor fish. After a small episode, Lin Chen began to prepare Pokeblock for all Pokemon. These things can be placed directly in front of the two people hiding in the dark. park. The Pokemons ate Pokeblocks happily and then played in the yard. Each one was full of energy, each one was growing healthily and its strength was also steadily increasing. At this time Lin Chen saw this scene, smiled knowingly and then went into the house to prepare his own dinner and at the same time quietly prepared food for Zorua. In Pokemon, Laren lazily lay on the ground after eating and fell asleep comfortably. After eating Pokeblock, the grass tang snake crossed its front leg and leaned against the door frame quietly. It was unknown what it was thinking about, looking at its owner with a morbid attachment in its eyes. And Sylvian was always on guard. The bow on her ear moved. She raised her head sharply and looked around. In the distance, two rats hiding in the bushes quickly retracted their head. Damn it, this new form of EV is really the same as the previous intelligence. Extremely cautious. You have seen all that just now. I will continue to watch here. You go back and report the intelligence to the adult. The middle-aged man, still wearing a reporter's uniform, nodded and then disappeared into the bushes. Chapter 92 Quasi-Elite Attack Zorua's Terror. Please collect. Please subscribe. The cold black room does not let in a single ray of light and darkness grows here. All the members of the 12 Red Moon's August tribe are here at this moment. The man in the reporter's uniform kneeled on one knee, respectfully looking at the man in the red robe in front of him. The man wore a mask and spoke coldly along. What news did you bring back to us? At this time 10 people were sitting on both sides of the room. If Lin Chen was here, he would immediately realize that the Pokemon auras carried by the 10 of them have reached the professional level, and the strongest one has even reached the peak of the professional level. Facing a room full of big men, Aaron's voice trembled a little and he stammered, "This time I heard that the boy seemed to be going to Celadon Rainbow Forest." Before he could continue, the black-robed man sitting there said, "We have seen this, but it is very likely a smoke bomb. Of course it may also be a trap set by the hyenas. After all, they will follow the slightest wind, so all our August tribesmen came this time." His voice was calm but with extreme majesty. "Tell me some useful information." Aaron, after hearing this, he lowered his head even more and said nervously, "Yes sir." Now Lin Chen has a total of 5 Pokemon. In addition to the Overlord Laren and the new form of Sylvian, there are 3 others. The red-robed man standing there did not turn around and pondered. It's interesting. After studying the secrets of the 2 Pokemon, this kid seems to have some secret. Don't rush to kill him. It's not urgent to pry open his mouth first and then do it. "Yes sir," the black-robed people in the room answered in unison, and then the black-robed leader said coldly, "Go on." Aaron nodded and replied, "Among the other 3, one is the champion prize of the Youth League and a Royal 3 grass snake." This grass snake seemed to be dissatisfied with the boy and fought with him, but the boy actually subdued the grass snake by himself. There is also a Tijipai in the previous intelligence, and the last one is a Phoebus. This sentence instantly aroused the interest of the black-robed man, and there was a hint of curiosity in his voice. The entry-level Royal 3 is nothing big. Being subdued can only mean that his qualifications are average. He paused and continued, "As for the Tijipai, it seems to be very lucky. Judging from the traces of battle in the previous intelligence, the finger-shaking skill needs to be guarded, but it is still entry-level and the power is limited." Finally he said playfully, "As for the Phoebus, are there any details?" Aaron quickly replied, "It seems to be larger than other Phoebus, but it is too far away and the others can't be seen clearly. If we get a little closer, the Sylvian will be keenly aware of it." The black-robed man nodded and waved his hand. Aaron was relieved and retreated quickly with cold sweat all over his body. Phoebus should be nothing special. Maybe it was just a lack of a water-type Pokemon and was captured, or he pondered for a moment and said, "Is that kid also doing e-periments to make Pokemon bigger? So that Phoebus is just an e-periment?" The red-robed man waved his hand and the black-robe people all stood up immediately. "No matter what, with such strength we should not be able to deal with him if we send out people below the professional level. If we alert him, he may seek the help of the Zyguo Alliance. It seems that Suhu is quite interested in him, so this time we need the August tribe to work together." "Of course I will go with him," everyone answered together. "Yes sir." No one will question the decision of the adult. After Aaron came back again, he repeated the instructions he received. Hearing this, the hooded man who was still monitoring Lin Chen's home took a breath. For a kid who has not yet reached the professional level, so many professional level and a quasi-elite strongman were dispatched. He slowly said, "That kid is really respected." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the adults to make such a decision, but think about it, in order to ensure that there is no mistake, they came out in full force. After all, this is not a novel about fighting monsters and leveling up, and they are sent to give people head and e-perian. At this time the sky was completely dark and the night was like water. The night in the rich area was always brightly lit. Every household in the row of villas had lights on and it looked very charming from a distance. The Pokemons fell asleep in their own little nest. As usual, Laren would still sleep in the yard. If possible on weekdays, Laren would be more accustomed to living outside the Pokeball, perhaps because he was used to living in the Celadon Rainbow Forest before. And Phoebus was swimming swimming in the pool sneezing constantly and even the bubbles were not complete. Is the water a little too cold today? Why do you keep sneezing? On the other side Lin Chen was gently stroking Zorua's head. He had just finished eating poke block and was looking at Lin Chen angrily. Viaha! Zorua bit Lin Chen's finger gently with her teeth, making a whining sound in her throat, looking very angry. Why don't you let me out? Is it because this big FO has evolved and no longer loves me? Lin Chen could only comfort Zorua helplessly, and at this time a plan came to his mind. A wonderful plan. He leaned down slightly and whispered something in Zorua's ear. After listening to it, the naughty Zorua's eyes brightened a little and showed a cunning smile. Aha! Zorua sounded very happy and Sylvian on the side was immediately unhappy. The bow on his ear jumped and a trace of black air slowly emerged in his eyes. Now his strength is at least the second. If he is not restrained by Laren, the strongest one is still not certain. Qianli Zhao. Seeing Evie like this, Lin Chen touched Evie's ear and whispered, "Be good, I have something to say to Zorua." Yi. Sylvian had to respond with grievance when he heard this and slowly lay down beside Lin Chen's legs, looking up at his master and Zorua from time to time, looking like a punching bag. At this time Lin Chen was thinking about the feasibility of his plan. After thinking for a long time, he still felt that he needed to call Shen Yu to communicate first so that there would be a detailed step when executing it. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. Beep beep. After a short wait a familiar voice came and Lin Chen asked, "Hello, is this you, baby?" PSSI. More chapters are presented today. I will try to speed up the pace. Please support readers, keep it up, please collect it, please subscribe. Asking for a monthly ticket, please give me flowers. Asking for rating vote. Chapter 93. Are the quasi-elites just Ray? Lin Chen's trump card, please collect it, please subscribe. When the phone rang, Shen Yu had just finished taking a shower and was lying lazily on the bed scrolling through hot searches. When I was opening the post about Lin Chen, I thought to myself, I didn't expect that he could win against Long Qingye and the new form of Eevee. It's really surprising, but the courage to let the prosecutors temporarily evacuate. Before Shen Yu could continue thinking, the phone rang suddenly. When he was confused, a voice that he would never forget came into his ears. "Baby you!" Shen Yu roared, "You are seeking death." She felt extremely regretful, regretting why she didn't change her name before adding Lin Chen. Then there is a set of intimidation plus dragon dance plus roar combos which are outputted at the phone. At this time Lin Chen silently put his phone net to him, poured a glass of water, smoothed Yi's hair and even went downstairs to feed Phoebus some food, then returned to the room and successfully evaded 10,000 points of harm. Lin Chen picked up the phone and said softly, "Okay, let's talk about something serious." The person on the other end of the phone still had some unfinished thought. He was stunned for a moment and then replied softly, "Okay, what going on recently?" Lin Chen held the phone between his arms and scanned the outside with his omniscient eyes. The two auras were still far away. He said helplessly, "There are two mice that have been staying outside my window for a long time. It looks like they are going to come back. It's time to spend the night." Shen Yu was stunned for a moment and said slowly, "Are you quite dedicated?" Although they said it in such a joking tone, in fact they all knew that in this snake hunting plan the opponent was coming menacingly, and if they were not fully prepared they might be bitten by this poisonous snake. Lin Chen did not continue joking and said seriously, "According to Inspector Su, whose judgment the two people currently under surveillance are probably superior intermediate level or above. It is this intensity that they are being followed, so the minimum manpower dispatched is professional level." Lin Chen paused and joked, "Perhaps the quasi-elite can't tell." Shen Yu did not laugh along with Lin Chen and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I understand. According to our plan you are going to the Saffron Desert in the western suburbs of Hangzhou. You must pay attention to safety when the time comes. We will arrive in time." Shen Yu took a deep breath. He originally thought it would be good if he could catch the 12 red moons, but he didn't expect that maybe one of the 12 red moons would come in person this time. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised lightly and he said with a smile, "Okay. Remember our agreement, baby you." The originally very serious conversation was instantly broken by Lin Chen. "If you call me that again you'll be dead. I won't go out alone." Lin Chen held his forehead and smiled. "Miss Shen, why don't you think I was wrong?" After another roar, Lin Chen felt that he had mastered Shen Yu's switch, the switch that would scream as soon as he pressed it. This is called getting it right. After a long time the two resumed their normal conversation. Lin Chen touched Evie's head and asked softly, "Do you have any news over there? For ample the information the other party already has?" Shen Yu shook his head and said softly, "Currently we are sure that the one following us is 12, the tribe of Red Moon, but it is not yet clear which month it is. Although it is impossible to know the Pokemon attributes of the tribes of 12 Red Moon, there are some rumors about the Pokemon that is the leader of 12 Red Moon. It is said that the main Pokemon of each of their bosses have different attributes and different fighting method. If we can figure out how many months of the tribe is monitoring you, then we can know the attributes of the boss and then we can send out strong ones with restrained attribute. Come and deal with it. Shen Yu's words contained a lot of information. If a leader of the 12 Red Moons really came here this time, how would they investigate the other party's identity? Obviously it is impossible to directly capture the two superior level guys who are under surveillance. It is impossible to judge the authenticity of what they say. Instead it will cause interference due to the other party's words affect the battle situation and may even fall into a trap. However, the strength of the alliance is strong enough when faced with the attack of quasi-elites. As long as they know the information, they can easily call in quasi-elites with restrained attributes to hunt. It's as if he is treating the other party as prey. It is indeed a state machine. Lin Chen thought for a while and said, okay, let me think about this for a while. If possible I will give you news as soon as possible. Shen Yu responded and continued, besides about the region around the Saffron Desert there is recent intelligence that children are disappearing in the surrounding area. Although some people are currently investigating, no conclusions have been drawn yet, but I speculate that the temporary base of 12 Red Moon is over there. Lin Chen heard this and said softly, then it seems that the place I mentioned casually may actually be related to this plan, but this is not good news. If they were there first, we have established a base on the side, and if we arrive later the difficulty of the away game may be greatly increased. Shen Yu muttered, yes, so when you take action you must communicate with me in advance and don't act without authorization. After explaining some details, the two parties hung up the phone. Lin Chen was lying on the bed with Laren and Sylvian, so he was not afraid of rats coming in at night. He was thinking about how he could know who the leader of the 12 Red Moons was. Suddenly he remembered a very important point, so he called Shen Yu again. He heard the other person's voice before he spoke. Shut up and don't call me, I know what you're going to say. If you have something to say, just say it. I didn't expect Shen Yu to be able to predict things. Baby, you has grown up. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, am I so crooked in your mind? I have some guesses about which month the 12 Red Moons are. Shen Yu sat up a little straighter. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and continued, the silver-haired old man and Scarface we caught last time haven't been executed yet, right? After Shen Yu heard this he was thoughtful and seemed to have thought of something and said, you mean? Before Shen Yu could finish speaking, Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth lightly and interrupted, yes, in my opinion if there is an elite level leader above the 12 Red Moons leader, then it must be a normal operation. Let the people who are closest to Hangzhou and able to fight at home be punished and make meritorious deed. After listening to Lin Chen's words, Shen Yu said quickly, you are indeed a genius who can defeat the quasi-god Pokemon. If you think of this level so quickly, I will send someone to interrogate them right away. After the two continued to chat for a few words, they hung up the phone and Shen Yu immediately started sending people to the prison. After saying all this, Lin Chen lay on the bed with playful eyes. In fact, for him the risk of everything he is doing now is actually not big, and it is far smaller than the reward of getting a chance. But if the operation is successful, all dark organizations including the 12 Red Moons can have their tentacles cut off. After all, he still has a trump card. Chapter 94, Searching for New Treasure Chest. Zorua's mission. Please collect. Please subscribe. The NET morning. Lin Chen opened his eyes. Although the weather today was very good, it was very suitable for rest. But after all, there was someone outside the window, so he woke up very early. The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to look out the window. Under the illumination of the Eye of Omniscient, the two auras in the distant trees are still there. However, it seems that the color of the breath is slightly different from yesterday. Lin Chen wanted to laugh a little and thought to himself, I didn't expect that they would work in two shifts. I didn't know whether to praise them for their dedication or their patience, but since they want to keep tabs on them, there's no need for him to oppose them. After all, these are bait. So Lin Chen got up and started to make all the Pokemon food, then changed his clothes. He didn't want to stay at home today. After all, he was being watched all the time and his flaws might be revealed, so he planned to investigate the case of missing children near the Saffron Desert. Just as Lin Chen was about to go out, he suddenly received a message from his mother. Xiao Chen, don't forget to have breakfast. You have to take good care of yourself. We have to go on a business trip for a while. Lin Chen felt a warm current in his heart. The reason why he agreed to Inspector Helping Hand to arrest the 12 Red Moon poaching group was because he wanted to join the Xia Kingdom Alliance. This was his consideration. Without parents to worry about, you can fle your muscles. After packing everything up, Lin Chen set off towards the western suburbs of Hangzhou. Riding the bicycle all the way forward, the two mice followed closely behind. They were not in a hurry to speed up in the early morning, but rushed all the way to the Saffron Desert. The reason why the Saffron Desert is called the Saffron Desert is naturally not because saffron is buried here, but in this desert there is a wonder. According to legend, if you come here in the summer and find a night with perfect moonlight, you can see saffron everywhere in the desert. In fact, those are not saffron but a group of Volbeat and Illumis dancing the dance of love, gathering together and turning into into a torrent of saffron. Almost the residents around the saffron desert are aware of this spectacle, and it has even become a beautiful scenery over time and has even begun to welcome tourists from all over the world. However, although the picture is beautiful, no one can get close to the Volbeats and disturb their courtship, but they are hit by thunder shock. Soon Lin Chen arrived at the saffron desert. There were not many residents here, perhaps because the land was barren and food could not be grown. There was a sense of original ecology everywhere. Nature demonstrates its power here, and the desert made of wind and sand cannot bring wealth to the resident. Unlike Hangzhou, there is a wild beauty here. In the distance a group of toros were running wildly on the desert, seemingly never tired. In the hills a little closer you can see the sand shrew, who are working hard to dig out their own cave. Lin Chen observed for a moment that every household here had their doors closed. He opened his omniscient eyes and felt it for a while. Those left at home are old, weak women and children with little fighting ability. It is estimated that the young and strong villagers have also moved to the city to work. There was also a missing person notice, half blown to pieces by the wind on the electric pole. The date on it was from half a month ago. This is the beginning of the child disappearance. The disappearance of a large number of children has made the residents around the saffron desert even more panicked. Many people have moved away, and even many prosecutors who came to investigate have disappeared. Lin Chen did not intend to go to the surrounding residents' homes to investigate the situation. If they could know the inside story, the prosecutors would have reported it to them instead of remaining indifferent. Lin Chen decided deeply. He went into the saffron desert to investigate, and then his hand passed from his waist and a poke ball appeared in his hand. "Come out, Laren!" roar. As soon as Laren came out and saw the vast wilderness, he was immediately refreshed. You know what he likes most is running wildly, and here he can run freely. Laren, get ready to go deep into the desert. Roar. Laren was very excited and shook his head, indicating that he could be a mount. Lin Chen patted Laren's big head, put the bicycle in place and sat on its back. Although it is not as convenient as a flying Pokemon, the 4-meter-long Laren is far more than an ordinary jeep, and it is a very good means of transportation, except that it can't run in the city. Boom boom boom. After riding Laren, the smoke and dust rolled behind him and the ground shook with every step as if experiencing a small earthquake. There was no bumpy feeling on Laren's back, but it was quite comfortable. Lin Chen glanced behind him. The two mice did not continue to follow him but stopped where they were. After all, there was almost no cover in this desert, and they could not pretend to pass by like in the city, and they were easily discovered. 0. Request flowers. Lin Chen did not care that the other party had been following him, but he could not go back and tell them at this time, otherwise you should catch up with him openly. Then Lin Chen released the other two Pokemon. The Pokemon seemed very happy on Laren's back, and each of them was looking around. Grass Tang Snake still looked cold and leaned on Laren's back, and Sylvian's ears moved alert to the movements around, and no slight movement could escape her eyes. Sheiji Tajipai was very happy and stood on Laren's head to direct the direction of advance. However, Lin Chen did not specify the destination of advance, and he just let Tajipai command. 0. From time to time you can see some treasure chests in the desert, most of which are between black iron and silver. Lin Chen stops from time to time to open them. The harvest is not high, most of them are some poke balls and small healing sprays, but it is better than nothing. After all, these can be sold and the value is about 100,000. Not long after, a trace of vigilance lashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and then he waved his hand and Laren stopped immediately. Under the helping hand of the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen saw that about 50 meters in front of him there was a strong smell of Pokemon underground. No way can you find something by running around like this. Sheiji, seeing Lin Chen's mouth slightly raised, Tajipai shook his finger happily. Fuck, is this okay? How about taking Tajipai to buy some guesses? Net time. The road to wealth here is the first step. According to the display of the all-seeing eye, the strength of the Pokemon underground is not low, and some have even reached the peak of the superior level. Lin Chen suddenly understood that this might be a secret base of a certain organization, and Tajipai accidentally encountered it at this time. Lin Chen collected Laren and approached with other Pokemon little by little. After making sure that no one around followed, he threw another Pokeball and a white light flashed and Zorua appeared in front of other Pokemon. Lin Chen took Zorua alone to a boulder and told it about the infiltration plan later. PS, please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. The plot rhythm is speeding up. Try not to drag. Please, readers' wisdom teeth. Chapter 95, Hell Laboratory. The devil descends here. Please collect. Please subscribe. Seeing the master and Zorua whispering to each other, Sylvian's eyes flashed with jealousy. Knowing that the master was talking to Zorua, Evie had to puff up her mouth and not look over there lest she get even more angry. And suddenly the bow on its ear jumped, and it immediately sensed a hint of danger. This dangerous breath came from the ground in front of her. She put aside all her emotions and stared at it cautiously. After Lin Chen came back, he approached the the place with a strong breath carefully, but to the naked eye it was just a flat land in the saffron desert and there seemed to be nothing special. Sylvian let out a low cry and she also reminded her master to be careful. Lin Chen knew that Sylvian cared about him, so he touched her head and whispered 860, be ready for battle at any time. Evie nodded to indicate that she understood, and then her body slightly bent and all the hair on her body stood up as white as a delicate white butterfly in the desert. This white butterfly looks weak, but if the owner is in danger she will immediately stand up. Instantly turned into the most deadly demon king. One hit to kill. Lin Chen took out the tactics he had prepared long ago from his backpack glove and slowly approached the ground. After arriving here no mechanism was triggered, all of which was within Lin Chen's expectations. After all, there are countless Toros groups passing through here every day. If there is a mechanism it will be triggered every day, which will make it easier to pose the position. It is better to use the hidden camouflage here. Lin Chen slowly squatted down and knocked on the ground with an irregular rhythm. Unexpectedly there was a metallic echo, and this irregular rhythm obviously did not sound like knocking on the door. If there was someone directly below it might just be the footsteps of a passing Pokemon. Lin Chen frowned and cleaned it with his hands. Sure enough, he found a metal pole ring under a piece of dry grass in the place. It looked like the pole ring of a can of soda and it was lifted up when it was pulled hard. Lin Chen's movements were very light and did not make any sound. Looking from above, it was actually a bright piece below and it was paved with floor tiles. I didn't expect that there was another cave in it. Everyone come back first. Lin Chen collected the other Pokemon first, leaving only Sylvian, and whispered, Evie, be gentle. Evie called softly with a hint of excitement in her tone. Evie was naturally very happy to be able to explore alone with her master. At the same time the vigilance in her eyes became more serious. The master must not be hurt at all. Lin Chen did not jump into the cave immediately but put his head in first. Sure enough, he saw a camera with eyes shining at the end of the passage. Lin Chen thought for a while and summoned Zorua. Zorua, do you see that spinning thing? Use illusion near it. Aha! Zorua jumped into the cave mischievously. Because she was a ghost type, she reached the camera without any obstacles and shook her tail. Although I don't know if there is anyone in front of the camera looking outside, even if there is, all she sees is a calm passage. At this time Lin Chen had already jumped into the passage with Sylvian. As soon as he entered the passage he smelled a strong smell of blood. It must be said that the ventilation here is actually very good. Generally speaking you can smell it when you open the passage, but in order to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other Pokemon, the ventilation flows out from the vents on the side. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and scanned the surroundings. The underground building was not particularly large, with only 3 rooms side by side. In the outermost room there were many weak Pokemon auras, and the middle room was a bit strange, as if there was a Pokemon aura but it was extremely weak and it felt like a human aura. And the innermost place was a human inside, and the strength of the Pokemon on his waist might have reached the professional level. Lin Chen knew that he had not been alarmed yet and he still had a chance to attack. If he failed it might be a fierce battle, and the Overlord could not be released underground. It would collapse this place in an instant and then he would be buried. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to walk forward on tiptoe. Sure enough, when he passed the first room he saw many Pokemon, including Sandshrew, Beedrill, Oddish and even a Tauros. Their bodies were much larger than normal ones, with bulging blood vessels and bursting juice all over their bodies, but they were all dying. From the blood on their bodies it seemed that they had fought a battle not long ago, but now they were thrown here like garbage. It seemed that even if they were sent to the Pokemon Center immediately they could not be saved. Lin Chen did not stop. He knew that this might be an underground laboratory, and the biggest possibility was that it was the culprit for the recent disappearance of children. When Lin Chen came to the second room he could already hear the gurgling sound coming from the last room like liquid rolling. Looking closely, the second room was full of human children. Their skin was extremely dry at this time and they looked like old people in their 70s and 80s. The veins on their faces were bulging but there was no blood flowing in them. Instead, black liquid was reflected through the blood vessel. They were also waste used in experiment. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt that his whole body was a little angry and the rage in his eyes was about to reach its peak, but the more he got to this point the more he had to calm down. Lin Chen took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. Evie behind him also took extremely cautious steps. Before reaching the door of the third room he heard a hoarse voice shouting, Why did you fail again? If this goes on I will have to stay in this place for the rest of my life." Crash! It seemed to be the sound of something being overturned. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The voice inside came again. "Fuck that bastard August, I will kill you one day." Then there were footsteps going deep into the room. Kaka! Lin Chen heard a faint whimper and knew without thinking that it was a child being strangled by the neck and carried out like a waste product of an experiment. Lin Chen was at the door and he saw a pair of dirty feet hanging in the air slowly appearing from the door into his his field of vision. The NET second Lin Chen jumped up instantly. Chapter 96 Rating Professional Level Dynamo Research. Please subscribe now. Lin Chen called Xiang again another step, and at the same time the body suddenly rushed to the left and issued an order at the same time. Use the mysterious power. Yi. Sylvian heard the order and rushed out like a flash of lightning. The moment he appeared, a silver light had already condensed on his head. Although it was not charged, if it hit a human it would still cause a kill. However, the opponent was worthy of being a professional level strongman. The first moment Eevee rushed out, he immediately reached out to his waist and blocked the child body in front of him. If it was only Eevee, maybe he could really hold him back for half a second. However, a strong murderous aura surged in Lin Chen's eyes and he directly pressed his neck with one hand while exerting force with his arm. Boom! With a muffled sound, he was immediately pressed against the wall and the back of his head made a muffled sound on the wall. At the same time, Lin Chen had already grabbed the child with his other hand. The NET moment, a silver light passed through the man's eyebrows and there was not even a charred burn, only the light that passed through took away all his vitality. Randomly the corpse collapsed from the wall softly. Obviously he was a professional level 06 strongman, but he was killed directly because he did not release Pokemon. It can be said that he was extremely frustrated, and this is the horror of Zorua's stealth ability. When its strength is further improved, even the elite level cannot detect it. Breath, a real bug Pokemon. Lin Chen took a deep breath and his eyes remained calm. As for the child who fell from the man's hand when Lin Chen squatted down to check, it was just a corpse. His body was wet and there was a huge wound on the artery on his neck. It was obviously a blood transplant violently performed by the man. Lin Chen sighed, slowly stood up and scanned the surroundings. This child is the last test subject. It is precisely because of the failure that the other party is so furious. In this room at the deepest part are two culture chambers filled with green liquid and there are several pipes constricting them. The blood used for transplantation and e-change is the blood of children. From the first and second rooms, his e-periment can even make Pokemon grow in size in a short time, and this is the biggest reason why 12 red moons attacked him. Lin Chen took a deep breath and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Soon the other party answered the phone. Hello Shen Yu, I will locate my location for you immediately. Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Shen Yu was a little surprised that he didn't call his nickname at the first time. At the same time, he noticed the solemnity in Lin Chen's tone. Shen Yu said in a deep voice, it's me. I was just about to call you. Okay, this location, send someone after I leave. Hearing this, Shen Yu whispered, what happened there? Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued, I found the source of the missing children of residents around the Saffron Desert, a laboratory built by the 12 Red Moons underground. Lin Chen paused and continued, the research content of this laboratory is the giganticization of Pokemon. They captured a large number of children and used Pokemon of various attributes for blood e-change. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Shen Yu understood. Since Lin Chen asked him to come later, it means all those children have died. Shen Yu felt a little pain in his heart and punched the wall in front of him fiercely. Sorry, we are too slow. Lin Chen heard this and said in a deep voice, it's useless to say this now. What did you plan to tell me before? Shen Yu hesitated for a moment but chose to speak out. Last night we interrogated the two official members of the 12 Red Moons overnight, but they could not contact the leader of the 12 Red Moons at their level. They just vaguely heard that the leader's main Pokemon should be fire type. Lin Chen naturally would not doubt the prosecutor's interrogation method and naturally had a way to make them tell the truth. It's just that this kind of arbitrary judgment, if there is a mistake, if the quasi-elite of the prosecutors arrive and is restrained by the 12 Red Moons, then the battle situation will change instantly and it may not even be certain whether everyone can go back. Lin Chen immediately opened the eye of all-knowing, sensing the waist of the man's body in front of him, and then nodded and said it should be correct. Lin Chen dared to speak so decisively, and there must be an argument. The camera here did not see the terminal here, which means that the terminal is somewhere else. In addition to preventing others from coming in, another point is to monitor the man in black robe. The Pokemon strength of this black-robed man has reached the advanced professional level, even close to the peak of the profession. So why is he not the main combat force but was sent here as an experimental personnel? The answer is obvious. He was E-Clud. Lin Chen knew that in the 12 Red Moons, except for the leader who was at the quasi-elite level, the other tribesmen were at the peak of their profession at most. Being E-Clud must be because he was afraid of being taken away, and only those whose Pokemon attributes restrained the leader would have the best chance of becoming the one who took the throne. In addition, what this man said before his death can also tell us about his relationship with August. The strongest breath in the Pokeball on his waist was a water type of Pokemon. After hearing this, Shen Yu nodded and replied okay. She didn't know why, but she believed in what Lin Chen said. After the explanation, Lin Chen hung up the phone and controlled the anger in his heart. For him, even though he has killed people before, 800 160 does not feel any horror when facing corpses, but for these innocent children the thought of the torture they suffered in this breeding warehouse made Lin Chen's eyes boil with murderous intent, killing so many ordinary people for profit. These evil organizations have gone crazy, and if his action fails this time he will probably become a test subject in the breeding warehouse like this child and be tortured to death. Thinking of this, the anger in Lin Chen's heart gradually dissipated. The corners of his mouth raised lightly, but his eyes were extremely cold. This time he wants to make the 12 red moon completely destroyed. Afterwards Lin Chen slowly walked out of the room and saw the camera in the corridor. At this time there was nothing abnormal under Zorua's illusion. Lin Chen said softly, "Leave Zorua." Zorua disappeared like a ghost and there was no one who could see its figure. Lin Chen looked at the camera, tilted his head and showed a frightening smile. That smile is like the cold winter and like the announcement of death. That is a letter of challenge and a declaration. Announced the arrival of death. Immediately the net moment the camera was completely destroyed. On the other side the surveillance picture also dimmed. Chapter 97. The elite class takes action. The champion class of the dark world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Report. The monitor guarding the monitoring room walked through the corridor and came to Mr. August's conference room. In the same black room the monitor played the video in the laboratory. The red-robed August chuckled, waved his hand and the monitor slowly retreated. Naturally the natal name of August is not August. Instead the leader of the fire system who has 12 red moons will be named August by the leader. This is just a code name, a kind of power. He just looked at the surveillance video and kept thinking about it. His eyes were cold, making it impossible to see any more emotion. The leading man in black robe said softly, "Sir, it seems that the laboratory has been destroyed and Lu Yu has also been killed." He naturally knew what Lord August was thinking, so he was not too sad but rather flattering. Lu Yu, who might have threatened the adults, was sent out to act alone because of his handiwork. A good subordinate needs to solve problems for his boss. It seems like we all underestimate this kid. August pondered. His tone was cold and the screen in front of him was still replaying the scene before Lin Chen smashed the camera over and over again. Because Lin Chen used Zorua to avoid surveillance and decisively sneaked in to kill the enemy, only the scene of Lin Chen's taunt appeared above. Although there is no killing scene, August also knows that Lu Yu is also in danger. In the end Lin Chen stood openly in front of the camera, obviously facing their taunt. Who could see this surveillance? The man in black robe thought for a while, frowned and said normally he should stay in Hangzhou at this time and be protected by Su Hu. How could he suddenly appear in our laboratory? August snorted coldly and said playfully, "But what if he is our taunt? There is even a big net waiting for us." After August said this, all the people in black robes were stunned and then thought about the possibility of this matter. Because this means the Xia Kingdom Alliance takes action. The man in black robe who was the leader said, "If that's the case, do we have to evacuate early?" But before he finished speaking he faced August's stern face and instantly suppressed what he wanted to say. August glanced around and said softly, "Don't panic. From the moment I got here I knew that someone from the inspection team might be watching me. Anyway, this kid is acting alone now. If not, he can retreat at any time. We are in the dark, they are in the light, and the initiative is always in our hands." He paused and continued, "And his actions alone, including standing in front of us this time, are clearly telling you that I will give you a chance to catch me. He is really a young man, he is so passionate." Hearing August's words, the man in black robe thoughtfully nodded and said, "What you mean is..." The murderous intent in August's eyes became even stronger. At the same time he stretched out his right hand and made a beheading gesture. The corners of his mouth raised, showing a cruel smile. "Since he dares to come out as bait without risking his life or death, and given the opportunity, then I will take a chance and I'll do it myself. Even if a quasi-elite level comes, as long as the Pokemon doesn't restrain my attributes, I can take you forward and retreat freely. As for the elite class, they can't take action," he said confidently, obviously knowing some information about the elite class, but he did not continue. After all this time the alien overlords Laren and Sylvian have already attracted the attention of some big shot. In this game even he is a pawn. It's just a chance to become a chess player. The root cause is the secret contained in this Laren's body. Hearing this, all the men in black robes knelt behind his red robe and said in unison, "Yes, we will do our best." Just like a bet with Lin Chen, now August decided to take up the challenge. Just like two people shooting at each other with guns, all the conditions between them, the cases are the same and the probability of life and death is equal. The prosecutor wants to catch him and he also wants to trick them. It depends on which side has a stronger strategy. After all, this is their home court. As for Lin Chen, August just neared a mere superior level little guy, just need to be wiped out with thunder and lightning and take away his Pokemon. With his trump card, even if he encounters an elite he can retreat calmly. At that time even the Alliance can't do anything to him. As for him not being able to kill Lin Chen, what a big joke. On the other hand, after destroying the camera, Lin Chen Chen returned to the room, and he naturally wouldn't stay here for long. On the one hand, he had to go out to lead the two mice away again, but after seeing the camera, the number of people who took action would definitely increase significantly, and at the same time more people could be caught in one fell swoop. On the other hand, other inspectors will come here later. If they meet the inspectors directly, many villains will retreat and Lin Chen's NET plan will be affected. After checking that there are no other secret doors here, Lin Chen locked all the Pokeballs on the Black Robe Man's body and took them away. These Pokemon will not be captured by him. You must know that the Primeape released by the silver-haired old man last time started fighting with Aaron at the first time, so Lin Chen will not be stupid enough to release them again to check. Similarly, Lin Chen did not intend to capture them, but these professional level Pokemon will not be measured by money at that time. You must know that even an entry-level Royal 3 is several million, and most Pokemon will never reach the professional level in their lifetime, and handing in such a strong Pokemon will be able to obtain Alliance Coin. Although Lin Chen is not sure about the specific amount for the time being, the value of 2 professional level Pokemon is not just talk. After all, only 2 Pokemon need to be tamed, which means that Hangzhou has 2 more professional trainers. The Alliance Coins represent the ability to purchase items in the Alliance Mall of the Xiaoguo Alliance. This qualification is only available after the college entrance examination, and after passing the college entrance examination and passing the professional trainer examination. This point must be observed even by the evildoers in the imperial capital. It is precisely because the Alliance wants to appease the needs of most people and prevent the intensification of class contradictions, so it makes part of the resources public and fair so that all professional trainers have a direction of competition. If Lin Chen can use the Alliance Coins at this stage, he will be countless times ahead of those ordinary professional trainers. Of course, it is incomparable with the second generation who have ancient strongmen above them. They have countless ways to obtain Alliance Coins, or let the elders at home change them and give them to themselves, so there is no way and no need to restrict them. This is the fairness and relative fairness of the college entrance examination today. In this world, the strong are respected. This is also an eternal truth. Thinking of this, after Lin Chen put away the Pokeball, he sent the EACT location information here to Shen Yu. At the same time, he confirmed with Shen Yu the time of his departure. After leaving, no one will come here. After all, the confiscated laboratory has no value at all. After making all preparations, Lin Chen must leave here as quickly as possible, because it's the main show. Calculating the time, the other party should have seen the surveillance video of King Qian at this time, so there are 2 possibilities. Either they retreat on a large scale, or they will come out in full force. If Lin Chen was only a little bit sure before now, after seeing the laboratory, there is a 99% chance the secret contained in the Overlord Laren on his body are likely to allow the experiment to proceed to the NET stage. At that time, it will be enough to greatly enhance the strength of the entire 12 Red Moons. Even the mysterious leader can use this technology to master the discourse power of the entire dark world, further expand his power and become a champion level instant. Especially although he showed his bait identity this time, he chose to come alone. This is an open conspiracy, and it is also the only time when Lin Chen is not under the protection of the Alliance. It is their best chance to make a move. Thinking of this, Lin Chen pushed open the lid of the underground laboratory again and jumped up lightly. At the same time, he opened the Eye of All-Knowing and began to scan. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly and he sneered. Square root is here as expected. PS, please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 98 War Machine Laren, the fire of annihilation is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Under the skin of the Eye of All-Knowing, the 2 rat followed again. Since the taunt is over, there is no need to act, so Lin Chen directly threw out almost all Pokeballs, of course except for Phoebus that cannot survive on land. Come out, everyone. 5 consecutive white light flashed and all the Pokemon appeared in front of Lin Chen. Inho, Yi, Hiaji, Jiaqiang, Yaha. When all the Pokemon appeared, the NET. At this moment, Lin Chen had ridden Laren. At the same time, Tajipai stood on Laren's head again, and when he wanted to be a navigator, Lin Chen gave the order. Laren set off at full speed to the depths of the Saffron Desert. Roar! Immediately Laren roared and began to stride. Of course, it was not in a combat state, so he did not use the extreme speed. The speed of marching allowed Laren to still maintain all his combat effectiveness after the march, and his combat effectiveness would not decrease due to physical strength in a short period of time. Even so, Laren's speed was still very fast. Sheiji Tajipai felt the extreme speed and shook her fingers happily. It seemed that she enjoyed the pleasure of this ride, and Sylvian quietly hugged Lin Chen's arm on the one hand to prevent herself from falling, on the other hand to monopolize the master's favor. Evie looked at Zorua in surprise. The little FO actually just hit its body and did not stick to it like before. She felt something was wrong but couldn't put her finger on it. It was just that at this extreme speed there was no time to think. The grass snake gently wrapped its tail around Laren's back, leaning there elegantly with its upper limbs in its arms, looking a little cool. Laren's frantic running was even wilder than the taureau's, and Lin Chen could only hear the vibration and whistling wind when Laren ran. Dong dong dong! The footsteps sounded like drums, and Lin Chen held Laren's back with both hands. The wind blew up his white shirt and his hair was turned back. His tall and strong figure looked a bit charming. In an instant the two mice that were still behind him were thrown far away. However, just as he pulled away, he saw from a distance that the two stalkers took out their guns, pointed them in his direction and prepared to shoot him. Seeing this, Lin Chen looked indifferent like the god of death who judges life, and whispered, "Since we are going to start the battle, let's clean up the small fish first." Just as the two were about to talk, the white Zorua suddenly emerged from the shadows behind them with sharp claws flashing with brilliance and swung out suddenly. Crack! The two were cut in the throat instantly and blood gushed out. They covered their throats and blood flowed out from between their fingers. They could only fall down in despair, and Zorua, like the dead of the god of death, quietly escaped into the shadows again. Ghost Pokemon are all top assassins for assassination. Boom boom boom. After killing people, Lin Chen's presence did not change at all, and he continued to let Laren run wildly like a demon king sweeping the earth. It won't take long before the 12 red moons will come out in full force. The sandy land of the Saffron Desert is very suitable for Laren's actions. Originally a rock-type and steel-type Pokemon, it is like a fish in water on this terrain. After all, other Pokemon such as Growlithe are suitable for long-distance raids on weekdays, but the sandy land will have a certain impact on this Pokemon that excels in speed. When the weight reaches a certain level, even if it rushes recklessly without considering the terrain, it can still exert all its speed. For example, the Overlord Laren is like this, like a war fortress, turning everything into powder wherever it goes. At this time Lin Chen suddenly saw a black shadow passing in the sky which looked not small. Lin Chen would not think that this was a passing Pokemon. It is very likely that it is the Cotters of the 12 Red Moon tracking him in the air. Hearing Lin Chen's order, Laren ran even harder, and a brown smoke of 10 meters long rose behind Laren. Looking up, the sky was covered with thick cloud. Even though it was almost noon, it was still gloomy. Lin Chen frowned slightly and at the same time drove Laren, whispering, "Laren, go faster!" Roar! As Lin Chen ejected, the black shadow in the sky spread its wings again and followed closely. Although Laren was huge, he was not bulky at all and was even very fast. There were not many Pokemon that could keep up with the speed of the current Overlord Laren. The opponent had to be at least a professional high level to have such a speed. Lin Chen looked at the black shadow in the sky, and until this time he smiled playfully. In the perception of the all-seeing eye, a large number of Pokemon could be seen in the distance rushing towards him from all directions, but he kept a safe distance and blocked all directions. It seemed that they were waiting for the black shadow in the sky to stop him, and then surrounded him and solved him in the shortest time. A quick win hyena tactic. As ejected of the 12 red moons, which are among the best in the evil organization, they have grasped the essence of speed, accuracy and ruthlessness. Unfortunately, I won't let you get what you want, Lin Chen thought in his heart. Quickly took out his mobile phone and used the shadow on Laren's back to send his new location number to Shen Yu. The snake hunting operation begins. Boom boom boom. The original mighty Pokemon army all ran in the same direction. It seemed that there were at least 20 or 30 Pokemon, and the worst was at the superior level. Among them there were even professional level Pokemon in the lead. A large number of masked humans appeared on their backs with red moon marks on their bodies, staring at Lin Chen fiercely as if looking at prey. Whoosh! Accompanied by a whistling sound, a huge fireball with scorching heat fell from the sky right in front of Laren. Boom! Although the flames were not powerful enough to hurt Laren, the high temperature directly shattered the earth. Countless gravel splashed, blurring the vision, and there was a steep slope ahead that had to slow down. If you continue to speed up, it is easy to step on the air. Roar! Laren roared. In order to prevent his master from getting hurt, he had to slow down. If he forced his way through, he would inevitably throw Lin Chen off. However, he wanted to dodge, but the enemy in the sky would not give him a chance. The fireball attacked again, aiming directly at Lin Chen. If there was a flying Pokemon, it wouldn't be so passive. I really need to start looking for it, Lin Chen complained, but he was not panicked. He quickly gave the order, Yi use light screen. Yi. Sylvian was already prepared. She stood up and a huge amount of spiritual energy emerged. She built a diamond-shaped translucent shield wall with silver light in front of her and appeared directly above Laren. The huge fireball collided with the light screen. Boom! In an instant the space where Laren was illuminated, and then the flames swept up, hanging in the air with scorching heat, and turned into countless sparks. The net moment, fine crack like spider webs appeared on the light screen. Fortunately, the flames on the light screen had dissipated. Lin Chen looked at the black shadow that had not yet appeared in the sky, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. eyes. This attack has reached the peak strength of the professional level. Even Sylvian's light screen was barely able to resist. If it was on land, a mere professional level could cooperate to kill. But in the sky, I can't go up. But letting the opponent bomb it is no good. Sooner or later I will be hosted to death. Then Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly gave an order. Laren, run to the cave in front. In front of Lin Chen there was a series of hills in the middle of the saffron desert. Among them there was a cave that looked tortuous in the part closest to the right. Such a cave, even if it was bombed with fire all the time, would take half a day to blast it apart. And with Laren's dig skill, this terrain is the most suitable battlefield. Roar! Laren roared, then accelerated again and started to rush. At this speed Laren's physical strength will draw quickly. After all, the opponent has almost reached the peak of the professional level and there is also a group of other Pokemon chasing not far away. However, he doesn't need to think about fighting now. His only goal is to survive. Lin Chen took a deep breath and grabbed Laren's armor tightly, and the killing intent in his eyes began to boil. Before the winner is decided, the identities of prey and hunter can be switched. Roar! After Laren accelerated, the smoke and dust behind him became more and more vast. The huge body ran, making the earth tremble as if earthquake was coming. It also surprised the figure in the sky. The malice surged again, and it was so strong that it seemed to devour all life. Lin Chen did not look back to see the source of this malice. He looked at the cave in the desert not far away, which was already within reach. It's almost there. However, before he could get close, a bigger flame swept in again, covering the sky and the sun, covering all directions. High-level fire skill, fire blast. One blow came as if the god of fire destroyed the world. PSSI, more chapters are presented today. The rhythm is a little slow. The NET wave will be a big scene. I will try my best to correct the mistake. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please vote for the review. Chapter 99, trapped in a desperate situation. No, I am the hunter. Please collect. Please subscribe. Laren, get out of the way. Lin Chen commanded, quickly analyzing everything calmly. This fire blast burning in the air continued to expand forward in a big shape, coming faster than the previous flamethrower. At a glance it was clear that Sylvian's light screen alone could not stop it. At least it had to let the attribute restrained Kadara use Rock Tomb. But at this time Laren, who was running wildly, had no chance to stop and release skills. Roar! Laren roared. His body suddenly sank down and even the ground was shaking, and the Pokemon on his back tightly grasped Laren's back. But without the hindrance of the terrain, Laren suddenly accelerated and each step would create a deep pit on the ground. When the fire blast was about to hit, he suddenly accelerated and successfully avoided the flame. At the same time, Laren suddenly threw a huge stone slab and roared into the sky. This terrifying force, once hit, can directly smash the flesh and blood body into a meat paste, making the black shadow in the sky unable to help but retreat. Boom! The huge flame fell on the ground near Laren, and even the sand was melted instantly, making a bursting sound and bursting out. In an instant a big charred black was left on the ground, emitting green smoke, and the melted sand left behind translucent solid. This temperature is close to the temperature that can turn sand into glass. If it is hit, it may not even have a chance to react and will be melted instantly. The power of the flame is like the wrath of God. Lin Chen looked back at the charred ground. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, but more of it was confidence. He had absolute confidence in Laren's speed. Lin Chen quietly looked at the mighty poaching group behind him, and his eyes were locked on the cave in front of him again. Only that kind of terrain can better surround and kill them. At the same time, there is the mysterious black shadow in the sky, and the cave can restrict his flight. Since you have landed, don't think about flying again. As long as you reach the right place. The reversal between hunter and prey is often only in a moment. Lin Chen took a deep breath. His eyes were cold and patted Laren's head again. Laren, enter the cave. Roar! After hearing the order, Laren roared and rushed into the cave again. That posture could no longer contain the violent killing intent. The members of the 12 Red Moon poaching group, who came from all directions, were all delighted when they saw this scene. This kid has been surrounded on all sides and has no way to retreat. He actually chose to enter the cave. It's easier to catch him now. Surround him. Prevent other idiots in the cave. In their opinion, Lin Chen had no way to escape. He could only find a cave to hide temporarily and find an idiot leading to another place from the cave. This behavior was like a headless fly starting to bump around. If the cave was a dead end, then this choice would be to seek death. Being surrounded by them, there was only one way to die. Boom! After a loud bang, Laren's huge body crashed into the cave like a giant train crashing into a tunnel. Suddenly dust flew down from the cave entrance as if the cave was about to be crushed to pieces by this war fortress. The NET moment, a red light flashed and Laren was taken into the pokeball. It is difficult to hide in the cave with such a body size. If Laren is directly blocked at the entrance of the cave, it may not be able to buy much time. Even with Laren's defense, it is impossible to defend against quasi elite enemies. After taking back Laren, Lin Chen looked around. The cave was not too tortuous and only a few few main roads connected to other places. There were only a few stone pillars supporting the top of the cave and there was no light source making it dark here. Lin Chen did not feel the flow of air but felt a dull feeling, which means that there might be no other it. As long as you enter the cave you will become a turtle in a jar. The two Pokemon answered at the same time and the net moment they both disappeared from sight. It should have been a dead end, but after seeing this scene Lin Chen's mouth corners actually rose slightly and he whispered, "Yi Zorua, get ready for battle." Yi. Aha. Zorua's figure quietly disappeared on the stone wall, becoming a secret killer hidden in the dark, a sharp blade at the enemy's throat, and Sylvian quickly jumped onto the hidden place of the stone pillar, alert to the danger that could come at any time. The danger warning allowed it to determine the enemy's position even in the dark. At this time Lin Chen also stood behind the stone pillar. As a bait he had completed his work. What needs to be done now is to wait for the fish to take the bait and protect himself at the same time. After a while a noisy sound came from the cave entrance and the echo spread throughout the cave in an instant. In other words, no movement can be hidden in the cave. But the members of the 12 Red Moon poaching group who came all stopped at the cave entrance waiting for instructions. 0. As for flowers, the net moment the yellow claws landed lightly and a talon flame descended with a brutal look in his eyes. On its back a man in a black robe jumped down, patted his Pokemon's feathers and said with a smile, "Good job, Talon Flame." Just now it was he who was chasing Lin Chen in the air. At this time Lin Chen could see everything clearly in the cave. When he looked from the dark to the light the other party could not see him. Under the display of the all-seeing eye this Talon Flame has reached the peak of the professional level. No wonder the two skills just now were so powerful. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and he murmured, "Peak of professional level. The leader of the 12 Red Moons has not arrived after all." Just when he was thinking, Lin Chen's all-seeing eye saw a huge energy reaction which instantly suppressed all the members of the 12 Red Moons and the terrifying aura spread. However, Lin Chen was not afraid. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and he whispered, "Here they come." This time the black-robed man did not give any orders but suddenly clasped his hands respectfully, bent slightly and turned his head to face the outside of the cave. That posture clearly showed that a big shot had come. A corner of the red robe appeared at the cave entrance and all the troops were waiting for his orders. "Sir." The black-robed man tested the wind with his hand and then said respectfully, "There is no wind flowing at the cave entrance and there is probably no passage leading to other places inside. It is recommended to use fire attack which will soon consume all the air inside. At this time the kid will naturally come out." 8. You glanced at Hey Pao with no emotion on his face and slowly said, "What about the remaining 10%? If he used Larendig to dig a passage to the outside world and escaped, and then we spent a lot of time at the entrance of the cave waiting for the people of the Xiaoguo Alliance." He didn't continue to speak. Hey Pao, who heard these words, knelt on one knee and replied, "Boss, I just think this is the least risky." August didn't speak, just looked at Hey Pao, and in an instant cold sweat on Hey Pao's back immediately flowed down. He lowered his head and didn't continue to speak. August slowly said, "Since I came here the risk is not something you should consider. It's just a little ant, it can be crushed to death with a hand. PS first update, please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 100 to IC and the Queen of Fierce Fire. All are ants below the elite. Please collect. Please subscribe." Although August looked disdainful on the surface, he knew the stakes in his heart and could not afford any mistake this time. In addition, the situation was urgent and so many of the 12 Red Moons were out in full force, which must have attracted the attention of the Xiaoguo Alliance inspection team. If even he took action it would take too much time to deal with a kid who had not yet taken the college entrance examination. Wouldn't it prove that he was a waste? August waved his hand gently and in an instant the 12 Red Moons began to move. The shiny that summoned the Pokemons kept lighting up and then took the Pokemon's members approached the side of the cave in order and broke into it. At the same time a large number of lighting sticks were lighting up like countless sparks rising on the ground. Instantly the cave entrance, which was originally a dark mass, was lit up by lighting sticks one by one. Every time the tribesmen broke in they formed a small column of 3 people, and at the same time there would be a Pokemon that reached at least the superior level to guard the team. Although it seems like a rash decision, the 12 Red Moon poachers actually have their own combat tactic. Under the cooperation of the 860, even if a professional peak suddenly attacks inside they can react in the first time and fight back with minimal casualties. At the same time the carpet search makes any gaps and corners escape their eyes. As long as the opponent is in the cave it is only a matter of time to be found. Tajipai used shaking fingers. Cheiji. Someone immediately reacted and a Houndoom and Macho blocked the front. But the impact that was prepared did not come, but a thick fog appeared in the cave. August frowned and entered the cave first. He frowned and said, "Field skills? But what kind of skills are these? It feels a bit weird." wondered, could it be psychic that Tijipai took action? Although it was a little different from the actual result, August also quickly guessed the source. As he was talking, a huge salazzle appeared behind August. It looked weird and evil, and its cold eyes made people shudder. A stream of hot air blew out of Salazzle's nose. There was a purpler lace pattern on her abdomen and a pair of soft and flowing silk-like things on her waist. She looked like a strong and tyrannical queen. Facing this spreading weapon, Salazzle lay on the ground with her claws enchantingly, and at the same time a mouthful of purple flames overflowed from the corners of her mouth and the scorching heat rose. Fire skills burn it all. The natural enemy of fog is fire. In an instant a tongue of fire nearly 10 meters long gushed out, and the high temperature instantly vaporized the mist. At the same time the flames instantly illuminated the entire cave. Suddenly the cave was as bright as day, and a large amount of fog evaporated instantly. As for the remaining ones, their power was also weakened and they only blurred the vision a trifle. Everyone break in now. At August's command, members poured in continuously and placed lighting sticks on the stone wall of the cave. After a while the scene in the entire cave was vaguely visible. The black-robed man followed August closely, and Talonflame looked around. The eagle's eyesight was very good, and it could not escape from its eyes as long as there was a slight movement. Swish! At this moment a green light flashed, and the first tribe member who entered the inner side of the cave screamed, then covered his neck and knelt on the ground. The blood was flowing from his neck, and it was obvious that his carotid artery had been cut. Woo woo woo! He groaned in his throat and his eyes were full of covet being treated. The teammates behind him immediately knelt on one knee and began to stop the bleeding for him, but this simple bandage could only slow down the gushing of blood, and the blood still flowed, making his life weaker. Facing this strange sucker punch, Talonflame moved. Hawkeye saw a green figure behind the stone pillar using a razor leaf, vibrating its wings. Even in this small cave it can still master the balance of flight. At the same time the wind swept and rushed towards the dark corner. Flying skill storm. Grass vine snake, get out of the way. A voice came from the darkness, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Gaga. The grass vine snake quickly swam on the stone pillar. The rock where it was originally located was cut by the storm and turned into countless debris. The grass vine snake continued to swim. Although it was known for its speed, the speed of the professional peak Talonflame was also terrifying. Hawkeye locked it tightly on the figure of the grass vine snake. The yellow sharp claws have been clenched tightly and soon predicted the net landing point of the grass vine snake. Screech! Talonflame screamed. The wings vibrated and turned into an orange-eared illusory figure ready to use brave bird. Flying skills natural counter to grass skills. Once hit, the grass vine snake will be torn into 2 pieces instantly. Yi use mysterious power. The net moment. In another part of the cave, Lin Chen's voice came again. Yi. Sylvian like a white butterfly appeared in Talonflame's eagle eyes, and a silver mysterious light condensed above her head. Black Robe naturally saw this silver light. His pupils shrank suddenly and he immediately gave an order. Talonflame, get out of the way. In an instant even Talonflame smelled the smell of death on it, instinctively cancelled the skill and dodged sideways. After all, he had watched the video of Lin Chen's competition dozens of times. That silver light, the power of a single blow, would kill even the quasi-god Dragonair instantly if it was hit directly. A god-killing blow, you must avoid its sharp edge. SHHH. Talonflame flapped its wings and hovered in the air instantly and then avoided the fatal blow. 0. This blow naturally couldn't kill Talonflame instantly without charging. At the same time Talonflame was a whole level higher than Dragonair, but even so the Black Robe didn't dare to let Talonflame take this blow head-on. In such a short moment Talonflame lost the grass vine snake. Boom! At the same time in another direction a hyper beam fell from the sky, and the terrifying orange-eared destructive energy shattered the earth, instantly turning the rocks into powder. Even with the protection of the superior high-level Pokemon facing such a high-level skill, it was still impossible to protect everyone. 2 people were hit instantly and their bodies were instantly torn apart and blood and flesh splattered. The scene was extremely bloody. 2 more people were killed. It was obvious that this was another masterpiece of Tijipai, shaking his finger. Damn! The Black Robe gritted his teeth and glanced at the August master in front of him. At this time August just quietly watched the bombing sounds in the cave from time to time without giving any orders. He just stood there quietly without any emotion, but the Black Robe had already felt the coldness of the murderers, and every time he saw this kind of coldness it meant that blood would be seen. The Black Robe subconsciously took a step back. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the net moment Lin Chen again commanded Sylvian to avoid the attack. August was still the same without any movement, and Salazzle just stood there quietly as if he had no way to deal with Lin Chen. At this time Lin Chen's voice came again. Snake! Before the word fell, Salazzle's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, suddenly opened, bursting out at an astonishing speed, and his limbs crawled quickly and shot away. And Salazzle's speed is not slower than Talonflame, a Pokemon known for its speed. Although it cannot cannot fly, it is as fast as lightning. 19. The strength of the quasi-elite level is so terrifying. This is how many times Black Robe has seen August attack, and every time he attack he will be more and more odd. Even though he has reached the peak of the professional level, he can never take the most critical step. Though there are very few people who can reach the peak of the professional level, as long as they can reach the professional level they can always reach the peak level through several years or even decades of grinding. However, many people stop here. The elite level is like a mountain lying in front of countless people, and August is already a quasi-elite at this time, and the main Pokemon has also initially sensed the law. The gap between the quasi-elite level and the peak of the professional level is no smaller than the gap between the entry level and the professional level. Below the elite, everyone is an ant. Pokemon that master the rules and Pokemon that do not have rules are completely like two different worlds. Yes. Salazzle laughed sharply as if it had caught a prey, but the target was not the source of the sound but a hidden corner in the right front. CC. Chapter 101. Crazy slapping of the quasi-elite, the poisonous fog that swallowed the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Salazzle crawled with its body winding, and in the blink of an eye it had reached the stone pillar, and then a white light flashed on a thick tail. Orberg tail. Turn around and pull the tail. The action was done in one go, just like the Sword Master's IAI/. The action was not dragged at all. The tail passed through the middle of the stone pillar, instantly shattering the huge and heavy rock that was 3 people tall, turning it into countless flying rubbles. This was because she held back her strength to prevent the cave from collapsing. The power of the quasi-elite level was revealed without a doubt. Yes. When the light on the tail went out, Salazzle looked at her dark purple tail seductively and spit out her snake tongue. Her eyes swept over the ruins behind the stone, and with a roll of her tail she crushed a pager constrict into pieces with a snap. Although she didn't catch the prey, but the remaining breath of living things in it aroused her desire for brutality and killing, and her eyes became redder. Damn it, I was fooled. Seeing this scene, the Black Robe looked extremely ugly. He immediately understood how the sounds coming from all over the cave were achieved. The rage in his eyes was about to overflow, and he gritted his teeth and said, I must cut this kid into pieces. Now that he knew Lin Chen's routine, the Black Robe quickly issued an order. Talonflame, continue to search the remaining corners to see if there are any pagers. Yes. 06 Talonflame shouted brutally after hearing the order, and at the same time the eagle eye scanned the cave. As more and more lighting sticks were raised by the members of the 12 Red Moons, the light shone and the visible range became wider and wider. Because of this, Lin Chen's attack frequency became lower and lower. The net moment Talonflame flapped his wings and took off into the air, passing through the stone pillars of the cave like a flash of lightning, and set off a strong wind. Kaka. There were 4 consecutive crisp sounds. When Talonflame landed again, 4 pagers torn by sharp claws appeared on the ground. Although all of Lin Chen's attacks were cracked, he still couldn't find his trace. This made Hei Pao secretly hate him. This kid was just like a loach, so slippery. August stood there scanning the surroundings with a calm presence. Salazzle beside him stroked his abdomen with his forelimb. The purpler pattern looked particularly charming in the dim cave, like a queen patrolling the territory. In silence, August suddenly began to applaud. Clap, clap. The applause was particularly rhythmic in the cave, which surprised the other members and subconsciously stopped their actions. August said in a deep voice, your name is Lin Chen, right? I have to say that your escape method has given me a feeling of admiration for talent. It's a pity that a genius like you doesn't join our 12 Red Moon. The voice echoed in the cave, and a slight echo came. The depths of the egg were still quiet and there was no response. Seeing this, August continued to say nonchalantly, with your talent you will almost certainly be able to achieve the quasi-elite level in time. By then the 12 Red Moons can even become 13 Red Moons because of you. When the Black Robe heard this, he was secretly shocked. You know, Master August's promises have always been fulfilled. I didn't expect that the Master was willing to make such a promise to this kid. But the cave was still quiet. Of course no one would respond at this time. If the other party cheated at this time, wouldn't it be a waste to oppose his position? August raised his mouth slightly and whispered, I know you are afraid of opposing your position, but all I said is not to trick you out. Because the net moment Salazzle moved again faster than last time, and the intense speed even brought a phantom. Now she has completely adapted to crawling in the cave. In addition, as a lizard, Salazzle is easier to adapt to the dark than other Pokemon, and she even has a certain night vision ability which is even more powerful. Yes. Salazzle spits out her snake tongue, and the purple-black figure shuttles in the cave. Wherever it passes it will leave some liquid, and these liquids will instantly corrode the ground, leaving a purple to icy mark. In battle, Salazzle often uses continuous movement and secretion of venom to continuously narrow the enemy's range of action, and eventually the prey will be unable to escape. Suddenly Salazzle stopped at the deepest stone pillar on the left side of the cave. She looked at the stone pillar seductively with her tongue sticking out without any other movement. The purple flames gathered in her mouth. mouth. Just from the color it was hot enough to melt the stone pillars. Hiss. Salazzle's slender nose moved lightly, making a warning hiss. Lin Chen was not panicked at all. The plan had been completed. The next step was to wait for the opportunity to change his identity. So he walked out slowly, looked up at August, who was standing with his hands behind his back with a calm expression, and said with a smile, "You are worthy of being a quasi-elite. You found me so quickly." August did not feel proud at all. He looked at the young man in front of him with a look of expectation and said with a smile, "So Lin Chen, the conditions I just offered still count even at this moment. How about joining the 12 Red Moon? With your talent you should not be suppressed by the Alliance. Why can they enjoy the best resources? As civilians we are the masters of this world." But Lin Chen walked over slowly with a slight smile on his face and said slowly, "The conditions you offered are indeed very tempting, but..." Speaking of this, Lin Chen paused. A hint of sarcasm appeared on his face and continued, "I can't trust a person who sends all his subordinate who restrain him to the laboratory." As soon as the word came out, August's originally calm face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Especially he could feel the complicated eyes of the other subordinate. Even if he could suppress them by force, it would affect his authority. This Lin Chen is really smart. August suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and continued in a deep voice, "You can actually infer the attributes of my Pokemon from these clues. But you guessed wrong. I don't need to use this method at all. I guess you only inferred the identity of Lu Yu in the laboratory after seeing Salazzle and wanted to use this to shake me. Even if guessed wrong, no matter how strong the attribute is, it is not my opponent." Facing August's almost arrogant words, Lin Chen still had that sarcastic expression and whispered, "But you are afraid after all. Afraid that someone will replace you. It's really despicable." Indeed, if Lin Chen did not have the eye of all-knowing, even if he killed Lu Yu in the laboratory by assassination, he would not dare to release the opponent's professional-level high-level Pokemon, let alone know the attributes of the opponent's Pokemon to infer all this. But Lin Chen's eye of all-knowing can detect all breath. This is his capital to look down on August. This is his trump card to confidently compete for the elite. Lin Chen's words made August's face even uglier, and his patience was completely at its limit. Without waiting for August to answer, Lin Chen continued to say slowly, "A person who even has to guard against his own men but sits on the position of the leader of the 12 Red Moons, isn't it a bit ridiculous? Some people who appear to be the strongest quasi-elite are actually cowards." Lin Chen's words completely shattered August's disguised mask, and every word was like a nail nailed into August's heart. August's red robe hood fell off, revealing his extremely ugly face, hooked nose, and a pair of bloated and ugly eyes like a male lizard. August finally couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, "A kid who is about to die can only bark here. Originally, after you surrendered, I wanted to spare your life." At the same time, the tribesman who stayed outside suddenly sent a message, "My lord, it's bad, the Xia Kingdom Alliance is coming." Hearing this, August's eyes flashed with a trace of violence, and he whispered, "In that case, then go to death." Since there are people from the Alliance outside, it means that his situation is also dangerous and he must fight quickly. So August decided not to waste any more time, just kill Lin Chen directly and then retreat. Salazzle's limbs have already grasped the ground and it shot out in an instant. The snake mouth with sharp teeth suddenly opened, revealing the eerie fangs, and the terrifying poison energy swept over, even bringing up a terrifying poisonous mist. Salazzle bit almost like lightning, as if to tear everything apart. To Icy Fang, the terrifying fangs swept across and the poisonous fog surged. But Lin Chen did not panic, but just looked at August's eyes quietly with a hint of amusement and mockery in his eyes, as if he was looking at another fool. That indifference and calmness suddenly made August feel an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart, and a thought emerged in his mind. This kid, is he really not afraid of death? Kaka. With a loud bang, the quasi-light level to Icy Fang hit Lin Chen directly. However, when August saw this scene, his eyes were red with anger and he roared, "I've been fooled." Chapter 102, The Phantom That Distorts Reality. The world-destroying demon god descends. Please subscribe. The affected body tearing did not occur, and the terrifying to Icy Fangs directly penetrated through Lin Chen's body and bit the stone pillar. Originally, the skill of biting and injecting venom into the enemy's body was no less than a fierce tackle under the use of the quasi-elite Salazzle. Crack, crack, crack. With 3 consecutive loud noises, the stone pillar in front of Lin Chen was like a broken bamboo pole, shattered after a crisp sound and turned into countless smoke and dust. Lying boom. The whole cave was shaking immediately. If Salazzle hadn't held back and kept the other stone pillars, the blow would have collapsed the whole cave. Until then, the phantom in front of him slowly dissipated and the smile was still mocking. From the beginning, Lin Chen was an illusion. He even actively attracted Salazzle to come. Everything was under the control of the other party, and he, like a fool, was fooled around. After realizing this, August's face was extremely gloomy and he roared, "Damn, I was actually tricked by this kid. I didn't expect that the other party actually had a Pokemon that could use illusion, and it could even make the Quasigid level Salazzle unable to detect it. Such a powerful illusion has long surpassed the ordinary Pokemon that can use illusion. Generally speaking, illusion can only appear as a short-term and stiff shadow which can play a momentary charm in battle. When facing Pokemon stronger than itself, sometimes it can't even charm for a moment, and the illusion created by Helping Hand Lin Chen's mysterious Pokemon is so powerful. Could it be that an elite came here? This thought was rejected by August in just a moment. If so, Lin Chen didn't even need to hide, and that elite could crush all of them head-on. In front of the elite who mastered the power of the law, they were no different from ants. He didn't even think that this was Lin Chen's Pokemon, but thought that a professional level top trainer had come. Helping Hand Lin Chen's illusion was so powerful. Could it be that an elite came here? This thought was rejected by August in just a moment. If so, Lin Chen didn't even need to hide, and that elite could crush all of them head-on. In front of the elite who mastered the power of the law, they were no different from ants. He didn't even think that this was Lin Chen's Pokemon, but thought that a professional level top trainer had come. Helping Hand Lin Chen's illusion was so powerful. Hand Lin Chen used the illusion Pokemon only in this way could he deceive them. As the leader of the 12 Red Moons, August still did not completely lose his mind, and he had figured out that this mission would definitely fail. Although he would be punished by the leader, in August's heart his life would always be more important, so he quickly ordered retreat first. Thinking of Lin Chen's words, August's mood became more and more irritated. This kid is really too evil. Even the Quasi-Elite took action. He was fooled by him. How terrible will this guy's future be? This made August afraid that the Alliance would really know the attributes of his Pokemon in advance. Yes, the tribes of the 12 Red Moons answered together, but the entrance of the cave was surrounded by the people of the Xia Kingdom Alliance. A trace of panic appeared in the Black Robe's eyes. It came so fast. They were forced out of the cave and found that the number of prosecutors outside was almost twice their own, and the one in the front was Suhu, who came on Charizard. The moment he saw Suhu, a trace of fear appeared in August's eyes. At the same time, he noticed that there was a white-haired man wearing a senior prosecutor's uniform behind Suhu. His eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously the man was a Quasi-Elite of the same level as himself. Elite level. The attribute of the opponent's Pokemon may be able to restrain his own. In his mind, Lin Chen's words kept flashing like a spell, making him a little irritable. As for August, no matter how many other people came, he didn't care. In the battle, even professional trainers are not a match for him. If it is a battle between Quasi-Elites, no one can intervene. Below the profession, everyone is an ant. But August did not expect that he would be bitten hard by Lin Chen the ant, even if he did it himself. Roar! Charizard slowly landed. Suhu jumped off Charizard's back, and the two of them immediately met eyes. After seeing August, Suhu's eyes were a little dim, and he whispered, "Long time no see, Xin." No, it should be August. August saw Suhu, smiled grimly, and said in a deep voice, "It's really been a long time no see, my good brother." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Even Shen Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hangzhou City Tiger, a man with a strong sense of justice, would have a junior brother from the 12 Red Moons poaching group. It's just that one is at the peak of his profession and the other is already a Quasi-Elite. The two of them hardly said anything more. In an instant, the two fire Pokemon looked at each other. Then the net moment, they all shot out violently. The white-haired man standing behind Suhu looked at August presentiously and did not rush to attack, but just watched the battle in the distance quietly. Boom! Another collision. Unexpectedly, Charizard, who is famous for his physical strength, is still a little weak in melee. After all, it is a Quasi-Elite Pokemon and its strength is obviously much higher. Lin Chen watched the battle in the distance in the dark, and his eyes were also a little playful. He didn't expect that there was such a grudge between the two of them, but this time this Quasi-Elite has to die here. Hiss! Roar! Boom! Two powerful fire Pokemon collided. Dragon Claw and Lizard Claw tore apart and collided with each other, making a terrifying sonic boom. The terrifying breath shook, sweeping hundreds of meters across Hone, raising a cloud of dust. Boom! After Suhu's Charizard hit, he was instantly repelled. The gap between the Quasi-Elite and the peak of the professional level is still huge, so Charizard roared and quickly retreated while preventing himself from being bitten by Salazzle's two icy teeth, which would be unpleasant. Seeing this, August quickly issued an order Salazzle used to icy fang. The net moment, Salazzle twisted her body. The pattern on her abdomen wrinkled into a ball, and the poison began to be transported from her body to her teeth and then burst out again. Salazzle's fangs were still drooling, and it seemed that she wanted to eat this huge Charizard. Suhu was not to be outdone, and he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Charizard used agility to create distance and then flamethrower. Suddenly two figures were constantly pulling each other, one purple and one red, fighting each other, and Salazzle with fangs was obviously in the upper hand. In terms of speed, Suhu's Charizard could not pull away and could only fly to avoid the battle temporarily in the face of the agile Salazzle, and using the long-range long-range flamethrower. The purple flame in the mouth of the quasi-elite Salazzle was obviously stronger than Charizard. The two clashed. The terrifying flames swept burning the earth and turned hundreds of meters into a heat wave hell. All living creatures that approached would be evaporated instantly. However, because of the difference in level, the fire breathing has always been at a disadvantage. It can only rely on high mobility to pull, and Salazzle's attack is getting more and more fierce. Suhu frowned. August's voice came slowly. I didn't expect that after so many years. Suhu, you are still so weak. But it's not your fault. Your talent is too low. Although the difference between the quasi-elite level and the peak of the professional level is just a little bit, the gap is huge. It's Norman Wanli. Seeing this, all the followers of the 12 Red Moons became excited. Maybe there is a chance to evacuate safely. After August finished speaking, he seemed to be mocking his senior brother, but in fact he glanced at the white-haired man with the corner of his eye. He had already had the idea of retreating in his heart, and he shouted, "Kill!" Taking advantage of the high fighting spirit, all the 12 Red Moon's troops and cotters rushed forward with Pokemon. A large number of Pokemon skills swept away, turning into a battle of element, and the prosecutors were well prepared and released Pokemon to fight in advance. Suddenly the wheel of battle swept across the entire cave entrance, and almost everyone participated in the battle. The terrifying aftermath of the battle instantly collapsed the huge cave, turning it into ruin. The melee has begun. At this time Lin Chen also appeared on the battlefield again. Lin Chen instantly opened the eye of all-knowing, and a purple mysterious pattern appeared in his pupils, and a huge amount of data appeared in front of him. Laren, come out! At the same time several other Pokemon jumped out from behind Lin Chen full of fighting spirit. Lin Chen did not intend to fight against high-level professional enemies. Although he could compete, the efficiency was too low, so his target was the superior level 12 Red Moon members. Laren, charge! Yi used the mysterious power and light screen alternately. Grass Snake, precise strike! Instantly all Pokemon had clear division of labor like a torrent on the battlefield, and those superior level enemies could hardly resist Laren's charge. Countless attacks hit Laren's body, but even the momentum of the charge could not be slowed down. Roar! Laren roared, and the steel energy on his body gathered, crushing several superior level Pokemon. His body was stained with blood, and the huge alloy claws were a butterfree alive, and dark green blood splattered. It looked terrifying. It was as if the world-destroying demon god had come and slaughtered everything. Rain. Chapter 103, Shearing the Wool of the Alliance like a natural disaster. Please collect. Please subscribe. Once the terrifying world-destroying chariot started, it needed countless flesh and blood to fill it. Monster. This is a monster. Help. Run! If this continues we will all die. A large number of the 12 Red Moon's superior members collapsed in fear when they saw Laren sweeping across the field. They couldn't even fight him and would be torn apart alive or stepped on to death. It was just like stepping on garbage. It made them extremely desperate. Although they were cruel and evil, they could not muster the slightest resistance in the face of such a brutal and terrifying monster. When Suhu saw this scene, he couldn't help but claimed, "This kid is a fucking monster." Damn it. August watched his men die frequently, and his anger rose in his heart. He wanted to kill Lin Chen but was restrained by Suhu. The killing intent in his heart was extremely strong. As the melee began, both sides fought for their lives. Both sides had certain tactical coordination because they would try their best to avoid the attributes that were restrained and use the attributes that restrained the opponent to fight. So whichever side cooperated better, replacing Pokemon and fighting alternately, made the battle situation completely divided. Of course, it was impossible for the poaching group and the inspectors to stand on each side and then command Pokemon to fight. This is a battlefield, not a ring. Everyone kept running in the battlefield, and the skills of Pokemon would attack from time to time to the trainer, and the trainer also needs to see the battlefield situation clearly and run in the battle. Someone dies almost every second. This is the real battlefield. There is no morality. Kill the enemy or be killed by the enemy. Bloody and extremely cruel. Lin Chen relied on Laren's strong defense to wander on the battlefield, and the all-seeing eye could sense all the energy fluctuations that were about to attack. At the same time, it could directly scan the weaknesses of the Pokemon of the poaching group. After all, in a series of battles, every Pokemon may be injured, and the first time to attack the wound can often cause higher damage. For a moment, Lin Chen was like a man in a deserted place. Snake, use Razor Leaf. Garchiang. Snake turned over and swept with Razor Leaf. Although it could not kill the opponent at all, it could force the opponent to be in a hurry at once. Chachi. And the free-playing Tijipai happily shook his fingers like a mobile turret with high-level skills of various attributes emerging one after another. Storm, Flamethrower, Psybeam. Boom boom boom. After the continuous bombing, even if the 12 Red Moons could withstand this one, they were still in a mess. However, before they could rejoice in Sylveon's mysterious power, they could always completely end the opponent, and from time to time they would open light screen to resist those indiscriminate attacks for their masters. And the most surprising thing was that Lin Chen's washing green Zorua turned into an ordinary black Zorua in advance like a ghost shuttling on the battlefield. J relying on the almost invincible phantom ability constantly transforming into a member of the 12 Red Moons harvesting the lives of the enemies. As a result they began to collapse internally and they were always worried whether the people around them were transformed by Pokemon. Some people even went crazy and started to attack each other. If it weren't for the professional level peak Black Robe who killed it, the entire 12 Red Moons would have been completely defeated. Thinking of this, the Black Robe looked at Lin Chen with a very resentful look in his eyes. Damn it, don't give me a chance, otherwise I will make you pay the price. But he also understood that all the harsh words now were just his incompetent rage. With Lin Chen's Pokemon, the pressure of fighting in the front was reduced a lot. Both the opponent and the friendly side saw Lin Chen's Pokemon. It's just that Zorua's speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to see clearly. And those prosecutors who were injured and retreated from the battlefield were also shocked. What is that? It's so fast. Lin Chen's Pokemon? Why have I never seen it before? The power of illusion. Lin Chen actually has such a precious Pokemon. At this time Laren roared and crashed into the enemy and the War Fortress crushed everything, causing the Pokemon and trainers who had just withdrawn from the front line to panic. The battle line that could have been sustained was disrupted in an instant. Overlord Laren is too strong. It's simply a bug. Laren, who was able to show his strength, was so excited that he accelerated and rushed towards the enemy again. And Tijipai also focused his attention here and threw several light balls in succession. It's Hyper Beam, such a high-level skill. Fortunately it's not an enemy, otherwise I can't think of how to fight them. For a moment even the professional level battles in the 12 Red Moon poaching group noticed this side and began to send people here under pressure. Otherwise, if this momentum continues, the superior level will be completely annihilated by Lin Chen alone. In the situation of being at a disadvantage, if this group of superior levels can find time to throw skills over, it may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Lin Chen looked at the professional level high-level enemies who were slowly approaching and did not fight him head-on but quickly joined the professional level battle to assist them. I have to say that Tijipai's shaking finger is really a great weapon on the battlefield. However, after using skills frequently, Tijipai is also a little tired. Fortunately, poke blocks can replenish physical strength and continue to maintain the offensive. Under Lin Chen's helping hand, professional high-level enemies were soon killed. Every time he killed one, Lin Chen would record it silently in his heart. After all these are point. You must know that when hunting members of evil organizations you can get a lot of Alliance gold coin. If the number is enough, you can go to the Alliance to exchange for a lot of precious treasures. Whether it is training props or learning machine skills, you can get them in exchange. It can be said to be a shortcut to becoming stronger, but being able to survive on the battlefield is extremely difficult and you may lose your life if you are not careful. After all, not everyone is as buggy as Lin Chen. In the sky there are also several figures fighting. Shen Yu's steel armored crow relies on its strong defense and extremely fast flying ability to continuously launch attacks. Although facing only superior level and a few professional level beginner opponents, the strength of Steel Crow is still obvious to all. The white-haired man standing in the center, although he also summoned a few professional level Pokemon, did not command them personally but let them play freely. His eyes always fell on the battle between August Salazzle and Suhu's Charizard. He knew that Suhu wanted to deal with this former junior brother by himself. Although he respected Suhu's choice, the premise was that it would not affect the mission. The priority of the mission was high. If the situation might get out of control, he would clean up everything with thunder. Now it was just right for Suhu to consume the opponent's physical strength and he would deliver a fatal blow to ensure absolute advantage. Boom! Another collision of two flames. The purple flame was like a thorn in the flesh constricting on the red flame, and then the remaining force continued to attack Charizard. Charizard took a step back and increased the fire power again. The extremely high temperature eventually caused an unstable explosion. The air wave spread with high temperature and in an instant the air wave ignited the surrounding low bushes. Fortunately this is not a forest, otherwise it would have caused a forest fire. The battle on both sides continued with great momentum. The thousands of meters in Hone were all charred and the scene was grand. This level of battle is no longer something that the superior and ordinary professional level can intervene in. Lin Chen looked at the battle in the distance and a trace of shock rose in his eyes. This was the first time she saw two professional peak and quasi-elite fighting with all their strength, and the power was far beyond his imagination. Unlike Charizard's opening performance at the Youth League, the battle between the two sides at this time would calculate the physical strength and approximate range of each skill used, and the things that needed to be considered increased exponentially. The flames of both sides were restrained like two people dancing on the tip of a knife, waiting for the other party's mistake and delivering a fatal blow. However, Charizard was about to lose at this time. In another fight, two icy fangs rubbed Charizard's leg and the wound immediately began began to glow purple, making Charizard's E-Pression begin to twist. If this continues, it is likely to spread throughout the body and completely lose the ability to fight. Seeing this, Suhu shouted, "Charizard, use flamethrower on the leg." Roar! Charizard immediately lowered his head and aimed at his own leg, and the flames in his mouth swept and spread to his leg. In an instant the wound began to be burned black by the flames, and the twins were all killed and could not continue to spread into the body. The severe pain also made Charizard sweat on his forehead and roared. Its eyes were red and it continued to attack. Prepare for a quick battle. Chapter 104. Range is Justice. Dragon Pulse. Reflecting time and space. Seeing this, August mocked, "Brother, it seems that you haven't made any progress in all these years." Suhu looked at August quietly and said with some sadness in his tone, "If you only learned these after joining the 12 Red Moons, it would be too sad. Admittedly, you entered the Quasi-Elite level one step earlier, but those unorthodox things will only make you go further and further astray." Hearing this, August's face was even more proud. "You are about to die, but you still have to be stubborn. You have really been brainwashed by the Alliance and become so pedantic. The rules of this world are always made by the strong. As long as I am strong enough, everything I say is the truth." August laughed loudly and began to retreat at the same time. His attention was always on the white-haired man. As long as he repelled Suhu, he would let Salazzle take him away quickly. As for these followers of the 12 Red Moons, he didn't care. They were a bunch of good-for-nothings and they died. At worst, new people will be added. But this time it was really a mistake. If that kid hadn't dragged it out for too long, how could it be such a result? Thinking of this, August once again looked at Lin Chen, who was slaughtering crazily not far away, and his teeth were itching with hatred. He must make the other party pay the price. Thinking of this, August's eyes refocused on Suhu. He whispered, "We had such a good relationship as brothers back then, but why are you still stubborn? In this world the strong are respected. If you can obtain resources in a faster way and become an elite who can control you." He paused and continued, "And you still have to be controlled by the Alliance, and you go to be a league referee in Hangzhou. This kind of waste of time and no benefit, only you can do it. I have accumulated a lot of resources over the years which can be used for you to impact the quasi-elite level. With your talent, isn't it a natural thing?" After listening to August's words, Zuhu's eyes showed a trace of contempt, and then he said, "I didn't expect you still don't understand that the so-called quasi-elite level accumulated by your resources will be a shackle for your life, and you still don't understand it. Just surrender and go with me." The words that were originally intended to disturb Suhu's mind did not work at all. At this time, August looked fierce and began to show his true colors. "In that case, don't blame my junior brother." August gave the order quickly. "Salazzle, use the turbid mist." His Salazzle stretched her mouth when she heard the order, and a grey-purple mist was spit out by her, spreading over 100 meters. Even without contact, you can know that the mist is too icy. Roar! Charizard, who was unable to move, wanted to blow away the mist with his wings, but the second Salazzle had already entered it and hidden his body. Suhu frowned when he saw this scene and immediately gave the order, "Charizard, flamethrower." Roar! The second, a huge flame rushed straight to the poisonous mist, but it could not burn away the quasi-elite level poisonous mist and Salazzle, and it was naturally unharmed. Salazzle rushed over with the poisonous mist, and in an instant Charizard was swept into it. The white-haired man in the distance saw the scene, and his hand had already been placed on the pokeball, ready to strike a fatal blow at any time. But Suhu did not panic, but raised his mouth slightly and whispered, "Now." Then he quickly gave the order, "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." A white light flashed as if even the world was amazed by this claw. With the pressure of the dragon, Charizard claws grew scales and slapped Salazzle with boundless power. Originally the speed was not as fast as Salazzle. If the opponent kept using poison skills, Charizard would be defeated sooner or later. Therefore, even if to IC was Fi-Ed, Charizard had to be able to get close. Seeing this scene, August was immediately shocked and shouted, "Salazzle, get out of the way." Swish! Dragon Claw hit Salazzle's abdomen directly. Purple blood flowed and the huge wound almost broke Salazzle in half, but at the last moment Salazzle still avoided the coarse head. After the attack, Suhu's Charizard body, it has turned purple, and it is obvious that he has been poisoned. If he does not deto Ifei, he may die. After all, this is reality, not a game. Although the fog has not dissipated. Seeing this scene, August immediately rushed forward, ready to let Salazzle take him away. However, before he got close, the white-haired man spoke, "August, your death is coming." As soon as the voice fell, a huge water column fell from the sky, instantly shattering the earth and blocking his retreat. August gritted his teeth and looked back and saw a scene that made him tear his eyes out. In front of the white-haired man, a quasi-elite Blastoise looked over with disdain, and at this time his two hydro pumps were raised and endless water flow gathered. Even an ordinary water gun has enough power to penetrate a hill. The white-haired man looked at August and said calmly, "Zhang Fang, remember my name, I will judge your crime." After the word fell, Blastoise stood in front of August. The short blue tail looked extremely strong and the triangular ears made its hearing more sensitive. Unlike the silly Squirtle before, Blastoise's shell became very huge with 2 hydro pumps tending from the front which look very intimidating. Caliber is truth and range is justice. 0 Please give me flowers. Then Zhang Fang looked at Su Hu in the distance, smiled and said, you have done a good job. I thought you were just consuming his physical strength. I didn't expect that you at the peak of the professional level would seriously injure the quasi-elite Salazzle. This is the first time I have seen this in many years. As he said, Zhang Fang looked at August again and spoke slowly. August, surrender, take back Salazzle and come with me. I can make you suffer less. Are you dreaming? August heard this and snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, after being taken away it is naturally a dead end, but even if it is seriously injured and its attributes are restrained by 2 times, it may not be impossible to leave. Salazzle, poison mist. Yes. Salazzle heard the order, endured the pain in his abdomen and spit out the poison mist again. At the same time the poison mist spread again and the grey-purple mist floated in. Stubborn. Zhang Fang sighed, and then the hydro pump behind Blastoise was set up again. He was not panicked when the poison mist approached. Blastoise used rapid spin. The net moment Blastoise was shrouded in poison mist, but Blastoise, who retracted into the shell, was not panicked at all. He began to spin, rolled up a strong wind and quickly blew away the poison mist. Whether it is attributes or combat skills, he was completely defeated. Although they both belong to the quasi-elite level, there is still a certain gap in reality. Those who rely on consuming potential and accumulating resources by force cannot be compared with the quasi-elite, who is steady and steady. They both belong to the quasi-elite, but their strength is not at the same level. It seems that this plan is successful. At this time Lin Chen saw this scene and nodded. As long as there is no accident, he has already won. But the net second. August smiled. Suddenly a dragon's pressure came from the last residual fog just when the fog dissipated and everyone lost their vigilance. Salazzle dragon pulled. A strong pressure came and there was also a very thin trace of dragon blood in Salazzle's blood. This is his last trump card. One of his Salazzle's parents came from a powerful dragon Pokemon, inherited the noble dragon blood, and it is this blood power that allows Salazzle to use dragon pull. Yes. Salazzle opened his mouth wide, revealing his grim teeth. His charm had completely disappeared. His upper and lower jaws opened at an extremely strange angle. The purple pattern constrict was on a beam of light coming straight at him. The power of blood seemed to have transcended time, reflecting the ancient dragon shadow, and came with the energy from ancient time. Dragon pulls coming. P.S. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Please give me a review ticket. Chapter 105. The Power of the Frozen World. The Death God Pokemon that harvest lives. Please collect. Please subscribe. It's Salazzle, the descendant of dragon blood. Seeing this attack with the majestic dragon pulse, even Zhang Fang didn't dare to be arrogant. His eyes were a little solemn and he quickly issued instruction. Blastoise, use Ice Punch. Roar. Blastoise roared with excitement. It didn't like to retreat into its shell for defense. Rather than defending, it wanted to defeat its opponent head-on. Blastoise stepped on the ground with its hind legs, creating 2 large pits. Then its not so long front legs stretched out to both sides and it looked like a martial arts master. A moment later Blastoise shot out directly facing Dragon Pull. Then he retracted into the shell and began to rapid spin. The speed became faster and faster. After approaching the Dragon Pulse with purple light, he suddenly stretched out his limbs from the shell. Ice Punch. Blastoise's fist was wrapped in cold ice and it hit Dragon Pulse 863 heavily. Boom. The terrifying power collided and swept, setting off a terrifying sonic boom. It actually split the light column with dragon power in 2 from the middle. Then the 2 broken light beams were quickly spread and frozen by frost and condensed into ice pillars and shattered with a bang, turning the silver shiny into powder. An ice punch wrapped in the power of extreme ice, freezing the world. It also completely shattered August's last hope. How is it possible? August's face was full of disbelief. This has always been his trump card and it is also his last pride. His face was twisted and his swollen eyelids were now bulging out, looking like a male lizard. Salazzle on the side also had a distorted expression, but looking at August his eyes were full of love. After all, Salazzle is a special Pokemon who likes to open a reverse harem. Being able to abandon the tribe and follow August means there is a morbid relationship between the two. This is impossible. This is impossible. How could my Dragon Pulse be easily resolved? August muttered in his mouth, his expression crazy. Sure enough, water and ice are inseparable. As a water type, mastering an ice skill is indeed powerful. Lin Chen on the other side was also a little surprised when he saw Blastoise's shocking attack. He didn't expect that this ice punch was so powerful. You should know that this is not a skill that Blastoise can learn by himself. He can only learn water type and general skills in his blood, plus a small number of relatively high-level steel skills such as flash cannon. And this ice punch was learned through a skill learning machine or by practicing to perceive ice energy. As ejected of a senior inspector of the Alliance, even a relatively rare learning machine like ice can be easily obtained, and this time killing so many members of the 12 Red Moon poaching group can get a large amount of Alliance gold coin. At that time Lin Chen also plans to carefully choose the skill learning machine of this strategic material. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at August, who was injured one after another. At this time his red robe was a little messy and he looked at himself with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Lin Chen frowned. He didn't expect this guy to be so lingering and always liked to stare at him. And August's eyes slowly moved from Zhang Fang to Lin Chen not far away, and the killing intent in his eyes was boiling. He quickly gave orders in a hoarse voice. Salazzle, use poison mist. Yes. Salazzle hissed and its black and purple body quickly approached August, and the net moment it spit out a cloud of purple mist. August quickly took out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Over the years cultivating Salazzle has made him neither human nor ghost. Similarly he also has some drug that can temporarily suppress Salazzle's poison mist. If other people enter this poison mist their whole body will be black and purple, festering and dying. Yes. Salazzle grabbed August's body in one bite and threw August around his neck with a shake of his head, ready to evacuate with his trainer. August panted, hugged Salazzle's neck limply and whispered a few words, and seeing August's retreat on the front battlefield he even wanted to break out and leave alone. Run. The leader has also run away. Help. The remaining cotters and members of the 12 Red Moons all looked ashen and their fighting spirit quickly faded, but the more they did so the more they would be attacked. In a moment of carelessness several members were quickly killed, and the killer was Zorua, who turned black. Relying on the advantage of stealth skills he appeared from the shadows, and every time he appeared he would bring the shadow of death to a member of the poaching group. It did not intend to fight with Pokemon but to assassinate trainers, like the Grim Reaper who harvests lives. For a moment people were panicked. No one knew whether they would be the net target of assassination, and seeing that Salazzle was going to take Aga sucker punch, Zhang Fang would naturally not let him escape so easily and immediately issued an order. Blastoise Skull Bash. Roar. The two hydro pumps behind Blastoise were vibrating and two huge water columns were violently sprayed out from the bottom. Under the reaction force Blastoise suddenly took off like a rocket. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The net moment the water column behind Blastoise was sometimes large and sometimes small, allowing him to easily adjust the direction and angle in the air. Boom. The sound of breaking wind came and Blastoise, who used Skull Bash, came like a meteor and then began to rapid spin like a drill with a silver reflection on the head. The target was Salazzle in the poisonous fog. Seeing the poisonous fog, Zhang Fang was not panicked but just looked at the one in front of him quietly. Task. In front of Blastoise in rapid spin the poisonous fog was quickly attracted and dispersed along the direction of its rotation and then disappeared without a trace. Salazzle endured. Yes. Facing the violent Skull Bash, Salazzle endured the pain in her abdomen and did not even take a step back. In Zhang Fang's original plan this attack would force Salazzle to retreat and then launch another attack, slowly grinding the opponent to death so that the combat loss ratio would be the smallest. If Salazzle was directly hit by Skull Bash, even if he would not die immediately he would at least lose his combat ability directly. Skull Bash arrived as promised and Salazzle hissed and actually slowed down again but met Skull Bash instead. Boom. With a loud bang the powerful Skull Bash directly hit Salazzle and a huge smoke and dust rose immediately, but the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated and a figure covered in purple blood and transparent mucus shot out. Lin Chen saw the purple figure coming straight towards him and the corners of his mouth lightly raised and he whispered, I didn't expect to learn the special skill Endure. Lin Chen was also impressed by this skill. After all, in the game 1-9 no matter how much damage is taken 1 HP can be left, but in the real world not everyone can learn it. Only gifted Pokemon can learn it through inheritance or learn it with extremely rare learning machine skills, and the success rate is not high. Perhaps it is the meager dragon blood in this Salazzle that makes it meet the learning conditions. On the other side the eyes of the violent Salazzle are full of bloodthirsty light revealing an evil smile, but at this time it is like a poisonous insect from hell, twisted vowing to tear Lin Chen apart. August, hanging on Salazzle's neck, stared at Lin Chen fiercely and resentfully. It's you who made me end up like this. Since I can't leave you have to be buried with me. Thinking of this August laughed wildly and said, go to hell. PS The first update, a new plot will be opened soon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please vote for the evaluation. Chapter 106 Illusion comparable to the infinite moon, reading the power of the supreme authority. Please collect. Please subscribe. It's over. Su Hu saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst and he rushed over directly. Shen Yu also had an ugly face and roared stop. While speaking the steel-armored crow under Shen Yu also accelerated and rushed over ready to rescue Lin Chen. Damn it. Zhang Fang saw this scene and didn't expect August to be so crazy. He quickly ordered Blastoise use Hydro hydro pump to repel it. Blastwaz also acted quickly, but it was too late. Salazzle deliberately used retreat as a smoke bomb. This time Sucker Punch burned the power of life. The speed has reached the limit and it is only a few feet away from Lin Chen. Salazzle twisted in the air and dodged the attack of hydro pump. August looked at Lin Chen, who was standing there in a daze, and laughed wildly. It's too late. Let me send you off. I don't believe you can still escape. This time he chose Sucker Punch, and knowing that Lin Chen could use illusion, he deliberately let Salazzle, who had been opposed to the power of law, feel the heartbeat and confirmed that Lin Chen was not fate. So this time Lin Chen will definitely die. And Lin Chen also stood there in a daze. In the eyes of everyone he looked completely scared. Many prosecutors looked curious and some even couldn't bear to continue watching. His Salazzle's huge body suddenly attacked with the last fierceness and his claws shone brightly. Alloy claws. Quasi-elite alloy claws can easily tear the hill apart, and Lin Chen's flesh and blood body facing this terrifying power will be torn into a pile of rotten meat in an instant. However, under the attack smackdown, Salazzle's E-Precision was stiff. There was no tearing of flesh and blood, and an ominous premonition spread, and its alloy claws scratched Lin Chen's body and fell to the ground. 06 smashed a big hole, staggered, fell to the ground, hosted and rolled several times. Surprisingly, it hit the phantom again. Funny looked like a monkey trying his best to catch the full moon in the water. This scene shocked everyone. Gray Shen Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time was shocked in his heart. What exactly is Lin Chen's Pokemon? It actually has such a realistic illusion. It's just like a bug. Distorted the boundary between illusion and reality. Su Hu saw this scene and couldn't help shouting, well done. Zhang Feng took a deep look at Lin Chen and had a deeper understanding of the boy in front of him. But he didn't freeze, but Blastwaz used another hydro pump on the fallen Salazzle. Due to the absolute attribute restraint and severe injuries, Salazzle was directly knocked away and fainted, and even August on his back was thrown away. However, August fell to the ground, not caring about the pain on his body. His eyes were full of despair. He didn't expect that in such a fierce battle the man in front of him would use the illusion again. Why is he so cautious? Why, he has clearly sensed and confirmed the real body, or is it a fake? How is it possible? Why, I have clearly checked it. His voice was hoarse and purple blood kept pouring out of the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he had been corroded by Salazzle's 2 years of poison cultivation and refining had made his body already broken, and even the developed drugs could not resist the erosion of 2 It seemed that even if he succeeded in breaking through, if he was not treated in time, he might die of poison soon. August was still muttering, and the phantom of Lin Chen in front of him still eased, revealing a smile. I am just a little cautious. In fact, from the beginning Lin Chen used the eye of all-knowing to feel the majestic malice transmitted from August, and when retreating the malice was even stronger. This made him extremely vigilant, so he quietly let Zorua condense illusion. In the movie, Zorua's illusion can deceive the mythical beast, and as a ghost-type region Zorua has a stronger spiritual power, so the illusion it casts is naturally more powerful. It's even to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. When it advances to Zoroark and becomes an elite-level Pokemon, it may have a mirror flower and water moon that can be compared to Aizen. A thought can make a city or even a country shrouded in eternal illusion. It can even make illusions become reality. Open it. Infinite moon reading. Bah, I went to the wrong set. Break it. Mirror flower and water moon. However, this time the illusion was also opposed to some abilities, but he was not worried. Even if he was recognized, he would only be thought of as an ordinary Zorua, not region Zorua, who has multiple attribute immunity. Bug Zorua plus the life gem synthesized by the 5 stone slabs of the creator god has reached a new level. Day and night contact with the supreme authority in advance. Lin Chen thought in his heart, looking at August, who had completely collapsed in front of him. He was also a little grateful in his heart. The man in front of him also pursued power extremely and even betrayed the Zyuguo alliance for this, but he seemed to be unaware of the principle of too much is as bad as too little. He blindly pursued the improvement of Pokemon's realm and ignored the most fundamental things. Although he relied on eternal forces to comprehend a trace of the power of the law, he knew that while it brought power, it also devoured all of Salazzle's potential. But it can't be said that he was wrong. If he became a champion, then his path would be correct. After all, champion has the power to destroy a country. Seeing Lin Chen slowly coming over, August, who was lying on the ground, was still twitching constantly. Salazzle, who could control the life and death of others with one hand on weekdays, had also exhausted his last strength at this time. Die in his throat. He was still saying such words at the end, but it was not very clear. Sylvian walked over slowly, his eyes full of murderous intent. All the guys who wanted to hurt the master must die. A mysterious force gathered on its head, and with the rising rage it instantly penetrated August's forehead, leaving a black hole. The leader of the 12 Red Moons, a quasi-elite level strongman, August. He fell. Seeing this scene, the other tribesmen immediately scattered like birds and bees. After killing the Cotters who were still still resisting. The rest of them all raised their hands and surrendered, including the Pokemon, and were all cleared by the inspection team. Suhu in the distance was still dead-ifying Charizard. When he saw the scene, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes hard and the scene of getting along with his junior brother flashed in his mind. But at that time he was still Lee Xin, not August. When he opened his eyes again, he only had the responsibility to the people, the justice and duty to the Xiaoguo Alliance. The eyes of this man known as the Tiger of Hangzhou regained calmness and determination again. After this battle with Aga, Suhu had a new understanding of fighting. What he didn't know was that the power of the law had been quietly planted in Charizard's body. This man, who had stagnated at the peak of the professional level for many years, finally began to move forward slowly and firmly again. In time he would be able to enter the quasi-elite level. Unlike Aga, Suhu's future will not stop at the quasi-elite level. With all the members of the poaching group raising their hands to surrender, the snake hunting plan was a complete success. Except for some members of the 12 Red Moon poaching group who escaped in the chaos, all others were killed and captured. And the biggest contributor to all this was Lin Chen. Shen Yu patted Steel Armored Crow, and Steel Armored Crow floated over like a black lightning. Zhang Feng also took back Blast Waz, and other Pokemon were still fighting to intimidate the poaching group members waiting to be captured. Shen Yu slapped Lin Chen's shoulder vigorously, but this palm was swung in vain. Damn, it's illusion again. Shen Yu couldn't help but complain. It's come to this point and he still used illusion to appear here. This is too cowardly. He is cautious, but he dares to go to the 12 Red Moons alone, the underground laboratory of the poaching group. He dared to lead the 12 Red Moon poaching group into the cave alone. I really don't know whether to say he is brave or to say he is not afraid of death. But what shocked Shen Yu even more was that this illusion ability was so terrifying that it was underestimated to be real. With such an ability, who can kill Lin Chen? At this time the real Lin Chen slowly walked out of the darkness, and Zorua had shrunk into his shadow and hid, protecting his master at any time. Lin Chen looked at the shocked Shen Yu and said with a smile, "Isn't this for the sake of caution? Who knows if this guy will implode again? As a cautious person you can't turn over in the gutter." Then Lin Chen took out the Pokeball from his backpack. 5 red light flashed and all the Pokemon returned to the Pokeball. When taking back Zorua, even Zhang Feng took a second look, but it was a pity that he didn't see the specific appearance. Although it didn't look big, he didn't dare to underestimate it at all. After all, this is a Pokemon that can confuse the quasi-elite level. Just talking about illusion, it has reached a peak level. He admired in his heart that this Lin Chen has unlimited future. He was not afraid of the quasi-elite at all and laid out step by step to lead them into the net. In the victory phase of the battle he was neither arrogant nor impatient and used illusion cautiously to avoid the desperate fight, and even 863 played tricks on August continuously. His character was extremely cautious. Coupled with his talent and many powerful Pokemon, as long as he does not fall in the middle, he is likely to become the top combat force of the Xiaoguo Alliance in the future. Shen Yu was also very happy. This time the task was successfully completed, so he patted Lin Chen and said gratefully, "Thank you." Lin Chen waved his hand after hearing it and said jokingly, "Don't think that after thanking you won't be rewarded. Ha ha ha." After hearing this everyone laughed out loud. "You are such a money grubber." Shen Yu couldn't help but complain, but was also amused by Lin Chen. After this desperate fight the laughter made everyone's heart. The tight string was completely relaxed. After laughing for a while Shen Yu pretended to be serious and said, "Then I have to delay it for 10 days or half a month." Suhu looked at Shen Yu, who was joking at this time, and felt a little amused. Is this still the cold-blooded Rose who is extremely serious on weekdays? You know, Shen Yu forced Lin Chen to be 5 years older. Isn't this an old cow eating tender grass? Shen Yu didn't know that his colleagues net to him were already thinking about the plot. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, "What are your plans, net?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said softly, "Of course I plan to go back and have a good sleep. After all, I was stared at by 2 mice all night last night and didn't sleep well." Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the 2 members of the poaching group who had been following him for several days. Their luck was not bad. Although they were only superior level high level, they were not killed in the melee. However, what awaits them will be the sanctions of the laws of the Xiaoguo Alliance. After another greeting, Lin Chen said goodbye to Shen Yu and the others. The successful completion of the snake hunting plan, although there is no direct reward, but Chenxi, who soon joined the team, has made Lin Chen envious for a long time, and this battle has made all Pokemon have made great progress, except for Phoebus. After returning home, Lin Chen began to prepare Pokeblocks for all Pokemon, and this time he prepared double Pokeblocks for them, except for Phoebus. Phoebus was a little tearful. "Why is it always me who get hurt? PS please collect, please subscribe, please monthly ticket, please give flowers, please give evaluation vote." Chapter 107. The hot search that shocked the Alliance. Is Lin Chen a demon? Please collect, please subscribe. After returning home, Lin Chen received a call from his parent. Lin's father's tone was proud. This business trip was done very well and he would be promoted when he came back tomorrow. Lin's mother also kept talking about whether Lin Chen had eaten well in the past 2 days and was ready to come back to make delicious food, which made Lin Chen rela a lot. The fatigue of the battle dissipated at this moment. After talking to them on the phone, Lin Chen lay on the sofa. He was not surprised and even had a sense of expectation, because this was the additional reward from the Xiaoguo Alliance for this snake hunting operation. It must be said that this reward really suits Lin Chen's appetite. After all, ordinary things now can't make Lin Chen particularly surprised, and it's also good to make his parents happy. It must be said that the Xiaoguo Alliance is sometimes very humane. Of course, Lin Chen knows that if he hadn't made these contributions there would be no such reward. If he died, although the Alliance would take good care of his parents from now on, it would only be care. In this real world, strength is everything, and only surviving and reaching the top is what he needs to do. Dinner is ready. After Lin Chen prepared food for the Pokemons, he heard the sound of Phoebus splashing in the swimming pool. He knew that Phoebus was unhappy, so he stopped joking with her. After adding poke blocks to Phoebus, Zorua and Sylvian jumped into Lin Chen's arms. Holding them, Lin Chen lay on the lounge chair in front of the swimming pool, took out his phone and started to check today's hot searches. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his phone, countless messages came in. Beep, beep, beep. The sound continued, making Lin Chen think something big had happened. As soon as he opened the first one, it was a message from Shen Yu. Lin Chen, regarding this snake hunting plan and the annihilation of the 12 Red Moon poaching group, we plan to announce it. After all, no one from the evil organization will dare to target you in a short time. On the other hand, it can also deter some scoundrels who have evil intentions towards you, thereby improving your reputation. Lin Chen thought for a moment and understood what Shen Yu meant. Being able to become famous at a young age is naturally a good thing. At least many things will be much more convenient, and parents can also receive better treatment. Anyway, this news will spread sooner or later, so it is better to let the officials spread it. So I replied, okay. The second message was from the principal of number 8 middle school. It has to be said that this old guy has always been active on the front line. He probably never dreamed that his ordinary class would receive such a good student. After clicking on the message, classmate Lin Chen, I suddenly felt that the last scholarship incentive was still not enough. Come to my place for tea when you are free. This old guy seems to have received some inside information and is moving faster and faster. Lin Chen held his forehead and couldn't help but laugh when he saw this TET message from the principal. The old guy almost said, come to me and make a fortune. Lin Chen thought for a while and replied, thank you Principal Zhou for your strong support for education. I will definitely try your good tea someday. After saying that, Lin Chen always felt like he was drinking tea in a club in his previous life. Those tender teas taste really good, only this time it's an old man. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help feeling a little chilly and quickly shook off some strange thought. Most of the TET messages that followed were from unfamiliar classmates. They had been sent quite a few before. Lin Chen had no desire to click on them, so he simply ignored them. And just when he was about to put down his phone, a message suddenly popped up. The title was Hangzhou Youth League champion, the proud son of heaven who was born out of nowhere, cooperated with the Xiaoguo Alliance inspection team to annihilate the 12 Red Moon quasi-elite boss. A post with a lot of buffs on it and a bunch of titles added to it instantly hit the hot search list, ranking among the top 3. And this post also carried the official logo of the Xiaoguo Alliance inspection team, which instantly caused a sensation on the entire internet. Damn it, Lin Chen is on the trending search again. This is the 3rd time this month. I read that right. The 12 Red Moon poaching group is that evil organization that does all kinds of evil. It was actually raided by Lin Chen together, hunting at the quasi-elite level. Damn, is it so fierce? Isn't he just at the intermediate level of superior? Isn't this a monster? This can't be fake news. This is too outrageous. I feel like I'm still dreaming and haven't woken up. Look upstairs carefully. There is the official logo of the Alliance. Lin Chen is definitely not the main force. The senior prosecutor here took action. The quasi-elite level is a mega powerhouse. I guess he is just laying trick. It's so annoying upstairs. Why don't you go along and let the Alliance official post for you? Lin Chen, YYDS snake hunting plan. This wave of evil organizations will be scared. My brother died at the hands of these evil organizations. Thank you Lin Chen. This time around I guess 12 Red Moon already hates Lin Chen to death. What if I hate him to death but I can't bite him to death? If I send people here I will be dead unless that mysterious elite leader comes, but our Xia Kingdom Alliance is not a vegetarian. This wave is really the most important one today. Good news, I feel Lin Chen is likely to shine in the college entrance examination. Looking at the comments under this hot search, Lin Chen also wanted to laugh a little. Hot search again. Sure enough, I have a hotly searched physique. Beep. There was another TET message. Beep. Lin Chen opened it and saw that it it was from Li Feng with only 2 words: congratulations. At this time Li Feng was sitting by the bed looking at the post on the screen. Although there was no picture below the post to ensure that the specific information was not leaked, Li Feng had read this paragraph dozens of times. Lin Chen is too strong, a quasi-elite level strong man. He and the prosecutors jointly killed him. Phew, I need to calm down. Now I have just entered the 8th level and I am already 108,000 miles away from Lin Chen. However, this is his old enemy. The more powerful he is, the more he proves that he is also a genius. Thinking of this, Li Feng took another screenshot of this hot search and saved it. Prepare to use it later to wait for Lin Chen to become an elite level powerhouse and brag to the children. I was once at odds with Lin Chen. The original opponent has turned into a fanboy. Lin Chen didn't know that Li Feng was already crazy with excitement because since the hot search started his phone was bombarded with messages. The NET second Lin Chen received a TET message from teacher Lin Qingguan. After clicking on it, he also said a short sentence: V Lin Chen, well done. At this time Lin Qingguan looked at the name on the hot search in shock. The figure in her mind overlapped with Lin Chen's shadow again, causing a blush to appear on her face. Immediately she patted her somewhat hot face and warned herself in her mind, Lin Qingguan, what are you thinking about? He is just your student. However, thinking that Lin Chen could actually assist the prosecutor of the Xia Kingdom Alliance in killing the quasi-elite of the poaching group made her eye was really surprised. Looking at this student whom I have taught for 3 years, his strength has far surpassed me. No, it should be said that he has surpassed most people and truly entered the ranks of top geniuses, and the upcoming college entrance examination is destined to separate them. Thinking of this, Lin Qingguan suddenly felt a little lost and her eyes were dim. Then she took a deep breath and tried her best not to think about the separation. At least before that, Lin Chen was still her student, and this future pride will surely step onto the highest peak of the world step by step. At that time I will be sincerely happy for him. If separation is inevitable, then this 3 years will be my best memory. Lin Qingguan opened the album of her mobile phone and there was a tall and indifferent back on it. This was taken quietly by her at the end of the youth league last time. Just like when I was a teenager. It's a pity that I'm already old. But some people like the royal sister and they are the rebels against the teacher, but will he really like the old one? Thinking of this, Lin Qingguan couldn't help but worry about her professional ethic and her life mate selection toilet. CC Chapter 108 Powerful Treasure Chest System Alliance rewards have arrived. Please collect. Please subscribe. Seeing that the teacher didn't reply much, Lin Chen also replied to a few good friends and closed his phone. It's natural to be noticed after becoming famous, but it's a bit annoying after a long time. I just look at the pictures in my spare time. Moreover, the continuous battles during this period, the constant vigilance in preparing for the youth league and the snake hunting operation are indeed too exhausting. Suddenly I was free and fatigue suddenly surged up. After simply cleaning up the house and COAing every Pokemon, Lin Chen lay on the bed and fell asleep with the night. The night was like a weave and the sky was full of stars. Lin Chen, who was lying on the bed, didn't fall asleep immediately. Thinking of everything I experienced during this period, it was like a dream. The care of my parents for many years and the company of Pokemon made Lin Chen completely relaxed. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already bright outside and Lin Chen heard some movement in the kitchen downstairs. It seemed that his parents had gone home. Lin Chen looked at himself and found that he had slept for nearly 10 hours, which was rare in normal time. It was indeed only when he was inside that he could relax so much. When he opened the door, he saw that Lin's father was already reading the newspaper outside. Seeing Lin Chen, he put down the newspaper in his hand and said, Xiao Chen, wake up, your mother was afraid that I would wake you up just now. Lin Chen nodded and said softly, I'm back, thank you for your hard work. Lin's father said in a deep voice, during the days when we were away, why did you go to annihilate the poaching group? I saw on the internet that the group of 867 were gangsters and they didn't even inform us before they went. Lin's father was naturally not a fool. The moment he saw the hot search, he understood why he was suddenly promoted. It was obviously just a simple business trip. How could he get a promotion and a raise? Seeing his son taking risks again made him a little worried, even though his son was promising and could even afford a villa. But every time he was on the hot search, his son had put in so much effort, and this time it was extremely dangerous. A warm current surged in Lin Chen's heart. He knew that his father was worried about him. He nodded and said softly, I will tell you later. I am mainly afraid that you will worry. Father Lin smiled with satisfaction and continued, but this time it was really well done. My colleagues were stunned when they saw the hot search. You don't know how funny their e-pressions are, and everyone is so enthusiastic. Father Lin's excited voice attracted Mother Lin, who was cooking in the kitchen. Mother Lin wiped her hands, walked out of the kitchen, glared at Father Lin and asked with concern, Chenner, don't listen to your father's nonsense, don't take risks in the future. I was scared scared when I saw it this morning. It's too dangerous to face a quasi-elite level strongman. We just hope you are safe. Hearing what Mother Lin said, Lin Chen also smiled, and he enjoyed such nagging in his heart. Mom didn't even know what a quasi-elite level was and how strong it was. Although she heard it from others' praise, the first thing she thought about was her son's safety. In her eyes nothing can compare to her son. Lin Chen took a deep breath and replied softly, "Don't worry, I will pay attention to safety." Mother Lin was relieved after hearing this and hurriedly said, "That's good, I've made breakfast and I see you are still resting. I'll go and heat it up for you." Lin Chen looked at the busy Mother Lin and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Both parents have supported the family for the past 10 years and now they are still using all their strength to protect themselves from the wind and rain. This concern is ordinary and real. On the other side, in the dark temple, it was still the Black Church. There were originally 12 seats, but now one was empty and everyone was silent. I thought that the quasi-elite could easily catch him, but I didn't expect this scene. The red-robed man sitting near the main speaker said hoarsely, "August, he is definitely dead." This sentence broke the original silence. Although everyone had already known the news, the atmosphere became more gloomy after hearing January say it. A voice that could not be distinguished between men and women came. March raised his head and said softly, "January, August, that waste is dead, but we can't swallow the humiliation of the 12th red moon. A little guy dared to plot against us. Yes, we must let him pay the price. That Overlord Laren is very important to our experiment." The others responded one after another, but January never spoke, just listened to them quietly. "And that instance still didn't come here this time. If it weren't for the fact that such a strong man would not die, perhaps someone would guess that the instance was no longer alive." Yan Yu spoke slowly and the others instantly quieted down, listening to January's word quietly. "It different from usual. In the past, even if the leader-level people in our 12 red moons died, there would be new cotters to inherit. As long as you come to the church to receive resources, you have a great chance to comprehend the power of the primary law and become one of the new 12 red moon. But this time is different. The snake hunting plan of the Xiaoguo Alliance almost wiped out all the combat power of Fire August. Some of the members who escaped were only at the superior level and they were not a big deal at all. It was hard to tell whether his voice was sad or rage. It was plain as if he was just talking about something unimportant. "For a long time the 12 red moons will only have 11 members. I'm afraid we can't spare any more combat power to find a superior level kid. After all, we just suffered a heavy blow. If we mobilize a large number of troops to Hangzhou, the prosecutors of the Xia National Alliance will kill us in the first moment like hyenas smelling meat. This time spreading the news is also to force us to take action." Yi Yu's words hit everyone's heart like a hammer. This is the first time such a thing has happened in so many years. This is also the first time that the 12 red moons have been forced into such a situation since their establishment, and the root of everything is because of that kid named Lin Chen. This made many people have murderous intentions in their heart. Yi Yu looked calm and continued, "Although that kid is annoying, we have more important things to do now and we can't let any more accidents happen. That adult has already told me so. Everyone stay dormant for a while. As for that Lin Chen, include him in the blood moon hunting order. Issue a wanted notice to the dark world and find someone to keep an eye on him and wait for the right opportunity to kill him directly." Hearing the news from that adult, everyone bowed their heads respectfully and waited for Yi Yu's instructions. "Yes sir." After all, everyone knew that the adult always enforced his orders and no one dared to disobey his will. On the other hand, Lin Chen had no idea that he had been listed on the must-kill list by the 12 red moon. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, he wasn't going to let the 12 red moons go. With the instance of the treasure chest system, his growth rate will exceed everyone's imagination. So what if he is an elite? His goal is to become a top powerhouse who sweeps across the divine beast. In the following time, Lin Chen started a peaceful life. Although the battle was just yesterday, it seemed like a long time had passed. The parents went to the company with great interest, leaving Lin Chen at home to prepare food for the Pokemon. Ding dong. However, just as Lin Chen was meeting various Pokeblock, the doorbell rang suddenly. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Since he moved here, there has never been any visitors. Who could have come? So he walked to the window and looked down, and the all-seeing eye saw a familiar figure. Shen Yu, wearing a casual outfit that showed off her tall figure, stood at the door and waved to him. Lin Chen also smiled and nodded in response, feeling a little excited. It was not because he was excited to see a beautiful woman, but because Shen Yu came, which meant his reward was here. Chapter 109. EV is deeply sickly. Chinsi is a pervert. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen put on his clothes, brought the Pokemons to the courtyard, pressed the electric control button and welcomed Shen Yu in. Shen Yu smiled and said to Lin Chen, "How have you been these days? Are there a lot of people coming to your door every day?" Hearing Shen Yu's words, Lin Chen rolled his eyes and complained, "It's so annoying. A lot of people want to interview me. Fortunately, I changed my home address, otherwise otherwise they would probably come to block the door. Lin Chen tidied up the tables and chairs by the swimming pool, motioned Shen Yu to sit down and then continued to prepare food for the Pokemon. After all, although these little guys are very sensible, they are very picky about food. Shen Yu looked at the energetic Pokemon on the side and couldn't help but praise, she is so cute. But the Pokemon didn't think of her that way. Sylvian was staring at this human female beast at this time. Not only did she disturb their meal, but she seemed to be sending other Pokemon. If another female beast came, you would be dead. Lin Chen touched Sylvian's head, patted her ears and let Sylvian go aside. Then Lin Chen took some fruits and snacks from the refrigerator in the courtyard and put them on the table, saying softly, they are indeed a group of cute little guys. Inspector Shen should not come here to chat this time. Lin Chen seemed calm, but he couldn't help it in his heart. Woman, you are playing with fire, where is my Chensi? Hearing this, Shen Yu deliberately kept it a secret and said softly, look, I forgot everything. I applied to the alliance, but she deliberately showed a very regretful expression which made Lin Chen frown. You won't tell me that you didn't apply for it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen immediately changed his mind and knew that this was Shen Yu's praying. You know, this time the results have already alarmed the official league and it's not a big deal to get a Chensi. Are you coming? After all, the alliance will not do anything like that. After all, what I want is Chensi, not a Quasigod. Cough cough cough. Shen Yu flipped his hair, trying to pretend to be very serious, but in the end he couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. She smiled and said, the application has been approved and I specially asked a professional Pokemon appraiser to select Chensi who is of better quality. After saying that, Shen Yu took out a great ball from his waist and a white light flashed. A Chensi appeared in front of Lin Chen. This Chensi has a pink egg-shaped body, and instead of a single curly hair on the top of Happy's head, it has hair-like tensions on the sides of its head. Chensi also has short hands and a short tail, and there is a pocket on the abdomen that looks bulging and it looks like there is an egg in it. Da, give it. Chensi looked at Lin Chen with her round belly. Lin Chen immediately opened his omniscient eyes and looked at Chensi. After reading Bagon's attributes, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's really problematic. The green talent is very strong for ordinary Pokemon, but it does not meet the requirements of Quasigod cub. Generally speaking, as long as the Quasigod cubs are born normally, they have at least Cyan to Blue qualifications. If they are some top-level genius qualifications, they can even reach purple qualifications or even lavender qualifications. As for higher, it is already the realm of divine beast. Even so, Lin Chen was still ecstatic in his heart, recalling the flag he set when he entered the Celadone Rainbow Forest this morning. I didn't expect that my flying mount would come so soon. Pedal bicycle, you're laid off to flying mount? Can it be comparable to the Sky Overlord Solomon? When this Bagon grows to its final form, I will ride it over mountains and seas through crowds of people. It will definitely become the most handsome guy. As for the congenital deficiency and damaged talent mentioned by Lao Dai, Lin Chen doesn't care at all. It's not a problem for the life gem. Under the nourishment of the life gem, even Zorua, who was just born, had such a powerful illusion talent. This congenital deficiency can be completely compensated and even go a step further, breaking through the general Quasigod talent, and may not be weaker than them after evolution. After seeing the ancestor, the ancient Solomons, Lin Chen even thought that he could try to activate the ancient gene of this Bagon. Once the ancient dragon bloodline is stimulated, it may be possible to return to the ancestor form directly. Whether it is a sudden increase in size or gaining the dragon power of the ancient times, condensing the dragon emperor organ, it is extremely powerful. When thinking of this picture, Lin Chen was a little excited. A super huge ferocious looking Salamanki covering the sky and the sun can tear a mountain apart with a casual bite, and the airflow passing by can set off a hurricane. Or after mega evolution, open special evolution again directly on par with the second level god. Dragon power sweeps and all beings surrender. This is the real Sky Overlord. Even if you encounter the tribe of the divine beast Rayquaza, as long as it is not the Rayquaza that holds the priesthood, it is not impossible to touch it. And more importantly, among the 5 stone tablets of the life gem, there is a dragon stone tablet. Maybe you can master the power of God because of this. After all, the potential of each Quasigod is extremely terrifying, plus there is the instance of the dragon stone tablet. Maybe you can also master the highest dragon authority. After all, the twin gods of time and Giratina were created by Arceus through the stone tablet. That is a real first level god and instance that can destroy the world. Even if you can't reach that level, you have the opportunity to be promoted to a second level god. It's particularly domineering to think about it. Lin Chen nodded, knelt on one knee, looked at Bagon in front of him and whispered, Bagon, are you willing to be my partner? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Uncle Dai saw the seriousness and sincerity in Lin Chen's eyes, touched his beard and smiled. He looked at Bagon and asked softly, Bagon, are you willing to follow Lin Chen to leave here and see the bigger world? Bagon saw the expectation in Uncle Dai's eyes and looked back back at the home where he had lived for 5 years. There was still saliva left on the huge dragon bone. Its eyes were full of reluctance, but more of it was covet. It sees the outside world instead of staying in a dark cave. The last time it sneaked out, it was too curious to leave here, but it caused a lot of trouble and could only hide. This made it uncomfortable for its free nature, and it has been covet to feel the outside world, and this day seems to have finally come. From here, Bagon's eyes gradually became firm from hesitation, and finally he looked at Lin Chen and called out, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and his feet moved the soil. Lin Chen immediately understood that Bagon wanted to fight with him. Only if he defeated it would truly recognize him. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and a bad taste emerged in his heart. After all, the last Aaron who had to defeat it before he could enter the capital was beaten by Eevee and doubted his life. As for Bagon, this tradition should also be continued. Come out, Laren. A white light flashed and a huge blue dread figure appeared directly occupying the other half of the cave, almost reaching Onet heard of the height of the dragon bone. From to here, Bagon was also confused. It only reached Laren's ankle, and it looked up at the overlord Laren. That huge and terrifying figure, the terrifying bloody pressure was like a demon descending here. A random kick could crush me into minced meat. Thinking of that terrifying possibility, Bagon couldn't help but shudder and retrace his steps. Roar! Laren looked down at Bagon and immediately understood what happened and roared excitedly. Last time he was beaten up by Eevee, but this time there was such a benefit to take care of the newcomer. Bagon was so scared by such a look that he trembled on the side and didn't even dare to look Laren in the eye, and directly shrank back behind the dragon bone. This is too scary. Mom, I want to go home. Bagon looked at Lin Chen timidly and shook his head desperately. If I fight this guy, the dragon will die. Too cowardly. It turns out that there is something wrong with my training method. Uncle Dai saw all this and helplessly held his forehead. It's too embarrassing compared with its mother. It's not even a little bit worse. What a cowardly dragon. But on second thought, Uncle Dai also felt a little guilty. This is exactly why she has been staying in this cave for 5 years, which has led to her timid character. Only by following Lin Chen and seeing the wider world can she take the best care of it. Lin Chen smiled, knowing that Bagon was asking for a change of opponent, but he also met this request. So he casually swiped the Pokeball on his waist and released 5 different Pokemon in turn. Sylveon, Tajipai, Zorua, Snake, Chansey. Bagon looked at them one by one, but sadly found that these guys seemed to be very strong. Each of them has a strong aura in their bodies. Bagon was so scared that he didn't dare to choose any more. Such a scene, it was like Star-Lord calling out the names of the ants selling vegetables in front of the tube building. Yes, I'm talking about your visual sense. Damn, I can't beat any of them. Bagon felt wronged, and suddenly his dragon eyes swept over and saw Phoebus jumping in the mud, and his eyes lit up. This stupid fish seems to be easy to bully. Huh. On the other side, Phoebus, who was sleeping soundly in the Pokeball, suddenly got a start and was released. I thought I was back in the stream of Celadon Rainbow Forest so I could revisit the old place and reminisce about the past. I didn't expect to be thrown into the cave. Damn the owner. I was thrown into the dirty soil again, which was too much. Huh. Phoebus was seen flopping on the ground and his tail was covered with mud. He looked weak, pitiful and helpless. He tried to use this to awaken Lin Chen's desire to care. Sylveon snorted coldly, disdaining such a stupid fish. From the beginning, Bagon was excited. Seeing Phoebus, he suddenly remembered that he had seen this ugly and stupid fish when he ran away from home last time, and it was not delicious. But what is certain is this kind of fish is mega weak. He can definitely win easily. From the beginning, Bagon walked over, arrogantly looked at Phoebus, who was still flopping on the ground, with a disdainful look, and pointed at Phoebus. This 1-9 can definitely beat it. Seeing this scene, other Pokemon also laughed. Huh. Phoebus looked at Bagon, who was swaggering in front of him, and suddenly got angry. This damn cat, everyone looks down on her. Even the new kid in the team is more cool than herself. Just bully the fish. Fish can be killed but not humiliated. Huh. Phoebus was no longer in the water where he had the advantage of home field. He could only flap his tail desperately. However, he could only splash the mud on the ground, which could only make the water vapor gather and turn the mud into mud, which kept splashing to block Bagon's approach. From here, although Bagon hated mud, he was confident when he saw the panic Phoebus. He roared and rushed over directly. He was ready to let this human know how powerful he was and regain his dignity. However, looking at Bagon's bloody mouth, Phoebus was not afraid but felt humiliated. The anger in Phoebus' heart rose. Stupid, stupid dragon, dare to humiliate me. Damn it. The strong emotional fluctuations caused the huge water-type energy in the elite prism scale to be activated and continuously injected into Phoebus' body, giving birth to a miracle power. A white light radiated and shone in Phoebus' body. The light of evolution finally lit up Phoebus. It's going to evolve. Chapter 116, Melodic, the God of Heavy Rain. Sylveon's Yandere idea. Please collect. Please subscribe. Phoebus is going to evolve. Seeing this scene, even Lin Chen was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Phoebus ever evolution was similar to Magikarp, both of which evolved because of rage. Previously on the Saint Anno he was kicked by James's evolution foot, and then Rage's Magikarp stimulated his potential to achieve evolution. And Phoebus also stimulated the power of Prism Scale under Rage, and at the same time his own water-type energy and beauty finally accumulated enough to break through the shackles of evolution in one fell swoop. In other words, his main force of the Rainy Day team is about to go online. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera and started to shoot this video, ready to take it back to prove the thesis. After all, this solid video is the real evidence. Combined with the previously prepared Sylvian's birth and Melodic's evolution, it is definitely enough to make a sensation across the country. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. White energy particles surrounded Phoebus, and the elite prism scale that had been hanging on Phoebus' neck also slowly floated up and turned into more white particles and injected into its body. Huge water-type energy surged in the air, and it seemed that even the surroundings were much moister, and even the sky outside dimmed as if a terrible rainstorm would fall at any time. And the evolution energy particles were still being injected. Bagon also realized that the situation was not right, but he didn't know what to do. 06 could only stand there. After the last ability particle was injected into Phoebus' body with the energy required for evolution, its body began to shine with white light. Then a strong momentum swept over and it increased, and then increased. The originally ugly fish-like body began to stretch and slowly turned into an elegant snake-like body, like a beautiful transformation, and the body also floated in the air. The white light dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was a beautiful snake-shaped Pokemon, all pink. The red eyes flickered, and there were 3 black spots under the neck which were its gills, and it looked a little playful and cute. There was a little protrusion at the end of its head, and red eyebrows tending from above the eyes to the outside of the fur, and red hair like fins covered both sides of the head. The tail was covered with blue and pink scales with black stripes, and the 4 large blue scales overlapping at the end of the tail looked like a fan. Like an ancient noble princess, she is the future queen of a country. Every move contains an unparalleled elegant posture which makes people can't help but indulge in it. This beautiful posture, it deserves the title of the most beautiful Pokemon. The moment she appeared, the air began to started to get humid, the sky outside was dim, and it began to drizzle. Like the god of rainy days, Melodic turned out to be Phoebus' evolution. Old Dai was also stunned and felt that his worldview had collapsed a little. Phoebus and Melodic, these two seemingly unrelated species, are actually from the same family group. Once this news spreads, it will surely shock the entire alliance. Thinking of this, Old Dai glanced at Lin Chen and found that his Zion was calm, as if he had already known everything. At this time Old Dai found that he knew too little about Lin Chen. He seemed to have many secrets, but Old Dai didn't want to explore it, but was a little excited, because if Bagon followed Lin Chen it might become as powerful as its mother. On the other side, Melodic floated in the air, closed his eyes, looked extremely elegant, and his momentum was still rising. The power of the elite prism scale was continuously integrated into her body, which continuously improved her level. Superior beginner, superior intermediate, not stopping yet, superior high, superior peak. It was not until this time that the tide-like momentum slowly receded, and the prism scale floating in front of Melodic slowly fell down, embedded in many scales and merged into one. It would rise again when she was waiting for her net breakthrough. Even if Melodic reached the peak of the superior level, the water-type energy in the elite prism scale was still as deep as the sea, as if endless, and continued to nourish Melodic's body. It laid the strongest foundation for it. The other Pokemon were also extremely surprised to see this scene. Huido. Laren frowned on the side. It felt a strong water-type energy surging in front of it, making it feel strongly uncomfortable and threatened. It seems that there is no way to bully Phoebus anymore. At this time Melodic has reached the same level of combat power as himself, especially water-type, which is a double restraint of his own attribute. But Laren was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. It is the strongest. When Sylvian saw this beautiful posture, his eyes were full of hostility, and the black air in his eyes surged. It did not expect that the Phoebus which it once thought was the least threatening could evolve into such a beautiful appearance at this time, and it felt a sense of crisis in its heart. Such Phoebus will not steal the favor of the owner, right? After all, whether from the perspective of humans or Pokemon, Melodic is worthy of the title of beauty. Especially Eevee had secretly surfed the internet before and read some strange posts such as the cavity of snakes. Absolutely not. The owner is definitely it. Sheiji Tajipai saw this scene and kept shaking his fingers. On the one hand he was happy for Melodic, and on the other hand he was curious and wanted to learn how to transform. Zorua had the most indifferent reaction. He hit yawn. While Sylvian's attention was all on Melodic, she had already jumped into Lin Chen's arms. As for the others, it was not interested in them at all. Let's go steal the house first. Although the grass tang snake on the side was a little envious, she was curious whether she could become so beautiful beautiful in the future. But the Tundra girl did not allow herself to be so envious and still maintained a cool look, leaning against the stone wall, suppressing her curiosity and not looking at Melodic. Bagon, who was waiting swaggeringly on the side, saw this Melodic and a bad premonition rose from his heart. Has it changed so much after evolution? With this momentum, can I beat this? It's over, it's over. The dragon is going to die. From Bagon hurriedly looked at Lin Chen, eagerly shaking his head, constantly indicating that he wanted to change his opponent. No more, these are all my Pokemon. 870. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he had no choice, and looked at Bagon with a playful look. I have to finish the opponent I chose, even if I cry. Bagon suddenly felt bad and wanted to run away. It just wanted to run away, but Melodic would not let go of this guy who dared to offend him. Meow. Melodic raised his beautiful snake neck, made a growl like a piece of music, and stretched out his tail gracefully like a ballerina's arms when dancing, and easily entangled Bagon. The simple constrict skill under Melodic's use turned into a terrifying life blockade. Even a small mountain can be easily crushed into slag. Bagon struggled madly but couldn't move. His face was extremely stiff and he was about to beg for mercy. Meow. However, Melodic would not listen to this and beat him up directly. You are called Bagon, right? You just picked me as a soft persimmon, right? You think I am easy to bully, right? Now it's finally my turn. Water Pulse Twister Life Do Aqua Ring. Just like that, Melodic directly bombarded Bagon with a bunch of skills without hurting Bagon. A long torture. Just like that, Bagon, who was beaten and healed, was beaten by the vast world before he went out to see the vast world. P.S. The SITH update is here, and the NET is also a new plot. If you have any favorite Pokemon, you can leave a message. Don't wait for the later. The NET is the evolution craze stepping onto the national stage. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation ticket. Chapter 117. The ancient tyrant who roars at the sky opens the platinum treasure chest. Please collect. Please subscribe. From you. Until Bagon was beaten black and blue, he was thrown away by Melodic. After rolling a few times and getting up, he looked at Lin Chen with a face full of resentment. Originally thought that he had found a soft persimmon to squeeze, but he didn't expect to be tricked. Why did this Phoebus become so scary? Was this sudden evolution planned? This man is so scary. Lin Chen looked at Bagon, who looked aggrieved and couldn't help but want to laugh. To be honest, he didn't do it on purpose. He just released all the Pokemon. Phoebus was also released to get some fresh air. He thought it would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect that it would promote its evolution by accident. Became the most beautiful Melodic early. The main force of the Rainy team returned, which is not a bad thing. However, since the battle was over, Lin Chen also took out the Pokeball, shook it to Bagon, and said, you must accept the loss. From here. Bagon snorted, indicating that he was not that kind of dragon and would definitely keep his promise. So he hit the Pokeball with his head. A red light flashed and he went directly into the Pokeball. With 3 shake, he became Lin Chen's Pokemon. Meow. Melodic on the side shook his tail and looked at this scene with satisfaction. I am still awesome. I have captured another Pokemon for the protagonist. If this goes on, the master will definitely be overwhelmed by my charm. Thinking of this, Melodic twisted her body gracefully, stuck to Lin Chen, and rubbed her head against him affectionately. It feels like turning over and becoming the mistress. This is her sovereignty. Melodic's shrill voice sounds extremely soft, and it sounds like a girl's whisper in Lin Chen's ears, making him feel as if he is listening to a beautiful movement. It is worthy of being the most beautiful Pokemon in the world after evolution. This song is far inferior to the siren that attract the crew. Moreover, Melodic is a powerful Pokemon that controls the rainstorm and can easily set off a tsunami. It can be said to be the real master of water. Seeing Lin Chen being attracted by her voice, Melodic was very happy, and a trace of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes. The NET step is to make all these Pokemon surrender and then select a few to become the Queen's Guard, especially that damn stinky FO. Thinking of the beautiful future, Melodic was a little excited, and Constrict's body became tighter and tighter. Ahem, let go. Lin Chen felt Melodic's Constrict's power begin to tighten continuously and felt that breathing was a little difficult, but after evolution her strength was too great and human strength could not break free at all. He didn't like this kind of suffocation play. Cheer. Melodic also noticed the master's dissatisfaction and quickly let go, rubbed his cheek gently, and pressed his apology. I have to say that sometimes appearance is really justice. If Phoebus made this press Zion, it would probably make people want to vomit, but when Melodic made it, every move contained beauty, making people feel like enjoying an artistic performance. It's really a world that look at faces. Fortunately, I am handsome. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. Looking at Melodic, he always felt like he was looking at a beautiful princess who was becoming more and more beautiful. He was so scared that he quickly shook off some weird thought. What are you thinking about? This is not by Sahen, and those who dare to confront snakes are all warriors, and the constrict power of snakes is too strong. You should be careful in the future. If you are in entangled, you will lose your skin if you don't die. Lin Chen muttered in his heart and released Beigon again. And this little guy seemed to know that he was leaving and looked at Uncle Dai with some reluctance in his eyes. After all, after so many years of getting along, Beigon had long regarded Idol as his father. Although he is now in the outside world of Covet, he is also a little sad to leave. Uncle Dai also had some tears in his eyes. After all, he has watched it for 20 years, watching it hatch and grow up, and then to the separation today. It feels like an old father seeing his daughter get married. Thinking of this, Uncle Dai squatted down, touched its head and said softly, "Little guy, don't be so naughty in the future and listen to the trainer's word." Then Uncle Dai slowly walked out holding Beigon Cave, let it accompany him to say goodbye to its mother. From here, Beigon rubbed Uncle Dai's arm. One Pokemon and one person were reluctant to leave. Lin Chen did not follow Uncle Dai and the others out, leaving this last farewell time to them. His eyes returned to the huge ancient dragon skeleton. Even though there was a distance of more than 10 meters, he could still feel the powerful pressure, as if he could see an ancient overlord reflecting time and roaring at the sky. The real strongest dragon. Lin Chen slowly approached the ancient dragon skeleton and stretched out his hand to touch a skeleton. It was cold to the touch but not rough, but had a jade-like feel. And from the fact that Beigon had bitten it just now without leaving any marks, it was known that the dragon skeleton was extremely hard. It is likely to be harder than some top-level ores. There are several broken ribs in the center of the dragon skeleton, and the fierceness of the battle can be vaguely felt from the broken places. Lin Chen calmed down and looked back at the two treasure chests. His eyes were a little excited, but before that there is still a step to be taken, that is rubbing Tajapai's head angrily. Vichaji. Tajapai looked at his master with a puzzled look, but he also enjoyed such closeness. After the spell was finished, Lin Chen reached out and touched the treasure chest. The first one, of course, was to choose the saffron treasure chest. With a flash of light, a scarlet stone appeared in front of Lin Chen. It looked as if there was blood flowing in the stone, but at first glance it was impossible to tell what kind of stone it was, emitting a mysterious halo. Lin Chen immediately opened the eye of all-knowing and began to check the properties. It turned out to be the head of Salamenki's Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. This wave was directly in place and I didn't know how to collect it. It was delivered directly to the door. A good start. Lin Chen was in a good mood and felt that Tajapai was indeed his European emperor. His luck was really amazing. It was just like a lucky chant machine. He was indeed the favorite child of God. Thinking of this while taking advantage of his good luck, Lin Chen also looked directly at the platinum treasure chest. The last time the dark gold treasure chest opened an elite level item, and this time who knows what the platinum treasure chest will come out of. With excitement accompanied by a click, Lin Chen opened the treasure chest. The ancient brilliance shone, making him widen his eyes, and said in surprise, "This is Fen. PS, please collect the first update. Please subscribe. Please give monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation ticket." Chapter 118, Champion level items. The Dragon of Immortal Law. Please collect. Please subscribe. Champion level props. Lin Chen was shocked. It is worthy of being a platinum treasure chest, and it must be a fine product. However, even Lin Chen did not expect that this dragon bone is really a champion level Pokemon, and seeing that the corpse has not decayed over the long years, it is obvious that it has integrated the power of the law into itself and has a trace of immortal essence. It is very likely that it is close to the champion limit and is a powerful instance that has come into contact with the realm of God, and the dragon fang on it can be said to be a truly priceless treasure. If it is put on the black market, it starts at billions. Even elite level instances will be tempted and even cause chaos. However, such a precious treasure was easily opened under the treasure chest system. It is worthy of being his biggest golden finger. Lin Chen was excited looking at these two props, thinking that Beigon was helpful in both growth and combat, and even mega evolution had been solved. Especially this ancient dragon fang, just holding it in your hand can feel the surging energy contained in it. Once released, it can even raise a city to the ground. The real ancient dragon power, and letting Beigon absorb the energy in the ancient dragon fang killed by champion will surely enable it to grow rapidly and even break through the growth limit. As for this Salamence Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye, although it is not used for the time being, when Beigon evolution becomes Salamence, it can further increase the upper limit of Salamence and obtain a bug-like speed. At that time it will be a real bloody crescent, become the sky overlord that dominates all living beings. Lin Chen took a look at the ancient dragon skeleton and did not think of taking it away. On the one hand, this dragon bone is of no use to him for the time being. If he takes it away rashly, it will easily attract countless covetous people. After all, unlike Laren, a champion level remains will be tempting even for the Xia Kingdom Alliance. Moreover, the core dragon fang has been tracked by the treasure chest system. Although the remaining dragon bones Kanta in it has a trace of immortal power, but under the erosion of time only an empty shell remains without much meaning. On the other hand, this is the proof that Uncle Dai has been watching for 20 years and it is also the ancestor of Bagon. It has helped the birth of Bagon and has special meaning for it. In Lin Chen's eyes, Pokemon is not a simple tool but more like his family. He is extremely cold to his enemies but he is extremely gentle to his family. He is a person with extreme contradictions. After taking back the rest of the Pokemon, only Zorua refused to return to the Pokeball, hiding in his shadow, holding his head high and saying that he would protect his master. Lin Chen looked at Zorua, who loved to show off so much and did not hit its confidence, so he let it go and then drilled out of the cave. As soon as he walked out, he saw Uncle Dai leaning against a boulder looking at the woods in the distance, humming an unknown song in his mouth. The melody was long and full of emotion. It was like a tune of missing his hometown, and there was some helplessness in his old age. Bagon stayed quietly beside the man who had been with him for 20 years. His eyes were a little melancholy. Lin Chen watched this scene quietly and did not rush to disturb him. Looking at Uncle Dai now, he seemed to see the high-spirited boy in those days, constantly training in front of a huge salamander with traces of time engraved in every gland. Although he has been smoothed by time, he still has his own perseverance. Because of a promise, he has protected Celadon Rainbow Forest for more than 20 years. He is a real man. Until death he is still romantic. After Uncle Dai finished humming the unknown song, he turned around and looked at Lin Chen, smiling, and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. We've finished talking a long time ago. You need to go on with your life. J from you." The little guy kept looking back. Uncle Dai touched his little head for the last time, smiled kindly and said softly, "I hope to see you in the world game." "I will." Lin Chen nodded solemnly and Bagon also nodded seriously. In fact, Lin Chen's expectations for Bagon are higher than Uncle Dai's. He hopes that Bagon can become a top dragon beast comparable to the sky-splitting dragon, truly stand at the top of the world. But he didn't say these out loud because it was too reserved and shy. He would use his own efforts to prove that all this is not a foolish dream. After staying for a while, Lin Chen said goodbye to Uncle Dai. "This time I followed Uncle Dai to the Eternal Mountain. Not only did I get a Quasigod cub, but I also got the ancient dragon fang that can promote growth, as well as the evolutionary stone needed for the subsequent mega evolution. It's already a lot of harvest." After saying goodbye, Lin Chen was about to leave. Seeing that Uncle Dai was not with him, he asked softly, "Uncle Dai, don't you want to go back together?" Uncle Dai smiled and replied softly, "You go back first. I want to accompany it. The older it gets, the less likely it will come here." Hearing this, Lin Chen didn't continue to say anything and turned around and left. Uncle Dai looked at Lin Chen's back in the distance, sighed softly, returned to the cave alone and walked towards the dragon bone. However, what he wanted to see was not the precious ancestral dragon skeleton but a small mound net to the huge dragon bone. Uncle Dai's body slowly sank down, leaning on the small mound, and said with a smile, "Teacher, your child has hatched and I have also found a very good trainer for you to subdue it. I believe that with his ability he will definitely make your child as strong as you or even stronger than you, and you don't have to worry about it future." I am not worried anymore. Finally, I don't have to worry every day afraid that Bagon will be discovered. This little guy really makes me worry. He likes to make trouble too much. It's a pity that I can't see him anymore and I feel a little empty, but when people get old they really like to reminisce and become sentimental. I really miss you. I really hope you can still train me hard like before. As he spoke, Lao Dai slowly closed the fireworks. His temples were white and he looked a little older, but in the silent cave there was only the heartbeat coming from his chest, long and firm. I don't know when it started, but the song resounded in the cave again, like the youth high-spirited shout or like the sound of a dragon's roar, penetrating time and space and reuniting again. When the song ended, Uncle Dai leaned against the mound and fell asleep, just like when he was a teenager leaning against Alamin. CC Chapter 119 EV's Yandere Assassination List. Use the power of creation. Please collect. Please subscribe. On the other side, Lin Chen followed the road back to the forest ranger's hut, retrieved his bicycle and then took back the pokeball from Bagon, who was curiously looking around behind him. Otherwise, if a Quasigod cub was parading in the city, it would definitely attract everyone's attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Not to mention he has been too eye-catching recently. If there are more captivates, it is estimated that it may really attract elite-level strongmen. So Lin Chen rode his bicycle, thinking in his heart that he must train this Bagon well, even if it is to avoid riding a bicycle anymore. However, having said that, when he thought about the large amount of resources needed to train the Quasigod cub, Lin Chen also had a headache. Another money-eating beast. Even if the family worships the god of wealth, it may not be able to afford it. Otherwise, train Tijipai to the second stage of evolution. Can it fly too? But thinking of the appearance of Tijipai when commanding on Laren's head, Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, I still want to live a few more years. With that casual energy, who knows where it will fly? And being carried by Tijetic to fly is really embarrassing. How can such flying compare to riding Salamin? Being strong or not is temporary. temporary, but being handsome or not is a lifetime. A man is a teenager until he dies. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stepped on the pedals twice again, speeding up and galloping all the way. Soon Lin Chen returned home and released Beigan. Because it was the first time to come to a human city, looking at the huge swimming pool and courtyard, this dragon was so scared that he hid in Lin Chen's arms, holding it tightly and not daring to let go. Such insurance immediately angered other Pokemon. Seeing Beigan hugging Lin Chen tightly, Sylveon's eyes were filled with black air and jealousy spread in his heart. After evolution, Sylveon's attachment to Lin Chen not only did not decrease but became stronger. Another female beast. In her opinion, this is clearly Beigan pretending to be afraid and taking advantage of his master here. This guy is dead. Poor Beigan, he has not been out of the mountain for a day and he has been written on the assassination list. The first one is Melodic. Sheiji Tijipai on the side saw Beigan monopolizing his master and shook his finger angrily. How could he take its exclusive position? Zorua jumped onto Lin Chen's shoulder and lay down safely. As a man of action, he is always ruthless and doesn't talk much. Yes. The vine snake Net to him was still cool, with his arms crossed, a flash of envy in his eyes, and then pretended to be indifferent. It can be said that under a ruin's life. Meow. Seeing that Beigan, who had just been taught a lesson by him, dared to monopolize his master, Melodic frowned and moved his tail to wrap around Lin Chen again, insisting on competing with Beigan again. Let it know who is the big sister. Seeing Melodic rushing over, Beigan was even more scared, but he was also very smart and knew that only Lin Chen could protect him, so he hugged him tighter. All Pokemon rushed over immediately. For a moment there was chaos. In a panic, Lin Chen still stretched out his hand and stopped Laren from approaching in time. You better calm down. If you pounce on me, I will be crushed. Laren snorted, and for the first time he was dissatisfied with his weight. Why did it become so big? After calming them down one by one, Lin Chen took a deep breath and then took out the life gem. Beigan, come here. After that, all the Pokemon raised their head and looked over with a fierce look which frightened Beigan so much that he dared not move from here. Beigan looked around and still mustered up the courage and ran over timidly, looking like a coward. Lin Chen smiled, then took off the life gem and hung it on its head. Suddenly a gentle energy began to flow from the life gem into Beigan's body. From here, you should know that among the 5 stone tablets of the life gem, one is the Dragon Stone tablet, which is very effective in repairing the qualifications of dragon Pokemon. Beigan squinted his eyes in comfort and a warm energy shone on his head which made Beigan shiver. In Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes he could see that the mysterious energy of the life gem had merged into Beigan's body. The original congenital defects were being repaired little by little and his physique was also strengthened. Not long after, Lin Chen saw that Beigan's talent had risen from green to cyan on his data panel. At this rate it is very likely to return to blue. However, it only takes a few hours to go from green to cyan, and the improvement in qualifications is also due to the fact that the original qualifications were high, but it was only because of the acquired damage that the qualifications could be raised back so quickly. Unlike other Pokemon that improve qualifications, that is to increase the upper limit. After all, there are many medicines that can replenish blood volume, but it is rare to increase the upper limit of blood volume. After Beigan's qualifications were raised, his body became much stronger. Originally he looked skinny, but now his limbs are thicker. He has more and more of the vitality of a Quasigod cub and has a bit of the majesty of a dragon Pokemon. I don't know if I will have the chance to activate the ancient dragon blood in my body like Laren after the complete repair, so that I can grow bigger or have other benign mutations. Thinking of this, Lin Chen thought he could study how to actively stimulate the power of the life gem. After all, every time the alpaca Arceus used the life stone tablet, he could directly stimulate powerful energy and destroy all living things with supreme power. And now I just passively put the two together, the effect must be much worse. But before that I had already. After many studies, Lin Chen still couldn't find a way to activate the life gem, but Lin Chen didn't dare to use it carelessly and was also worried about damaging the life gem. After all, such a treasure can be said to be unique. 0. As for flowers, a real top-level divine object. Gurgle. Just as Lin Chen was still thinking, he suddenly heard a voice. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and looked for the source of the sound. Then Lin Chen glanced at Beigan, who was holding his stomach at this time and looking at Lin Chen eagerly. It means that he is already starving. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing, knowing that the improvement of qualifications and the increase in size made Beigan consume a lot of physical strength. However, after seeing Lin Chen laughing, the dragon was embarrassed and hid aside with his head shrunk. Lin Chen originally planned to poke block for Beigan, but at this time he smelled a strong fragrance. How much? Laren was the first to react, looking eagerly at the kitchen of the villa, wishing he could rush over to eat. But before he could run, he was stopped by Sylveon. Even though he had moved to a bigger house, Laren's body size still couldn't move freely indoors. 0. If he wasn't careful, it could turn into a tragedy of destroying destroying the house. As for the source of the fragrance, it was naturally the masterpiece of the workaholic Shinsi. The moment she got home she started doing housework and preparing dinner. She is a model of a good wife and mother. From here, Baekon smelled such delicious food for the first time and didn't care about his face and ran into the house. Not long after he saw Shinsi with an apron tied on her pink belly holding a plate of fried eggs in each hand. Baekon, who was following behind, drooled all over the floor. Lin Chen shook his head when he saw this scene. It was another little foodie. It seemed that if he became bigger after evolution he would definitely look like Laren. They were all eating like crazy. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly didn't want Baekon to grow bigger, but it was just a thought. After all, his flying Pokemon hadn't been found yet. Poor Baekon didn't know that he had been booked for a future job before he evolved. Afterwards, each Pokemon was given Shinsi's fried egg. After tasting them they all let out a happy growl, especially Baekon, who was particularly excited. Previously in the Celadon Rainbow Forest, although Lao Dai took good care of her, he was just a ranger after all, so the food was not very good. How could he eat dragon-type Pokeblock like Lin Chen? And there was an egg made by a professional chef, Shinsi. Moreover, when Baekon was eating, although his body was small, his posture was no less than Laren Net to him. Laren saw that he was not to be outdone, glanced at Baekon with disdain and began to feast. Strange competition has increased. The only one who was hurt was Lin Chen's wallet. Although it was a bit pensive seeing a group of Pokemon getting along happily together, warm and harmonious, Lin Chen smiled knowingly. They are all his family. Bonds have long been condensed and can no longer be separated. Chapter 120 Release the Melodic Evolution paper which shocked the Zyuguo Alliance. Please subscribe. The Net Day in the courtyard of the villa. Baekon used the headbutt. Lin Chen quickly issued an order. At this time the purple halo in his eyes flowed and the eye of all-knowing was always open, checking Baekon's way of exerting force and correcting it at all times, thus forming a perfect cultivation. Even the world's top breeders cannot compare with the bug ability of the eye of all-knowing. From here, Baekon rushed forward quickly. His agile body was like a blue lightning and his head flashed with silver light. He hit the meter with a headbutt. Boom! With a loud bang, the value on the meter jumped rapidly until it reached 300 kilograms. This power was enough to break the boulder. If a human was hit, he would be knocked down in an instant. His organs would be broken and he would die. Lin Chen saw the value, nodded and praised. Very good, Baekon. We encore. In the past few days, in addition to using the life gem to repair qualifications every day, Baekon also needs to feel the 870 dragon energy contained in the ancient dragon fang and also needs to train strength and speed. For a while Baekon was the busiest. At first Baekon thought that his happy life was about to come, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen went directly to the Pokemon breeding center the Net Day and made another batch of dragon Pokeblock. After all, with Baekon's appetite he is like a little Laren. If he doesn't make some dragon Pokeblocks, it will definitely not be enough to just rely on the ones from the treasure chest. So after the production was completed, while he was happily eating Pokeblock, Lin Chen also announced a series of training methods. Suddenly Baekon felt that he was being tricked. No, how can a quasi-dragon Pokemon be tricked? But Pokeblocks are so delicious. Baekon decided to fill his stomach first. After all, it is more important to eat. After swallowing this piece of Pokeblocks, Baekon could not laugh anymore. Who knew that he would have to suffer this hardship? However, despite such complaints and strict training, Baekon still worked very hard. After all, only in this way could he catch up with other Pokemon. It has been protected for 20 years and this time it also wants to protect others. And Baekon's progress is also rapid. After the qualifications began to be repaired, it soon showed the talent of a Quasi-God cub and all attributes were greatly improved. Baekon is in pain and happiness every day. The happiest thing is to eat the food made by Shinsi. The training of other Pokemon can be carried out step by step. After they are proficient on their own, Lin Chen will not need to watch them all the time. So taking advantage of this time, Lin Chen calmly sorted out the first paper, which is about Melodic's evolution. After logging on to the website, the official website of the Pokemon Research Center of the Zyuguo Alliance chose to publish it. The title is on how Phoebus evolves into Melodic with video as evidence, and below is the detailed argument for this title, citing a lot of experimental data and information, and it has passed the plagiarism check. As for the top of the content, it is the video of Phoebus evolution. After editing, no information about the Dragon Cave is posted. As the video was uploaded, it did not attract attention at first. It is known that the video reviewer of the Pokemon Research Center frowned when he saw the name. What is the relationship between Phoebus and Melodic and evolution? Isn't this just sensationalism? However, his good professional ethic still made him click on the video and prepare to take a look. If there is any problem, just cross it out. However, when he saw the video, he was stunned and muttered, "This is." In the video, a Phoebus appeared on the land flapping its tail, constantly looking like rage. In addition, Lin Chen used a mobile phone to shoot it, which looked like a very very informal e-terrier scene of a certain model and it didn't look like a paper at all. However, not long after, a white light of evolution followed by the rise of the prism scale energy particles hovered in the air looking particularly dazzling. The auditor was stunned. Phoebus can actually evolve. Thinking of the title of the video, his breathing became a little heavy, and when Melodic's beautiful posture appeared the website video, auditor was completely stunned for a moment. Really? Melodic actually evolved from Phoebus? He looked at this miracle of life in disbelief and his heart was a little dazed. He couldn't help but wonder if this was an edited video. Phoebus can evolve into Melodic? Are you kidding? So he downloaded the video again and began to analyze it frame by frame, but in the end he concluded that this video was completely normal without any trace of editing. Damn, this is going to be a big deal. The auditor didn't care about the review of the rest of the manuscript and quickly picked up the laptop, got up and ran to the laboratory of the Alliance Pokemon Research Center and found the most famous top researcher Zhou Zheng. It was the same person who wanted to buy Laren's blood and Sylvian's hair at a high price. It must be said that it was like a fate with Lin Chen. This time Zhou Zheng was busy with the e-periment. Unexpectedly the video reviewer came hurriedly and stammered, "Researcher Zhou, take a look at this video." "What's wrong? So impatient, how can it be?" Zhou Zheng frowned and scolded, which made the reviewer a little embarrassed, but he did not forget the business. He quickly took out the computer and handed it over panting and said, "You take a look this video." Zhou Zheng was also curious and clicked on the video casually. There were some unbearable pictures in it. He looked at the reviewer behind him with a frown. Indeed, every day the Alliance Pokemon Research Center receives tens of thousands of submissions, 99% of which are useless and some are prank videos. So the position of video reviewer came into being. Zhou Zheng frowned and said softly, "You watch this every day? No wonder you lost weight after joining the company." The auditor was also embarrassed and said uneasily, "This is a new email. The previous video was pushed out. Look at this one. The title is How Phoebus Evolves into Melodic." Then he operated it and prepared to click on the video sent by Lin Chen. Zhou Zheng watched the auditor's operation and suddenly seemed to notice something. He hurriedly said, wait, the sender is called Lin Chen?" The auditor was stunned for a moment, recalled in his mind and said softly, "Lin Chen, such a familiar name. Could it be the Lin Chen who is in the limelight recently?" Zhou Zheng saw that it was an email from Lin Chen and he didn't care to chat with the auditor. He hurriedly opened the video. He didn't know until he saw it. He was shocked. Originally a sewer, Phoebus turned into a mermaid in the sewer, a noble Melodic. After watching it, Zhou Zheng was as unbelievable as the auditor and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is not edited?" The auditor shook his head like a rattle and said quickly, "I have been doing this for so many years. Can I still not tell which is true and which is false? I guarantee with my personality that I didn't see any trace of editing." At this time Zhou Zheng was no longer listening to what the auditor was saying but had already stared at the specific content of the paper below the video. After a moment Zhou Zheng jumped up excitedly and said loudly, "It's true. This discovery is really too strong." The auditor looked at Zhou Zheng in front of him. The majestic and indifferent researcher Zhou in 19 on weekdays was dancing with excitement at this time. For a moment the auditor felt a little disillusioned. Is this still the serious researcher Zhou I saw before? Why is he like a madman? But thinking of this amazing discovery, the auditor felt that no matter what kind of reaction it was, it didn't seem surprising. Zhou Zheng ignored the auditor's thoughts and quickly scanned the content of the paper. These precise numbers, detailed arguments and video evidence all prove the authenticity of this paper. This made him completely excited. Beauty, Phoebus evolution, Melodic. No matter which one, it is a shocking discovery, enough to cause a big earthquake in the scientific research community. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "Quick, send it out. Let us witness the birth of a legend together." Then this signed information appeared on the official website of the Pokemon Research Center. It immediately caused a sensation on the entire network. Chapter 121. The entire network was stunned. A man who went down in history. Please collect. Please subscribe. In this world, the publication of a paper is a more serious and rigorous matter. Once it passes the certification of a top research institute, the real name of the publisher of the paper will also be certified. On the one hand, it is to ensure the authenticity of the paper. After all, even if a paper made up for fame and reputation can pass the first draft review, it will affect the publishers so that many fabricators will retreat. On the other hand, real name authentication is also a kind of encouragement for real academic researchers. It is also an honor to see your name appear on the official website of the Alliance Pokemon Research Institute. In addition to the honor, once rated, there will be a large amount of Alliance coins issued by the Alliance as a reward. The greater the influence, the more rewards, so as to attract more people to devote themselves to Pokemon research. Real name authentication in general will not affect the submitter. Except for the name of the paper, no other information will appear, and even the IP address on the official website has been encrypted by the Alliance official to ensure the personal safety of the researcher. More Moreover, there are so many people with the same name in the whole Xia country, so naturally the researchers will not be found out offline, which will cause trouble. However, if a person appears too many times on the hot search, his name will always be remembered, just like Lin Chen at this time. Although the official website of Xiaoguo Alliance Research Institute is a website dedicated to academic research, few people pay attention to it. However, the video was edited by the video reviewer and posted on the internet. Even the title has not changed, it is still on How Phoebus Evolves into Melodic. At first there were not many views on the internet, but the speed of online media is like a virus. Once it spreads, it will sweep like a storm. Ni-Yun, a college student who hopes to become a researcher and a god-level video editor, was surfing on the internet as usual. After suddenly receiving the pushed news headline, he was stunned. What the hell? Phoebus evolution into melodic? Is this an April Fool's joke? Even with the certification of the official research institute, he thought it might be a headline party and entered a comment with disdain. It's this kind of headline party again, using Phoebus to touch melodic. It's a bit of a gimmick. However, when he clicked on the video, he was stunned. Phoebus in the video actually evolved into the most beautiful Pokemon, melodic, after jumping. Elegant and noble, the queen who rules over all waters. A direct polar reversal. Fuck, is this true or not? After repeating it several times, Ni-Yun confirmed with his professional level that it was indeed true without any trace of editing. He could not help but stay where he was, shocked, and said this is going to cause a big earthquake. Thinking of this, he quickly forwarded the video to the group of editors to share this amazing news. The others reacted the same way as him, at first thinking it was edited and a little disdainful, but after watching it they were sure it was true and fell into deep silence and doubt about life. Under the viral spread, everyone's catchphrase was standardized and became unified. Fuck. This paper instantly caused a sensation on the entire network, and even the official website of the Xiaoguo Pokemon Research Institute became popular. Unlike the usual trending search platforms, the official Pokemon Research Institute is just an academic platform. However, this time countless people rushed in, instantly directly paralyzing the website. Seeing this group of people immediately turned to the trending search forum to continue the discussion and also posted the video on various websites, increasing the spread of the video degree. Do you think this video is true or false? Can Phoebus evolve into melodic? Oh my god, if it's true, the scientific research community will really have a big earthquake. Beauty degree? What is this? Does Pokemon evolution need to become beautiful? Lin Chen? Damn, this name is so familiar. Is it the Laren trainer Lin Chen who has recently caused a sensation in Hangzhou? It can't be a coincidence. This is the National Pokemon Research Institute, a place for academics. What does it have to do with trainers? No, look at the Laren that appears in the background of the video. It huge or blood red. Isn't this Lin Chen's overlord Laren? Fuck, it's really Lin Chen. My god, handsome and strong. Is he actually doing academic research? Men don't have to be so perfect. I feel that Lin Chen is likely to go down in history. In addition to the praise, there are also many sour people who can't help but be jealous. I think he is just sensationalizing. Just this video can prove that Phoebus can evolve into melodic. Most likely it is a new post-synthesis technology, but it is more difficult to find. That's right, it's simply irrational. A mere student dares to compare with the research institute, but I was lucky to pick up Overlord Laren and a special form of Sylveon. I don't know how high the sky is. Do I really think that research papers are so easy to write? A certification from a top research institute, is that it? That's it. I think it was edited in the later stage. It can't be real. Phoebus and melodic are two different. One is a fish and the other is a snake. Are you an idiot? There are many Pokemon that have changed their body shape and appearance through evolution. Magikarp is an ample, but before they could be sour for long, someone came out to prove it. No, this video is really fine. I have analyzed it frame by frame. I am a certified top editor. I guarantee it with my reputation. Fuck, top editor J has come out to guarantee that I am your fan, a real editing god. Fuck, this is the top editor, and many editors I follow have come out to prove it, which means that this is a real video. I don't believe it. The person above is a shill. The ugly duckling can grow into a white swan. That's because it is a swan. A duck will always be a duck. If Phoebus can evolve into melodic, I will live broadcast handstand diarrhea. You above just want to have diarrhea. The online quarrel instantly triggered a lot of heat. On the other side, Zhaojin, a tactical Big V who was still watching the last Youth League game video, repeatedly heard a quick prompt sound at this time and quickly turned on his mobile phone. Since the last time, he has set keywords for Lin Chen and he will receive a prompt as long as Lin Chen's name is mentioned on the hot search. After all, as a tactical Big V active on the front line, this reaction speed is still necessary. But after Zhaojin saw this trending search, he calmed down, frowned, and thought, why is Lin Chen so uncalm this time? The official papers published by the National Pokemon Research Institute will be published under real name. Publishing papers randomly like this will become a stain. You can obviously become a tactical genius. Why do you rashly touch the academic field? If you you are not careful you will easily become a jumping clown. He doesn't want to see the young people he has always admired use fake papers to attract attention for popularity. Forget it, I'll take a look first. Lin Chen should not be that kind of person. Zhao Jun sighed and then clicked on the details of the paper. However, halfway through the video the cup in his hand fell on the stall and the unfinished water spilled all over the floor and a lot of it fell on his pants, which didn't make him come back to his senses. He just kept muttering this. On the other side, Shen Yu had just finished writing the operational summary report of the snake hunting operation, twisted her neck and suddenly noticed this trending search. Seeing Lin Chen's name appear on the hot search again, she was also a little curious and clicked to follow and then looked at the content. When she first saw the title, Shen Yu frowned. Is this because the evil organization dare not come hidden? So 870 changed to hacking account? Is there any practical significance in this except for causing some trouble to Lin Chen? But she had to dispel the rumors for Lin Chen in advance to prevent his reputation from being affected. Thinking of this, she clicked on the video and watched the content lazily. After a while, Shen Yu sat up straight and stared at the screen intently. Can Phoebus still emit the light of evolution? Damn, is this true or false? Shen Yu naturally recognized that this kind of light cannot be fake. Even in the post-production of the video, it is impossible to produce that kind of gorgeous light. Light and contrast cannot be added in the post-production. Forcible production will only make the picture full of mosaic. But Phoebus also has an evolution form. Could it be the same as Magikarp? After all, Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados. It's just that the number is extremely rare and no one has studied the distance of Gyarados' evolution. But I've never heard of Phoebus continuing to evolve. A hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes and she continued to watch the video. As time passed, the light on Phoebus faded. A beautiful and noble melodic appeared in the video. Shen Yu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but slap the table and stand up. How is that possible? Although she couldn't believe it, after carefully checking the video she found that it was shot in one shot. From the ugly Phoebus evolution turned into the beautiful melodic, complete and irrefutable proof. Immediately afterwards she quickly opened the paper content of the original post and attached a piece of detailed paper data below. It was extremely detailed and professional. It was not just empty talk. It listed a large amount of data and proposed the concept of beauty. This made Shen Yu open his mouth. This Lin Chen, it really brought me too many surprises. This is the real genius. Isn't this guy almighty? Compared with him I feel like a waste. Chapter 122. The big figures in the alliance are shocked. The elite warriors are coming. Please collect it. Please subscribe. But this is too detailed. Shen Yu couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's rigor and seriousness. But she didn't know that before Lin Chen wrote the paper he had already thought about what kind of sensation it would cause after publishing it. Naturally, he is different from the ordinary Pokemon copywriters. He only used a video to demonstrate Pokemon's evolution and the subsequent sensation was simply too stupid, and he directly regarded top researchers as fools. With today's technology, a large number of videos can be produced and there are countless videos that can be posted on video websites for interesting purposes. An ordinary video can make everyone believe and pay attention, but it may insult other people's IQ. Even if it is successfully released, if you cannot explain it, people will doubt how you know about this process. Therefore, real-world papers are not that simple. If you want to prove that the experimental conclusion is valid in the paper, you must enumerate data and it must be supported by extremely detailed data. The data needs to be accurate everywhere, and there are also a lot of things to pay attention to in the writing of the paper. Fortunately, Lin Chen had enough ink in his stomach and a lot of supplements, so he was extremely meticulous in every step and consulted a large amount of data. We even used the Eye of Omniscient to conduct a full body scan on melodic and analyzed and compared them to obtain the most realistic and rigorous data. If not, it is extremely easy for others to see. After all those who engage in academic research are extremely rigorous and even demanding about details. Lin Chen published the paper because he wanted to gain fame and fortune, not to cause trouble. If this group of scholars sees something fishy and infers that he created the paper by working backward from the conclusions, he may even be targeted by interested people. Therefore, in the past period of time, Lin Chen focused all his attention on it. He listed detailed data about Phoebus and Melodic one by one, quoted from other sources, and even passed the plagiarism check. Only then, with the help of the Eye of Omniscient, wrote an excellent paper. Moreover, he also proposed the concept of beauty for the first time in his paper and proposed that prism scale can greatly improve the beauty of Phoebus. The data also records the transformation process of Phoebus' beauty. Pictures and beauty data are juxtaposed and each stage is divided according to date for detailed comparison, which ultimately leads to the conclusion. Anyone with a discerning eye can see at a glance that the appearance of Phoebus has indeed improved a lot from its initial appearance to evolution, which proves the effectiveness of prism scale. At the end of the paper, it was proposed that Phoebus's huge mood swings triggered fluctuations in water-type energy in the body. With the picture it was proposed rage mood or huge mood swings are when Phoebe's beauty and level reach a certain level, thus triggering evolution. The trigger. The accompanying picture shows Phoebus angrily patting his fish tail on the ground and the scene where the light of evolution is triggered by his emotional fluctuation. The process and data are so detailed that people cannot help but believe them. As for the prism scale flying high in the video, its windlass and automatic scales are obviously pulled by the energy of Phoebe's evolution. If others want to refute the evolution in the video, e-planes it all well-founded and irrefutable. Countless people are impressed by the content of this paper, but more are doubts from netizens who doubt its authenticity. But what's more, they are a group of internet trolls. They don't know how to click on the content of the paper, but just out of jealousy they talk to Lin Chen. Among them there are even many evil organizations in the dark world who want to destroy Lin Chen's reputation. Therefore the popularity of the entire network soared. But not long after, an official post from the Pokemon Research Institute with a hint of ridicule caused a sensation on the entire internet. The ridicule was instantly minimized and it was directly spread wildly in various chat groups, raising the popularity again. Oh my god, the sarcasm is at its minimum. Although I really want to beat up Lin Chen, what he said is right. How difficult is it to get into a top university? The gap between people is too big. I may not even be able to get into a high-level university, but now Lin Chen can pick any top university at will. Is this the world of geniuses? I don't know which university Lin Chen will choose. I guess it's the Imperial Capital. The resources in the Imperial Capital are the best. The Magic City is not bad either. It seems that Lin Chen will not take the college entrance examination. What a pity. I guess he won't be able to see the performance of the Overlord Laren. What a pity. I also want to see Sylvian. I don't know when Lin Chen will publish a paper on Sylvian. I also want my EV wife to evolve. Don't be so annoying above. In addition to sighing at Lin Chen's research results, there is also a large group of sour people who can't help but be jealous. They began to question these top universities. Why do other students need to go through the college entrance examination before they have the opportunity to apply to schools? But is it fair for them to directly admit Lin Chen without taking the EM? This is too unfair. I don't accept it. However, such an argument was quickly countered. If you don't accept it, you can also write an epoch-making paper. If you are a genius, you can also get this kind of treatment. There are so many sour dogs. Go buy a mirror and look at yourself. It's a pity that the argument of the lemon essence is only a small part. Just like a stone falling into the sea, it was swallowed up without even stirring up waves. Lin Chen also saw this information, but he was not angry, just a little funny feeling that these people are really naive. This world is not fair. The strong get honors and flowers if the weak are still there complaining about themselves and lamenting the misfortune of fate. There will never be a way to change fate. Don't look at those bright and beautiful scenery, look more at the road under your feet. The law of the jungle is the core law of the world. But he really doesn't want to recruit special recruits, not that he deliberately being aloof, but because the special recruitment of these top schools is for the research department, not the combat department. In other words, the opportunity to participate in the Pokemon secret realm is very rare, which does not conform to Lin Chen's training plan. All his actions are just to pave the way for himself to become a powerful trainer. If he gives up his strength, it would be the most stupid choice. What's more, with the existence of the treasure chest system, as long as he continues to explore, his growth rate will exceed anyone's imagination. Maybe he can find diamonds or even higher level treasure chests in those ancient secret realms and truly enter the realm of God, standing on the top of the world. However, since he was given a special recruitment, it was equivalent to having a bottom line, and Lin Chen would not refuse it. Anyway, it will not appear. If he fails in the college entrance examination, he can also successfully enter the top university, which is equivalent to an ETRA guarantee. However, failure is impossible. With so many powerful Pokemon and the existence of the treasure bow system, if he can't win the championship, he might as well go home and take a rest. What's more, this is just a starting point. When Laren evolution becomes the Overlordigran and Zorua evolution becomes the Green Zoroark, and the arrival of weather teams such as the Rainy Day team and the Sandstorm team, the start of the Poison Powder team, the Quasi-God Bagon, etc., he will let the world feel what the real Demon King's domination is. However, compared to the boiling online, Lin Chen has a more important thing to do. P.S. Today 7 more chapters are presented, 20,000 words are updated, and then some unnecessary plots will be shortened as much as possible. The scientific research plot is a sideline and cannot be avoided. The college entrance examination will be prepared in the future. There is also a brand new setting to be launched. Please collect, please subscribe, please monthly ticket, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes. EC Chapter 124, The Master of the Fairy System, cutting the leaks of the Pokemon world. Please collect, please subscribe. subscribe. In the villa the training is still going on. Yi continue to feel the fairy energy try to condense it into a beam and turn it into dazzling gleam. Lin Chen looked at the sweaty Sylvian in front of him without any pause but opened the eye of all-knowing again to help him perceive the energy of the fairy system and master new skills. Because the fairy system has not been discovered, all the skills that do not exist in the fairy system naturally have no skill learning machine. In other words, all the fairy system skills need him to open up and let Sylvian master them little by little. The so-called knowledge is only real when it becomes a real ability. He is equivalent to the father of the fairy in this world, a lonely pioneer. Once successful, if you get it, the rewards you get are unparalleled and you may even have the chance to become the master of the fairy department. Therefore Lin Chen was not too excited or proud because of receiving the email from the top university, nor did he give up his effort. All this was just expected for him. After all, these memories from the previous life are a huge treasure in themselves. He is just a porter. It's just that in this process the details were processed. When he first published the paper, his purpose was to gain some fame and fortune, not his love for scientific research. After all, once successful he can become the leader of Xiaoguo. Junior Pokemon researchers in the Alliance can apply for the research of precious materials. Although many things can be opened from the treasure chest, they are random each time and you cannot specify the items you want to obtain. A large number of rare materials are controlled by the Alliance. It is unknown how long it will take to collect them by relying on the treasure chest. With the huge manpower and material resources of the Alliance, many things do not need to be searched by yourself. Moreover, after becoming a researcher you can also use the data of the Eye of All-Knowing to directly analyze it. Compared with other researchers who need to measure, it is much more efficient and convenient, and you can soon become a top researcher. Not only can you exchange some rare materials from the Alliance, but also can you also exchange some rare materials from the Alliance skill learning machines and props, and you can also really enter the Alliance and sail on this 10,000 ton ship. The speed of promotion will inevitably rise. However, the knowledge and skills in the memory of the previous life can make you a top scientific researcher. But after all, there will be a day when it will be hosted, so Lin Chen is not in a hurry to publish it but is ready to make the most of it. After all, just publishing a paper on Pokemon evolution this time in order to make it look real enough almost hosted him. Just looking up the information took a lot of time and energy, and it is also necessary to prove the relationship and check for plagiarism, as if returning to the original graduation. When he graduated he was afraid of being dominated by his graduation thesis. Even with the help of the all-seeing eye it was a bit difficult to write. After all, what he saw in his previous life was just some superficial knowledge which was essentially illusory and had a huge gap with the real world, and what he had to do was to fill the gap. I really don't know how other Pokemon protagonists can post so easily. I really want to give myself a halo of reduced intelligence. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Chen did not want to agree to the special recruitment to enter these top universities, but to prepare for the college entrance examination. After all, if he was asked to do research in the laboratory or library all day, he would sooner or later get moldy, and his treasure chest system could only play the greatest role by taking risk. This is his biggest trump card to gain a foothold in the world. What's more, even if he took the college entrance examination, Lin Chen was confident that he could enter those top universities with his strength. All the gifts of fate have already been secretly marked with a price. When he passes the college entrance examination and enters the school, he can still pick a girl with the most the major with the strongest academic atmosphere. Of course, it's not a bad thing to have a guaranteed prize. Just as Lin Chen was thinking this, the phone notification sounded again. He subconsciously glanced at the message but saw the contact's note, "Yu Bao Bao. This woman is here." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and clicked on the message. Sure enough, what came into view was Shen Yu's complaint. "Lin Chen, look at what you have done. I received a report from my colleagues in the Alliance Price Bureau early in the morning saying that you have disrupted the entire Xiaoguo price market with your own strength. The original Phoebus in the sewer has now increased in price by more than 10 times, and Prism scale has doubled, and it is almost invisible on the market." Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing. All this was within his expectations. When the paper was on the hot search, Lin Chen had already planned everything. Judging from the current popularity, there will definitely be a large number of speculators who want to copy evolution and acquire Phoebus on a large scale. The price of Phoebus is only tens to hundreds of dollars on weekdays. The Pokemon sold by kilograms live in various water bodies, and the meat quality and taste are extremely ordinary, so most people don't want to eat them. Real sewer Pokemon. This is not just a derogatory term. It is because the Phoebus family has strong vitality and reproduces very quickly. It can survive even in the mud. Therefore the number is huge, and it is impossible to form a monopoly by acquisition. In this way, these speculators will inevitably not be able to raise the the price for a long time, and they will inevitably engage in price wars with each other, causing the price to fall again. Therefore Lin Chen did not consider hoarding Phoebas before publishing the paper. After all, he knew that Phoebas that can evolve melodic and ordinary Phoebas are completely two species. Even if the paper is published, only a small part of them can evolve into melodic. The difference is not just a little bit. In fact, what can be hoarded in small quantities is prism scale, which is priced but not sold. After all, prism scale is a scarce commodity. If all the prism scales on the market are sold out, a small profit can be made later. Presumably the doubled prism scale mentioned by Shen Yu is the work of a group of wealthy people who saw business opportunities. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a smile. You know, Phoebas's evolution is not that simple. After all, he also used the elite level prism scale and accidentally caused Phoebas mood changes and finally achieved evolution 0. Request flowers. And in the evolution process, the most critical thing is beauty. Without prism scale it is impossible to evolve. Of course, even if they have prism scale, it may not be possible to make Phoebas evolve. After all, there is still a gap in qualifications, and the affinity for water type energy determines the success of Phoebas evolution. Even the character and mentality of Phoebas will have a certain impact. Most Phoebas are too inferior. How to guide them to change their character and become confident Phoebas is also a key link. After all, Lin Chen is still impressed by the arrogance of his Phoebas. A fish taunts an entire crabby clan. This arrogance is the first time he has seen it. A social phobia, a social terrorist. Only such Phoebas have a chance to evolve. Therefore, as a leader, Lin Chen is not in a hurry to seize the market. In fact, even if he wants to, he has no money. So Lin Chen is ready to wait for the market to ferment. After everyone rushes in, a large number of people will find that they cannot evolve and the evolution of Phoebas cannot be realized at all. At that time, the first thing to do is to question the authenticity of the paper. However, with the video of Phoebas as evidence, others will only think that some steps have been missed. Even if someone succeeds, it will only further verify the authenticity of his paper, and others will not be able to copy it. In this way, he, the initiator of Phoebas evolution, will become the object of everyone's pursuit. At that stage, Lin Chen can launch a project and try to accept some customized evolutions from the rich and powerful and use facts to prove that Phoebas can evolve so as to earn a lot of money and expand his own network. At the same time, it can also be divided into sections according to the teaching method, starting from selecting Phoebas to improving beauty to adjusting Pokemon's personality, changing inferiority, and then guiding evolution by prism scale. Monopoly is nothing not only troublesome but also easy to be attacked by the crowd. Courses are the most expensive. Knowledge is power, and selling courses is the kingly way. The most important thing is that Lin Chen is not afraid that the course will be spread out and copied. The first step of selecting Phoebas alone is enough to stump countless people. Without the blessing of the all-seeing eye, even senior researchers can only see roughly, let alone see the talent and personality of Phoebas at a glance and carry out targeted training. In this way, Lin Chen can gather a large number of wealth and connections in the shortest time, and it can prove the authenticity of his paper in disguise and enhance his status in the scientific research community. In this way, they paid a lot of money and need to thank themselves. This wave is to cut the leaks of the Pokemon world. PS First update: please collect, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, please vote for evaluation. Chapter 125 Supreme God Level Props. Grab the wool of the Alliance. In Lin Chen's plan, launching the Phoebas course is just the first step. After other Pokemon evolve one after another, the mystery of the size of the Overlord Laren and the new evolution form of EV Sylveon can all be used as the content of the paper. It can even form a series of courses. After all, these Pokemon are relatively easy to obtain. Of course, evolution depends entirely on luck. After all, not everyone is like him with a bug ability like the all-knowing eye. After all, the incomplete all-knowing eye can be equivalent to the life gem in terms of level. In other words, if it is a complete all-knowing eye, it is likely to correspond to the complete creation slate. It belongs to the first level of the Supreme God. And even if Lin Chen has the life gem, he dare not say that he can stably control evolution. After all, the life gem has been irradiated for a period of time, but so far only this Laren has seen a sudden increase in size. Other Pokemon have not changed in size. The reason Lin Chen speculates is probably that Laren's blood contains a trace of ancient blood, which leads to the phenomenon of atavism. Of course, even if it can be copied, Lin Chen does not intend to take it net. After all, the life gem is currently his most precious prop, and it is impossible to take it out 873 to make money. He still understands the principle of not showing off wealth. At most, he can catalyze the first few cases of the Phoebas project to help himself become famous. As for Zorua in the QI region, Lin Chen does not intend to publish a paper. After all, Zorua's ability is too powerful, especially the strongest illusion he has mastered. Even an elite level strongman may be tricked if he is not careful. It is still the most important guarantee for life at present, and it cannot be known to others. Suddenly it is easy to be targeted and a precious trump card is lost. So in front of others Zorua will transform into a black ordinary appearance, or even hide in Lin Chen's shadow, or even become the appearance of other ordinary Pokemon. On the contrary, the more Sylveon evolution the better, so he can start selling courses. After all, fairy skills are only his. At that time just selling skill learning machines will be enough to make a lot of money. In this way the whole Pokemon world is like a big leak field in his eyes. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, he realized that he hadn't replied to Shen Yu's message yet, so he looked at his phone. At this time Shen Yu's call came. This woman is really impatient. I don't know how the prosecutor's went. Lin Chen complained in his heart, but he didn't freeze. He answered the phone directly. Shen Yu's hurried voice came from the microphone. Lin Chen opened the door. Damn, it's really outrageous. This woman is too annoying. Lin Chen was a little speechless. He walked to the window and saw Shen Yu riding a steel-armored crow. Unlike the usual prosecutor's uniform, she was dressed very casually today. The lotus-colored small lotus leaf skirt set off her tall figure. She looked like Phoebe out of water. The fine hair matched the smart big eyes, which was smart and lively. After Lin Chen opened the door, Shen Yu also swaggered in and asked unhappily, "Why don't you reply to my message?" This posture is quite like a girlfriend asking her boyfriend why he doesn't reply to the message. But women are not as cute as Pokemon. Moreover, when facing a woman's questioning, the first thing to do is not to panic. Change the subject for her first. The first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Lin Chen said calmly, "It's not that there are too many messages that I haven't had time to see them. You came directly and sent me a message." In the confusion of Lin Chen's turning the tables, Shen Yu was stunned by the shock. But think about it, after all this incident was too noisy. Even the big shots in the upper echelons were alarmed, and there must be a lot of people coming to ask questions from Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Shen Yu was also a reasonable person, and he no longer had any resentment and smiled. Sylveon, who was still training, was watching from the side but did not make any move. After all, she didn't want to be hated by her master after making her angry last time. The master is her world. If the master really doesn't like her, Evie feels that she would rather die. So she had to watch from the side with the pink ribbons flying on her body, and her eyes were a little unhappy. This human female beast is here again. If I find out that you have any unreasonable thoughts, I will tear you apart. Lin Chen noticed Evie's emotional changes and signaled Evie with his eyes before letting her continue training. This little guy is good in everything, but he is too jealous. It's just like his real girlfriend. I guess the Pokemon fan will be ecstatic. Sylveon felt the master's signal and immediately put away her cold eyes, smiled obediently at her master, and continued training. It was as if the sickly Pokemon just now was not her at all. Shen Yu, who was standing by, didn't realize that he was almost on the assassination list. Instead, he smiled and said to Lin Chen, "I originally planned to let the snake hunting operation increase your reputation, but before the heat came down you made big news. You are really a hot search physique. Do you know how much of a sensation you caused this time?" Lin Chen deliberately said lightly, "I didn't expect that this casually written paper would be so noisy and even became a hot search." Shen Yu said with a black line on his head, "It's just a hot search." You said it lightly. This time it is more shocking than the previous elimination of the 12 Red Moon leaders in the snake hunting operation. This time your paper caused a sensation across the country and many big figures were alarmed. What on earth is your head made of? Why is it so powerful? Halfway through, Shen Yu reacted and said unhappily, "Good guy, you actually played the Versailles trick in front of me. I'll beat you up," Shen Yu said, chasing Lin Chen all over the yard. Lin Chen also smiled and dodged for a while, and the two started playing. Sylveon was in a bad mood when she saw this scene. This female beast is really unruly. Damn, not only Pokemon are competing with her for the master, but these humans are also competing. If they succeed, will they take away the master's care for her? That kind of future is not what she wants. Thinking of this, Sylveon's eyes became more dangerous and the black air lingered behind him, making the air cold. Seeing Evie's changes, Lin Chen quickly hugged Evie and patted its head soothingly, which made it return to its well-behaved appearance. Then he said seriously, "Inspector Shen, what is your intention in coming here today?" Shen Yu was not angry at first. It was just a joke between friends. She did not continue to play around. She returned to her usual seriousness and said softly, "I received an assignment from the Alliance, otherwise I would not want to come here." When she said this, Shen Yu's face turned slightly red and she turned her head to look at the swimming pool. To be honest, she didn't know why she had to come to tell Lin Chen in person about something that could obviously be discussed online. Is it because she has a flying mount so she came quickly? Yes, that's definitely the case. I just love the mission. Shen Yu deceived herself in her heart, and her eyes looked at Lin Chen a little softer. And Sylveon in Lin Chen's arms had been staring at Shen Yu, and this time she noticed this detail even more. She was lying. Sylveon added another person to his assassination list, holding a grudge. This woman is full of lies. When Lin Chen heard this, he immediately became interested and asked softly a mission from the Alliance. Shen Yu nodded and continued, yes, because the heroic performance in the last snake hunting operation can get 100 Alliance gold coin. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and subconsciously blurted out, only 100. On second thought, in addition to luring, killing some superior level enemies is indeed not a difficult task. Shen Yu rolled his eyes and said loudly, you know, I only got 300 Alliance gold coins for this mission. Be content. Then Shen Yu turned out a gold card in his hand. The card was printed with the pyroite mark of the Xia National Alliance, and there was a layer of electroplating on the sides so that each card has an independent exclusive certification which cannot be imitated or reproduced. Shen Yu looked at Lin Chen's e-pression solemnly and finally couldn't help laughing out loud. In fact, there are also people from the research institute this time. Let me tell you that now you will be awarded the primary certification of scientific researchers with a score of 19. However, when FIBA's evolution is verified and applied on a large scale in the future, you can be promoted to senior researcher. You will receive it after the college entrance examination. After listening, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and said with a smile, give it to me. Shen Yu smiled and said, what is it? The bonus from the research institute. Hearing this, Shen Yu rolled his eyes. Nothing can deceive you. You are really sensitive to money. Having said that, Shen Yu also took out another card from his pocket and handed it over, saying softly, this paper has greatly promoted the development of scientific research in the Alliance. In order to reward you, this is another 900 Alliance coin. Shen Yu said sourly. She continued, you earned 1,000 Alliance coins directly. Only national level bonuses can be so much. You can buy many precious props in the Alliance. You've made a fortune as a staunch white-collar girl. Lin Chen naturally accepted it happily. This time it's time to get the Alliance's wool. I don't know if I can buy a Quasigod Pokemon egg in the Alliance store. Chapter 126. Melodic, who is a social NBE, plods in the Shura field. Please collect. Please subscribe. However, Lin Chen didn't have much expectation. Even if there is, it will probably be very pensive. While Lin Chen and Shen Yu were chatting, Melodic, who was leaning on a lounge chair by the swimming pool, was happily playing with her mobile phone. Who would have thought that in this short life she could actually learn to use a mobile phone by herself through research? Before, Evie and the others only used the remote control to change the TV channel, but this one learned to surf the internet directly. You can't learn surf just because you are a water type. Surfing online is not a waste. With this IQ, Pokemon will rule the world sooner or later. Before Lin Chen noticed, Melodic had already mastered the selfie, controlled the phone with his tail and posed beautifully as if he was born to operate delicate things. Then he posted this selfie on social media using the account that Lin Chen opened by default. All of a sudden, everyone who set up special attention for Lin Chen received a notification sound. Ding dong. Shen Yu, who was still talking to Lin Chen, suddenly received a notification sound on her phone and a blush flew across Shen Yu's face, but then she was stunned. The only special attention in front of her was chatting with her at this time, so Lin Chen naturally knew that this was the notification sound of special attention. Seeing the blush on Shen Yu's face, could it be that Shen Yu had a problem? Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, Shen Yu immediately understood what Lin Chen was thinking about and hurriedly tried to explain ahem, don't think too much, I'm paying attention to you. After saying this, Shen Yu regretted it in his heart. What am I talking about? Who am I? Where am I? Lin Chen actually hadn't heard Shen Yu's word clearly, and his eyes were attracted by Melodic on the lounge chair beside him. At this time, Melodic had a happy e-pression, a graceful figure, and a mobile phone in her elegant tentacles, and the mobile phone was still in the selfie interface. For a moment, Lin Chen had a vision of a mermaid taking a selfie in a swimsuit on the shore. Noticing the master's gaze, Melodic quickly restrained himself a little, waved his tentacles in a very human way, and signaled, you continue to chat. Lin Chen was a little puzzled, but Shen Yu was still sitting in front of him at this time. After all, a guest is a guest, and it was somewhat rude to suddenly go about his own business. He turned around and asked, sorry, what did you say just now? Although he understood everything, he also had to remain passive, unaccepting and unrejecting. Otherwise it's easy to be controlled, especially by such a queen. Seeing Lin Chen's e-pression, Shen Yu was glad in her heart, thinking that Lin Chen didn't understand, and quickly changed the subject. You heard it wrong, it's nothing, let's continue to talk about business. On the other hand, Melodic's selfie was posted online and it was still sent by Lin Chen's account. Because of the popularity of the paper, millions of people have followed his account. Once it was posted, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. I thought it was Lin Chen who wanted to e-plane the paper, but it turned out to be a selfie of Melodic. Is this Melodic? It is the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. It is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. When can my Phoebas evolve? I want to have a Melodic like this. Melodic is so smart. He has learned to use the trainer's phone to take selfies and post them on social networks. networking site. What? Isn't this Melodic's account? I don't know what trainer doghead there is. Yes, I am following Melodic. My Phoebus got excited after seeing this. Is this something you can watch for free? It is so beautiful. This is a groundbreaking demonstration of beauty. The evolution Melodic is indeed more beautiful than the ordinary Melodic. However, while some people praised her, some people started to feel jealous and couldn't help but comment, haha, this Melodic has been taught badly, taking photos like an internet celebrity. Haha, I don't know how strong she is, but she started to show off. First, don't be beaten up during the college entrance examination. You don't plan your thesis well, you just want to attract traffic. You are really young, you don't have a sense of responsibility. However, such comments were quickly countered. People have their own popularity. Do you need to take advantage of it? Versailles is also capable. You can also get a Melodic. At this time, Melodic was holding up his mobile phone and quietly aiming at Lin Chen and quickly pressed the camera button. Only take a photo of the master. Don't think of this human female beast in the photo. I want to take the most handsome photo of the master and post it online. Immediately afterwards, another photo was uploaded. In the picture, Lin Chen was sitting in the distance and talking to someone. In addition, half of Melodic's face was posed in the frame of the picture. In an instant, the comment area plotted. I always feel that somewhere something is wrong. Yeah, Lin Chen is sitting there. Who took the photo? Fuck, it can't be Melodic taking the photo herself, right? It's really Melodic's selfie. Look at the shadow on the ground. Yeah, there's only Melodic's own shadow in the picture and this tentacle holding a phone. Is she Melodic from Phoebe's evolution? She's too smart. Yen Xiao. Melodic can surf the internet. Internet addict Melodic. When everyone suddenly realized this, Melodic had already started studying the content of the comment. Although she could not fully understand the meaning from the emojis and emoticons in the comment, she knew that everyone was praising her. Sure enough, as long as I evolve into Melodic, the whole world will praise me. Everyone should surrender to me. The master is really fascinated by me and only wrote a paper for me. He must love me to death. In the future, I will definitely live the best life, like the ending of the story of the prince and princess. Thinking of this, Melodic also looked around arrogantly at his companions around him with a proud look. Stupid female beast, the master loves me the most. As for everyone present, it's all garbage. A wave of ridicule came directly. Even Lin Chen had a headache. Melodic's social envy syndrome came again. Cheiji Tijipai on the side didn't understand anything, just curiously looking at the phone in Melodic's hand, but her hand was too short. Every time she wanted to get close to play with the phone, she would be blocked by her eggshell. Aha! Zorua was hiding in the shadows and beating Yan, looking like a person who was not interested in the world. It was so hard not to have to train hard, and it would be a shame not to get a good sleep. Yes. The grass tang snake on the side leaned aside and snorted disdainfully, but her eyes were always meaning herself. She was also a snake-shaped Pokemon and her body didn't seem to be slender enough. She wanted to be more beautiful. I don't know if it will be more beautiful than Melodic when it grows up. Then it can cling to its owner every day. But the premise is that the owner 873 asked her to constrict and she would reluctantly agree. More. Laren was eating poke blocks like crazy and only took a moment to look at Melodic, who was taking a selfie. This Melodic is a bit silly. What a stupid female beast. Then he looked at Bagon Net to him and the two guys started a eating contest. From here, Bagon, who was almost lying on the bowl, didn't have time to look at Melodic. She didn't want to think too much. What in the world is more enjoyable than eating? Seeing Laren stop, he ate harder. This poke blocks is so delicious. I have to eat more. And Melodic saw that Evie was already angry and shook tail whip again, which tasted a bit like a middle finger. Sylvian in Lin Chen's arms saw this scene and was so angry that the hair on his body plotted. The black air in his eyes rose and turned into scary face behind him. There was this human beast in front of him and there was a Melodic on the recliner. They were all 6N. But to resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. The rage in her heart could no longer be contained and she jumped out of Lin Chen's arms. She wanted to let Melodic know who was the queen. The terrifying fairy energy gathered, sweeping in all directions and turned into a mist. Misty terrain. Michi. Melodic was not to be outdone and the huge ice energy gathered and turned into ice crystals, lashing all over the sky, and the wind and snow began to gather. Blizzard is coming. Michi. Ice energy and fairy energy collided, freezing the pool. The atmosphere gradually became dangerous. Shura field ready to implode. Chapter 127 Nuclear PCs. Chansey Yandere Pokemon Management Method. Please collect. Please subscribe. Just when the two Pokemon were about to fight, Chansey came out wearing an apron and holding a mop. Lucky Chansey saw that she could not suppress the anger of both sides and looked at the huge energy fluctuations. She looked back at the spotless yard and made up her mind. So she took out an egg and threw it over. It flew between the two and plotted suddenly. Bang! Accompanied by the terrifying explosion sound, the terrifying storm swept and instantly suppressed the battle between the two Pokemon. Michi. Weather whether it is Sylvian or melodic. They were a little confused when they saw the terrifying explosion haze. The delicious eggs they usually eat, can they explode? Will they explode when they eat them in the future? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shudder. That scene is simply unimaginable. Chinzi looks kind and friendly, but unexpectedly she is also black when cut open. This is really a nuclear flattening day. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was about to persuade them to stop fighting, but he didn't expect Chinzi to directly transform into a self-propelled nuclear egg. Everywhere he went, everything was nuclear flattened. Sure enough, the pink hair, it will definitely be black if you cut it open. A person with obsessive compulsive disorder and misophobia hates it most when someone dirty the yard she clean. Once touched, she will turn into a pink devil. But since Chinzi has already started, Lin Chen will not sit idly by, otherwise it will be a three-way fight. Ahem. So he coughed lightly, making the two little guys snort, but they were not going to continue fighting. After all, if they make a fuss, they will be hated by their master. They are naturally not so stupid. As for new and old grudges, we will settle them together when we have the chance. Lucky. Seeing that her two companions calmed down, Chinzi suddenly became happy and patted her belly. Almost made the house she just cleaned dirty. Fortunately, it calmed down. Although an egg was consumed, as long as it can be kept clean, Chinzi thinks it is worth it. No matter life or death, as long as it is clean, it's fine. Chinzi tied the pink apron tightly with both hands and then made fried eggs for the Pokemon. As soon as he looked up, he saw Laren and Bagon looking over eagerly, and Sylvian and Melodic were also a little greedy. Chinzi had a happy smile on her face. Family is also important. Lin Chen naturally noticed this scene and couldn't help but smile. Looking at Chinzi with her hands on her hips, she looked like a big sister. Sure enough, if you want to get the heart of Pokemon, you have to control their stomach first. With Chinzi, Lin Chen was much more relaxed. With a gentle and generous personality, she has stopped dozens of Pokemon backyard fires and Shura Field. There were even several white learning scenes. Fortunately, at least Chinzi will not turn evil, which makes Lin Chen quite relieved. Although Sylvian calmed down, he was particularly angry when he saw Melodic showing off over there, and he was still extremely jealous. She made up her mind to make the master finish writing the paper about her evolution into Sylvian form as soon as possible to suppress Melodic's arrogance. Sure enough, the same SC repels each other. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The jealousy between women is terrible. Shen Yu watched the show with interest and had a delicious meal by the way and was envious. No wonder Lin Chen wanted a Chinzi. She was indeed a perfect big sister and her housekeeping was invincible. But even with her family conditions, it was not easy to apply for a Chinzi. I'm so envious. Shen Yu turned her grief and anger into appetite and treated Lin Chen as a local tycoon and left after eating and drinking. After sending Shen Yu away, Lin Chen's original smile disappeared, glanced at the two guys and said lightly, "You are like this when guests come?" Hearing this, Sylvian and Melodic both lowered their head and dared not look at him. Although they usually like to make trouble, they are also afraid that the master will be angry. Sylvian deliberately looked at Lin Chen with tears in her eyes and the pink ribbon fluttered, constricting his arm. Melodic on the side also rubbed his body with his head and said with a wronged look that he would not do such a mess in the future. Lin Chen was not angry in the first place and he even pretended not to see their secret competition. But today it became more and more intense and it evolved into an internal fight. He could not allow this, so he had to let them know his attitude. Otherwise similar things will happen net time. After a long time, Lin Chen's pression eased a little, but he still snorted coldly, "Net time you do this, I will punish you." As for words like abandonment, Lin Chen never said it, nor would he try. Because they are all his family members, he will not give up any family member, nor will he say such irresponsible and childish words. After all, he can feel that every Pokemon regards him as a support, and saying such words will only hurt their heart. Yi, Michi. Sylvian and Melodic nodded repeatedly, looking like good kids, and then began to rub Lin Chen's hand, trying to cheer him up. "You guys." Lin Chen laughed dumbly, but he felt helpless. Why do all his Pokemon have Yandere attribute? Could it be I have a hidden hatchet aura? Fortunately Chinzi is not. She can't be black, right? But this is too pitfall. The protagonists of general novels and animations also have harem characters, and they can convince people with reason through the method of sun abbreviation. But mine are all Pokemon. What's wrong? The title of the book is My Wife is Not a Human. But Lin Chen was just teasing. In the NET period of time, he strictly required Pokemon every day. After all, the college entrance examination is imminent, so they must adjust their EM status to the best. Although he is confident with Lin Chen's personality, he must be foolproof. After all this time, he is facing the top young strongmen from all over the country. Maybe there is a top second generation like Long Yuking who has mastered a Quasi-God Pokemon. As for the effect of that paper, it is still spreading further. A large number of scientific research masters are shocked and they all actively comment and forward it. They have determined that such scientific research result can be regarded as the biggest discovery in the the past decade, and the future of Lin Chen, the publisher of this paper, is limitless. Maybe he can become a top scientific researcher. This group of scientific research masters have developed a love for talent and have even started to ask people to send emails to Lin Chen. If such a genius is recruited, his scientific research career can be regarded as having successors. And on this day when Lin Chen was training Pokemon, a phone call came in. Now Lin Chen has set up a do not disturb unfamiliar phone calls, and he doesn't know where the colleges and laboratories across the country got his phone number from. He is almost bombarded with calls every day. At the beginning Lin Chen was polite, but it would be too time consuming if he called too much. And at this time Lin Chen took a look at the phone call. It was Principal Joe. The moment he saw it, Lin Chen understood in his heart, Principal Joe is late, but he is here. Lin Chen, I know you are very busy these days, so I did not disturb your training. After all, the college entrance examination is coming soon, but now I have a surprise for you. I hope you can come to school. The principal said this sentence quickly and accurately in one breath. It seems that he has rehearsed it many times in his mind. In fact, the principal was also stunned when he saw the hot search. He originally thought that before the college entrance examination Lin Chen's sensation might bring a certain fame to the school, but it would not be too exaggerated. After all, Lin Chen is still a student. At least he has to become a quasi-elite strongman to gain fame and fortune. As for whether he can become a quasi-elite strongman, he has enough confidence in Lin Chen. But confidence is confidence. He always feels that he has to wait at least 10 or 8 years before there will be a reward. At least he will emerge when he takes the college entrance examination. But he never expected that Lin Chen would directly publish his first paper, and he was at the peak at the beginning and became a scientific research genius certified by the Alliance. Just the proposal of this beauty level is enough to be recorded in the history of the entire Zyguo Alliance, and it is considered a rising scientific research star. Moreover, he also received some news. If the Zyguo Alliance can really turn Phoebus into a strategic Pokemon, it can be cultivated and evolved stably. It is very likely that the national strength will increase greatly, and Lin Chen's name will be sung forever by the Zyguo Alliance. Especially at this time, he has not graduated yet, and the only school that everyone remembers about him is Hangzhou No. 8 Qianzhao Middle School. Perhaps this time No. 8 Middle School can leave a name in the history of the Alliance. Then as the principal, won't he also get some benefit? After all, in life fame and fortune are inevitable. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, Principal Joe, I appreciate your kindness. I won't go to your place for tea recently. After hearing this, the principal said repeatedly, this time it's not for tea. I really have a big surprise for you. You must come to school. Lin Chen was not interested, mainly because he really had enough money recently, so there was no need to go to the principal to get some money. He wanted to see what tricks this old FO could come up with. It's impossible for him to hang himself on the wall and burn incense and worship Buddha every day. It just so happens that there are not many things to do these days, so it's not impossible to go there. It's just right to register for the college entrance examination. In addition, although Principal Joe is a little unreliable, he has helped him a lot. Lin Chen will naturally not refuse his face. But what surprise will this stingy old monster have for himself? Lin Chen thought about it and asked curiously, what surprise? Principal Joe laughed and said, your enlarged statue ridge. Cough cough cough. P.S. There are 2 more updates NET which will lead to new plot. It's so difficult to transition from daily life. It's still fun for everyone. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 128. The list that shocked the entire alliance. The demon of the Kellen era. He was erected into a statue before he died, being watched by people every day. Hearing this, Lin Chen decisively pressed his firm attitude and rejected the principal's weird idea. If he really did that, he would be too embarrassed to go out. The most important thing is that he has not become an elite, and being too high profile can easily become a joke. The most important thing is that he is too social. Lin Chen complained in his heart and rejected the proposal righteously. The principal was very sorry, but he did not force him to continue. Instead, he asked Lin Chen to come to the school to give a class when he was free. No statue was erected. This little thing cannot be refused. It turns out that he was waiting for me here. Lin Chen immediately understood that this was the principal's real routine. Just like what Mr. Lu Sun said, people always like to reconcile and compromise. For example, if you say that this room is too dark and you want to open a skylight here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate tearing down the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open the skylight. Principal Joe's real name is Zhou Shu. I didn't expect that he really has some of Zhou Shuren's essence. Although Lin Chen complained in his heart, he didn't refuse. After all, the principal has always been very good to him, and it doesn't take much time to go back to school to give lectures. By the way, you can also go and get some wool. Just when Lin Chen hung up the phone, an announcement from the Alliance Pokemon Research Institute Institute was released and it instantly became a hot search. The content of the announcement is the list of Pokemon junior researchers, and the first one is Lin Chen. You must know that the status of junior researchers is equivalent to some senior university teachers, and intermediate researchers are comparable to top university teachers. As for senior researchers, they are comparable to professors. And now it is announced before the college entrance examination, which is obviously aimed at Lin Chen. It was also to prevent him from being snatched away by other alliances, so the Xiaoguo alliance simply took the initiative. As soon as the news came out, as usual, it was on the hot search first. But this time netizens were much calmer. Why are you making so much noise? Sit down. Isn't this the basic operation of Lin Chen? I have been shocked so many times that I am already calm. It would be strange if Lin Chen didn't have a researcher certification to come up with such a new concept as beauty. From now on, Xiaoguo is likely to become the alliance with the most melodic, and Lin Chen is the father of melodic. Lin Chen YYDS. I have a feeling that Lin Chen is likely to become a mid-level researcher when he graduates from college. Too small as imagined, at least senior. No one. Do you think you will become a professor? You're overthinking. Professor is a title that only people who have made great contributions to the world are eligible to obtain. Lin Chen can only become a top researcher at most. He is too young unless he has a similar epoch-making topic. How could there be such a topic? One such topic is enough to study for a lifetime. Yes, I hope that beauty can be popularized as soon as possible, and it would be best to develop a machine that can detect it. If it really succeeds, it will create an era too evil. In previous years this news would only spread in the academic community, but because of Lin Chen it spread in the public eye. The internet was boiling. Whether jealous or not, it was clear that Lin Chen's future was destined to soar. As for his identity as a powerful trainer, it was ignored by most people. At this time, Lin's father, who had been promoted to the company's supervisor, looked at his mobile phone, which was the latest list of junior scientific researchers announced by the alliance, and his e-press Zion was extremely e-cited. And Lin's father was surrounded by a bunch of colleagues at this time, and the continuous praise made him very happy. Old Lin, you really gave birth to a good son. He is handsome and can do scientific research. Now the league has directly selected him as a rising star in the scientific research community. His future is limitless. My child only knows how to eat and drink, hiding in the room to watch what is that cartoon called? Look at the child of Director Lin. There is really a big difference. Old Lin, I have a daughter who is still studying abroad. I will ask her to come back tomorrow so that young people can get to know her, okay? A group of people are very enthusiastic and hope to have more relationships with Father Lin. After all, a Hangzhou Youth League champion plus a future scientific research star, the superposition of the two identities has destined Lin Chen to move up to the upper class and become a future dignitary. Even if you can't make friends, at least you can't offend him. Today is a good day. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Father Lin responded repeatedly with a smile on his face. They have struggled for decades, but they have never been able to make their family rich. Unexpectedly, their son is so capable that he has become a national-level scientific researcher before graduation. The future is even more limitless. Maybe he will become a top national scientific researcher, a true mega genius. Lin's mother nodded happily, but they were not stupid. They rejected many strange requests and only exchanged pleasantries with them. I can treat you to a meal, but do you want my son to owe you a favor? Not possible. Although they are just ordinary employees and cannot provide assistance to my son, they will not be a burden to my son. But when you become stronger, the whole world will become a good person. Lin Qingguan, who was in class at number 8 middle school, heard the special attention notification tone turned on her mobile phone and was stunned when she saw this announcement. Although she knew that this was inevitable, she didn't expect it to come so soon. A junior Pokemon researcher, this is much better than a high school teacher. Lin Qingguan couldn't help but smile bitterly and murmured in a voice that only she could hear, the gap with him is getting farther and farther. I can only see his back. Do I really have a chance? On the other side, Li Feng and Chu Zener also saw the announcement one after another with a complicated look. They all knew that they would never catch up with Lin Chen. Some people are born to be dragons. Once they encounter wind and clouds, they soar above the 9 heavens. In just 2 months, Lin Chen has done so many amazing things. In the future, he may have the opportunity to stand on the top of the world, but they will not be jealous, but they are all happy for Lin Chen from the bottom of their heart. In the NET few days, in addition to daily Pokemon training, Lin Chen also took the time to pay attention to the market price fluctuations of Phoebus and Prism scale. After all, this is also related to his previous plan. If the market reaction is far from what he expected, then the plan to sell courses will be out of the question. However, as expected by Lin Chen, after the paper was thoroughly fermented, the entire network was boiling. The price of Phoebus sword and Prism scale was even more out of stock. From the initial Luyuri goods used by the rich to compete, it has become a strategic resource for Pokemon evolution. Even Even the Alliance has reduced the sale of Prism scale and started scientific research. Everything went as Lin Chen had imagined. Now all he had to do was wait. When all their evolution experiments failed, someone would naturally find him. But all this still needed time to ferment. Since Lin Chen received the invitation to become a junior Pokemon researcher, he was the researcher who issued the certificate and was pulled into the chat group of the National Pokemon Research Institute. As soon as he entered the group, he received more than 10 friend requests in a row, all wanting to learn about this topic. After all, in their opinion, being able to participate in the Phoebus evolution topic once successful may become a senior scientific researcher, and at this time it is natural to have a good relationship with Lin Chen, the discoverer of the topic. Only he knows the concept of beauty best. Lin Chen looked at this long list of friend requests, but he did not refuse. After all, these are all connections, so he agreed to them all. As for the request, he declined them all. Sharing knowledge for nothing, not happening. It is necessary to get some wool, and Lin Chen did not want to let the Alliance know the tricks of evolution so quickly, otherwise his plan to sell courses would be ruined. On the other hand, Lin Chen had to be low-key because he knew that he now relied mostly on the eye of all-knowing and the knowledge of his previous life. Once you have in-depth communication, it is easy to pose the problem of insufficient knowledge. After all, when I wrote the paper, I just relied on cramming. In terms of professional knowledge, there is still a certain gap compared with those guys who became Pokemon researchers by hard power. So Lin Chen plans to start studying during this period to improve his scientific research professional knowledge reserve. So he agreed to all his friends, but they all refused by preparing for the college entrance examination and had no time to continue research. The rest of them had nothing to say. After all, you can't let people not take the college entrance examination, right? Although they are researchers, their emotional intelligence may not be high, but they don't feel stupid. And in the end, a system-certified avatar came to add himself. After taking a look at the avatar, Lin Chen naturally recognized researcher Zhou Zhang. He invited himself online several times before, and even this time he didn't hesitate to destroy his image to come to helping hand to improve his reputation. This is a real show of goodwill. How could he not see it? After thinking about it, Lin Chen chose to agree, but soon moved it to the message do not disturb category. On the other side, Zhou Zhang had sent a bunch of messages with great enthusiasm, but they fell into the sea without causing any waves. Suddenly I felt a little tired. It seems that I am really adding a goddess. After all, in the eyes of scientific researchers, a brand new topic is much more attractive than a so-called beauty. However, although Zhou Zhang was very enthusiastic, Lin Chen still said that everything would be discussed after the college entrance examination. Although Zhou Zhang replied that he understood, on the surface he actually wanted to catch Lin Chen for research. Such a mega genius, why go to the college entrance examination? What's the point of fighting and killing? Be a top scientific researcher and countless people will collect resources with just one sentence. This is the real way to open it. You can even apply for elite level protection. Research and development is the kingly way. However, Lin Chen didn't know Zhou Zhang's shouting, and he didn't have time to pay attention to it. He continued to study and master the skills of the fairy system. A few days later, Shen Yu contacted him again and brought a heavy news. Chapter 129 Team Sandstorm takes shape. Bagon mutates and evolves a new paper that rewrites the world pattern. Some people hope that he can help customize the evolution of Phoebus. As time goes by, many people find that simply using Prism scale does not seem to allow Phoebus to evolve directly, but the concept of beauty does work. Admittedly, Phoebus has become a little more beautiful and has changed a little, but it is still so useless. Still a fighter among garbage. It is completely different from the ugly fish shown in Lin Chen's video. This makes everyone understand that there are actually some tricks to evolution. If it is an ordinary Pokemon, give up and give up. But Melodic is known as the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Not only is it a face value, but it is also a powerful water-type Pokemon. Naturally, it attracts many top second generations. So in order to get a Melodic, they also work hard and soon thought of Lin Chen. Wanting Lin Chen to help is much more meaningful than their random experiment. As for money, they don't have much of anything but a lot of money. It's just that because Lin Chen is too low-key, they can't find his contact information at all, so they found Shen Yu, who is also from the second generation. Not long after Lin Chen received the message, Shen Yu called him. Lin Chen, are you free recently? Many of my friends here are begging me to ask you if you can help Phoebus evolution. Lin Chen laughed in his heart when he heard this, as if he saw a group of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. After all, part of the purpose of Lin Chen's publication of the paper is to collect resources and expand his network. Especially before the strength reaches the elite level, it will not be taken seriously by these big families and it is difficult to connect with them. But researchers are different. Researchers have knowledge. Knowledge is power. Especially this kind of epoch-making knowledge will inevitably make these upper-class families fight for it. Unlike evil organizations. These top families don't like fighting and killing but like to abide by the rule. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. After all, they control 80% of the alliance's wealth and resources. In Lin Chen's opinion, they are all first-class Li. Lin Chen pretended to be very helpless and sighed, "You know, the college entrance examination is coming soon, so I'm busy now training Pokemon." After hearing Lin Chen's words, Shen Yu was also a little embarrassed. It is indeed a bit excessive to ask for help with Pokemon evolution when others are about to take the college entrance examination. If it affect the college entrance examination, it will be a serious sin. Thinking of this, Shen Yu sighed and said regretfully, "Okay, then I will help you reject them." Just when Shen Yu was thinking about how to reject her friend in the future, a cough made her plan her word. "Ahem, but it's not like we can't discuss it," Lin Chen said softly, showing a capitalist kind smile. "Then it would be too late for me to cry." After hearing this, "If you don't understand what Lin Chen means, you are really a fool." Shen Yu reacted immediately, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Good guy, it turns out that you are a money man just to raise the price, but they are indeed rich, so it's okay to kill them, just don't go too far. Anyway, these guys have dared to say that I am crazy when I am a prosecutor. I am very curious about how these people will be slaughtered by you." Haha. Lin Chen smiled and said softly, "But customize Phoebe's evolution, that fine, but I also have some requirements here." Shen Yu nodded and said, "You can just ask, as long as it's not too outrageous they can achieve it." After all, in her opinion, Phoebe's evolution is too great. It's difficult. Even Lin Chen, the proposer of the subject, did not achieve it that easily. It is estimated that at most he only succeeded a few. However, as long as 1 or 2 successes are achieved, it will be enough to establish Lin Chen's status in the scientific research community. As long as she failed, the worst she could do was help and say some nice word, and Lin Chen wouldn't get into trouble. Lin Chen didn't know that Shen Yu was beginning to consider the consequences of failure for himself and put forward conditions. The first point is that he must have seen Phoebes. After all, not all Phoebes can evolve. Only those with good qualifications will have the opportunity to evolve. The probability of ordinary Phoebes evolution is too low, and it is easy to ruin one's own brand. The second requirement is that the JoJo who cultivates evolution needs to be sent to him and bring his own prism scale. Today's prism scale prices are astronomical. He is here to cut leaks, not to give out benefit. The third point is that the process is absolutely confidential and no leakage is allowed. Shen Yu had no objection to this. They were all normal conditions and he nodded in agreement. Lin Chen was also very happy. As for how to cultivate him, his plan was to have Melodic personally take care of him and cultivate his self-confidence. After all, beauty is not just about appearance. It also requires inner beauty and confidence. Beautiful from the inside out. If this is the true meaning of beauty, most people wouldn't think of this, at least not in the past 2 years. Mastering this information gap coupled with the energy stimulation of the life jewel is enough to evolve a lot of Milotic and make a lot of money. Then Lin Chen also planed the cost SI million for one. The price is much higher than that of a Royal 3 with excellent qualifications, but most of the time the Royal 3 is priceless and will be snapped up as soon as it appears, and it is just a unit of measurement. As the most beautiful Pokemon and the overlord of water type, Melodic is worthy of the price. In addition, Lin Chen also provides other payment methods such as redeeming it with a skill learning machine of equal value. The reason why I put this forward is that many skill machines cannot be purchased by themselves, and these families have a large amount of inventory. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen proposed the type of changeable skill learning machine. For example, Sandstorm, Earthquake, Heavy Impact, Blizzard and other skills are the main skills needed in your team. Sandstorm in particular is the core skill of the weather team. Heavy Impact is the most suitable skill for Laren. It exerts its power according to its weight. Coupled with Laren's dream characteristic Heavy Metal, which doubles his weight and his super huge size, it is simply a magical skill. After Shen Yu finished recording, he said he would discuss it himself. Unexpectedly, a few days later, 3 companies actually agreed. I have to say, there are really many rich people. Not only that, they also happily paid in advance without considering whether Lin Chen would take the money and run away with him. One company pays for 3 skill learning machines and the second company chose to use 4 million plus in skill learning machine. The last one used 5 million to add the skill learning machine. Lin Chen was a little surprised to see that the Sandstorm skill was only worth 1 million, but then he thought about it. After all, the weather team was not popular yet, so the Sandstorm skill was so cheap. Although there was no major impact, Lin Chen was already very satisfied. The first wave of courses alone made him 18 million and the cash alone was close to 10 million. This is much faster than cashing out his hard work using poke blocks. Moreover, the number of courses can be further expanded. After all, this information will be leaked sooner or later, so it is better to use it to harvest and accumulate contacts in advance. In fact, Lin Chen also knew very well that the first company that could provide 3 skill machines was probably not the second generation, but the Xia Kingdom Alliance. They also want to always melodic as research. This is also Shen Yu's real mission. However, Lin Chen pretended not to know about this anyway. He just collected money. Anyway, the Xiaoguo Alliance treated him well. He was just doing a deal. Then not long after, 3 Phoebas were sent. After Lin Chen looked at the qualifications of the 3 Phoebas, they were all above green, especially the one of the Xiaoguo Alliance, which was as blue, and they were all in good condition, and it seemed that they had been checked by Pokemon breeders in advance. Although it is impossible to see the qualifications like Lin Chen, it can also be distinguished and selected from aspects such as bone strength, which are selected from countless Phoebas. It is also rare. Since the requirements have been met, Lin Chen readily agreed and then threw it to Melodic to take with him, and he became a hands-off shopkeeper. However, when he saw these 3 Phoebas, Melodic refused without thinking. Meow. Melodic looked proud. She is a noble princess. Unlike ordinary Phoebas, it is a melodic cub. As for these stupid fellows, how can they live with me? Lin Chen also talked about this and said calmly, well, you take these 3 with you and I will give you 3 poke blocks every day. Melodic hesitated after hearing this. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Chen showed the Blizzard learning machine and said softly, take these 3 with you to cultivate your self-confidence, and then you can learn more powerful skills. This skill can trigger Blizzard and freeze everything. After listening to Lin Chen's description of Blizzard skills, Melodic felt yearning as if he had seen what he would look like when he released Blizzard, freezing the earth with one thought. It's so cool. After all, since evolution, Melodic has always wanted to be the big sister of the team. As long as he learns such a powerful skill, it's not easy to beat the rest of the guys, especially the ice skills. Laren, who is a natural counter to the steel skill. Thinking of this, Melodic happily started to teach with 3 Phoebas. Meow. She stood in front of the 3 Phoebas, showing her figure with a sacred glow, making her look like a fairy from heaven. The 3 Phoebas stared at Melodic blankly and fell into deep shock. 0. As for her flowers, such a beautiful posture made them feel deeply inferior, and at the same time a trace of covet was born. Can they also become so beautiful? The first step is to teach them to become 1/10 house anth of their own confidence. By the way, start teaching your own philosophy of life. For example, how to become a social phobic fan. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. As for whether he could evolve, he was not sure. Anyway, the time period was 2 years. At most, if he failed, he would get double the money back. At that time, he would not care about such a small amount of money. Now, getting these resources to cultivate Pokemon is the most important thing. Moreover, he has absolute confidence in the idea of beauty. Sylvian, who was standing by, was envious of this scene. These days, the master is always with Melodic. She always feels that the master pays less attention to her. It makes Sylvian very uncomfortable. She wants to stick with the master all the time. Sylvian rubbed Lin Chen's arm with her head, and the pink bow jumped and constricted his hand. Lin Chen also understood what Sylvian meant. She also wanted to appear in the master's paper. She wanted to get his recognition. In Eevee's heart, the master is its whole world. Therefore, she covet herself has value and has been praised by the master. Lin Chen felt Eevee's mood change, picked him up and said with a smile, in fact, your paper has been written a long time ago, but now is not the right time. After all, your paper involved too much and is likely to cause big problems. It will take some time to prepare. Lin Chen did not lie to her. The paper was indeed written a long time ago, but it was not so easy to publish it because Eevee's Sylvian form is related to a huge secret fairy series, a series that is enough to make dragon Pokemon fall from the altar. Once it is announced, it will be enough to cause a big earthquake. Even the pattern of the 8 major alliances will be rewritten. Even if he is now, he will cause trouble. In the final analysis, it is because of his lack of strength. When he has enough strength, he will definitely make this paper public. Only then can he reap the most benefit. Feeling the master's intentions, Sylvian is no longer wrong. The pink silk flutters, saving the protagonist and rubbing Lin Chen's cheek with his head. Yi, the meaning of my life is for the master. As long as the master is by my side, everything is fine. Lin Chen also felt Sylvian's feelings and hugged her tightly. Yandere, you have to keep a close eye on her. If left alone, he might turn evil someday. He didn't want to be hit by a few hatchets. This is the Pokemon world, which is much more dangerous than Changji's. May Changji's head bless you. In the following days, all Pokemon continued the training plan, and Lin Chen also increased their intake of Pokeblock. After all, the increase in training intensity also greatly increased energy consumption. At the same time, the irradiation of life gems will be arranged every day to radiate energy and promote the improvement of life levels. Even the 3 Phoebas were irradiated for 10 minutes every day without knowing it, to promote the probability of evolution. At the same time, several Pokemon also got their corresponding skill machines to start learning. However, unlike learning skills directly in the game, the skill machine in reality is more like a video of E-Play Nation. The instructors in it are elite level strongmen. They left a power mark with the power of law in the machine, which can let Pokemon directly perceive and master the ability after watching the video. However, all machines can only be used 3 times. Once used up, they will become invalid regardless of whether they have learned it or not. However, Laren and Melodic are both talented, so they naturally learned it in one go, and the skill machine can be used by other Pokemon in the future. Bagon has not learned the skill machine for the time being, and because of its congenital defects, forced learning will affect its aptitude recovery. In order to improve its aptitude as soon as possible, Lin Chen asked it to hold the life gem rest at night. It can be said that he was worried to death. However, the effect is also obvious. Bagon has grown rapidly recently. If it continues like this, it will soon be able to return to blue aptitude. I thought that such days would continue until the college entrance examination, but I didn't expect that after a day of training Bagon suddenly changed. P.S. A big chapter of 700 words. Guess what Bagon's change is? It will definitely be exciting, and then I will introduce some of my own settings, and I will not let you down. Please collect, please subscribe, please monthly ticket, please flowers, please comment. Chapter 130. A posture comparable to that of a mythical beast, a return to the original Bagon. Please collect, please subscribe. Originally, Lin Chen had let the Pokemon train on their own. After all, the coaching these days has made them all proficient in the core skills and divided their own training areas for the Pokemon. The courtyard is the most spacious, so Laren is trained, and the swimming pool is the world of Melodic and the 3 Phoebas. The remaining Zoruatajipai and Sylveon are all training to improve their mental strength so they calm mind in the quieter indoors. Bagon and the grass snake are of similar levels, and the body training methods are similar, so they are placed in the smaller backyard. But unexpectedly, it was this backyard that suddenly caught fire, and the flame was Bagon. The grass snake was moving quickly on the eaves training its FLE ability, and suddenly heard a roar. From Bagon's voice was different from the usual childishness. This roar was filled with pain and uncontrollable irritability. The sharp grass vine snake immediately looked at the ground, only to see Bagon crouching on the ground first, and then it seemed that some power was suppressed in his body. What is this guy doing? At this moment, Bagon's eyes are red. The originally blue skin is covered with golden lines like a series of magic circuit flashing with dark golden light, looking twisted and powerful. It's like an ancient dragon overlord returning from ancient time. Roar! Bagon let out a shocking dragon roar. The roar echoed and a strong wind swept around him, raising the sand. Red's eyes were boiling with murderous intent. Salamence was originally a brutal dragon species. At this moment, the murderous intent in Bagon's heart was completely aroused. He opened his bloody mouth, condensed a golden light, and the terrifying pressure spread. The grass vine snake immediately realized that things were not good because this ability was used by the previous Salazzle before it died. Dragon type special skill 1, Dragon Pull. Boom! Huge energy gathered in Bagon's mouth, and then a beam of light with dragon power as thick as 2 arms shot out and directly hit a boulder placed in the yard of the villa. Bang! After a loud bang, the boulder was instantly blown to pieces and scattered gravel spread out, turning into a rain of stone. The grass vine snake frowned and jumped off the eave. Such a big noise, and it also broke the decorative stone. If it disturbed the owner, he would definitely be scolded. No, I joined the team earlier. If I don't stop it, I will definitely be punished. On weekdays, Lin Chen not only strictly trains Pokemon but also warns them that they must treat their companions as family members. Since they are family members, they must have a sense of responsibility to protect their family members. Just as the grass vine snake was thinking, Bagon's body was covered with golden lines that became brighter and brighter and even evolved into blood color. It flashes with brilliance every second as if it is breathing, looking extremely sacred and powerful. The lines spread all the way from Bagon's abdomen, and the irregular lines tended as if an ancient spell was engraved in it. At this time, Bagon suddenly moved and his body shot out. Compared with usual, his speed and strength were improved by more than a level, and unlike his usual cowardly character, at this moment Bagon became extremely violent and fierce, using the pressure of a dragon all over his body, making the grass snake feel a sense of oppression. The grass snake was also swift and resolute and immediately shot out, approaching Bagon with a quick attack to prevent the opponent from destroying Gaga. But Bagon was already in a state of rage, facing the grass snake's sucker punch. Since he did not dodge or evade and let the opponent rush in, he met it with a fierce tackle. Boom! The two collided and the terrifying distance swept, making a dull sound like a huge bell. Although it was the active attacker, the grass snake fell into the disadvantage and was directly knocked away by Bagon. The grass snake was also extremely shocked. Although it had not yet evolved, Bagon's strength at this moment was completely beyond the entry-level level and was even not inferior to some professional mid-level Pokemon. What happened? The grass tang snake was confused, but after long-term training and the radiation of the life gem, its strength was no less than that of a professional. It twisted its body in the air and its tail quickly tapped the wall to relieve the force and distance itself. Seeing that this attack was completely ineffective, the grass tang snake's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, but it quickly made a decision. Because it could feel that Beigon seemed to be in pain, the grass energy surged wildly in its body. Jia-chiang. The net moment, 4 vine whips shot out, quickly intertwined in the air, forming a large net that covered the past. Roar. Beigon with red eyes did not dodge, and the blood gold lines on his body shone, and then he kicked his hind leg and rushed up to the vine net. The corners of the grass tang snake's mouth had not yet risen. She suddenly realized the crisis and hurriedly tried to avoid it, but Beigon's speed and strength had greatly increased after the mutation. The net moment, Beigon, who was covered by vine whip, continued to charge at the grass snake. It was difficult to dodge after using vine whip and was immediately knocked away by the headbutt, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gaga. Beigon, who suppressed the grass snake, forgot the pain for a short time and became excited. He finally stood up. Finally, he is no longer the weakest in the team. Thinking of this, Beigon was very emotional, and the mysterious energy in his body surged rapidly. He couldn't help but want to release Dragon Pulse again and shot in one direction through the courtyard. Melodic, who was originally teaching the 3 Phoebas in the courtyard, was in a good mood. These little guys made rapid progress and are now much braver. Their self-confidence increased very quickly. I believe that in a short time they will be able to stand on their own and be 1% of what they were before evolution. Phoebas also received social phobia education and began to spit bubbles with a kind of spirit that looked down on the world, ready to sweep everything with great vigor. Boom. However, a dragon pulse suddenly came and it plotted directly on the edge of the pool, causing even the water waves in the pool to tremble violently. The terrifying dragon power frightened the 3 Phoebas and quickly shrank into the bottom of the water. After a while of fleeing, they turned directly into turtles and hid in the corner. Seeing this scene, Melodic almost plotted with anger, and his tail swung violently, directly raising a huge water column which turned into a patter of raindrops and fell. It took a lot of effort to teach the Phoebas a little confidence, but they were beaten back to their original form. Damn it! Melodic was extremely rage in his heart and immediately looked for the source of the movement. After seeing Beigon in the smoke and dust, he killed him directly. Melodic had always disliked Beigon and now new and old hatred came to his mind, so he was not going to show mercy. Shimi. Melodic's mouth instantly condensed a large amount of ice energy, and even the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. A psi beam gushed out and the target was the dragon-type Beigon. The huge level difference did not allow the opponent to dodge, and he was hit by the psi beam on the spot. Crack. The place hit by the psi beam instantly condensed into ice and then spread, but the blood gold lines on Beigon's body shone and he was able to resist the spread of psi beam for a short time. Although Melodic was very rage, he did not lose his mind. In order not to hurt Beigon, he reduced the power of the skill to 0. But even so, this attack would freeze even a superior level dragon-type Pokemon immediately. But it did not stop Beigon's actions. Even Melodic was a little shocked. You know, they are a whole level apart. Bang! As the blood gold lines shone, the ice on Beigon's body melted and turned into small pieces of ice that fell to the ground. Roar! Beigon with red eyes had sobered up a little at this time, but the mysterious power in his body was still surging, causing him to fall into a frenzy. He looked at Melodic and roared, "Ye!" However, before Beigon, if there is any movement, a strong fairy energy will sweep over. The net moment, Beigon is tied up by a pink ribbon and falls to the ground wrapped like a zongzi. The natural ring of fairy energy instantly suppresses the dragon energy. It even directly suppresses the spread of the mysterious energy. Beigon still wants to struggle, but Sylvian moves faster and the misty terrain rises, continuously eroding the dragon energy. The energy is cut off and the body is still in the helping hand. Beigon can't move. This scene is just like a father beating his son. It is worthy of being called the Dragon Slayer EV-19. After the mysterious power was contained, Beigon also woke up, looked down and immediately had a bitter face. The Sylvian it feared the most is here, and making such a big noise will definitely be punished by the owner. Maybe the rations will be deducted. For a dragon who eats a lot, this is simply a death sentence. Yee. At this time, Sylvian glanced at it proudly and cast a disdainful look at Melodic. Can't even deal with a Beigon noob. Sylvian was in a good mood immediately and finally found Melodic's weakness. Meow. Melodic was furious. If she wasn't afraid of hurting Beigon, she would have been able to wipe out the other party in an instant. I didn't expect that this stinky FO would have caught the opportunity to mock her. I'm so angry. What happened? And Lin Chen, who was originally studying the paper, also heard the noise and rushed over. Looking at the messy yard, his eyes fell on Beigon randomly. Looking at the mysterious golden lines like an ancient dragon walking out of the depths of time, even Lin Chen was stunned. This is the original return. P.S. The first update is asking for collection. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 131, Supreme Dragon Emperor Organ with me, Eevee. There is heaven. Please collect. Please subscribe. The changes that that happened to Bagon at this time. Such blood gold lines. Lin Chen had seen something similar before, and that is the line on Kyogre and Groudon, but Bagon's current appearance is more like two first-level gods after primitive regression. In the anime 1000 years ago, a huge meteorite fell into the ocean, cracking the earth and letting natural energy gush out. Kyogre and Groudon were able to return to their original state, and later people built Pseudopolis City on the meteorite crater. Primitive regression in a sense is similar to Mega Evolution, but it is more advanced. It is a law form. The same is true for the Emperor organ of the sky god Lycangza. They are all special forms that do not require humans' keystones and evolutionary stones to evolve. They only need to swallow meteorites to continue energy. After opening, you can multiply your own power. These two beasts can also use two different gems in the game to perform primitive regression respectively, and even Groudon can have an additional fire attribute. Unfortunately, it still can't fly. However, this primitive regression, similar to Mega Evolution, can increase its own strength by a level, allowing them to truly return to the ranks of top-level god. It's just that those who can return to the original state are at least beasts with authority. How could it happen to a quasi-god Pokemon like Bagon? Is it because of the day and night illumination of the life gem? Or did Bagon obtain one of the powers of creation, the Dragon Stone 06 plate origin? If so, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he opened the all-knowing eye and quickly scanned Bagon's body. The talent was directly improved by a large amount, reaching the level of dark blue, and it is estimated that it will turn blue or even higher soon. And a large amount of data quickly emerged in Lin Chen's eyes and soon found the root cause of Bagon's physical abnormality. Stomach. A special mysterious organ was born in the stomach of Bagon's abdomen, and huge dragon energy gathered around it. This energy surged in the stomach, and after the mysterious organ ended, it solidified and dispersed and finally was purified, turning into a stream of golden energy eluding an ancient and powerful breath. Obviously, the purified dragon energy seems to be a more mysterious power, close to the power of law but a little different. Lin Chen temporarily called it the power of the Dragon King. In other words, Bagon actually gave birth to something similar to Rayquaza's Emperor organ, the Dragon King's stomach. Although it has not yet taken shape, it looks far from the Emperor organ now, but it also has unlimited potential. At least from the current power, Bagon actually mastered the Dragon Pulse by himself and can use it to smash boulders, and even has a certain resistance to the restrained ice system. Of course, if it is a real Emperor organ using the Sky Overlord Rayquaza to release that Dragon Pulse, one blow can destroy the entire city. A real blow to destroy the city. Now the so-called lines on Bagon's body are more like a manifestation of the law level. Once activated, it can greatly increase its speed and strength and mobilize dragon energy at the same time. Although it is superficial, it still makes Lin Chen very surprised. At the beginning, when I captured Bagon, I was thinking of using the life gem to repair his talent. It was just a joke, but I didn't expect that a special organ would actually appear. The creators slate YYDS. It is indeed the origin of all dragons. It is so awesome. Although I sighed in my heart, the secret contained in the life gem attracted Lin Chen more and more. Why didn't the other Pokemon change except Laren, especially now that Bagon has a special organ? What is the cause of this? If there is a trace to follow and a pattern to find, then can all Pokemon be upgraded? Then one of my Pokemon teams may be able to fight against the legendary beast. Lin Chen looked at Bagon in confusion. When he was thinking, he suddenly saw that there was only an empty rope left on Bagon's neck, and the ancient champion level Dragon Fang on it was gone. You lost the Dragon Fang? Lin Chen asked curiously. Normally Bagon always wears it tightly. He would make a fuss if he took it off for a while when taking a bath. Did he lose it when he was crazy just now? From me. Bagon had completely recovered his lucidity at this time. He shook his head when he heard his master's question and was a little confused. He recalled his previous memories and pointed to his stomach, which roughly meant, eat it. Oh, it turns out to be shit. It was eaten. Lin Chen was also shocked. Can this thing still be eaten? This is an ancient dragon teeth with immortal characteristics, a champion level prop. With Bagon's current strength, even if he gnaws it to death, he can't crunch it. However, Lin Chen also thought of something. Through the helping hand of the Eye of All-Knowing, he roughly understood what happened. That is when Bagon was training today, the Dragon Fang turned into powder and merged into his body. At that time, Bagon felt that his strength had become stronger, and then he went berserk. He thought that after defeating the grass snake he would be fine. He was beaten badly. Sylveon was really terrible, Bagon muttered in his heart, and when he saw the boulders around him that were broken by him, he immediately realized that he had made a big mistake and lowered his head to wait for the scolding of the weak, pitiful and helpless. After all, he likes his master very much and doesn't want to be hated by his master. Don't think about getting away with it. Your training volume will double NET time. Lin Chen laughed when he saw Bagon's appearance. He naturally wouldn't scold Bagon. After all, he lost his mind due to the energy shock, and it wasn't wasn't intentional destruction, but the punishment still has to be punished. Bagon was not panicked when he heard that his food would not be deducted and patted his chest saying that it was not a big deal. Lin Chen was angry and funny about this heartless little guy, but he also roughly understood it. It should be that this champion level dragon teeth underwent a mutation under the energy of the life gem and merged into Bagon's body, thus combining to form a special organ. It can accumulate energy and transform Bagon into a new form. Lin Chen was very happy about this. After all, the ancient dragon fang is very precious and champion level, but it is still an eternal object, and this dragon emperor stomach bag is indeed similar to the divine organ of the emperor of Rayquaza, which can be comparable to the power of a first level god, and it can perform the original regression that only the divine beasts are exclusive to. So after careful consideration, Lin Chen named it the dragon emperor organ, the dragon emperor form, and he was looking forward to it. You must know that Bagon's final form of Salamins can mega evolution. If this dragon emperor form can be superimposed, it is not a simple 1+1 but a qualitative change. In the battle between the more powerful Pokemon, the slightest difference will affect the final victory or defeat. Bagon has a Dragon King form that can multiply his power, which is enough to defeat his peers. Even challenging a higher level is as easy as eating and drinking. Even if Bagon evolves to Salamins, he may be able to compete with the beast and become the real master of the sky. But before that, let's test whether the frenzy can be controlled, otherwise the madman will be weakened. Lin Chen was ready to experiment with the effect of this Dragon King form, so he gave the order, Bagon, enter the form just now. From here, Bagon respected his master's order 100%. His legs sank and the mysterious organ in his stomach surged, constantly purifying the dragon energy. The blood gold lines quickly covered his blue skin, which looked ferocious and domineering. Then, under the detection of the eye of all-knowing, dozens of comparisons began. They didn't stop until Bagon fell down from hunger. Geely 877, who was cleaning the yard because of his obsessive compulsive disorder and couldn't stand the mess, saw this scene and took Bagon to eat. Although the process was a bit difficult, the rewards were huge. Lin Chen concluded through various experiments that Bagon in the Dragon King form could increase his speed and strength times, and the defense power has also been significantly improved, and the power of dragon skills has skyrocketed. It's just that this form cannot be maintained for long and it requires a lot of physical strength. In addition to the ordinary food that is provided to maintain the Bagon, it also requires high purity energy to supply it. In other words, before activating the Dragon King's organs, one needs to eat a large amount of perfect quality poke blocks to accumulate energy in the stomach, and ordinary poke blocks that are not pure enough will not work. Must be perfect quality poke block. It seems that the perfect quality poke blocks contain some kind of special energy, which is not only as simple as improving talents but can also be used to activate the Dragon King form. Lin Chen watched Bagon holding dragon type poke block and eating them happily after completing the experiment. From give, Bagon looked at his owner happily, showing his white teeth. It looked like he would be able to eat more poke blocks in the future. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Now Bagon's expenses have doubled again and he has become a real money-sucking tycoon. Although he complained in his heart, Lin Chen was in a good mood. Compared with the improvement of his strength, these are all meaningful. After all, as long as you have enough strength, money is easily available. However, Bagon's mutation made Lin Chen think if he could collect top-level items with other attribute, could the other Pokemon be mutated? For example, Sylveon, the organ of the immortal emperor, was born. Is there a day with me, Eevee? P.S. The original return special organs. These are the settings that originally existed in the Pokemon anime. I will add them, but they will not exceed the original settings, but they will definitely be very handsome. Everyone is looking forward to the original return of Salamins. Please collect it. Please subscribe. Asking for a monthly ticket. Please give me flowers. Asking for rating vote. Chapter 132. Eevee holding the original Imperial City in his hand. With world-destroying combat power, the college entrance examination has begun. Please collect it. Please subscribe. When I think of that scene, Eevee stands alone in the wilderness holding the original Imperial City in her hand. The fairy light suppresses the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping across the sky and the earth with one blow. Thousands of powerful men prostrate themselves on the ground, kowtowed and worship, chanting their true names on the road to reincarnation. Sylveon is immortal, dominates the whole world and is dictatorial for eternity. Then he says, Lin Chen, save me. That scene is really, it's so inconsistent. This is a Pokemon novel, not a fantasy novel. It can't be that strong. It has already reached the level of the multiverse. Even if something similar to the Mikado's organ appears in Sylveon, it will only be able to return to its original form, and it also requires a strong level of support. Otherwise, when the skill is released, the stamina will be exhausted before it is fully activated. After all, only a strong body can contain such powerful power. Therefore, it is not that strong now, but there is a slight chance that it will reach the level of destroying a country country in the future. How domineering it is to destroy an entire country with one strike. As for the world-destroying level, Lin Chen could only think about it for the time being. After all, anyone with such power must be at least a first-level god. The Pokemon that possess such powerful power today are all empowered by the alpaca Arceus and have their own divine authority. Their existence itself is the embodiment of the law. For example, Dialga and Palkia maintain the balance between the two dimensions of time and space, and Giratina governs the world of antimatter. Zygarde maintains the ecological balance of the world, and other first-level gods divide jurisdiction according to regions and maintain regional order. Although they have the power to destroy the world, they all work together to maintain world order. Once a first-level god wants to destroy the world, the rest of the beast will attack him. It's even possible that the final boss Arceus will be summoned to give you a shot of light striking gravel. Destroy the foundation with one blow. However, with Lin Chen holding the life gem condensed from 5 stone slabs, he might have a chance to gain control of the priesthood and gain world-destroying combat power. But by then nothing will probably happen. After all, Lin Chen is not a Pokemon villain who is always ready to destroy the world. How boring it would be if the world were destroyed. He is not an idealist but a real profit-oriented person. And judging from the information currently available, Arceus is missing. Many mythical beasts are unknown and they don't know if their world is related to the Pokemon world. If not, wouldn't all the authority in this world be empty? Is there any chance to replace it? Lin Chen complained in his heart, but he also knew that he was dreaming. After all, he has only seen 2 diamond-level treasure chests in all these months. The rest is just a platinum treasure chest, and the rest have never been seen again. It is almost an impossible task to collect all the creation slate. But having said that, in the following days Lin Chen asked the other Pokemon to surround Rest. Maybe we can directly mutate evolution? But unfortunately many Pokemon including Sylveon have not found the core that gave birth to special organs, and there have been no mutations. However, it is not completely ineffective. At least Melodic's eyes has become larger. It should be that after such a long period of exposure, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The elite level prism scale and the melodic bloodline in the body have undergone a deep fusion. In addition, there are Dragon Softer. The Emperor's organ Bagon's talent repair speed was extremely fast, and he was upgraded to blue qualification within a few days. It is no different from an ordinary Quasi-God, and this speed of improvement has not stopped yet, and there is even hope to become purple qualification. It also greatly improved the combat power in Lin Chen's hands, and he was more confident about participating in the college entrance examination in the future. However, not long after Bagon's qualifications were improved, its desire to evolve, which had been suppressed for many years, began to rise, making Bagon uncomfortable. However, after asking the owner, Lin Chen did not rush him to proceed but instead asked Bagon to bide and temporarily suppress the desire to evolve. It is not too late to evolve after the foundation is laid. After all, Lin Chen considered that Bagon's qualifications have been improving very quickly recently, and his foundation has not been solid for so many years, and now evolution will inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. Blind evolution may seem to become stronger, but it will actually affect future development. After all, he has a lot of combat power in his hands, and he is not short of a Bagon. Simply polish the potential and foundation to the extreme, and when it feels the original dragon power nurtured by the Dragon Emperor organ in its body, that will be the beginning of evolution. At that time it will be able to adapt to the Dragon Emperor form better, become a real strongest Dragon Emperor. From you. Bagon gritted his teeth and tried to suppress the energy particles in his body. He looked at Lin Chen aggrievedly, looking particularly uncomfortable. However, although it is timid, it is not cowardly. Its childhood experience made Covet stronger, and it also knows that everything the master does is for its own good, so it doesn't want to disappoint the master. Lin Chen saw Bagon's flushed face, touched his head and whispered, "Today I will give you an Etra meal. In addition to the original poke block, let your sister Chensi make you an Etra egg from you." Hearing this, Bagon nodded repeatedly and agreed, and the original grievance was swept away. Compared with dry rice, everything else is just a trivial matter. Achoo. On the other side, Chensi, who was cleaning the house, sneezed several times in a row, looking a little confused. Is there too much dust in the house? Thinking of this, Chensi's eyes lit up with fire, and he once again worked hard to wipe the glass and clean the already clean room again. You must not live in such a dirty house. Although Bagon's improvement is obvious, the other Pokemon have not undergone any mutations except for enjoying the healing ability of the life gem. It seems that it must be the champion level or even the elite level Pokemon condensed by the law object as a sacrifice to give birth to something similar to the Emperor organ. In addition, it should be necessary to have the ancient bloodline such as Laren. It should be because the ancient bloodline is rich, no law object is needed, and it directly reverts to its ancestors. The core of these two is essentially a process of obtaining the power of the law. Mutation is essentially a transition of life. After becoming a strong person you will be exposed to more and more things about the law. Just like the last Waisai elite Salazar who had already comprehended a trace of the power of the law, it seems that whether he can advance to the elite level is closely related to the law. Later Lin Chen plans to study the comprehension of the law. In addition, the fusion of the law is required to achieve the original return. It seems that the attributes should correspond. This time the life orb contains the power of the dragon slate coupled with the ancient champion level dragon fang and the Quasi-God cub Bagon with dragon blood. These three extremely harsh conditions have led to the emergence of the original return. Before Phoebus, although he barely met the latter two items, there was no change without the water type slate. In other words, he needs to start collecting the rest of the creation god slate. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with expectation. Although there is still a long way to go, at least he has found a way to achieve the god level organ. According to the fact that the life gem has not been recovered, Arceus should not be in this world, otherwise he would have been discovered by it long ago if he used the life gem. If it is as he speculated, maybe all the creation slabs are scattered all over the world. If he can see them, he must take them directly. Qian Xiao collect all S18 slabs, synthesize the creation artifact, summon the dark alpaca and realize all wishes. Cough cough cough, I went to the wrong set. Even if the inference is wrong, Lin Chen can also collect other Pokemon's champion level law object with corresponding attributes to promote their evolution. Thinking of this, he also has a headache. After all, the law objects are not cabbages but real scarce items. They are easily worth hundreds of millions or even billions on the black market. Real Lu Yuri goods will be snatched up as soon as they appear. With his current financial strength, he can't even get a fraction, let alone buy it. Even if Lin Chen has a treasure chest system, he has to have a chance to open a treasure chest at least above dark gold. As for other possible channels, Lin Chen thinks that after he has a certain status in the alliance, he can apply for some law object for research. Directly grab the wool of the alliance. Lin Chen did not continue to think about it. After all, these things were still too abstract. It is better to improve strength with peace of mind. As long as the strength is sufficient, all problems will be solved. So Lin Chen once again did the final training for the Pokemon. Half a month passed and finally the college entrance examination began. Chapter 133, The Sensation Caused by Sylvian, the Treatment of Top Geniuses. Please subscribe. The college entrance examination that the entire Zyuguo Alliance is paying attention to has finally arrived. The college entrance examination is the best opportunity for most people to change their destiny. In particular, in order to ensure the long-term prosperity of the alliance, it is stipulated that the national college entrance examination will be conducted according to the city at the same time to select the best talent. Therefore, in the eyes of all civilian families, this is the only way to cross the class. As long as the child can pass the college entrance examination to enter the university and then take the professional level examination, once he becomes a professional trainer, he can achieve a small leap in class. Even if there is no further progress in the future, simply relying on the company to open up the wilderness can guarantee a lifetime of food and clothing. Enter the rich class. This is a shortcut that the alliance provides to ordinary people, and it is also the best solution for the upper class to win over the powerful people in the society and ease conflict. Therefore, on the day of the college entrance examination, the whole city of Hangzhou was boiling. All the online platforms were already discussing the college entrance examination, and the rest of the posts were related to it. Among them, a large number of posts were refreshed in the Hangzhou Pokemon forum predicting who would be the dark horse in the college entrance examination. The most popular person was naturally the recent hot search celebrity Lin Chen. Do you think Lin Chen will be the top scorer in Hangzhou? I'm afraid you lack imagination. I think Lin Chen will at least win the top scorer in Zhejiang province. The top scorer in Zhejiang province has a chance, but there are too many ruthless people in the capital and the magic city across the country. The Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands now seem a bit insufficient. Not enough? Are you kidding me? Sylvian is invincible. Melodic plus the Overlord Laren are enough to sweep the professional level. Even nationwide, it is definitely the top 3. What Hangzhou City, Zhejiang province? Lin Chen is from our Zyuguo Alliance. Out of town dogs, get out of here. Hangzhou forum. It's not easy to get a Hangzhou genius. Don't even think about snatching it away. I'm also looking forward to the performance of Overlord Laren crushing those arrogant guys in the imperial capital, all of them with their noses up in the air, so arrogant. I agree, Lin Chen has Sylvian. This special evolution form seems to be able to restrain the dragon type. I'm now waiting for Lin Chen to finish the college entrance examination and publish a paper on Sylvian. I also want such a beautiful Sylvian. Melodic is the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Melodic cult never gives up. Come on, Lin Chen, win the national champion. Although many people are optimistic about Lin Chen, it still attracted a lot of rebuttals. You are so proud of a Overlord Laren. Don't you think about about how strong the monsters in the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital are. Moreover, the Pokemon in their hands are no worse than melodic. I think it will be difficult for Lin Chen to become the top scholar in Zhejiang Province. That's right, the above person is right. Aren't the top 10 the top talents in the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital every year? Hangzhou is just an ordinary city. What qualifications does it have to compare with the Imperial Capital? Lin Chen is just a commoner. What is the name of God Lin? It's so funny. What's wrong with commoners? Do commoners eat your rice? If God Lin had a more favorable background, his strength would definitely be stronger than this. You are nothing. Come and comment on this. Lin Chen is only good at Pokemon research. In terms of combat strength, the alien overlord Laren will also be beaten by the top genius in the Imperial Capital. As for Sylveon, it's just a morphological one. It's a bit special. You know that you are hype on the internet every day. Yes, even the EV evolution paper is not announced. It seems that it is also a narrow-minded person. As a result, the account is all private. We have the ability to communicate. At the moment the scolding battle on the internet began and everyone was guessing what kind of results Lin Chen could achieve. Some people are optimistic about Lin Chen and some people think that Lin Chen has no chance to win the championship. He is a civilian and his family will always be frank. Compared with those top genius, the resources are more than a star. This includes the mastery of skill. Top geniuses have mastered a large number of powerful skills which are powerful and can be used frequently. Coupled with the accumulation of poke blocks, civilian trainers are completely unable to be opponent. This is the real class. However, although the discussion about Lin Chen is in full swing, it is only a small part compared to his college entrance examination. Many cities across the country are discussing dark horse characters, even arguing endlessly, because they all know that every college entrance examination represents the emergence of top young strongmen. These people are the future of the Xiaoguo Alliance and represent the strongest new forces in the NET era. Among them, the top scorers in each province have a high chance of becoming elite-level strongmen, or at least Weisai elite. They are all the strongest people standing at the top of the pyramid. Therefore, the college entrance examination will be a hot topic every year, attracting the attention of the whole nation. And those families who take the college entrance examination are all looking forward to their children passing the college entrance examination, entering the top universities in Xia country and becoming one of the strongest. Although the 8 alliances are harmonious on the surface, in fact the competition in secret has never stopped. Sometimes in order to compete for resources and secret realms there will be some small frictions between each other. A large number of unsung heroes have sacrificed for this. Therefore this era worships the strong. In a cruel era only the strong can be forged. The strength competition between countries is to compete for the number of elite level strongmen, which is similar to the comparison of the number of nuclear mushrooms in the previous life. In essence it is the law of the jungle. And Lin Chen also came to his examination room early. The number 1 middle school. Long before the college entrance examination the major schools should have divided the students and Lin Chen went directly to the best high school in Hangzhou. When we arrived we could see the venue of the last youth league. The Hangzhou Normal University Pokemon Arena was not far away, but it was no longer open to the public. At this time the entrance of number 1 middle school was full of parents waiting for their children to enter the examination room with expectant eyes, hoping that their children would become successful. The college entrance examination is a challenge for students and an expectation for parents. The examination room of number 1 middle school was also surrounded by people at this time. Everyone was waiting to enter. There was a long queue in front of the school gate and a large number of volunteers were guiding the order. The scene looked extremely grand. It felt like a march in a war. After all, there were more than 100,000 freshmen in a city alone, and this was just one of the examination sites, not to mention the entire Zhejiang province or even the whole country. The real strong ones all came out of the bloody road. Time is almost up. Lin Chen glanced at the time on his mobile phone. There was more than an hour left before the EM, so he stood in the team. When Lin Chen just entered the team he had already attracted everyone's attention, not because of Lin Chen himself but because of Sylveon on his shoulder. At this time Sylveon was lying on Lin Chen's shoulder with the pink ribbon on his head constricting his master's arm, and his cute eyes were looking around, curious about everything around him. Before he arrived his Pokemon begged their master to let them come out to see him, but Lin Chen refused directly. Especially Laren, after all this guy is too big and he will directly alarm other Pokemon and affect the order of the examination room. As for Zorua Bagon and Grass Tang Snake, they are all killers for the public, so they will naturally not be posed in advance. As for Melodic, Lin Chen really didn't want to be constricted by her snake body. When the social NB syndrome breaks out again he might even die socially. On the contrary, Sylveon kept looking at him with pitiful eyes, which made Lin Chen feel a little bit sorry and finally decided to let it out for a while. It happened that there were too many people taking the college entrance examination, and he also needed to guard against the 12 red moons taking the opportunity to attack. However, its appearance still caused a sensation. Everyone looked over and whispered at the same time. Pink form, graceful like a fairy. This is Sylvian. It's so beautiful. There is only one in the world, and it's exclusive to Lin Shen. I don't know when Lin Shen will publish a paper on Sylvian's evolution. I also want my EV to evolve. It's so beautiful. I really want to hug it and stroke its fur. I feel like I have to have Sylvian in my life. This little guy looks cute, but in the previous league it defeated the Quasi-God Pokemon Dragonair. It is a veritable dragon slayer. Sylvian, come on. Facing these enthusiastic fans, Lin Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. Sylvian is so good that he as a trainer has little present, but he didn't bother about this little thing. The team was moving forward quickly because of the guidance of the volunteers in front. Soon it was Lin Chen's turn to enter. He looked calm and took out the test materials he had prepared long ago. At the same time, he performed fingerprint recognition in the awe of the staff and put the Pokemon into the Pokeball. After checking his identity information, he entered the number 1 middle school and waited for a new round of inspections before he could take the first round of written test. Of course, this was only the first round of entrance inspection. As the most important EM for the entire Zyuguo Alliance, various anti-cheating measures to deal with ROYEAMS and even the leakage of test papers will be strictly checked. As soon as I arrived at my own examination room, I saw a huge banner, the candidate security checkpoint. At the checkpoint, uniformed staff were holding machines to check the items brought by each candidate. There was also a psychic Huiyan patrolling on the side, spreading his mental power, scanning the examination room, feeling all abnormal emotional fluctuations and strictly preventing those who wanted to fish in troubled waters from evading security check. His confusion spread throughout the checkpoint, and everyone's every move could not escape his eyes. When going through security check, several staff members carried a large amount of magnemite to act as security gate. Once a candidate passed by, they would lightly touch it. If they were carrying electronic devices, they would be detected immediately. It can be said to be extremely strict. Every time there is such a large-scale EM, the security inspectors will bring their Pokemon to the examination room. Compared with technological instruments, Pokemon's search capabilities are countless times stronger. Seeing this, Lin Chen also felt a little emotional. Pokemon has long been integrated into every corner of life. Chapter 134, Versailles of Academic Masters. The college entrance examination rule change that shocked the whole country. Please subscribe. Ding-ling-ling. Accompanied by a familiar bell. This is the class bell every day in the past 3 years, and now it has become the EM bell. It has been a long time since I heard it, and Lin Chen still sighed a little when he heard it suddenly. After all, after the college entrance examination, I will never go back to that stable high school, and I will never see some people again. But this is not the time to reminisce. Even if it is myself, I need to take it seriously. After all, there are some outrageous questions in the written test every year. For example, there was a question in previous years: why is Farfetch'd's weapon a green onion? Can you guess that the food it brought with it was the reason why it almost perished? It was a sensation across the country at the time. All candidates were confused after seeing the question. What the hell is this question? In the end, most people failed the written test. In the following years, this question has become a topic that has been talked about with relish and has become a stock. But in the eyes of candidates, such a question is a nightmare. Lin Chen calmed down and was not very nervous. He took the test paper, passed by the front seat, and passed the remaining test papers to the back row. The written test officially began. After Lin Chen filled in the information, he quickly glanced at the test paper. The content of the written test was basically not difficult. Most of them were some basic knowledge, such as Flygon is a dragon and ground Pokemon. It is extremely fast and belongs to the dragon species. It is powerful and is no less than the Royal 3, and because it is only produced in the deep desert of the Zyuguo Alliance, the number is extremely rare. When ordinary people see this question, they may subconsciously think that the Flygon cub is a dragon attribute, but in fact the first form of Flygon is called Trapinch. Not only does it not have any dragon attribute, it can't even fly. It is a pure ground attribute. After evolution to Vibrava, it will become a dragon plus ground attribute. After becoming Flygon, it will always maintain this attribute and can fly freely. It is obviously an ant, but after evolution a dragon is born out of nothing. A real tricky question. It is easy to get it wrong if you are not careful, but for old players like Lin Chen it is so easy. It is completely basic operation. After all, he is a master of collecting all Poke. As for the following questions, most of them are some basic knowledge, such as how many evolution forms Eevee has. In fact, Lin Chen knows 8 types: sun and moon, water, electricity, fire, grass, fairy and ice, but the answer cannot be written like this because this world has not discovered so many evolution forms. Once written, it will be deducted. However, Lin Chen thought of his Sylvian, which caused a sensation across the country at that time, so now he should add 1 to the 3, that is 4. If someone has not paid attention to current affairs, this question should be a disaster. As for the later ones, it is similar to how many skills Bulbasaur can master, how to improve the power of the fire system, etc. Lin Chen filled in some selectively and essayed the outline of the question while maintaining a high score. In just 20 minutes Lin Chen had finished writing. He glanced around and found that many students around him were still scratching their head. Is the question difficult? As a top student, Lin Chen did not feel the slightest difficulty, but after writing he checked it 3 times, and after confirming that it was correct he waited for the time to hand in the paper. With 30 minutes left before the end of the EM, Lin Chen stood up and handed in the test paper in the shocked eyes of others. It's not to show off, but for Lin Chen, going out to adjust the battle state at this time is the most important. After all, the written test only accounts for 30% of the score, and the most important thing is the NET battle. After confirming that it is correct, hand in the paper and leave. The invigilator took a rough glance at the test paper when he took it. Although it is impossible to tell right or wrong immediately in a short time, the handwriting on the test paper is neat, almost no corrections, and it is done in one go. It can be seen how confident the writer is. The invigilator subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen, then put the test paper into a sealed bag waiting for the grading, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is worthy of being a famous scientific research genius. It was completed in such a short time and there was no mistake in a glance. The efficiency is really high. You know, even if the invigilator did it himself, he might not have answered all the questions so quickly, and he could still be so neat. The other invigilator was also surprised. When Lin Chen walked out of the door and passed by, he whispered, "Come on," as if they had already regarded Lin Chen as the pride of Hangzhou. Watching Lin Chen's departing back, the other candidates took a deep breath, their eyes full of envy. They didn't think that Lin Chen was doing this to attract attention. He handed in his paper in advance. After all, he was the man who created a new Pokemon topic. He has even created countless miracles. A true scientific research genius. But this is not the time to sigh, and the others are also in a daze. They return to the topic in front of them and start writing hard. Lin Chen walked out of the venue and came to the gathering point set by number 8 middle school. After waiting for half an hour, the bell for the end of the EM rang. Most of the students handed in their papers, and there were still a few sitting at the table to make a final desperate resistance. It happened to meet Li Feng, Chu Zener and others. After all, they were all top students in number 8 middle school, so they were also assigned to the number 1 examination room. So they came out of the instrument. They saw Lin Chen from a distance and walked over. But Li Feng still frowned, scratched his head and muttered, "This question is too difficult, especially this last question. The questioner is deliberately making trouble." 0. As for flowers, Li Feng wanted to ask Lin Chen how he did in the EM, but when he looked up he saw Lin Chen's calm look and he knew that this academic master must have won the EM. This made him swallow the words that were about to come out. "I won't ask you. I am a nationally certified Pokemon researcher. I won't humiliate myself. Don't think of having a chance to pretend to be in front of me. I'm not a villain." Lin Chen didn't know that Li Feng had already started to complain in his mind, otherwise he would probably find it very funny. Chu Zener on the side lifted her light blue hair, smiled and asked softly, "Student Lin Chen, how difficult do you feel about the questions?" Lin Chen said calmly, "It's a bit difficult. I almost can't do it." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Feng cried again in his heart. After all, he knew that Lin Chen really felt it was difficult, not just for Sai, but the gap between people is too big. Chu Zener nodded. She knew Lin Chen's strength and had no doubt. Instead, she looked expectant. She wanted to see how well Lin Chen could do in this college entrance examination. After all, he only met a genius from the imperial capital last time, but in the college entrance examination he would compete with all the geniuses of this session. The end of the written test is just the beginning for the college entrance examination. Then Lin Chen and his classmates received their test watches at the security checkpoint according to their student numbers, ready to enter one of the 10 arenas. NET, they would take a combat test every day, a 1-month arena competition. The winner would land on the national stage and finally be scored based on the battle ranking and duration, and finally be ranked nationally based on the written test scores. After a long time, there has long been a complete scoring system. Just after all the candidates in the examination room received their test watches, beep beep. In the entire examination venue, all the candidates' watches sounded a prompt and everyone raised their arms and looked at their watches. No one expected that everyone would receive the notification at the same time. Previously they were notified one by one to fight in the arena, but then they saw a shocking news. A message was displayed on the watch. The rules of the college entrance examination battle session have changed. 1. The original arena battle EM has been cancelled. 2. All battles will be changed to enter the secret realm to complete the EM. 3. The weight of the written test scores for this year's college entrance examination remains unchanged. 4. The scope of the secret realm realm will be e-ponded from candidates in the municipal e-emanation hall to the entire Zhejiang province. A simple piece of information, but it contains a huge amount of information which makes everyone confused. Not only the number 1 e-emanation hall but even the entire Zhejiang province and even all the e-emanation halls in the entire Xiaoguo alliance have been shocked. The whole world is shocked. Chapter 135 The Immortal Secret Realm Beyond the Law. The real-life battle royale begins. Please collect. Please subscribe. Why did the rules change suddenly? What the hell is this? Isn't this a ring match? Why do we suddenly have to enter the secret realm? Oh my god, why did the rules change suddenly? Help, I like to take the EM step by step. Will there be big problems with the new rules? In an instant everyone was stunned and began to talk about it. Why did the rules change suddenly? I have been preparing for the battle EM for 3 years and I have prepared all the trump cards. Isn't this more difficult than before? Secret realm? Isn't it only for those above the professional level who are qualified to explore? How come it's our turn? Will someone die in such a college entrance e-emanation? It's a headache. What the hell is this? What on earth is the alliance thinking? Everyone looks at, and even a few girls started crying. For such a secret realm battle they were completely unprepared and a fear of the unknown began to spread which immediately made everyone in a mess. But fortunately most people were students with good quality and did not completely lose their composure. But the scene was also chaotic for a while. Li Feng on the side also frowned and said softly, what's going on? The e-emanation system suddenly changed. Although Chu Zener was also a little shocked, she subconsciously looked at Lin Chen. At this time Lin Chen was still calm with no abnormality in his e-pression, just frowning slightly. Seeing Lin Chen's calmness, Chu Zener also calmed down, feeling a little ashamed, thinking that her psychological quality was really too poor. Lin Chen on the side saw the news on his watch, although he was a little surprised but did not question it, because the National College Entrance e-emanation is a national EM. The e-emanation system will never be changed easily, and the seemingly sudden and temporary change at this time may actually have been discussed by the top leaders long ago. It must have been arranged properly, and the new model has at least been after thousands of tests. It is absolutely impossible to use it casually. However, it seems that the purpose of this time should be to innovate the previous arena battle system. After all, in real life the fighting method of standing on each side of the arena battle is actually useless. After all, most battles are in the wild, and once they break out they are life and death battles. Whether it is attacking trainers or group battles, and trainers can only accurately command when they participate in the battle, they are all extremely testing the ability to respond, and the combat power needed by the Xiaoguo alliance is also this kind of superior who has experienced actual combat, not mediocre people who can only talk about it on paper. The reason why it was not announced in advance must be to train the candidate's ability to respond. What's more, this god is, and just when everyone was panicking an old voice sounded and instantly spread throughout the e-emanation room. Flustered, what a disgrace. In an instant a green light spread on the ground and then spread completely, and the smell of soil was in the air. On the ground the grass broke through the blockade of the rock, lushly growing, beautiful flowers blooming, emitting a refreshing sound just like a prosperous scene. This green light covered thousands of meters, turning number 1 middle school into a grassland, and the original plants began to grow wildly with green shade covering the sky and breathing in oxygen. The majestic life energy swept through, nourishing the bodies of all the candidates. This comfortable feeling made them all quiet down and feel the mystery of life. Lin Chen also felt the majestic life nourishment, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes when he opened the all-knowing pupil. He had recognized the name of this ability covering thousands of meters. Grassy terrain. It is also one of the few healing skills which can increase the power of grass attribute moves by 30%, but that is the game setting. In reality you can directly create a lush forest, or you can perform large-scale healing. It can be said to be a truly scarce ability. Those who can master it are all Pokemon with top grass attribute talent. The most important thing is that the general grassy terrain only spreads a few dozen meters, but the one in front of us covers thousands of meters. At this moment it covers everyone in the entire e-emanation room. Although it is not a real healing, this power is too terrifying, and it seems that only elite level can have such strength. Just when Lin Chen was still thinking, the earth began to shake regularly as if a terrifying behemoth was approaching. What is this sound? Everyone was looking for the source of the vibration, and at this time they soon looked at the door. As the vibration continued, a huge Venusaur walked in, and every step was wrapped in infinite power, shaking the earth. Its eyes were fierce and powerful, and the powerful pressure spread, making everyone feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their back, and they felt a breathless feeling. The buds on its back bloomed into a huge flower, and at the same time a pleasant fragrance came to the nose, and it smelled like a calm and focused feeling. On the flower of Venusaur sat an old man with white beard who looked a little thin, but his eyes were extremely bright. He was wearing a white robe with white hair and beard and looked quite like like an immortal. Just sitting there one could feel his majesty and powerful aura. It was as if an ancient immortal had descended to the mortal world. Elite level Venusaur. This aura is too terrifying. Is this the elite standing on the top of millions of people? Compared to what I saw on TV, this sense of oppression is dozens of times stronger. Oh my god, it's so terrifying. A large number of candidates were horrified and their minds were taken away by this terrifying pressure. Elite. It turned out that the elite level had descended. In the noisy voice someone also recognized the identity of the old man with white beard. This is the grass-type elite Mu Yulong. Everyone was stunned, not only because the other party was an elite but also because Mu Yulong was also the chief emir of Hangzhou City, the Zhejiang province where the Xiaoguo Alliance College entrance examination was located. I always thought he was just a name in Zhejiang province, but I didn't expect that he would come here in person today. How could they let Mu elite come to supervise the EM directly? And Hangzhou City is not the first in the whole Zhejiang province, right? Why would elite come directly? Chu Zener thought of something and subconsciously looked at the calm Lin Chen and seemed to understand something in her heart. Perhaps the only one who could let elite come in person was him. A true genius. Under the fragrance of Venusaur everyone soon quieted down. Mu Yulong glanced around, his eyes were indifferent and he said in a deep voice, then I will explain the rules of the practical part of this college entrance examination. The whole audience was silent and at the same time subtitles of what Mu Lao said would appear on everyone's watch in real time. This further proved what Lin Chen thought, that this secret realm EM was already arranged. Mu Yulong stroked his long beard and continued, "Net, all of you will enter a special secret realm controlled by the Alliance. This is a secret realm discovered by the Xia Kingdom Alliance in the early years. It is called the Immortal Secret Realm. The reason for this name is that fighting in the secret realm will not cause fatal injuries. The entire secret realm has special rules. Once someone is fatally injured, they will be ejected from the secret realm instantly. We have arranged medical personnel to be prepared at all times. As long as you receive timely treatment, there won't be any major problem." When the secret realm was first discovered, it caused a sensation in the Alliance. A large number of prosecutors and researchers were sent in. After searching several times, the treasures inside have basically been completely cleared out. Of course, if you can find some slippery fish, they will naturally belong to you. After the Alliance completed the investigation, only some wild Pokemon and special environments were left. The largest area was a desert which was just right for a battlefield. After Mu Yulong finished speaking, Lin Chen understood. So this time the Alliance changed the rules of the college entrance examination and chose to use this immortal secret realm as the examination venue because it can screen talents and it is extremely large and can accommodate a large number of candidates. The most important thing is that there will be no life-threatening situations. After all, the Alliance is selecting talents, not eliminating talent. Once a large number of candidates die, it will inevitably cause unrest and chaos in the entire society. But even so, for ordinary greenhouse flowers that have not experienced wind and rain, once they die in the immortal secret realm, even if they will not die, they will leave a huge shadow. And physical immortality does not mean that the spirit will not collapse. If you want to kill someone, there are really many ways. Mu Yulong also understood this but did not explain it and continued to announce, during the entire secret realm examination, everyone's watch has been implanted with an artificial intelligence program. Every time you defeat someone, you will get point. The higher the score, the higher the final score. This time the number 1 area of the immortal secret realm will gather a total of 500,000 candidates from Zhejiang province, and the rest of the provinces and cities will enter the rest of the immortal secret realm. The entire secret battlefield will be divided by elite level psychic Pokemon, and there will be a large number of drones for live broadcasting and assist in reconnaissance and recording all scores, which will be replayed at any time, so it is not allowed to kill opponent. And the top 3 with the highest scores in a province will gather on the imperial capital stage for a national battle to decide the champion of the college entrance examination, or champion. His words were calm but contained a strong appeal which made many candidates excited, and some people were terrified and understood the cruelty. This is a real-life version of Battle Royale game. PS, the SITH update is here and today is still 20,000 words. Please collect, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, please comment. Chapter 136, team up to hunt the great demon Lin Chen. Supreme God level treasure chest. Please collect, please subscribe. After Mu Yulong finished speaking, most people in the number 1 examination room calmed down. This is the most promising group of candidates in the entire Hangzhou city, but some are still not recovered. Even in the entire Xiaoguo Alliance, most candidates are confused at this time and even a little terrified, but whether they accept it psychologically or not, they have no choice but to take the EM unless they voluntarily give up the college entrance examination. But after 3 years of hard work, most people will not choose to give up. This is also what the Alliance is sure of, because what they need is the ability to deal with emergencies and have sufficient reaction power rather than a group of greenhouse flowers who can only talk on paper. What's more, for this college entrance examination, the Zyuguo Alliance made a big effort and directly took out the top secret realm of the undead secret realm as the examination venue, without the worry of death if you still don't dare to go, and then there is no need to be a trainer. It is better to go home early and become a breeder or integrate into all walks of life, which is also a good choice. After all, if you want to become stronger, killing is the eternal theme. The law of the jungle is the essence of the world. It is precisely to improve the quality of the entire 06 college entrance examination that the Alliance will make up its mind to conduct a bloody battle royale as an examination. What a big deal! However, this model can indeed improve the strength of the entire Zyuguo from the root. These superiors are really amazing. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the bold measures taken by the UIA National Alliance this time. They directly innovated and even prepared to make up for the drastic changes. When the college entrance examination was halfway through, most people would not be able to retreat because of the immersion cost, so as not to reduce a part of the people at the beginning. Step by step, Lin Chen took a deep breath and looked forward to it. In the number 1 examination room there were still many people who had just discussed the surprise. Although some people knew that they would not die, the sudden drastic changes still made them a little uneasy and even protested loudly. What? Suddenly changing such an examination rule? Isn't it going to burn our accumulation of 3 years? That's right, if you change the rules like this it's too irresponsible. At least you should notify us in advance, right? Yes, although it is the immortal secret realm, if we are seriously injured, who will bear the responsibility? Even if you want to reform, at least you have to conduct targeted training in the NET session. I protest. We are not prepared this time. If we are not in good condition and prone to mistakes, then all these years of hard work may be in vain. A girl couldn't help but say, I don't like fighting. Why can't we just fight according to the rules? At first there were only a few scattered voices, but soon, like a prairie fire, they turned into a large number of protests. Idiot! Lin Chen shook his head, eyes speechless. These guys really have not been beaten by society. They are too well raised, especially the few guys in the lead who have never experienced life and death, relying on their rich family background to be assigned to the first examination room once. This time they are completely opposed. Such people are destined to be nothing. After all, the resolution of the Zyuguo Alliance can be issued, which means that it has been discussed in many ways and promoted by the state machinery. Even the elite level is the pioneer. How can it be swayed by the opinions of just a few people? With this time it is better to think about how to gain advantages after entering the secret realm. Arrange the NET tactics or consider how to use the characteristics of Pokemon to get the best score. In fact, Lin Chen did exactly this, and many people in the crowd began to ponder and ignored these calls. Mu Yulong sat on Venusaur and saw these protesting students waving their hands and protesting loudly. He looked indifferent and said calmly, if you don't dare, you can give up. He was too lazy to explain the real purpose. If you don't even dare to challenge this secret realm where people won't die, then there is no need to be a trainer. It's better to go back and drink milk, otherwise you will just be a waste in the future, not to mention going to open up wasteland or going to the battlefield. Hearing this, the original protester suddenly became dumb, stunned in place, his face flushed, feeling a dilemma. Give up? How can you give up? That's really the end, and it's likely that you will be stained for the rest of your life. Stupid people are a minority after all. Most people have already recognized their current situation and know that the Alliance's attitude is tough, so they don't pay attention but start thinking about the NET battle. As for these protesters, they hope that the other party will make more noise for a while. After all, once it starts, these people will be direct competitors in the secret realm. The dumber the better. Killing? What a novel experience. This is the real college entrance examination. It really makes me feel excited. I don't know how many points I will get this time. It just so happens that my Pokemon is not suitable for fighting. This environment is more suitable for me. The strong should fight in battle. I don't know if we can form a team. It should be possible. If it is such a mode, even some top geniuses may not be our opponents, especially monsters like Lin Chen who can't stand being besieged. Many people clenched their fists, their faces excited, and they were eager to try. If used properly, many people can get a much higher number of people than fighting. Battlefield. Li Feng on the side took a deep breath. Although his current strength is at the top of the 8th middle school, it is still a little weak in the entire Hangzhou city and even Zhejiang province. Even so, he is still excited. Chu Zener on the side frowned slightly and also understood the significance of the sudden change in the examination rules. This is to determine the real strongest. Even some geniuses may be attacked by sneak attacks if they are not careful in the secret realm. Only the strongest can stand to the end. It can be said that both strength and luck are indispensable. Thinking of this, Chu Zener's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. worry and she looked at Lin Chen. If so, then Lin Chen may be the most dangerous person at present. In addition, she thought about it. The alliance divided the strength of all candidates. Earl Dervish. If the transmission area is determined based on this, Lin Chen will definitely not be left in some candidates from poor region. Those Pokemon trainers who only have entry level 5 or SI levels will only become nutrients for sending point. According to this calculation, Lin Chen is likely to be besieged. For a popular figure like Lin Chen, it is too disadvantageous. Without the restrictions of the rules, both attacking trainers and sneak attacks on Pokemon in evolution are allowed. This will be a real battlefield. What's more, after defeating Lin Chen, there is a chance to step on him to get to the top, gain both fame and fortune, which is a huge captivate that most young people cannot resist. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Chen worriedly, but Lin Chen seemed to be in deep thought at this time. With his wisdom, he should also understand his situation. Chu Xiner sighed and didn't know how to comfort Lin Chen for a while. After all, putting yourself in Lin Chen's position will indeed feel tricky. Once multiple people are besieged with the defense of the Overlord Laren, he may not be able to resist it. When Pokemon with multiple attribute restraints appear, will he have other plans? However, Lin Chen was indeed thinking at this time, but in fact he was not worried about the situation. But can a diamond level treasure chest appear in this secret realm and open the supreme divine object? Chapter 137. The concept of the immortal emperor mode comparable to the authority of the creator god. Enter the secret realm. Please collect. Please subscribe. After all, this is a real secret realm. It is a number 1 area, a super huge secret realm that can accommodate candidates from a province at the same time, and there is a mysterious rule power in it. Especially Mu Yulong said that if there is something in the secret realm, it will not be taken back but will be owned by the individual according to the reward. The materials that should have belonged to the alliance are now for those who are capable. It seems that the Xiaoguo alliance is not stingy at all in rewarding the strong, and such a large reward system is also a disguise compensation for the sudden change of the E-emanation rules by the alliance to some E10. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Although he has been harvested by the alliance several times, even a European emperor like Ojp can't find good things. But he is different. He has a treasure chest system, and the refresh rules of the system are different in different areas. According to my previous guess, the more hidden and dangerous the place is, the easier it is to encounter a treasure chest of higher grade. In this way, the immortal secret realm, after being swept, is actually a treasure land full of treasure chests. Especially others can't see the treasure chest, it can only be opened by him. Maybe there is a chance to open those champion level props with the power of law or the slate of the god of creation, or even the evolutionary stone of Pokemon Mega Evolution that was not discovered in the previous life. Maybe there will be a champion level law object of the fairy system, a Mega Evolution for Sylveon, and the opening of the immortal emperor mode. There is really a sky for me, Eevee. And the most important thing is that Lin Chen is very curious about the source of this secret realm. You must know that each secret realm is an extremely rare strategic resource, and it is also a holy place full of blood and killing. Such a huge secret realm not only has a huge space but also has the law of immortality, which can prevent everyone from being fatally injured. It is no longer a simple rewriting area but more like a special world that has been opened up. In a sense, it is more like a manifestation of a priesthood. So what is the foundation of these immortal laws? The alliance searched several times but should not have found the secret. It should be regarded as a special secret realm, so it was used as an E-emanation site. But Lin Chen is different. After all, his treasure chest system is not Koichi's. Even the supreme divine object such as the life gem has not been discovered in the Celadone Rainbow Forest for so many years. As a result, he used the treasure chest system to materialize it into a diamond treasure chest and then opened it easily. Especially with the omniscient eye, you can scan the richness of energy and try to find the secret in it. Maybe there is a treasure comparable to the stone tablet of the creator god hidden. But before that, the most important thing is to focus on the content of the EM. Just when Lin Chen was thinking, the watch sounded again. Beep. Everyone looked at their watches, which showed the last 10 minutes of the countdown, and a confirm transmission button began to appear at the bottom of the screen. Seeing the countdown on the watch, the candidate who were still protesting panicked and suddenly couldn't even speak. With a bitter look on their faces, still chose to accept. Lin Chen looked at the countdown calmly and at the same time gently reminded Chu Xiner and Li Feng, "You should pay attention to safety." Li Feng was stunned for a moment and asked, "Aren't you going to team up with us? I still want to have some food with you." The surrounding students have begun to communicate with each other, preparing for the cooperation plan after entering the secret realm. Use these last 10 minutes to discuss tactic. Li Feng said this not to hug the thigh to get points, but because he was afraid that Lin Chen would be besieged in the secret realm and he could help at that time. After all, in his eyes, Lin Chen is his nemesis and idol. He also doesn't want to see Lin Chen defeated by being besieged. changed. The only one who can defeat him is himself. Chu Zener also nodded and then said yes. At present the group of people in the first examination hall have already formed a team. If you meet them alone at that time your situation will be very dangerous. Hearing what the two of them said, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion, but he shook his head and said, if I were the person in charge of the alliance advocating this secret realm I would not let the candidates entering the secret realm in groups at the beginning. If that really happens, many dangers in the secret realm will no longer be dangers and will instantly become factional struggles. However, in the later stages of the game such a situation may occur, but it will never happen in the early stages. Instead it will promote fighting between candidates. After all, the purpose of the EM reform is to test the students of Xia country, so it is absolutely possible to perform random teleportation. In other words, it is very likely that everyone will start as a lone wolf. Thinking of this, Lin Chen whispered, so be careful. If we meet in the secret realm we can choose to form a team. If he has the ability he doesn't mind helping these two friends, but if he can't he won't sacrifice himself. He is essentially a selfish person. Although Lin Chen and the others spoke in low voices, they were heard by Mu Yulong, who was always paying attention to this place. Mu Yulong looked at this nationally famous scientific research genius with approval and his eyes were quite satisfied. In fact, the purpose of his coming was to meet this genius Lin Chen. Sure enough, there is no false reputation under a great reputation. After learning that the competition system had been changed, he was calm and not affected at all. This mentality alone was no worse than those top monsters in the imperial capital. Even now he can calmly analyze the rules and deduce the thoughts of the alliance, and the conclusion is exactly the same as what the designer thought. Is this really the calmness and courage that an 18-year-old youth can have? Mu Yulong's mouth corners slightly raised and he touched his long beard again with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. He wanted to see more and more this once famous Lin Chen performance. Don't let me down. Now that the intention of the alliance has been guessed, I wonder if they will be given a huge surprise. Ding ding ding. Afterward the countdown has come to an end and the teleportation can begin. Just press the teleportation hub on the watch to enter the secret realm directly. And just like the written test rules, if the time is exceeded by 15 minutes you will lose the qualification to take the test. Lin Chen and the other two looked at each other and then pressed the button. Caw. All the candidates around pressed the button and in an instant a burst of energy shot out of the watch. A beam of light then shone in front of them and a light gate as high as a person appeared in front of everyone and they walked in one by one. And a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Just at that moment the all-knowing eye actually sensed a trace of time and space power. It seems that this one-time watch specially made by the Alliance also has unusual craftsmanship. It actually involves the technology of time and space. But thinking that the poke ball itself is a space folding technology and the teleportation machine is also a wormhole technology, it is not surprising. The black technology in this world has developed quite well. At the same time, live broadcasting was also started on the entire network and the #1 hot search was pinned to the top of a ranking list. The ranking list is still blank now and the ranking will be entered according to the ranking later. The ranking list is divided according to the province. While all the students were teleporting, everyone waiting outside knew about the changes in the college entrance examination rules. The whole country was shocked. On the internet it was boiling. A large number of online screens were swiped and the bullet screen of the college entrance examination live broadcast was even more boiling. Why did they suddenly change the rules? This is too much of a joke. Can these kids really handle it? Will many people fail the EM? Such cruel rules, even adults may not be able to handle it, but there is actually an immortal secret realm which is really amazing. Will it be dangerous? My son is still in it. The rules are also listed. There will be no fatal injuries, but you will get hurt. Why take the college entrance examination if you are afraid of getting hurt? I support the Alliance's reform this time. The flowers in the greenhouse need more training. Although I have graduated for a few years, I am really looking forward to such an EM. I wish I could take the EM a few years later. This is the real selection of strong people. This year's college entrance examination is really interesting and exciting. How much does it cost? It seems that the Alliance has been preparing for this college entrance examination reform for a long time. Although many people are worried and protest, most people agree and even look forward to it. Everyone knows that this reform will bring about a huge change in the future education system of the entire Xia country. However, just when everyone was discussing the pros and cons of this reform, some people suddenly thought of Lin Chen, the internet celebrity, and immediately started a discussion. I wonder what rank Lin Chen will get this time. I support Lin Chen. He has participated in the operation of hunting quasi-elites before. How can this group of students who only know how to compete in the ring compete with him? That's right, this time it is divided by province. It's not just Lin Chen's world. He may fall. Such a secret realm is not a good thing for him. Don't forget, this is in the secret realm. There are no unknown rules. At that time he will definitely be attacked by a group of people, not to mention Lin Shen. Don't be the first to be beaten out. You know nothing about the secret realm. Will Lin Shen be afraid of siege? Overlord Laren knows. Yes, no matter how strong Laren is, he may not be able to withstand the siege of hundreds of people. Can't you run away if you can't beat him? Are you playing a turn-based game? The above answer is right. Even if you can't beat him, who can catch up? Don't you see that it is a desert area which is also Laren's home court? A war of words was set off again on the internet. Some people supported it and some people were not optimistic. Some people even gloated over Lin Chen's misfortune and hoped that Lin Chen would be eliminated directly. In the school, Lin Qingguan saw this scene of Qian frowned and silently prayed in her heart, Lin Chen, come on. Lin's father and mother also took leave for their son's college entrance examination and waited outside number 1 middle school. At this time the two looked at each other. Although they were very nervous, they still believed in their son. Everything was speechless. In the principal's office of number 8 middle school, Principal Zhou saw this hot search and looked serious at this time. At the same time he opened the book he wrote on the table and murmured, boy, wait for your triumphant return. Such a rule was something he had not expected. However, for geniuses such a rule is easier to get more point. In other words, this batch of geniuses will be more bloody and stronger than the geniuses of previous sessions. Shen Yu was leaning on the sofa in black silk at this time, holding a beer in her hand, and was also watching the secret live broadcast room of the college entrance examination. She chuckled and said, stinky boy, show the spirit you had when you hit the elite before, let others see how powerful you are. On the other side, Lao Dai was also looking at the screen in the ranger's hut, his eyes full of expectation, and he said with emotion, teacher, your child has followed Lin Chen to the wider world. You will definitely be able to see their success. Countless people are praying for their companions, relatives or lovers. Countless thoughts converge into a huge spiritual torrent, making the entire Xiaoguo alliance boil. Finally the screen in the live broadcast room began to change. Chapter 138 Overlord Laren descends and crushes ruthlessly. Please subscribe. In the picture, the scene of the secret realm began to appear. Elephant. A large number of human figures appeared in the barren yellow sand. On the other side, Lin Chen stepped into the light gate and a flash of light flashed in an instant. With the change of space energy, the scenery in front of him began to change in an instant. He has reached the secret realm. Whoosh! The whistling wind carried the sand flying and hit Lin Chen's face, bringing a tingling feeling. Opening his eyes, what came into view was a vast Gobi desert, as if entering the primitive wilderness, desolate and lifeless. Large tracts of yellow sand covered the earth, presenting the only scenery, desolate and dead. This is an environment where coarse sand and gravel cover the hard soil layer. Only scattered short bushes can grow here, forming a symbiotic relationship with cacti. It seems to have come to a dead end. It's really hot. Lin Chen took a deep breath and even his breathing felt a little hot and dry. Looking around, only the distant horizon confirmed the vastness of this place. The eye of all-knowing opened silently and a large number of small drones were seen flying in the sky, tracking and filming the traces of every candidate, broadcasting everything here live. After entering the secret realm, everyone is a hunter and prey relationship. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. This is the only 880 theme. If it sounds a little harsh, it can also be called returning to the nature of bees. Humans are just a group of bees in the skin of civilization. Many candidates have been unable to move after landing. The scorching desert made them feel terrified and they directly applied to leave the examination room. Lin Chen did not rush forward but looked around cautiously. A true hunter always needs to learn to master the environment before he can hunt. He doesn't want to become someone else's first prey because of his carelessness. And while observing, Lin Chen also took out the poke ball and quickly released Laren. Laren's huge body descended instantly, raising a sky full of dust and seeping into the mud and sand. Seeing this vast Gobi desert and feeling the huge rock energy fluctuations, I felt happy. After all, it was very happy to gallop around in the saffron desert last time, but in the city it had to be restrained most of the time. This kind of environment is suitable for it to show its skills. However, although Laren was e-sighted, he did not rely his vigilance but looked around and guarded his master. The appearance of the huge overlord Laren stepping into the Gobi stood like an indestructible war fortress and immediately attracted the flying drone to broadcast the picture live. Such Pokemon, the appearance is a hot spot. The audience who were watching in the live broadcast room saw this scene and were immediately e-sighted. The barrage began to pop up rapidly and instantly covered the screen. The barrage was boiling. Even the chief planner of this live broadcast couldn't help but sigh. This guy named Lin Chen really has his own hot spot. Every time he appears, he must be the center of the topic. The live broadcast of the college entrance examination is also one of the important sources of income for the alliance, which is used to recruit a large number of advertisers. So they are also willing to broadcast Lin Chen's images to attract more attention. However, just Just when everyone was talking about it in the picture in the desert, a black shadow suddenly rushed out and killed Lin Chen's back. However, Lin Chen was still in the same place looking into the distance as if he didn't notice the murderous intent from behind. All this was perfectly broadcast by the drone, and in an instant everyone's eyes were all focused here. A large number of netizens saw this scene and were shocked. They felt that they were going to be finished. Countless netizens commented, some cheered for Lin Chen and naturally some gloated. There was a burst of criticism in the barrage, but knowing that Lin Chen still had a special recruitment of top universities as a backup, the sour people were speechless and even felt like they were holding back. Good guy, think about it, even if Lin Chen lost he could be directly recommended to the top universities with his scientific research result. This is too cheating. In the desert, smoke and dust were scattered. Zhang Yu looked at Lin Chen, who looked calm and had a bad feeling in his heart. He shouted again, Lin Chen, hand over the sand crystal 880. There is no need to fight for life and death. After all, for you the score is the most important. You can pick up this kind of treasure later. Don't be blinded by greed. After all, with the drone shooting they still want to maintain a positive personality. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked indifferent and said lightly, idiot. This sentence completely angered Zhang Yu and others. Zhang Yu looked gloomy and snorted coldly, if you don't accept the toast you will be punished. 4 white light flashed immediately and everyone released their water-type Pokemon and stood in Tropius's sadness. There were 4 in total: Wartortle, Golduck, Vaporeon and Hooded Kid. They are all water-type Pokemon with good racial values and their strengths are all above the superior intermediate level. At the same time he took a look at Tropius's status. After eating Poke Blocks, Tropius rested for a few minutes. At this time his physical strength has recovered a lot. At least he can continue to fight. Asen patted Tropius's head and quickly issued an order, Tropius, prepare for battle. Then several water-type Pokemon quickly jumped onto Tropius's back, ready to bomb from high to low. They have used such combat skills before. Flying Pokemon and water-type Pokemon work together to be an air bomber. Extremely bug. Zhang Yu also hugged the neck of the helmet bird and slowly rose up. He said viciously, boy, it's not too late to surrender now. Don't resist in vain. It will be bad if you get hurt. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Lin Chen looked indifferent as if he was looking at a group of dead people and a group of idiots. Did he really think that a few flying and water-type Pokemon were enough to suppress him? In fact, if Lin Chen released the rest of the Pokemon he could easily crush them, and when Bagon evolution becomes Salamence no one will be able to suppress him in the air. After all, Salamence is the real Sky Overlord. However, Lin Chen is not in a hurry to reveal his trump card. After all, many of the Pokemon in his hands are huge and need to be hidden for a while. This time only Laren needs to take action. It's not that he is blindly confident, but because he just got the sand crystal, which gave him a little idea. Sand crystal can not only enhance the skills of rock-type Pokemon, its real function is to strengthen Sandstorm. Just let them feel Laren's transformation into the Calamity Demon King, the fear that comes from the Sandstorm team's domination. P.S. The SITH update of 4600 words is presented. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. NET speed up the pace. Chapter 142, The Power of the Sandstorm Emperor burying all living things. Please collect. Please subscribe. Thinking of this, Lin Chen inserted the sand crystal in his hand directly into the dark void of Overlord Laren, and the huge rock energy was released and integrated into Laren's body. Then Lin Chen ordered, start summoning Sandstorm. Roar. Overlord Laren felt this huge energy and let out a loud roar like the roar of an ancient demon king tearing everything apart. The rock energy spread out with it as the center. Hearing this roar containing terrifying murderous intent, the 3 people who had just taken off lost their minds in an instant and hurriedly pulled some distance away, fearing that they would be killed by Laren. After all, the Laren in front of them was brilliant record. In the previous Youth League, the speed displayed by this big guy is not to be underestimated, crushing a large number of powerful trainers. It is a terrifying war machine. If you are not careful you will be crushed by it. 20 meters is the safe distance Zhang Yu estimated before, and now because of fear in his heart he has opened up another 30 meters. If it is farther, the power of their skills as high-altitude artillery bombardment will also be weakened. However, they are not sure whether this Overlord Laren will have other improvements during this period. Although I have seen it many times on the internet, I still fight with you. Zhang Yu looked down in fear. Compared with the league video, the size of Overlord Laren has grown a little bit in the past month and it is murderous. However, seeing Laren who could only stay on the ground, Zhang Yu's surprise quickly turned into shock. He was proud in his heart and mocked loudly, although Overlord Laren is strong enough, you will not be our opponent in such an environment. Are you sure you want to continue with such irrational thought? While speaking, Tropius carried 3 water-type Pokemon and Steelbird also carried the remaining Wartortle. Dalala. Tropius cried with some effort. Even this lying Pokemon with strong load-bearing ability was a little overwhelmed. The long journey tiny and serious overweight made it rise much slower than usual, but after all it was huge and its endurance was enough to support it for a while. When Zhang Yu saw that they had completely risen and the medium and short range attacks were out of range, he laughed. I wanted you to surrender yourself, but now there is no chance. There is no rock here for you to use rock tomb. Unlike in the game, in the real world the use of all skills requires real and concrete object to carry them. For example, you can't use rock tomb in the sea and you can't use surf directly on the ground. Of course, most water type fire Pokemon have mastered the ability to splash water or make fires, so this is only related to physical strength and is not in this category. Of course there are except Iron. It is not impossible to attack with the power of energy, but that has already touched the power of law, and at least you have to be a quasi-elite level to use it slightly. To really start to control it you have to reach the elite level like Mu Yulong. It can easily cause natural disasters and cause the death of countless creatures. It has the ability to fill mountains and move seas just like a god walking in the world. Even when Pokemon is promoted to elite level, it will also feed back a trace of law power to the trainer to increase strength and lifespan. Because of this, the 8 major alliances treat elite level powerhouses as guests of honor and devote all resources to attract them to the alliance as strategic resources. Lin Chen still didn't answer, just looked at the sky calmly, which made Zhang Yu feel a little scared at this time. Although he was sure of victory, Zhang Yu didn't let down his guard at all. He whispered, Asen, be careful of his mysterious light of Sylveon. Asen nodded. The power of the light that defeated Dragonair last time was still vivid in his mind. He whispered, okay, but I have observed that the light needs to be charged to shoot such a high distance. As long as we keep attacking, this kid won't even have a chance to release Sylveon. Tropia stabilized his body in the air, turned around and faced the sky above Lin Chen. All water-type Pokemon are ready to take action. However, before they started to gather water vapor, suddenly gust. The violent wind swept in and the sand in the sky spread instantly. Before they could react, the wind carrying the sand became stronger and stronger, forming a hurricane roaring. Whoosh! The sand collided with each other, making a whirring sound. The sudden hurricane made it impossible for the 2 flying Pokemon to remain stable in the air. The terrifying yellow sand gained terrifying power under the acceleration of the wind, constantly hitting all the lives caught in it like a hail of bullets. The skin of the 4 people was directly torn by the yellow sand and the sand grains embedded in the flesh, making their E-Pressions distorted, but they knew that if they let go they might fall from a high altitude and fall half to death, so they didn't dare to let go. Caw 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 caw. The endless sand and dust hit them, and the helmeted bird was slightly better. With a thick helmet it could still hold on for the time being. Roar! But at this time Tropius let out a mournful cry and began to shake. The 3 huge leaf wings were also beaten into sieves by the sand and dust, and the severe pain made it miserable. Just to stay suspended in the air it could only flap its wings desperately. What on earth is going on? Why did a sandstorm suddenly come? Zhang Yu spitted and shouted, damn, I'm so unlucky. I ran into a sandstorm. Damn, is this kid so lucky? Oops, if this continues we'll all be in trouble. However, Lin Chen just sneered and Laren under him roared again, and rock energy continued to flow from its back. Sandstorm accelerated again as if building an empire of sand sweeping the world. Countless sands were flying as if foreshadowing the return of the Emperor of Sand, driving the yellow sand in the sky to erode the entire world. With the blessing of the sand crystal, the power of sandstorm increased exponentially and it turned into a sandstorm 100 meters high, crashing like a wave. Countless sand and stones hit Tropius and Skarmory crazily. At this time their eyes were red, but they dared not close their eyes even if they were hit by countless sand and stone. In that case they would not be able to dodge in time when they encountered large stones, and they would fall to the ground instantly when they were hit. Zhang Yu was lying on the steel helmet bird at this time, covering his head with a flight jacket, thinking quickly about countermeasures. This is the real world. Although there is no attribute restraint facing the power of sandstorm, it is like the wrath of nature. If it continues like this it is likely to lose. Finally they couldn't help it and Zhang Yu quickly issued an order: V steel helmet bird descend. The 2 flying Pokemon didn't care about being chased by Laren below and could only descend quickly to reduce some pressure. Until this moment they found that Lin Chen was standing quietly beside Laren with a calm E-Pression, and not even a grain of sand approached him. Formed an eternal restricted area. They immediately understood that sandstorm was not naturally rising in the secret realm, and they were not unlucky. Everything was Lin Chen in front of them. Zhang Yu opened his flight jacket and shouted loudly, damn, let's fight him. He quickly issued an order: Wartortle, use hydro pump. The other 3 heard it and also issued orders loudly in the wind and sand. Money, Golduck, Vaporeon, hooded kid, use hydro pump. Gaga, Yi. Water type energy circulated in the bodies of the 4 Pokemon, turning into 4 water columns, constrict together and then gathered into an extremely thick water tornado, violently shooting towards Lin Chen on the ground. Pointless struggle. Lin Chen Chen looked indifferent and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! Sandstorm swept through, turning into a sky curtain that blocked everything. Hiss! The water column continued to penetrate the sandstorm sky curtain in the air, making a hissing sound, but every inch of it would be attacked again by countless sands cutting it directly. It was as if the ancient god of sand had set up an ancient wall of laws, easily crushing the water column. How could it be so soft? The four people looked extremely desperate. Seeing Lin Chen's rebellion and seeing a terrifying demon, they subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. Lin Chen's eyes were indifferent and he had no interest in playing anymore. He said calmly, "Sandstorm, bury them. PS first update, please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation ticket." Chapter 143 Sand Tomb descends like a demon-like figure. Please collect. Please subscribe. The net moment it was surged by endless yellow sand as if it came alive and boiled. Sandstorm connected the distance between heaven and earth as if it swallowed everything. It's over. Seeing this scene, the four people's faces turned black and they looked extremely terrified as if they saw the Grim Reaper holding up his scythe and giving them a weird grin. This sandstorm is too fast. What kind of monster is this? Can such a sandstorm really be caused by a superior level Pokemon? Help, I want to go home. Despair spread across everyone's face, making them forget that this is the undead secret realm. They shouted and begged for mercy. Just as Lin Chen thought before the game, in the undead secret realm, although the body will not die, the mental blow is real. At this time only Zhang Yu still maintained a trace of calm, but he was also on the verge of collapse. He bit the tip of his tongue to calm his pounding heart and then yelled at the three people on Tropius, "Fuck, cheer up." After being scolded, Arsene came to his senses and shouted, "We are in the immortal secret realm and there is still a chance to escape." He immediately leaned down and hugged Tropius' neck while loudly issuing instructions. "Tropius, get out of here." Beep! Tropius screamed and it had already exhausted its physical strength and now it was struggling to float in the air. 883 It flapped its 3 arrow root wings hard and every time it flashed, countless sand and stones would hit its wings and the entire wing was already riddled with holes. But even so it couldn't move half an inch in the air. Beep! Tropius's shrill cry made Arsene heartbroken and he regretted it very much. Why did he just listen to the words of Zhang Yu from Yizhong and angered such a fierce god, and now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The situation of Skarmory on the side was not much better. The sand and stones in the sandstorm kept hitting its helmet, making a clanging sound. There were many dents on its head armor and its whole body was full of dents, just like a scrap appliance thrown into a recycling station. If not treated in time, these two Pokemon will be injured. As for the four Pokemon on their backs, people can only cover their upper bodies with cloth, cover their head and shout, hoping that their companions can hear the sound. Go! Zhang Yu endured the wind and sand to take back Wartortle and then lay on the body of the steel bird and gave orders. This scene was seen by Asen. Taking back Wartortle means giving up the fight and preparing to escape alone. He cursed, "Fuck Zhang Yu, you fucking." But at this time Zhang Yu didn't care about their lives at all and he slapped Ag the body of the steel bird and ran away. After all, there was only Zhang Yu on the steel bird and its defense was much stronger than Tropius. In this tsunami-like sandstorm it was still able to move with difficulty. It took dozens of seconds to move less than 5 meters. Under this natural disaster-like sandstorm it completely exhausted its physical strength. Lin Chen watched this scene quietly with a slight smile on his lips. From the moment they were targeted, the fate of Zhang Yu and others was doomed. Laren put an end to them. The net moment the sandstorm that was originally all over the sky spread further like the big mouth of a giant beast, instantly swallowing the two flying Pokemon in the sky. The four people lying on the Pokemon were swept into countless crazy sand by the sandstorm. Under the blessing of speed, every piece of sand and stone turned into a sharp blade, tearing their flight suits into pieces and then cutting countless scars on their bodies. The burning wounds kept them from losing consciousness and everyone was extremely regretful at this time. Why provoke this monster? Then the sandstorm soared into the sky and fell again as if it was hit hard by a huge hand made of countless sand and stone. The four fell to the ground one after another and before they could get up, the ground began to sink. Asen and the Li brothers had completely lost consciousness and only Zhang Yu, who was desperately protected by Skarmory, still had some consciousness. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but the sand all over the sky made him unable to say anything. His body slowly sank as if countless hands were dragging their feet in the sand, sinking madly. "Help! Save me! This quicksand, there is no way to escape!" Zhang Yu shouted desperately and saw Lin Chen waved his hand as if he had mastered the oracle, and sandstorm swept to the left in an instant, leaving only the remaining power sweeping Zhang Yu and his companion. The quicksand under them was still spreading like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing everything mercilessly. It made them feel an extreme restraint and burning, and they might suffocate at any time. Sand tomb. This skill did not come from the skill machine, but Laren felt the energy of the earth in the radiation of the life gem and thus realized it. In this desert it can show its power to the greatest extent, instantly turning the desert into quicksand and swallowing 4 people. All their Pokemon had no power to resist at this time and were sucked into the quicksand and gradually sank. Under Lin Chen's control the 4 were only swallowed up to their waists, but the more they resisted the deeper they sank. Zhang Yu begged for mercy in horror. Lin Chen, I was just blinded by greed. Can you give me another chance? I don't want to be eliminated like this. I am willing to give you treasures. My family is a wealthy family in Shuadu. After I get out I will give you 3 million, no 5 million. Lin Chen's Zion was indifferent. When he heard the last sentence he raised his eyebrows. Zhang Yu saw that there was a chance and continued to beg for mercy. My family is also well known in Shuadu. I can also add another water type royal 3 which will definitely satisfy you. This lattering scene made the other 3 people flash a trace of disdain in their eyes. Zhang Yu, who is usually arrogant turned out to be so ugly when encountering something which is really disgusting. However, they did not speak and they were also looking forward to it in their heart. If Lin Chen could let them go, at least they could withdraw voluntarily and not be buried by the yellow sand. Burial and killing it is really too terrifying. Lin Chen smiled and whispered, it sounds quite exciting. Yes. But just when a glimmer of hope and surprise ignited in Zhang Yu's eyes, Lin Chen's voice continued to come. It's a pity that if you make a mistake you will be punished. In an instant Zhang Yu's face was ashen and full of despair. Damn it, I won't let you go. Until this moment Zhang Yu's psychological defense finally collapsed and he began to roar madly. He almost forgot that he was in the immortal secret realm. The fear of death made him struggle constantly. Slowly only one hand remained on the ground, slowly sinking, drowning, and finally swallowed by the endless quicksand. The purple pattern in Lin Chen's eyes flickered and at the last moment he kept watching the energy fluctuations under the quicksand. Sure enough, the energy with the power of law under the quicksand enveloped the 4 people. The terrifying suffocation spread. They were squeezed by the quicksand, blood oozed, and when they were about to suffocate to death they were teleported out. Lin Chen glanced at his watch and the score on it had reached 320 points. His Zion was indifferent and he did not have any emotional fluctuations because of defeating 4 people. He still sat calmly but brought a terrifying sense of dominance. With the huge and ferocious Laren he was like a demon. Chapter 144, The Crushing of the Alliance. The Battle Royale? No, it was the unparalleled mowing. Please collect. Please subscribe. Another person came out. Under a machine that was half the size of a stadium, a full 20 teams of medical personnel were on alert at any time, waiting as the means from various examination halls came out. There were machines for treating various injuries and diseases on the side. Whether it was burns or wounds, there were the most accurate treatment method. After all, the medical method and black science and technology in this world have been developing very well. Of course, this is just one of the teleportation medical points prepared for Water City. The Alliance has made great efforts to ensure the safety of the means. After all, training talents requires supporting facilities. It can be said that a lot of money has been spent. It is to prevent death and cause social unrest. A team of medical staff quickly surrounded them and Chenxi on the side also began to frown when she saw the injury. However, they all have strong professional qualities. Without any hesitation they used healing power on Tropius and Steel Helmet Bird beside them, and the soft colorful light quickly treated the Pokemon. They were already unconscious and woke up slowly. However, seeing the shocking scars cut by sand and stones, I am afraid that they will have to stay in the Pokemon Center for 10 days or half a month. Outside the field, Zhang Yu and the other 4 were teleported out together and they were quickly arranged at the same medical station. Except for the cuts in the sandstorm, the damage in the La Sand tomb was all resisted by the mysterious energy. Their bodies were covered with yellow sand and their hair and even ears needed to be cleaned, and they even had to have their stomachs washed to prevent sequelae. At this moment they all looked dazed and the horror on their faces had not subsided. At the same time they were still gasping for breath and muttering, "Monster, monster." Full body check. The medical team quickly checked the 4 of them and quickly stabilized their emotions to prevent them from mental breakdown. However, after they recovered, each of them felt deep despair and they didn't even dare to have the slightest thought of revenge. Those indifferent and sharp eyes seemed to have crossed time and space, overlooking them. It was like looking at a group of ants. They could be crushed to death at will. Zhang Yu couldn't stop shaking all over and the scene just now was still replaying in his mind. Help! He muttered to himself and suddenly touched his body again. He was relieved when he found that he was still alive. It seems that Lin Chen has left him with a lifelong psychological shadow. In the hearts of the 4 of them, Lin Chen has become a demon king. Then the media responsible for interviewing the It from the secret realm also surrounded them instantly, but they could only shoot from a distance and must not hinder the medical staff's treatment. And this miserable scene was also broadcast live. In an instant countless people were stunned and a new round of discussion craze spread again in the live broadcast room. There was a lot of discussion online online and everyone looked at the calm Lin Chen on the screen again. This is the real strongest man. At this time everyone realized that Lin Chen not only has a very high talent in scientific research but his ability to command battles is also terrifying, even more powerful than the previous Youth Li. Coupled with the current Sandstorm ability, it is basically a moving disaster. Awesome. Mu Yulong on the side had a flash of surprise in his eyes and he admired this young man from Hangzhou City more and more. In his view, Lin Chen's use of field skills has reached the level of perfection. For Mu Yulong, he himself is an elite who is good at using grassy terrain to fight, and when he saw Lin Chen using Sandstorm field skills he immediately developed a love for talent. If possible, this kid is quite destined for me. After all, such a genius has unlimited potential and will definitely be the target of competition among the other old guys in the future. Now he even has the idea of taking Lin Chen as his disciple. But his main force is all grass-type Pokemon and Lin Chen's Pokemon is Tumi-Ed, and I don't know if he can successfully convince this little guy. In such a desert, although Rock Tomb cannot be used, it has become his home advantage because of the field skill Sandstorm. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Mu Yulong's eyes. Under such a sandstorm many people would probably feel desperate, but he didn't know that this was only a small part of the weather team planned by Lin Chen, which is the so-called prologue. A real weather team also needs to be used with a large number of skills to form a desperate combo, but Lin Chen was not interested in using such a few weak guys. This guy is really a genius. Shen Yu, who was concentrating on watching Lin Chen's EM at home, was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Suddenly he thought that the sandstorm skill was brought by himself and it seemed to be worth only 1,000,000 Astor flowers, but now it seems that the sandstorm field skill has played an effect worth tens of millions. Besides, it has only been a few days. Did Overlord Laren learn so quickly? This talent is too terrible. No, at least half of the credit this time is mine. I must go to Lin Chen for a meal. Thinking of this, Shen Yu was already thinking about what to wear. Net time he saw Lin Chen, he couldn't figure out whether he wanted to eat delicious food or meet someone. Black Sil, waiting outside the number 1 middle school. Lin's father and mother watched the live broadcast and were immediately excited. Lin's father's eyes were full of pride and he said with relief, "It's worthy of my descendants of the old Lin family." Lin's mother was so excited that tears were about to come out and she smiled and said, "Yes, our son is the best." Seeing this scene, the ranger Lao Dai of Celadon Rainbow Forest raised his mouth lightly and was extremely relieved in his heart. He said softly, "Well done. Calm, cool, calm command, good at using all terrain. Already elite, the future is limitless." Lao Dai once again felt that entrusting Bagon to Lin Chen was the most correct choice he made. The most exciting place is the betting website. At this time countless bullet comments are flooding the website and the odds of Lin Chen winning the champion are constantly decreasing. If you really bet on Lin Chen winning the champion, then most people will lose everything. It makes countless gamblers extremely angry, but they can't do anything about it. Instead, many netizens laugh at them. Gamblers gamble to the end and have nothing. In the desert, Lin Chen looked at the 4 people who disappeared, his mouth slightly raised, and then looked at the yellow sand on the side. He did not choose to cancel the sandstorm skill but thought of another interesting method. Since they wanted to siege, he could let go and simply turn into a natural disaster and start sweeping the entire area. Wouldn't it be better? Roar. As if sensing his emotions, Laren roared and the rock energy spread further. Sandstorm swept in again with endless power, covering the sky and the sun. Since you want to be a demon king, be thorough. Who said that the battle royale can't be played as a matchless mowing? PS, please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation ticket. Chapter 145. The Lord of Sandstorm has arrived. The despair of the candidates, the shock of the elite. Please collect. Please subscribe. Laren, can you keep up with the physical strength? Lin Chen patted Laren on the back and asked softly. Roar. Laren roared, indicating that it was nothing and he was still full of energy. After all, it hadn't had such a good fight for a long time. The efforts that had been suppressed for a long time before finally burst out all at once. Lin Chen opened the eye of all seeing and scanned Laren's body. The sand crystal is indeed a treasure worth tens of millions. At this time it is still continuously providing rock energy plus the recovery power of the life gem. It makes Laren a veritable war fortress. This natural disaster like sandstorm does not consume much energy. It requires a little more energy when it is formed and operated. Afterward, because it is in the desert, the sand and stones will automatically form a wind cavity after being swept up, so it does not consume as much energy as I thought at the beginning. Think about it, after all, a field skill will house the physical strength of Pokemon, so how can the weather team be formed? In that case, let's go and have a good fight. Lin Chen touched Laren's head and fed him a perfect quality 883 energy cube to restore some of his physical strength. At the same time, the life gem silently nourished Laren more. Laren, feeling the energy filling up, took a step forward and his his huge body stepped out huge pit, and that terrifying sandstorm on the other hand followed at pace and continued to move forward, erode the earth and engulf the sky. As more and more sand and rocks were involved, sandstorm also ponded several times and there was no end in sight. Although the consumption increased, it had the value of the life gem and quickly recovered. In the words of the game, it was an infinite blue bar. A real cheating player. The drone that was originally following Lin Chen was also temporarily distanced from Lin Chen under the control of the director, in order to avoid being involved in the roaring sandstorm, otherwise it would be torn apart in an instant. If it was the current sandstorm, Zheng Yu and the others might not last more than 5 seconds before being teleported out. This formation covering the sky and the sun was like a demon that devoured the world, sweeping the world. From a distance the drone broadcast the huge sandstorm live, and in an instant many people understood Lin Chen's intention. Mu Yulong was so shocked when he saw this scene that he couldn't speak. Finally he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "This kid is too cruel. This college entrance examination is going to be a big mess. It is estimated that many candidates will have extremely low scores." He can already imagine the scene of protest from the parents of these candidates. However, Mu Yulong is more looking forward to it. At this time the secret realm number 1 area has become a stage belonging to one person. Lin Chen will become a legend. Chapter 146 Top Genius Sniper Devil Melodic appears. Please collect. Please subscribe. Boom boom boom. Laren galloped across the desert, his footsteps roaring like thunder, and sandstorm behind him followed closely, sweeping all the way. After a wave of sweeping, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. The score on it had reached more than 36,000 point. I'm afraid that at this time, even if the highest scores of the other areas are added together, it can't reach half of his. This efficiency is enough. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Lin Chen's eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He knew that the outside might have been in a mess. After all, the calculation of the score in the secret realm starts from the moment of elimination, that is to say, the score in his hand is the sum of the scores in the watches of those who were eliminated by him. In that case, many geniuses may have been eliminated by themselves before they started to show their skills because of luck. At this time the score on his watch was extremely low, even worse than a candidate who entered the 3rd or 4th level. At that time it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among these genius families. Lin Chen has already thought about how much of a sensation it will cause after he goes out. Of course, maybe it has already started. However, with the thunderous wrist of the Xia 06 National Alliance, those families did not dare to protest. Being eliminated due to lack of strength is just a matter of luck. If they really dare to make trouble, the alliance is not a vegetarian. After all, this is a fair and square victory over them. In the face of absolute strength, what face do you have to protest? Lin Chen sensed the energy intensity around him and went directly to the place where there were many people. Sandstorm is coming, but before another round of large-scale points, a powerful water-type energy suddenly attacked this side. Polyper, rain, goo. A huge polyper flapped its wings and glided over, then urged the water-type energy, and suddenly dark clouds rose and heavy rain fell from the sky. A firm male voice came and Lin Chen saw a blonde young man standing in front of him with a big back hair, wearing a blue jacket and grey trousers with sharp eyes, and gently touched the gold-rimmed glasses with his finger. "I won't let you continue to be arrogant." The heavy rain and the yellow sand collided with each other, but it could only block the speed of the yellow sand's advancement and could not completely dissipate the sandstorm. Seeing this, the blonde youth frowned, then shook his wrist and took out a poke ball. "Come out, Politoad." A flash of white light passed by and Politoad suddenly jumped and landed in front of Lin Chen, and then realized the current situation. "Gu Gua." It looked at Laren warily and called out with some fear. Then there was another rainfall and the sky was filled with more dark clouds gathered. It was a desert area, but it could gather such a dark cloud. Lin Chen looked at the two Pokemon with some curiosity. The all-seeing eye swept over them. They were actually 2 superior level water-type Pokemon which were infinitely close to the professional level. From this point of view, the person in front of him might not be a genius from Zhejiang province. After all, many families in the imperial capital or the magic capital knew that they were too competitive in the original examination hall, so they would choose to use their connections to send their children to other provinces. It was called college entrance examination immigration. In fact, it was occupying the quotas of other provinces and plundering resources in disguise. But all this was under the rules. As long as it was not excessive, even the alliance would turn a blind eye. But even if it was a genius, so what? He had already defeated a lot of them. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, but he did not stop his action. The subsequent harvesting effect was much worse before. After all, many people have heard the news and used flying Pokemon to scout from afar. Once they saw sandstorm coming, they left in advance. If it wasn't too easy, Lin Chen would have planned to use a new hunting method in the NET round. Whoosh! The raindrops fell on his face and felt a little cool. Goo Gua, goo goo. The NET moment the the two water-type Pokemon desperately mobilized water-type energy and used rainfall to the Ma-Imam-E tent, which barely contained Sandstorm. But even so, Sandstorm still did not dissipate like a tiger that was temporarily resting, ready to pounce again at any time. The blonde young man held a Pokeball tightly in his hand. He didn't expect that Sandstorm would be so powerful before he took action. He took a deep breath to relieve the pressure and be ready to fight at any time. Lin Chen looked indifferent with the corners of his mouth lightly raised and sneered. Laren hasn't used his full strength yet. However, Lin Chen did not continue to e-pan Sandstorm but chose a special new skill. He said calmly, Laren, use Mud Slap. The current mud environment is just the best raw material field. Roar. Laren roared, then kicked his feet, urging the rock energy. Originally this skill was not very powerful, but at this moment the rain submerged the sand and dust and turned into a large amount of mud. Laren roared, an infinite power surged. Then the mud surged out from the ground and turned into a sea of mud sweeping across the sky in an instant, like a mud mountain collapsing and pouring down. The blonde young man's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that his rain would be used by the other party. He shook his hand and quickly released his trump card. A flash of white light passed by and a powerful momentum burst out. A Rapidash with smooth hair stepped on the horse's hoof and made a clattering sound. At a glance it was known that a lot of effort was spent on training Superior P. At this moment Lin Chen was more certain of his guess. It was indeed a guy who immigrated from the college entrance examination. A trace of pride appeared on the blonde youth's face and he chuckled, it's not that simple. Rapidash, use the flame vort. Rapidash at the peak of Superior screamed and a huge flame vort spun. The air around him looked a little illusory because of the high temperature. The flame vort burned the mud sea and soon hardened it and paused. The blonde youth saw this scene, smiled and whispered, that's it. Hearing this, Lin Chen twisted his neck and sneered, idiot. Laren, use rock slide. Roar. Laren suddenly shook the earth and the net moment the hardened mud instantly shattered, turning into countless boulders that smashed down, covering the sky and the ground. With a huge force he smashed towards Rapidash below. Ouch. After being hit, Rapidash let out a shrill scream which continued at any time, making it a little unconscious. However, it would not be completely killed by this move at the peak of Superior. It slowly stood up and shook its head to wake itself up. The blonde youth face changed and he quickly gave an order, continue to use rain dance to soften the stone. Polyper and Politoed once again urged the water type energy and launched rain dance. The heavy rain fell, which was a rare wonder in this desert. He planned to soften the mud to attack. Seeing this, Lin Chen sneered, shook his wrist and took out a pokeball from his waist. Do you think you are the only one who can see? The net moment a white light flashed and a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. Jumi. Melodic stretched her body and the powerful water type energy surged in her body, causing the blonde youth's pupils to shrink. This beautiful posture with his elegant appearance, even he was slightly absent-minded. At this time the audience watching the live broadcast cheered. The most beautiful Pokemon in the world has arrived. Chapter 147, the strongest god of rainstorm, the invincible demon king. Please collect. Please subscribe. Many second generation people who have Prism Scale are watching the live broadcast and laughing in their heart. These idiots who don't have Prism Scale are still stockpiling Phoebas here. Their evolution is definitely not that simple. Many people have made up their minds to go to Lin Chen after the college entrance examination and customize some Phoebas evolution. On the hot search list, if there were still people who had doubts about Lin Chen before, at this moment the more than 36,000 points on the scoreboard that were far ahead of the second place were 30,000 points apart. Even the one in other regions was more than 20,000 points apart. Away from the others, everyone had only one thought in their mind: win the championship. At this time the forest ranger Lao Dai was staring at the screen blankly and then he couldn't help but sigh. Originally I thought that giving a Quasagod to Lin Chen was Lin Chen's luck, but now it seems Bagon has met his mentor. Such a genius is destined to stand at the top of the world. At that time even Quasagod Pokemon will be easily available, and Bagon's talent has certain defects which may not be in Lin Chen's eyes. Now it can be regarded as a good destination. However, Lao Dai didn't know that Bagon's talent defect had been completely repaired at this time. Not only that, he also had the original return comparable to the first level god. He can transform into the form of the Dragon King. If under the nourishment of the life gem, the talent will further become purple or even gold. At that time even ordinary third level gods such as ordinary members of the three sacred birds, as long as they do not have a priesthood, cannot compare with it. In addition, if you can comprehend a trace of authority in the Draco plate, perhaps even the three sacred birds with priesthood are not impossible to touch. At this time Lin Chen was still doing an important thing. P.S. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation vote. Chapter 149, a bumper harvest of spoils. The hunt hunting demon alliance is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Collect spoils. I have to say that this group of students is really rich. Just searching for some of the remaining part, he found a lot of precious props such as starlight, dust, leaf stone, water stone and other evolution props. A rough glance probably worth 4 or 5 million, and this is because half of it was swept away by sandstorm. Sure enough, it's a gold belt for murder and arson. It can add so many points. Lin Chen glanced at his watch and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that defeating the blonde youth would increase 1 or 2,000 points, which would be good. After all, it wasn't long before the secret realm was teleported, but he didn't expect that this time he would add a full 1,000 point. That is to say, before facing him the blonde youth had defeated dozens or even hundreds of people, and these people also accumulated a lot of points. However, with 3 superior level Pokemon it is indeed as easy to face ordinary candidates as to kill chickens and dogs, and the points of these candidates defeated by him can only be 5. They are the people whose interests are harmed by the college entrance examination immigrant. If there were no candidates from the imperial capital and the magic capital, their scores would generally rise a little more. The reality is cruel. Lin Chen did not sigh too much. For them he is not a bug. In essence, he only cares about his own interest, and the competitive relationship is treated as a competitive relationship. Of course he will not exploit loopholes in the rules and kill other candidates. After all, the competitive relationship cannot rise to a deep hatred. What's more, it was broadcast live nationwide. Lin Chen took a deep breath, opened the all-knowing eye and scanned the surroundings. After using sandstorm to clear the field, the surrounding energy fluctuations have indeed decreased a lot, and the number of people has decreased, which is also a good thing. At least the points are in the hands of a few people, and I just need to chase those people. Otherwise, if there are a lot of people, it will be easy to cause big problems if they stick together. Lin Chen fed Laren another piece of poke block and then lay on Laren's broad back again, just identifying the direction according to the energy fluctuations to chase, but the efficiency is much lower than before. Some candidates have begun to warn in advance and spread the news. At this stage there will be fewer fights between each other, and many people have begun to form alliances, like the 4 people from Water City who met at the beginning. As soon as the news from Lin Chen spread, the candidates in the undead secret realm were shocked. Several people gathered together to talk about the sandstorm chase they encountered. What Overlord Laren can create a sandstorm? Hundreds of people were caught in it and strangled. Is the sandstorm skill that scary? Hundreds of people have been eliminated because of it. You'd better send out flying Pokemon to investigate. If you see one, run away. Don't even think about turning back. 3 or 2 people can't catch up with him. I just saw that even the genius from the capital was crushed. 3 superior level Pokemon were all sent away in one encounter. It's too fake. Am I dreaming? This is a real devil. Damn, run. The rumor spread among the candidate faster than the movement of sandstorm. For a while the whole area number 1 was in a panic. Set off sandstorm, moving natural disaster. There were also some people who didn't believe in evil, but when they heard the thunderous vibration and the traces of yellow sand, they couldn't escape. In an instant they were involved and were ejected from the secret realm in the endless sandstorm. Swallowed up. At this time Li Feng, who had just experienced a fierce battle, was panting. After a simple rest he looked around carefully to prevent being attacked. He had already heard. When he heard the rumor, his eyes were also extremely shocked. Originally I thought that Lin Chen would be besieged by others alone, and I was worried about his comfort, but I didn't expect that he was already chasing a group of people alone. He was also given the title of the Great Demon King, which made the whole secret realm panic. He is worthy of being him. He is worthy of being my former enemy. Thinking of this, Li Feng smiled and then looked at the NET opponent in the distance again. Lin Chen is so strong he can't fall behind too much. On the other side, in another place in Area 1, Chu Zener also heard the rumor. Looking at the appearance of the shouting candidates, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a beautiful smile, and whispered softly, "It's really his style. Raise sandstorm and chase a group of people alone. Compared to defeating them one by one or avoiding battles and sneak attack, he naturally prefers to push forward all the way." A glimmer of expectation flashed in Chu Zener's eyes. Now he is even no worse than the top monsters in the imperial capital and the magic city. Will he be able to suppress an era in the future? On the other side, on a Gobi desert, there is a huge grey-yellow fortress made of sand. It looks like it should be a temporary base built by the prosecutor when he entered the secret realm. The buildings here have been gradually eroded by wind and sand, leaving only ruins of their original shape. Even so, it can be seen that when entering this immortal secret realm, the Alliance dispatched many. The young prosecutor swept it completely, leaving only some weak Pokemon. At this time there were nearly 100 people standing here. They were wearing clothes of various colors, but they all had the same presence. Everyone's face was full of solemnity, and there were still candidates who were still in shock and breathing heavily. They had finally escaped death, and now they almost almost couldn't even have the courage to resist. If it weren't for Xiao Hao, the grandson of Xiao Elite from Zhejiang province, standing in front of them, perhaps they would just keep moving away from the center of Area 1, find a corner to get some residual points and wait for the end of the EM0. Ask for flowers. After all, that big devil is too scary. What should we do? We still have to form an alliance. Otherwise sooner or later we will be swallowed up by Lin Chen. Yes, I saw with my own eyes that two extremely powerful water-type Pokemon couldn't extinguish his sandstorm. If we don't form an alliance, then he will be the only one in the world. I don't want to see him being arrogant anymore. We have hundreds of people here, even professional players will come and return in defeat. For a moment everyone had different opinions, but they all had only one goal: eliminate Lin Chen, eliminate the big devil. They discussed and then looked at the young man standing in the front with expectation. Xiao Hao took a deep breath, his eyes full of confidence, and jumped onto the platform with a light jump. Seeing this scene, everyone stopped discussing and waited for Xiao Hao to speak. Before this descendant from the elite had conquered them with his strength. Xiao Hao bent down slightly, pressed the brim of his baseball cap and turned it. He wore the baseball cap backwards, dressed in black, and had a knee pad on his knee. This set of equipment seemed to have known in advance that the college entrance examination would be held in the secret realm. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Now it seems that this guy named Lin Chen has eliminated thousands of people using Sandstorm's field skills, which means that his points must have reached tens of thousands." Hearing this, everyone's eyes showed a little greed, but more of it was fear. If he continues like this, we may not get many points. It is better to form an alliance. After defeating him, I will distribute points according to merit. Of course, one's points can also be traded to others. Hearing this, everyone got excited. This formation is like a mobilization meeting before the NET dungeon to fight the boss. Everyone should cooperate well and hit the minimum DPS. After defeating the boss, I will distribute the plotted equipment according to the evaluation. However, although everyone is extremely covetous of Lin Chen's points, some people still raised opinion. But that large-scale sandstorm field skill, weaker Pokemon will be torn to pieces before they get close. Yes, Sandstorm in the desert is simply his home court. Hearing this, Xiao Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, and he whispered, "Leave this to me to solve. I naturally have a way." Sandstorm also, it's his home court. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and formed a demon hunting alliance, hunting the great demon Lin Chen. And this scene was also shown to countless netizens. PS second update: please collect, please subscribe, please monthly ticket, please give flowers, please give evaluation vote. Chapter 150 hotly discussed on the whole network. The great demon is going to lose the trump card of the son of elite. Please collect, please subscribe. Because of the special choice of the live broadcast director, hundreds of live broadcast screens in this abandoned base attracted the attention of a large number of viewers in an instant. The director knows how to create hot spot. After watching it, he knows that it will definitely cause a sensation. He quickly manipulates the drone to descend quickly so that the drone can record their conversations. Soon they heard the assignment of combat tasks against the great demon Lin Chen. On the screen, Xiao Hao quickly issued instructions and told his plan, and everyone's eyes lit up as if they had seen the fall of the legend. After the distribution was completed, everyone went to make up first. At the same time, the flying Pokemon had already flown out of the base first, and the alliance of nearly 1,000 people set off in a mighty manner. At the same time, the director also pulled Xiao Hao's picture onto the big screen, forming a split screen with Lin Chen's side so that the audience could better watch the two sides preparing for the battle. As soon as this picture came out, the other 887 viewers who were originally watching the Imperial Capital Magic City division all swarmed in, and they all sent barrages. The above is too sour. With this score, even if he is eliminated, he can still enter the top 3 in Zhejiang province. If you are too arrogant, you will be easily stepped on. I am afraid you will be eliminated this time. I don't care whether he is eliminated or not, I just want the gamblers to die. For a while some people came out to defend Lin Chen while others were badmouthing him, and a war of words broke out on the internet. Lin's father and mother looked at the alliance on the screen with mixed feelings. They were both proud and worried. Their son could scare so many people, which was enough to show how strong he was, but they were also afraid that he would be surrounded and defeated. That would be too aggrieved. On the other side, Shen Yu, who had changed into black silk stockings, looked at the leisurely Lin Chen on the screen and then looked at the alliance on the other half of the split screen. She was a little confused. How could she not understand it after changing clothes? Is this to attack Lin Chen? Is this a game to fight the boss? She felt a little funny to form such an alliance. At the same time, she remembered the scene when she first met Lin Chen. At that time he was far less strong than he is now. He was a young boy with a Laren that had just evolved, but now there is indeed a peerless genius who dominates the entire examination room. Suppress everything. Thinking of this, Shen Yu's face flushed slightly and the corners of his mouth also raised inadvertently. This guy, now he can be on par with those top monsters monsters. And even if he was born in an ordinary family in Hangzhou, he did not lag behind other geniuses at all, but through his own soaring into the sky. You know, those top geniuses are born with a golden spoon in their mouth, and the resources in the family are countless. The major learning machines are also responsive. Even the direct descendants of several top families can have a quasi-god from birth and even have elite-level teaching from childhood. And Lin Chen has nothing, but he has reached this height. It can better reflect his outstanding talent. Come on. Shen Yu's eyes brightened a little bit. She continued to look at Lin Chen, silently cheering for Lin Chen in her heart. In the examination room, Mu Yulong saw this scene. His eyes became more and more expectant, and then he let out a hearty smile. A staff member at the side asked curiously, does this kind of team action of hundreds of people need to be warned? Mu Yulong shook his head to refuse and whispered, such an alliance is originally part of the war and is allowed by the rules. The change to the immortal secret realm is to hone all candidate. If the rule of not allowing team formation and various restrictions are added, what is the meaning of this battle? It is better to conduct the arena step by step. The staff at the side also blushed, feeling that Lin Chen was too unlucky. This time it is very likely to fail. Mu Yulong also wanted to see how Lin Chen would respond to such a crusade alliance of hundreds of people. In the immortal secret realm, Lin Chen naturally did not know these at this time, and even if he knew, he would not too much care. All this was within his expectations. He was still driving the Overlord Laren forward, his huge body like a war fortress constantly advancing, making earthquake tremble. However, the efficiency of earning points at this time has dropped a lot. There are very few people, but Lin Chen didn't care anyway. He had no shortage of time, just slowly earn point. By the end, most of the remaining people will have a lot of point. At that time they can harvest all at once. He slowly lay down, and his spacious back of nearly 5 meters allowed Lin Chen to leisurely watch the scenery. Several flying Pokemon flew across the sky, and after seeing him they quickly turned around and left, looking like they came to scout him. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he already understood what happened. Generally speaking, it is impossible for several flying Pokemon of different races to act together unless they are manipulated by humans, and the scouts have reached the initial stage of superior. It is very likely that someone has formed an alliance. Not long after, Lin Chen stood up, patted Laren on the back and whispered, Laren, get ready for battle. 19 roar. Laren roared loudly. Her voice was like a bell. She liked this moment the most, the moment when she could show her strength. Lin Chen looked at the sand in front of him calmly and said loudly, since you are here, don't hide. Come out. The voice fell echoing in the silent desert. Rustle. Suddenly the sand not far away surged, making a rustling sound, and countless quicksands slid down. Suddenly all the sand rose up, and a giant castle as high as 10 meters appeared. At the top of the castle there was a terrifying human face which was very deterrent, and above the human face there was a huge red shovel which looked like a sand castle built casually on the beach, which looked twisted and weird. Lin Chen's all-knowing eyes opened, and he instantly knew all the information of the other party. This is